Cheng Tian, a 24-year-old male, a devoted Pokemon enthusiast, and a weary cog in the societal machine. What kind of life would unfold after traversing into another realm? Cheng Tian gazed at the 6 Poké Balls hanging from his waist, as a gentle voice echoed in his memory. Tian, I love you. He exhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. This time, no one shall hinder me. Chapter 1. The World of Pokemon. Hiss. Oh, it hurts. Cheng Tian clutched his throbbing head, slowly opening his eyes to the sight of a familiar bed and room. It took him a moment to comprehend. Is this my room? Cheng Tian, a 24-year-old seasoned office worker and fervent Pokemon aficionado, had cherished Pokemon since childhood. During his university years, among 6 dorm mates discussing their favorite sports teams or girl groups, he was the sole enthusiast, adorning the walls with Pokemon posters and animatedly sharing his passion with his roommates. Inevitably, most would respond with a bemused expression, "Oh, is that the Pikachu? I remember watching it as a child. Isn't it that chubby rodent?" Cheng Tian. Despite feeling out of place, he steadfastly clung to his interests. In his sophomore year, he dated a girl, only to part ways by junior year. Tears streaming down his face, Cheng Tian pleaded, "Please, don't do this." The girl replied, "Then delete all those random things on your phone, computer, and game console." Cheng Tian resolutely countered, "I'm sorry, I've wasted your time. The next one will be better." With a resounding smack, a handprint appeared on his face. Upon graduating, Cheng Tian opted not to pursue further studies, but instead took on the demanding role of a programmer. Despite the daily grind leaving him utterly exhausted, he still found time to watch an episode or 2 of Pokemon. He eagerly attended the annual Pokemon movie releases. Notably, his knowledge and fervor for Pokemon stemmed almost entirely from the animated series. He had hardly delved deeply into the related games. He was akin to a player who must buy the latest game, but performed poorly in battles more theory than practice. A hapless yet passionate gamer. In the realm of collection games, becoming overly fixated is the gravest mistake that it was only after 10 consecutive days of fruitlessly hunting for shiny Gyarados that Cheng Tian's frustration boiled over, and he fainted from sheer rage. When he regained consciousness, this bewildered soul discovered he had been reincarnated. Checking his phone, he noted the date, September 10th, 2055, in the league calendar. Instinctively, he attempted to access his bookmarks, but abruptly realized, cough. What am I doing? I should first ascertain what has transpired. With a composed demeanor, he exited and was struck by the first notification. New college entrance examination reforms in 2055, with Pokemon studies being prioritized. This, my lifelong dream, has come true. Cheng Tian wept tears of joy. Ding. System binding successful. Congratulations, host, on entering an entirely new world. A feminine electronic voice resonated in Cheng Tian's mind, igniting a spark of joy upon his countenance. Indeed, traversing through countless realms and reincarnations, a golden fingerer and extraordinary advantage was indispensable. Cheng Tian, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I appreciate the praise, but must you do it personally?" He began to explore the functionalities of the system. Yet after a considerable amount of time, aside from a novice task interface, nothing else materialized. "Well, it's not urgent. I shall take my time to discover its features," he mused. Turning his gaze to his smartphone, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, since I've been reincarnated, what about the resources I had back then?" Cheng Tian gulped nervously and slowly. Opened his browser's favorites. His heart raced with exhilaration, hands trembling. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was flung open. "You little rascal! How long do you intend to sleep? Hurry up, get dressed, eat, and go to school." Startled, Cheng Tian swiftly exited the browser, concealing his phone behind him, and chuckled nervously. "Sure thing, Mom. He'll be right there for breakfast." Cheng's mother eyed him with suspicion. "What were you just looking at?" Cheng Tian's forehead broke into a cold sweat. "Nothing at all. I was merely checking the group notifications." "Then hurry up," she instructed before leaving. Cheng Tian let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. He quickly donned his black and white school uniform and stepped into the living room, where his mother had already set the table, while his father cheerfully scrolled through his phone. Suddenly, a flash of yellow darted into the room, crackling with tiny sparks, and leaped into Cheng Tian's arms. Woof woof! Instinctively, Cheng Tian embraced the creature, only to find a Pokemon resembling a small dog nestled against him. Electrike? The Electrike wiggled its little behind, adorned with a collar of yellow fluff, its cherubic face round and plump, displaying for pristine canine teeth. It eagerly licked Cheng Tian's face. "Ha, that tickles. Stop it, Electrike." Cheng Tian laughed, feeling the delightful sensation. Suddenly, a panel appeared in his mind's eye. Pokémon, Electric. Gender, male. Nature, playful. Ability, static. Level, 12. Inherited skills, Tackle LV3, Charge V2, Charge Beam LV3. Personal skills, Tackle LV4, Tail Whip LV6, Bite LV1, Nuzzle LV8, Quick Attack LV4. Taught skills, none. What's this? Cheng Tian exclaimed in astonishment. When the system scans a Pokemon, it automatically displays its level, abilities, and skill status, the system elucidated. Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled. This was a treasure he intended to utilize. However, why were there levels next to the skills? Could skills also be upgraded? Not dwelling on it further, he reached out to stroke Electric, marveling at its softness. Is this what it feels like to touch a Pokemon? Cheng Tian pondered. Woof woof. Electric seemed to enjoy it too, nuzzling its little face against Cheng Tian's cheek. In an instant, a crackle of electricity surged through the air, sending a delightful jolt through Cheng Tian's body, a gentle brush against the cheek. A move that has the potential to paralyze its opponent. Cheng Tian felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, rendering him completely immobile. With tears welling in his eyes, Cheng Tian pondered whether this was the reason for the high proficiency of the skill Electric Dog's cheek rub. Cheng's mother shot him an exasperated glare, reached for a cherry fruit from the table, and, while stuffing it into Cheng Tian's mouth, admonished the Electric Dog, Little Wong. How many times must I tell you not to use your skills? Woof woof, the Electric Dog replied, somewhat aggrieved. Cheng's father chuckled. There's little we can do about it. The Electric Dog possesses an organ that generates electricity, allowing it to produce energy while it runs incessantly. However, since it cannot store this energy like Pikachu, it's only natural that it struggles to control its discharges. Upon hearing this, Cheng's mother shot a reproachful look at Cheng's father, prompting him to hastily change the subject. Xiao Tian, come eat. You still have school to attend. At this moment, Cheng Tian was savoring the cherry fruit in his mouth, the paralysis effect having worn off, as he took his seat at the dining table to partake in breakfast. Egg soup, steamed buns, and 2 boiled eggs. Cheng Tian felt a wave of nostalgia in his previous life. He had rarely enjoyed his mother's cooking after starting university. Observing Cheng Tian devour his meal, Cheng's father inquired with a smile. So, have you decided whether to choose the Pokemon studies? Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian nodded fervently. Yes, yes, yes. I've loved Pokemon since I was a child. Cheng's father nodded in approval. Well, I support you wholeheartedly. Go ahead and pursue your passion. Your father has saved some funds for you to nurture your Pokemon. Cheng's mother expressed her concerns, but what if Xiao Tian becomes a trainer? It could be dangerous running around outside all the time. I've heard that wild Pokemon can attack people. Cheng Tian reassured her, don't worry, Mom. I can take care of myself. Chapter 2. High school life. Upon stepping outside, Cheng Tian chose to meander through the nearby streets, and to his delight, he encountered a plethora of Pokémon. Perched upon the trees by the roadside were several Pidgeys taking a respite, while a few Caterpies could be spotted nestled amidst the grass and bushes. Inside a restaurant, a Mimikyu served as a waiter, and the construction site was bustling with Machops, Geodudes, and Electabuzzes. Even the alleyways were frequented by the occasional Rattata. The pedestrians on the street were accompanied by various forms of Dorlatamia and Meowth, showcasing a harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. This was precisely the world Cheng Tian yearned for. How marvelous it was! Overwhelmed with excitement, he walked for approximately 15 minutes before arriving at his school, Bingzhou No. 1 High School, a prestigious institution in the city. As he entered Bingzhou No. 1, Cheng Tian made his way towards a building shaped like a character. Having just advanced to the 2nd year of high school, today marked the beginning of class divisions. Unlike his previous world, while the subjects were still divided into arts and sciences, there was now an additional course dedicated to Pokémon studies. The arts curriculum remained unchanged, requiring the usual rote memorization, while the sciences took on a more unique aspect. For those solely pursuing the sciences, the curriculum was comprehensive. However, for those embarking on the path of Pokémon studies, the approach to mathematics was considerably simplified, demanding only the completion of 2 textbooks. There remained an emphasis on the arts examinations, but physical education was not isolated. Rather, it became a crucial component of the Pokémon studies curriculum. Indeed, trainers must ensure their physical fitness. It was essential not only to become an exceptional trainer capable of bearing the weight of a Cosmoem and enduring powerful attacks, but also to guarantee that they would not hinder their Pokémon in the wild. After all, A trainer whose Pokémon had to divert their attention to protect them during battles was truly lacking. What thrilled him the most was the fact that the college entrance examination did not require English. Indeed, there was no English exam. On that day, the sunset hung in the sky, casting a stunning interplay of colors with the vivid red of the sea, a sight to behold. Consequently, the influence of English was not as paramount. It was merely regarded as an ordinary foreign language, essential only for those wishing to study abroad, with no mandatory requirement for its study. Cheng Tian reflected on the bizarre tale of a foolish French king named Louis XVI, who one day proclaimed himself as a knight sent by God. In a fit of madness, he sought to draw the sword from a wild Excalibur, only to be met with a swift blow to the head. Thus, young Louis XVI became the first king in history to fall victim to an attack from a wild Pokémon. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that the significance of English had diminished greatly. With tears of joy streaming down his face, Cheng Tian reveled in the thought that in this life, he would no longer endure the torment of English studies. Upon reaching the character-shaped building, he entered the teaching block and made his way to a classroom on the third floor. Familiar with the surroundings, he quickly located his seat and placed his backpack down. "Hey, did you hear? It seems that Ma Ning is also attending this World Cup," one student remarked. "I heard. Apparently, he brought along a hyperactive monkey, dragging 2 sacks of red cards with him," another replied. The students within the classroom engaged in lively discussions about their favorite topics. Suddenly, a hand patted Cheng Tian's shoulder, and a voice rang out. Bai Yun stood behind him with a cheerful smile, inquiring if he had decided on his course selection. Cheng Tian replied with a confident grin. "Of course, it's the Pokémon studies. My dream is to become a Pokémon Master." Bai Yun gave a thumbs up, expressing her own intention to choose Pokémon studies, aspiring to become a Pokémon breeder and achieve financial independence. The boy, Bai Yun, was Cheng Tian's close friend from both of their lifetimes. Although he was born into the affluent Bai family, having grown up with a silver spoon, he met Cheng Tian in kindergarten, and they had remained good friends ever since. I digress. They often shared experiences and engaged in lively discussions together. Bai Yun excitedly proclaimed that even though only a preview had been released, he had decided to officially follow the series. At that moment, a small figure appeared behind Bai Yun, brandishing a language textbook. With a mischievous grin, she leaped and delivered a hefty blow to the back of Bai Yun's head. Stumbling slightly, Bai Yun clutched his head in pain and glared at the girl before him, Lin Lin. "What was that for?" he exclaimed. Lin Lin, pouting in anger, retorted, "Stupid Bai Yun, who are you calling a pest?" Bai Yun smirked. "I'm talking about you. You're already in your 2nd year of high school, yet you still act like a kindergarten child following me around." Lin Lin and Bai Yun were childhood friends, having spent their lives together, and Cheng Tian had long grown accustomed to their antics. "Aren't you going to comfort him?" Cheng Tian suggested, waving his hand. "After all, you sit together in class." Nodding in agreement, the teacher expressed satisfaction and congratulated the class on advancing to their 2nd year. With the increased academic load, she hoped they would adapt swiftly. As everyone was aware, the college entrance examination reforms included Pokémon studies as an elective in the 2nd year. She began to tally the students interested in enrolling in this course. Upon her request, over 40 students raised their hands. After all, the opportunity to engage with Pokémon was simply fantastic. Even if they could not become trainers in the future, pursuing related side careers was also appealing. Cheng Tian was no exception. The teacher noted the enthusiasm in the room and commented that it was not only their class. Many students from other classes were choosing to enroll in Pokémon studies. However, this would result in a scarcity of students opting for the humanities or sciences, leading the school to decide unanimously that an entrance examination would be required. Upon hearing this, the students began to voice their concerns. Cheng Tian understood. With so many opting for Pokémon studies, would there be any students left for the other subjects? The examination was scheduled for 2 weeks later, during which time students were urged to review their knowledge of Pokémon. Most importantly, they needed to acquire their first Pokémon. They could either visit a breeding center or the Alliance headquarters to purchase one or capture it themselves, always under adult supervision for safety. The examination would consist of both written tests and battle assessments, so the students needed to brace themselves. The prospect of obtaining his first Pokémon sparked a gleam in Cheng Tian's eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill his mission. Chapter 3. The Vision for My First Pokémon. What kind of Pokémon should I choose? Cheng Tian pondered this matter earnestly. Recognizing the significance it held for his future, Thus, he felt compelled to approach it with due seriousness. After class, Bai Yun and Lin Lin approached him. So, Tian, have you decided which Pokémon you want to obtain? Cheng Tian shook his head, stating, I plan to visit the breeding house after school to explore my options. Lin Lin smiled at him and remarked, there's no need to complicate things. If it comes to it, let Bai Yun help you find one. Bai Yun nodded in agreement, saying, who are we to each other? If necessary, I can ask my father. I can assure you that he will procure a satisfactory one. Even one of the starter trio. Cheng Tian waved his hand dismissively. You needn't go out of your way to ask your father on my behalf. I simply have yet to decide which Pokémon to select. All right then, Bai Yun replied. Although their friendship was strong, they were still conscious of the importance of fairness. A starter Pokémon was quite expensive, and those with superior attributes were exponentially pricier. Cheng Tian did not wish to impose such a burden on his friends. What type of Pokémon should he ultimately select? Considering the potential for nurturing, the starter trio provided by the League was undoubtedly the prime choice. With a base stat total exceeding 500 upon reaching their final evolution, they were exceptionally suited for novice trainers. Despite the less-than-friendly price tag, their advantages were manifold. In terms of nurturing difficulty, Grass-type Pokémon emerged as the top contender. They boasted low breeding costs, quickly developing into formidable fighters, ideal for protracted battles. As long as they weren't taken down in a single hit, they could employ numerous support skills to frustrate opponents or bolster their own position. Moves like Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Sleep Powder, abilities such as Leech Seed, Photosynthesis, and others made them the quintessential choice for enduring battles. Furthermore, if one were to overlook their strength, a simple regimen of watering and sunbathing would suffice for their survival, rendering their nurturing requirements exceedingly manageable. However, if he truly could not find a Pokémon that captured his heart, he would have no choice but to settle for a grass type. After a morning filled with classes, the students appeared distracted, clearly preoccupied with thoughts of which Pokémon to choose. Not everyone possessed the financial means to select from the starter trio. Bai Yun, accompanied by Lin Lin, decided to leave first, and before departing, she assured Cheng Tian that she would assist him in finding a suitable Pokémon if he was unable to do so. After expressing his gratitude, Cheng Tian embarked on his journey to the breeding house. Having crossed 2 intersections, he received a phone call from his mother. Cheng Tian informed her of his intention to visit the breeding house. After his mother offered a few words of caution regarding safety, he ended the call. Just as he was about to step forward, a piercing whistle pierced the air. The police officer appeared stern, with a houndour seated beside him. Cheng Tian's eyes were drawn to the attribute panels of 2 Pokémon. Pokémon, houndour gender, male nature, brave ability, intimidate level, 28 inherited moves, scary face, 6. Thunderfang, 6. Dig, 4. Personal moves, Leer, 8. Ember, 9. Howl, 8. Bite, 10. Flame Wheel, 8. Helping Hand, 4. Agility, 3. Firefang, 10. Taunt moves, Protect, 10. Pokémon, Tauros gender, male nature, docile ability, anger point level, 19 inherited moves, Horn Attack, 3. Stomp, 5. Heavy Slam, 3. With a skill set comprising Tackle, 6. Tail Whip, 5. Self-motivation, 3. Revenge, 3. And Malicious Pursuit, 5. Cheng Tian found himself envious of the police officer who was accompanied by a delightful Houndoom. This particular Pokémon, having evolved from the Firestone into the majestic Arcanine, boasted an impressive base stat total of 555, surpassing many starter Pokémon in terms of prowess. At that moment, the officer was reprimanding a student. You are a minor. Lacking a Pokémon riding license, I will have to contact your parents. The student, wearing a rueful expression, pleaded, Please, officer, I'm almost home. And my Tauros hasn't caused any trouble. The officer's eyes narrowed. What trouble are you hoping for? A Tauros is a large terrestrial Pokémon. What business do you have riding it? I'll call your parents to come pick you up. Cheng Tian chose not to linger on this farce. For directly across the street stood the breeding house. Upon entering, a salesperson approached him with a professionally polite smile. Hello, young scholar. Are you here to see some Pokémon? Cheng Tian nodded. I would like to see what Pokémon you have. The salesperson feigned excitement. You're in luck. We just received 3 starter Pokémon. You can take a look. Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled. Excellent. Please show me. The salesperson led him down a lengthy corridor to a large glass enclosure. Behind the glass, on a patch of grass, were a Bulbasaur and a Trico, while nearby, in a small pond, a Poplio frolicked in the water. The salesperson enthusiastically remarked, "These are our starter Pokémon. Do any of them catch your fancy?" Unbeknownst to the salesperson, Cheng Tian had already perused the information on all 3 Pokémon. Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Gender, male. Nature, relaxed. Ability, overgrow. Level 5. Inherited moves, Leech Seed, 2. Amnesia, 1. Own moves, Tackle, 2. Withdraw, 2. Top moves, none. Pokémon, Poplio. Gender, female. Nature, timid. Ability, Torrent. Level 5. Inherited moves, Round, 3. Water Gun, 1. Icy Wind, 1. Own moves, Growl, 2. Pound, 1. Water Gun, 3. Top moves, none. Among the 3 starter Pokémon, none particularly captured Cheng Tian's heart. The information on Trico was similar to that of Bulbasaur, but both possessed the overgrow ability rather than the coveted unburdened hidden trait. Nonetheless, being starter Pokémon, they were undeniably rare and held great potential. Hence, Cheng Tian inquired, "What are their prices?" He was taken aback. Though unaware of the funds his father had allocated for nurturing Pokémon, the prices of these creatures were well beyond his means. Their family was not affluent. This was quite absurd. Subsequently, Cheng Tian requested the salesperson to show him other grass-type Pokémon, such as Budew, Oddish, and Vinewhip. Without exception, despite the affordability, Cheng Tian ultimately refrained from making a purchase. It seemed a pity to settle for anything less for his very first Pokémon. Upon returning from the breeding house, he shook his head, indicating that he had not found any Pokémon that piqued his interest. Cheng's father, upon hearing this, offered words of comfort. "It's all right. If nothing else works out, we can always buy a starter Pokémon. Though it pains me to spend, I would do so for my child. Education should never be compromised." Cheng Tian felt a surge of emotion. Their family was modest, and acquiring a starter Pokémon was not simply a matter of saying yes. "There's no need for that, Dad. I've already decided what my first Pokémon will be," Cheng Tian stated. "Oh, that's good then. Let us eat first." Sighing, Cheng Tian lamented, "But we have no money." He was still uncertain about which Pokémon to choose. His previous statement had merely been to reassure his father. Just as his mind wandered, a message notification chimed on his phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Bai Yun. "So how did it go, Tian? Did you find the Pokémon you wanted at the breeding house?" Cheng Tian replied, "Not yet. Either they are too expensive, or I simply don't like them." Bai Yun comforted him, "It's fine. I can ask my dad to help you get one. If that doesn't work, we can always catch one ourselves." At this moment, a realization struck Cheng Tian. Why not go catch one himself if he couldn't find one he liked? Why waste money unnecessarily? Meanwhile, Bai Yun stared blankly at her screen, bewildered by his sudden epiphany. Chapter 4. Self-sufficiency with a firm decision to capture Pokémon on his own. Cheng Tian felt an exhilarating rush. As the saying goes, if you do it yourself, you will reap the rewards. However, he quickly tempered his enthusiasm, recognizing the dangers of the wild. If he were to embark on this adventure, he needed to be adequately prepared. It was a Friday, with half a day of classes remaining before the weekend. Cheng Tian hoped to venture into the wild over the next 2 days, wishing to capture a Pokémon that suited his preferences. Nevertheless, he knew he needed to gather supplies. Searching through a drawer, he unearthed a wallet containing 3,000 yuan. Savings accumulated over the past 2 years as Lunar New Year gifts. Additionally, he had 500 yuan in his phone, totaling 500 yuan for his upcoming endeavor. Upon arriving at school that afternoon, Cheng Tian approached Bai Yun, candidly expressing his intention to venture into the wild to capture Pokémon. Bai Yun was taken aback and initially opposed the idea, insisting that her father should assist him rather than allowing him to venture out alone. It was only after Cheng Tian assured her of his safety that she reluctantly consented. Cheng Tian devised a plan, requesting Bai Yun to help him stage a scenario. He would inform his parents that he intended to stay at Bai Yun's house for 2 days with his Pokémon, Electric Hound. Should his parents express concern and call, Bai Yun would simply need to play along. This way, he could ensure everything went smoothly. After all, it was not uncommon for him to stay at Bai Yun's house. As they had grown up together, Cheng Tian purchased 10 ordinary Poké Balls and a slightly superior Great Ball. Each ordinary Poké Ball cost 200 yuan, while the Great Ball was priced at 500 yuan. With this expenditure, Cheng Tian found himself left with only 1,000 yuan. Having been a working professional in his past life, he was acutely aware of the challenges in earning money and felt a pang of regret at such a significant outlay. However, venturing out alone was inherently perilous, making caution a necessity. With the remaining 1,000 yuan, Cheng Tian acquired 5 antidotes and 5 healing potions. In the wilderness, there were no Pokémon centers to provide immediate care for injured Pokémon. Neglecting timely treatment could lead to troublesome consequences. During this time, Bai Yun transferred an additional 300 yuan to Cheng Tian, advising him to prepare more healing potions and to remain vigilant in the wild. Cheng Tian was deeply touched. In his previous life, during moments of hardship, his good friend Bai Yun always lent a helping hand. Although he seldom expressed his gratitude, the kindness he received transcended words. After thanking Bai Yun, Cheng Tian purchased a day's supply of repellent, depleting the 300 yuan. The repellent could drive away lower-level Pokémon within a certain range, particularly effective against bug types. With no alternative, he asked Bai Yun to temporarily assist him with this. Understanding the situation, Bai Yun arranged for the driver to collect the items and also offered to take Cheng Tian home, waiting downstairs so that he could directly board the car. Upon entering Bai Yun's black sedan, Cheng Tian arrived at his own residence in less than 10 minutes. He took the elevator upstairs and opened the door, where his Electrike joyfully rushed over, circling his feet. Cheng Tian knelt down to pet Electrike, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "Mom, I would like to spend a couple of days at Bai Yun's house this Sunday." Cheng Tian's mother paused in surprise. He nodded, explaining that his parents were away and he wanted to bring Electrike to keep him company. Electrike perked up at the prospect of going out to play, wagging its tail in excitement. Cheng Tian's mother considered for a moment before agreeing. "You may go, but you two boys should not get too rowdy at night." Knowing that Bai Yun often found himself alone at home due to his busy family, she felt it would be nice for him to have company. "I'll take Electrike with me now," Cheng Tian said, as his mother produced a Pokeball. She touched the ball, and Electrike transformed into a beam of red light, entering the sphere. After securing the Pokeball to his belt, she cautioned him not to handle it carelessly. As a reincarnated individual, it was Cheng Tian's first experience witnessing a Pokémon being stored in a Pokeball, and he instinctively wanted to try it himself. However, he quickly restrained his impulse, assuring his mother that he would not lose the Pokeball before grabbing the belt hanging on the coat rack and departing. Descending to the ground floor, he boarded the black sedan, which gradually made its way toward the villa district. Although he had visited before, each time he felt the grandeur of the place anew. The car entered the courtyard of a villa, where Bai Yun was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Cheng Tian arrive, Bai Yun hurried over. After expressing his gratitude to the driver, who then drove away slowly, Cheng Tian placed his hand on Bai Yun's shoulder and said, "Thank you for your help." Bai Yun led Cheng Tian into the house, where Cheng Tian retrieved a pair of slippers from the cupboard and changed his footwear. He frequented Bai Yun's home, often enough that she had prepared toiletries and bed linen specifically for him. Bai Yun regarded Cheng Tian with a mixture of emotions. "Tian, there is truly no need to venture into the wilderness," she said. Cheng Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating his resolve. Seeing this, Bai Yun sighed in resignation. Subsequently, she emerged from the storage room, cradling a rolled-up item. "This is a sleeping bag designed for outdoor use. Make sure you don't sleep in a tree. I've also packed other essentials, a lighter, a compass, and so forth." The items were meticulously assembled, as if he were the one embarking on the journey. Cheng Tian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." Bai Yun imitated Cheng Tian's gesture, urging him to refrain from further thanks. "You should take a shower first. You certainly have a noticeable odor." "Do I?" Cheng Tian scratched his head, realizing he had only gone 3 days without bathing. Without further thought, he stepped into the bathroom, filled a tub with water, and began to undress. However, he paused, retrieving the Pokeball containing his electric dog. The Pokeball had been minimized. "How do I release the electric dog?" he pondered. Although he had watched Pokémon since childhood, he recalled that characters would simply produce a Pokeball, press a button to enlarge it, and throw it with ease. Cheng Tian pressed the button, but it yielded no results. After fiddling for a while, he attempted a long press, and with a pop, the previously small Pokeball expanded to a size that fit perfectly in his palm. He pressed the button again, and the ball opened, releasing a flash of red light. The electric dog, wagging its tail, appeared before him. "Success! Woof woof!" The electric dog joyfully leapt up to lick Cheng Tian's face. He laughed, playfully engaging with the creature, then resumed his exploration of the Pokeball. Eventually, he comprehended its operation. When the Pokeball was in its standard size, a long press would shrink it. Conversely, a short press would enlarge it. The enlarged ball could be activated with a single press of the button to summon the Pokémon. For ease of transport, a specialized belt was designed to accommodate the minimized Pokeball. Cheng Tian tested this, discovering that when the small Pokeball was brought near the belt, the button aligned perfectly with a notch on the belt, securing it firmly. How convenient, he marveled. At that moment, Baiyun entered, inquiring, "When are you going to fill the bathtub?" The electric dog, spotting Baiyun, barked excitedly and bounded toward her. "Ha ha, don't lick me, electric dog. That tickles. Tian, please take it away." Baiyun laughed uncontrollably as the electric dog showered her with affection. Suddenly, fine currents of electricity crackled across the electric dog's face, brushing against her cheek. Baiyun was momentarily paralyzed by the sensation. Cheng Tian chuckled at the familiar scene before him, producing a cherry berry from his pocket and offering it to Baiyun. "It seems the electric dog has taken quite a liking to you," he remarked with a smile. After emerging from a state of paralysis, Baiyun was left with a head full of black lines. She tossed the electric dog to Cheng Tian, exasperated by this recurring routine every time they met. Who could endure such antics? Cheng Tian nodded in empathetic understanding, offering consolation. "It's all right. You'll get used to it, just like I have." "I can't get used to it. You should go take a shower. I'm off to catch up on my anime," Baiyun replied, hastily making her exit. Cheng Tian cradled the panting electric dog, watching Baiyun's retreating figure. "Come on. Let us go take a shower too," he said. Once inside the bathroom, Cheng Tian tested the water temperature. Finding it agreeable, he settled into the bathtub with the electric dog in his arms. The bliss of a relaxing soak. He exhaled deeply, feeling all tension dissipate. It was not only comfortable, but also made him crave a chilled cola. However, the water did not induce a numbing effect. Instead, the currents dispersed in the water felt akin to an electric foot massager, delightfully tingling. Approximately an hour later, Cheng Tian and the electric dog concluded their bath. He first dried his own hair before crouching down to dry the electric dog. With closed eyes, the dog allowed Cheng Tian to rub its head. After some time, he finally managed to dry the dog, though its fur remained slightly damp. Suddenly, the electric dog emitted sparks, and soon the water droplets vanished, leaving it looking quite pleased with its tongue lolling out. Cheng Tian smiled and patted its head, saying, "Tomorrow, I'll be counting on you, electric dog." He intended to capture his desired Pokémon, relying heavily on the electric dog's abilities. After drying his hair and donning his pajamas, he carried the electric dog into the living room, where Baiyun sat on a round, anime-themed rug adorned with Rem, utterly engrossed in the large television screen. Cheng Tian glanced at the screen, where a blond man was dramatically pulling a long black strip from his chest, blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a layer of yellow armor enveloped the man's head, and a chainsaw sprouted from his forehead, with his middle fingers transforming into chainsaws as well. Cheng Tian instantly recognized the anime. Chainsaw Man noticing Cheng Tian's approach, Baiyun patted the rug beside her, urging, "Come sit and watch." The 7th episode just dropped. As a fellow anime enthusiast, Cheng Tian obliged and sat down beside her. They erupted in laughter at the scene where the protagonist, after an intense makeout session, was left retching into a toilet. Even the electric dog barked in amusement. Once they finished the episode, they decided it was time for bed. Upon turning on the bedroom light, they were greeted by walls plastered with various anime posters. The bedding was distinctly Japanese-themed, and even the curtains featured prints of my Sakurajima. Cheng Tian fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "As your good friend, I must remind you that this might lead people to think you're a bit of a creep." Baiyun rolled her eyes, retorting, "As if you're not into anime yourself." Cheng Tian was taken aback, realizing his own room was similarly adorned with Pokémon posters. Thus, he too was a self-proclaimed otaku. Just as this unsettling thought crossed his mind, he swiftly extinguished it. It is impossible. In this life, Pokémon truly exist. So I cannot consider myself a mere recluse. Although I also enjoy other aspects of the second dimension, that does not define me as a shut-in. Baiyun gracefully leaped and landed on the soft bed, thinking to herself that tomorrow she would venture into the wilderness, so a good night's sleep was in order. Cheng Tian followed suit, exclaiming, It is indeed soft." Just as they were about to drift off into a peaceful slumber, a grave realization struck them. Cheng Tian said, "Could you turn off the light?" Baiyun replied, "No, I am already warm. You do it." Cheng Tian turned to face her, his expression one of pitiful pleading. "I have to sleep outdoors tomorrow. Can you bear to let me turn off the light now?" Baiyun, unflinching, responded, I can. Chapter 5. In the wilderness, perhaps it was due to the soothing bath taken the previous night, but Cheng Tian slept exceptionally well, only to be roused by the alarm clock at 6. He yawned and climbed out of bed, glancing at Bai Yun, who had turned over and fallen back asleep. Cheng Tian chose not to disturb him. After freshening up, he decided to leave first, packing the various items he had purchased the day before into his backpack. Cheng Tian touched the Poké Ball clipped to his waist, preparing to embark on his journey. He made his way to a street-side breakfast stall, ordering a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks. After a swift meal, he hailed a taxi to take him to the entrance of the Bingzhou Expressway. This highway connects to National Route 488. Upon alighting, Cheng Tian took advantage of the attendant's momentary distraction at the toll booth, slipping past and vaulting over the guardrail beside the expressway, beginning his ascent up the mountain. Bingzhou, located in the southwestern part of the Lus Plateau, is characterized by its towering mountains and abundant Pokémon species. Within Bingzhou flows the Fun River, a tributary of the Yellow River, which ultimately feeds into it. Cheng Tian's objective over the next 2 days was to explore this area. After walking for roughly an hour, Cheng Tian had thoroughly entered the mountains, where signs of civilization had become scarce. Amidst the dense forest, he spotted numerous Pokémon. Exercising caution, he took out a Poké Ball and summoned his Electrike, the red light flickering as it appeared. Woof woof. Upon emerging, Electrike immediately tried to lick Cheng Tian, who affectionately patted its small head. I will rely on you, Electrike. I aim to capture my own Pokémon, Cheng Tian declared earnestly. Thus, the duo ventured forth together. However, they did not charge recklessly into the depths of the wilderness. Behind Cheng Tian lay National Route 488, with Bingzhou to the west, forming a sort of protective boundary. Advancing along this longer side, he planned to follow the Fan River, aiming to proceed in that direction for about 8 kilometers. Cheng Tian was no fool. Recklessly plunging deeper into the mountains would be akin to courting death. The depths were home to many formidable Pokémon, capable of dispatching him with a single move. Even if he were to disregard his own safety, he must protect Electrike. Cheng Tian did not consider himself fated for greatness. In the previous life, I had endured 10 consecutive days without encountering a single shiny Caterpie. So the notion of a fortuitous encounter gracing me seemed utterly far-fetched. Thus, I resolved to tread along the fringes with utmost humility. And so, Cheng Tian ventured forth with his electric pup, embarking on a journey where 1 person and 1 dog relied solely on scavenged gear. Not long into their expedition, Cheng Tian stumbled upon a captivating scene. A Caterpie was perched on a distant tree, voraciously nibbling on the leaves, while a Spearow circled overhead, evidently intent on making it its prey. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Pokémon world. In the wild, Pokémon must fend for themselves, as ready-made sustenance is a luxury seldom afforded. The Caterpie, clearly a favored delicacy of the Spearow, was in imminent danger. After circling for a while, the Spearow, unable to contain its impatience, began to glow at the tip of its beak. In a rapid descent, it dove toward the Caterpie, delivering a fierce peck. The results were devastating. The flying-type attack inflicted significant damage upon the bug-type Caterpie, which writhed in agony and tumbled from its perch onto the ground below. The Spearow, evidently well-versed in such predatory acts, circled once more before swooping down to employ its peck attack without a shred of mercy, perceiving the Caterpie solely as its meal. In the wild, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the Caterpie, enduring excruciating pain, summoned the strength within its horn, which began to emanate a violet hue, and unleashed a poison sting. This was the Caterpie's sole means of retaliation. The Spearow, descending with blinding speed, was taken aback by the Caterpie's desperate counterattack and found itself struck. Yet, the Spearow's peck also landed squarely on the Caterpie, leaving the latter incapacitated, its life force waning rapidly. Meanwhile, the Spearow displayed signs of poisoning, a violet hue appearing between its brows. Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled with opportunity as he gently patted his electric pup's head, sensing the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Prepare to charge, my dear companion, he commanded, for charging would enhance the potency of the next electric-type move. Electricity crackled around the pup, gathering strength. Excellent, Cheng Tian mused, waiting for the Spearow to descend and feast upon the Caterpie. At that moment, he issued his command. Use quick attack and tackle. As soon as the words left his lips, the electric pup surged forward with astonishing speed, crashing into the Spearow with tremendous force. The unsuspecting Spearow, engrossed in its meal, was utterly unprepared for such a sudden onslaught, letting out a surprised squawk as it was struck. Cheng Tian's mind raced, quickly compiling data on this Spearow. Pokémon, Spearow. Gender, male. Nature, impulsive. Ability, keen eye. Level, 15. Inherited moves, none. Moves, Leer, 6. Peck, 8. Growl, 7. Pursuit, 5. Top moves, none. Though the Spearow boasted 3 levels above the electric pup, the type advantage was decidedly in the pup's favor, compounded by the effects of poisoning. Victory was not out of reach. The fiery Spearow yearned to take flight, yet the electric hound deprived it of the opportunity, clamping its jaws around the Spearow's leg. The Spearow flapped its wings desperately but could not ascend, prompting it to unleash a glimmering beak attack towards the electric hound. "Release me," it seemed to plead, using its head to nudge the hound's face. The electric hound evaded the peck, simultaneously rubbing its face against the Spearow's. With full power unleashed, the effectiveness of the nudge was amplified by the charging skill, resulting in a remarkable impact on the flying-type Spearow. The Spearow, now paralyzed from the electric onslaught, found itself incapacitated. Witnessing the Spearow's plight, Cheng Tian felt a weight lifted from his heart. After all, it was his inaugural experience commanding a Pokémon in battle, and to claim he felt no anxiety would be a falsehood. The thought of causing harm to the electric hound due to his own blunder was distressing. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, as the electric hound relentlessly employed its bite, successfully rendering the Spearow unable to continue the fight. Cheng Tian approached, offering a reassuring pat on the hound's head, commending its performance. "Well done." The electric hound clearly reveled in Cheng Tian's praise. Now, how to handle this fiery Spearow? Logically, capturing it seemed an excellent choice, yet Cheng Tian harbored little fondness for such a Pokémon. The Spearow's temper was notoriously poor, and truth be told, its combat prowess was lacking, having only one evolution. The appearance of its evolved form, the Fearow, left much to be desired, alongside its low base stats. After much contemplation, Cheng Tian ultimately decided against capturing it. Let us continue our journey. With that, he and the electric hound pressed forward. Chapter 6, the Rattata clan. With the electric hound leading the way and Cheng Tian following closely behind, they delved deeper into the wilderness. Cheng Tian, engrossed in his phone, consulted the Dodo pigeon map, maintaining a steady exploration depth of around 8, without venturing too far. Suddenly, the electric hound halted, drawn by an intriguing scent emanating from a peculiar patch of grass. This grass was unlike the others, boasting 5 leaves that towered distinctly above the surrounding greenery, with the central leaf arching slightly backward, while the other blades swayed gently in the breeze, remaining eerily still. Curiosity piqued, the electric hound took a bite. Rulu. It yelped as the grass suddenly sprang to life, revealing a small, blue, root-like creature beneath, lacking hands but possessing 2 tiny feet. The electric hound yelped in surprise, and Cheng Tian, engrossed in his map, was equally startled. In an instant, information about the creature flashed through Cheng Tian's mind. Pokémon, walking grass. Gender, female. Nature, timid. Ability, chlorophyll. Level, 10. Inherited skills, none. Self-skills, photosynthesis, 8. Rooting, 5. Seed bomb, 3. Sleep powder, 4. Taught skills, none. The walking grass was exceedingly timid, often seeking fertile soil to bury itself and absorb nutrients. Observing the electric hound's discovery, Cheng Tian had no intention of capturing the walking grass. With a gentle reassurance to the electric hound, he departed, leaving the cautious gaze of the walking grass behind. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Cheng Tian glanced at the time. It was already noon. "Come here, Dalian Wang, it's time for us to eat." Cheng Tian had brought along only some coarse biscuits and water. He retrieved Dalian Wang's bowl and opened a packet of Orland's flavored dog food, pouring a generous portion into the dish. Woof woof. Dalian Wang looked joyfully at the plentiful meal. Cheng Tian chuckled as he affectionately patted the dog. Soon, he began his own meal. After a long morning, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired, and Dalian Wang devoured his food rapidly. In no time, the bowl was empty. Cheng Tian smiled at Dalian Wang, asking if he fancied some jerky. Woof woof. Upon hearing the mention of jerky, Dalian Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded his little head. Just as Cheng Tian pulled out a piece of jerky to feed Dalian Wang, an unexpected incident occurred. From the nearby bushes, a small figure darted out with incredible speed, racing toward Cheng Tian and snatching away the jerky. Ouch, that hurts. Cheng Tian felt a sharp pain in his hand and, looking down, discovered 6 delicate claw marks bleeding on his skin. Upon closer examination, he recognized the purple figure that was now munching on the jerky, defiantly barking at them. Cheng Tian's mind quickly processed the information about this Pokémon. Pokémon, Rattata gender, male nature, brave ability, runaway level, 10 inherited moves, none own moves, glare, 3, tackle, 6, quick attack, 6, bite, 5, sand attack, 4. Focus energy, 3, top moves. None. Dalian Wang was furious upon witnessing Cheng Tian being scratched by Rattata, especially after it had stolen his jerky. This was intolerable. Rattata disdainfully chewed on the jerky and then turned its rear toward them, unleashing a torrent of sand that left them covered in dirt. Damn it! I can't let this slide. Cheng Tian commanded. Dalian Wang, quick attack. In an instant, Dalian Wang transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly appearing before Rattata and crashing into it with great force. Rattata. The creature was knocked over but quickly rolled back onto its feet, angrily baring its teeth at Dalian Wang, a faint dark energy shimmering around its mouth. It was indeed the dark-type move, bite. Humph, we shall use bite as well. Cheng Tian commanded. Dalian Wang's jaws were significantly larger than Rattata's. Both Pokémon executed their bites simultaneously, but it was apparent that Dalian Wang inflicted slightly more damage, particularly due to the level disparity. Realizing the tide of battle was turning, Rattata took 2 steps back, attempting to flee. Its ability to run away was precisely the reason it had dared to snatch the jerky, confident that it could escape even if it was outmatched. However, this time, it had bitten off more than it could chew. Since you've come, you shan't leave, Cheng Tian declared. Dalian Wang, tackle it. Woof. Dalian Wang lunged forward, its cheeks connecting with Rattata, sending a surge of electricity coursing through. Rattata froze in place, succumbing to paralysis and unable to escape. Seeing Rattata incapacitated, Cheng Tian wore a wicked grin. Little one, where are you in such a hurry to go? The electric wolf would certainly not overlook the creature that dared to snatch its jerky. Under the relentless assault of the electric wolf, the small Rattata swiftly succumbed in battle. Victorious, the electric wolf's level ascended, and its skill, Cheek Rub, also advanced. Cheek Rub, level 9. Moreover, the electric wolf acquired a new skill, Thunder Shock, level 0. However, why was it at level 0? Cheng Tian found himself pondering this mystery and decided to instruct the electric wolf to attempt using Thunder Shock on that tree. The electric wolf tilted its head in confusion. Just concentrate your electric power and release it, Cheng Tian clarified. After several attempts, the electric wolf successfully unleashed Thunder Shock, albeit with somewhat diminished strength and range. Cheng Tian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the level of a skill corresponded to its potency. Given that the electric wolf had only recently learned this skill, it was reasonable that its power was somewhat lacking. With practice, it would surely return to its full strength. Now, the electric wolf's Thunder Shock skill had advanced to level 1. Thunder Shock, level 1. After the battle, Cheng Tian tended to his minor wounds. Although the injuries were not extensive, he was wary of potential infections. Once he had treated his wounds, he rewarded the electric wolf with a piece of jerky. Finally, he glanced at the unconscious Rattata. Leaving it there would surely spell its demise. After some contemplation, Cheng Tian decided to lift the small Rattata and place it within a dense thicket. Having accomplished this task, he waved to the electric wolf and continued onward. As they walked, he mused to himself, I truly am a kind-hearted soul. After a moment's reflection, he followed suit. They trekked for another couple of hours, and by afternoon, Cheng Tian had strayed quite far from National Highway 488. Let us take a short respite, electric wolf. Cheng Tian took a sip of water and offered some to the electric wolf as well. Just as they were resting, the grass in the distance began to rustle ominously. Woof! The electric wolf barked alertly, prompting Cheng Tian to look in that direction. To his astonishment, a massive yellow rodent leaped forth from the underbrush, unmistakably marked by its oversized front teeth. This Pokémon was none other than Raticate, the evolved form of Rattata. Pokémon, Raticate. Gender, male. Nature, stubborn. Ability, Guts. Level, 34. Inherited skills, Revenge, level 5. Own skills, Bite, level 8. Quick Attack, level 6. Focus Energy, level 4. Tackle, level 4. Hyper Fong, level 5. Pursuit, level 6. Crunch, level 10. Ambush, level 7, and Fury Swipes, level 9. Taught skills, none. Upon seeing this formidable panel, Cheng Tian could not help but gulp nervously. Soon, from various patches of grass, a growing number of Rattata emerged, gathering around the Raticate. There were perhaps 30 or 40 in total. Raticate let out a call, and from the throng of Rattata, one emerged, the very Rattata Cheng Tian had battled earlier. Damn it! If I had known, I would have let it fend for itself. Now, after defeating the small one, here comes the elder, and in a whole swarm. Cheng Tian lamented in exasperation. As little Rattata saw Cheng Tian, it let out a couple of plaintive calls and nodded towards its brethren, exclaiming, "They are bullying me." Cheng Tian slowly retrieved his Pokeball, capturing the Electrike within, and then donned an innocuous smile. "Do you have something to discuss?" he inquired, but the Rattata leader glared at him with ill intent. Suddenly, Cheng Tian's expression shifted, and he pointed towards the sky behind the Rattata, shouting, "A UFO." The Rattata horde remained unmoved, prompting Cheng Tian to pivot his gaze and exclaim, "A mongoose." Hearing the name of their nemesis, the Rattata visibly recoiled, their vigilance directed towards the void behind them, only to find nothing amiss. Rattata, enraged at being toyed with, the Rattata leader issued a command, leading its kin in pursuit of Cheng Tian. Thus commenced a frantic chase. In the distance, a blue figure observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, following closely behind. Chapter 7. The battle commences. With Cheng Tian in the lead and the Rattata horde in hot pursuit, a thrilling chase erupted through the forest. Cheng Tian sprinted desperately forward, glancing back occasionally, only to find himself spurred on by the relentless Rattata behind him. "Goodness, they just won't relent," Cheng Tian muttered through gritted teeth, narrowly evading a boulder the size of a half-person. The Rattata, however, were undeterred. The leader unleashed a radiant glow from its incisors, clamping down on the stone. Critical incisor. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered into fragments. A shiver ran down Cheng Tian's spine at the sound, acutely aware that should he be struck by such a move, losing an arm would be a trivial affair. He refrained from releasing Electrike. Their numbers were overwhelming, and Electrike's level was insufficient for a fair fight. Come on now. There's a limit to challenging foes of a higher caliber, isn't there? Pitting a level 13 against a level 34 is tantamount to seeking demise. Moreover, Electrike's shorter stature and less agile limbs would render escape all the more cumbersome. It was far more prudent to keep it contained within the Pokeball as he fled. "I'm utterly exhausted. I can't keep this up. If this continues, I will surely be caught." After all, the human physique pales in comparison to that of Pokémon, and Cheng Tian was running on empty, while the Rattata remained inexhaustibly relentless. The distance between them gradually diminished. What to do? What to do? If this carries on, I will be overtaken. Suddenly, Cheng Tian spotted a cluster of densely packed yellow cocoons hanging from the tree trunks ahead. An audacious yet perilous idea began to take shape in his mind. Although this course of action might lead him into another perilous situation, remaining ensnared in his current predicament was futile. Enough of this, I'll risk it. Cheng Tian accelerated once more, heading towards the grove. Upon reaching a grand tree within the thicket, he halted, panting heavily, yet he did not flee further. Instead, he paused to summon Electrike from its Pokeball. Rattata. The leader soon arrived with its kin, observing Cheng Tian's halt with a gleeful, cat-and-mouse demeanor. Cheng Tian's ire ignited upon witnessing this expression, feeling insulted by their underestimation. Do they truly believe I am so easily trifled with? As Cheng Tian summoned Electrike, the Rattata leader's eyes glimmered with even greater disdain. A jest? Could this diminutive creature truly stand against me? Rhydon mockingly gazed at the petite form of the electric hound. Such a feeble entity could hardly withstand the devastating blow of my incisors. You have forced my hand, Cheng Tian thought, gritting his teeth. Electric hound. Unleash an electric strike upon the insect pupae nestled in the tree. The electric hound surged with energy, releasing a powerful jolt that struck several of the pupae. A mournful cry echoed as they plummeted to the ground. Any onlooker would surely be taken aback. The fallen yellow pupae were the evolved form of the unicorn beetle Cheng Tian had previously encountered, known as iron shell pupae. These pupae typically appeared in clusters, awaiting their transformation, and where there were numerous iron shell pupae, their ultimate evolution could also be expected nearby. The Beedrill, a formidable presence in the forest. Though bug-type Pokémon generally had shorter lifespans, their terrifying reproductive rates compensated for this. Where iron shell pupae congregated, swarms of Beedrill would invariably be present to safeguard them. Should they come under threat, the Beedrill would rally to their defense, ensuring that none dared provoke them. As expected, when these iron shell pupae met their demise, it stirred a hornet's nest, and a low hum resonated from the depths of the forest. Cheng Tian chuckled to himself, swiftly scooping up the electric hound and seeking refuge in a thicket. Observing Cheng Tian's sudden movement, the Rattata leader contemplated launching an attack, but in the next moment, its pupils dilated in terror. A dense swarm of enraged Beedrill emerged from the trees, brandishing their stingers. Who dared to provoke us? Cheng Tian, hidden in the grass, was inundated with a flurry of nearly identical information panels in his mind. Pokémon Beedrill. Gender male. Nature impulsive. Ability swarm. Level 18. Inherited skills none. Own skills twin needle, fury attack, poison sting. Taught skills none. Indeed, there were a multitude, at least 60, with one leading the pack. Pokémon Beedrill. Gender female. Nature impulsive. Ability sniper. Level 31. Inherited skills pin missile 8, bug bite 8, agility 6. Own skills twin needle 10, fury attack 9, poison sting 9, pursuit 5. Taught skills none. Cheng Tian was astounded to discover that this Beedrill possessed the hidden ability sniper. No wonder it commanded respect. At that moment, the Beedrill swarm glared at the fallen iron shell pupae, brimming with fury. Aside from their natural enemy, the Sparrow clan, who would dare to provoke them? The Rattata leader sought to clarify the situation, but the furious Beedrill were unwilling to listen, brandishing their stingers at Rattata and the young Rattata. The clash between the two parties began swiftly. There was a significant disparity in their top-tier combat capabilities, one at level 31, the other at level 34. However, the ordinary combat strength was not as pronounced, and the Beedrill outnumbered the young Rattata 2-1. Each young Rattata would have to contend with 2 Beedrill. Rattata's predicament was equally dire. Despite its elevated level, it was no match for its opponent's ability to soar through the skies. Beedrill, leading the charge, executed 2 successive agility moves, significantly enhancing its speed. It then commenced a relentless assault on Rattata, firing a barrage of poison sting attacks. With no means to retaliate from a distance, Rattata could do little but evade. Although it possessed a level advantage, it lacked any ranged abilities to strike back. Seizing the opportunity, Beedrill darted in aggressively, employing its twin needle followed by a vicious poison sting that sank deep into Rattata. Rattata winced in pain, a violet hue blossoming between its brows as it succumbed to poisoning. Enraged, it unleashed a fierce bite towards Beedrill, yet with Beedrill's current swiftness, Rattata was unable to land a hit. The situation for the smaller Rattatas was even more desperate, as each faced the dual onslaught of 2 Beedrills, rendering them virtually defenseless. The Rattata clan quickly found themselves in peril. The leader, witnessing the continuous fall of its kin, was consumed by rage. It cursed the human responsible. If only it could find him, it would surely sink its teeth into his skull. It must be said that Cheng Tian's reckless provocation of battle, though perilous, yielded remarkable results, successfully diverting the Rattata clan's attention. He knew he must make haste. Lingering could lead to a confrontation with both Rattata and Beedrill should they be defeated. With the electric dog by his side, Cheng Tian crouched low and stealthily made his way out of the forest, careful not to make a sound. After traversing approximately 200 meters, the sounds of battle faded, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not been detected. Just as he planned to make a swift exit, a Beedrill suddenly emerged from the thicket before him. Cheng Tian's heart sank. What a stroke of bad luck. He quickly commanded his electric companion to charge up. The Beedrill before him was of a lower level, only level 12. Upon spotting Cheng Tian, it paused momentarily, then grew excited. Another one had slipped through. It prepared to signal its comrades with a buzzing sound, eager to alert them of the intruder. Cheng Tian felt a surge of anxiety. He could not allow it to send word. Should it succeed, he would face a dual pursuit from both Beedrills and Rattatas. At that moment, 2 puffs of white foam suddenly erupted from a nearby tree. One burst struck Beedrill squarely in the mouth, while the other landed on its wing. The cacophony ceased instantly, and Beedrill, unsteady in flight, plummeted to the ground. It struggled to shake off the sticky foam, but to no avail. It was exceptionally adhesive. Cheng Tian was taken aback. What was happening? From where had this foam come? His gaze shifted to the tree from which the foam had emerged, but the leaves merely rustled, revealing nothing. Before he could ponder further, Beedrill, swaying, attempted to take flight once more. Cheng Tian could not allow that to happen. Electric Dog. Unleash an electric shock. The electric dog released a surge of electricity that struck Beedrill. Ultimately, Beedrill failed to ascend, crashing back down. The electric spark flickered, grazing its cheek. As the electric dog dashed forward, it collided with the Beedrill, sending a surge of fine electric currents across its cheeks, momentarily paralyzing the formidable foe. All right, let us hasten our departure, Cheng Tian urged, without pausing for a moment longer, swiftly leading the electric dog away from the forest's depths. Chapter 8. The energetic Nidoking Cheng Tian sprinted northward alongside the electric dog, not once slowing his pace until exhaustion gripped him, prompting a gradual halt. Gasping for breath, he retrieved some provisions and water, offering a morsel to the electric dog while partaking in a bit himself. The fatigue was overwhelming. Their relentless run had drained even the electric dog of its vigor. This ordeal imparted a crucial lesson to Cheng Tian. Kindness towards enemies in the wild equates to cruelty towards oneself. He vowed never to commit such a folly again. Had it not been for those two glistening bubbles, the Beedrill would likely have dispatched a warning, and he would have faced relentless pursuit once more. Reflecting on that moment, he pondered the nature of those bubbles. They were remarkably adhesive. What kind of Pokémon could have produced such a phenomenon? He found himself perplexed. Once again, Cheng Tian opened his phone, accessing the Dodugo map to ascertain his current location. In his earlier haste, he had merely run northward, oblivious to any deviations in his path. Yet fortune favored him. Despite the winding route, his general direction remained correct. The pressing question now was what course of action to take next. Having narrowly escaped danger, he noted the time was now 5 p.m. Should he continue his quest for Pokémon or establish a campsite? After contemplation, he concluded that setting up camp was the wiser choice. The prospect of searching for Pokémon without a secure resting place would be perilous come nightfall, especially since many Pokémon emerged under the cover of darkness. Known predators that he felt ill-prepared to confront. With his decision made, Cheng Tian and the electric dog commenced their search for an appropriate campsite, one that offered ample foliage for concealment and minimal visibility. After approximately half an hour of searching, they finally stumbled upon a suitable location. Nestled against a massive boulder and surrounded by dense shrubs, it presented an ideal spot for a campsite. Once resolved, Cheng Tian and the electric dog gathered kindling and stacked it together, igniting the pile with a lighter. As the flames flickered to life, Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction. The fire would provide warmth and security. He then unfurled his sleeping bag upon the ground and, having previously acquired insect repellent, sprayed a perimeter around the campsite. A simple yet effective encampment had been established. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Cheng Tian decided to rest here for the night. Woof! Turning, he spotted the electric dog wagging its tail. Cheng Tian knelt down, gently stroking the electric dog. You've worked hard today. The praise elicited a joyful response, as the electric dog's tail wagged even faster. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. As Cheng Tian and Electric Wong busily prepared, Electric Wong seemed to have spotted something, calling out and darting towards a patch of grass. Wait, don't run off, Electric Wong, Cheng Tian exclaimed, fearing for Electric Wong's safety as he hurriedly followed. Upon pushing through the bushes, Cheng Tian saw Electric Wong's head poking out, seemingly observing something. Cheng Tian also emerged to see, in the distance beneath a fruit tree, a Pokémon enjoying the fruit. The creature was adorned in purple, with deep purple patches, large ears of a vibrant teal hue, small front teeth, and tiny red eyes, topped with poisonous horns. Its back bore 3 rows of venomous spines, the central row being notably longer, and it possessed short limbs with 2 toes. Cheng Tian instantly recognized this Pokémon, Nidoran. Gender, male. Personality, cheerful. Ability, vital spirit. Level, 13. Inherited moves, supersonic, 5. Poison tail, 5. Help, 3. Personal moves, double kick, 6. Focus energy, 4. Peck, 6. Poison sting, 5. Top moves, poison jab, 5. Cheng Tian could hardly believe his eyes. What was he witnessing? A Nidoran, no less, with the hidden ability vital spirit, paired with a cheerful disposition, an exceptional Nidoran. A Nidoran with the vital spirit ability would evolve into a Nidoking with the ability sheer force. Sheer force, the additional effects of moves are negated, allowing for a higher damage output. If Nidoking could be equipped with a life orb, it would transform into a terrifying frontline offensive machine. Life orb increases move power by approximately 30, but incurs recoil damage with each attack. A Pokémon with the sheer force ability ignores this drawback when using moves with additional effects, suffering no HP loss. Cheng Tian was profoundly tempted. He desired this Nidoran. Currently, the Nidoran was feasting on the fruit, entirely unguarded, an opportune moment to strike. Without hesitation, Cheng Tian commanded Electric Wong to prepare for charge. With a bark, Electric Wong's body began to crackle with a surge of electricity, evidently having used charge more frequently that day. Its charge level had escalated to level 4, resulting in even more electricity coursing through its body. Charge 4. In a flash of lightning, Electric Wong gathered energy in its hind legs and suddenly surged forward at an incredible speed, colliding forcefully with Nidoran's head. Nidoran was knocked over, struggling to rise. Upon noticing the ambush, it let out an enraged cry, its horn beginning to shimmer with a purple glow, culminating in a rapid release of a poisonous spike. Dodging, Electric Wong swiftly evaded the poison needle and retaliated with an electric shock. Leaning to the left, Electric Wong narrowly avoided the toxic projectile. A final surge of electricity struck Nidoran. In pain, Nidoran opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful sound wave, supersonic. Cheng Tian quickly covered his ears as Electric Wong, after a flash, bit down on Nidoran, its fangs crackling with dark energy. Yet, Nidoran countered with agility, leaping into the air, its powerful hind legs delivering a kick to Electric Wong's back. Double kick. Electric Wong clamped down on empty air, suffering considerable damage in the process. As it descended, the electric dog executed a cheek rub. The moment Nidoran plummeted, the electric dog's cheek rub struck true, applying a paralysis effect. However, Nidoran remained unaffected for the time being, its horn emanating a purple hue as it unleashed a poison sting attack. The electric dog yelped in agony as the toxic assault hit, its visage marred by the encroaching purple, succumbing to a state of poisoning. Nidoran had underestimated its opponent. Just as it prepared to launch another poison sting, a sudden paralysis coursed through its body, interrupting the attack. The paralysis effect had finally taken hold. Cheng Tian swiftly retrieved a Poké Ball, enlarging it before hurling it towards Nidoran. Upon contact, the Poké Ball burst open, engulfing Nidoran in a beam of crimson light. The ball fell to the ground and began to shake. Once, twice. On the second shake, the lid unexpectedly popped open, and Nidoran emerged with an enraged cry. How could this be? Cheng Tian lamented. Nidoran, a relatively easy Pokémon to capture, should have been subdued given its depleted stamina and the added paralysis effect. Yet, fate conspired against Cheng Tian. The Hippo Pokémon had been captured. Of all things, a Master Ball guarantees a 100 capture rate. What were you thinking? It seemed the only option was to render it incapable of battle. Just as Cheng Tian prepared to issue another command, a poison sting shot out from the nearby bushes, striking the electric dog. It yelped in pain, one leg half kneeling, perilously close to collapse. Cheng Tian's expression darkened. Nidoran typically appeared in pairs, and indeed, a pale blue Nidorina burst forth from the foliage, baring its teeth and howling in anger. Pokémon, Nidorina. Gender, female. Nature, reserved. Ability, Poison Point. Level, 13. Inherited moves, Helping Hand 3, Supersonic 5. Own moves, Glare, 6, Double Kick 6, Focus Energy 4, Peck 6, Poison Sting 5. Top moves, none. Seeing her injured partner, Nidorina roared in fury, launching a poison sting directly at Cheng Tian. The electric dog attempted to assist, but the effects of poisoning steadily drained its strength, leaving it unable to catch up. Fortunately, Cheng Tian was quick enough to evade the incoming poison sting. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another poison sting was unleashed. Chapter 9. The Ninja-like Froakie. The poison sting darted toward Cheng Tian's face with incredible speed, and he closed his eyes. This was it. His handsome visage was doomed. It must be said, this foolish creature was indeed foolish, still preening even at such a critical moment. Just as the poison sting was about to strike, a bubble shot forth, narrowly intercepting the attack. Cheng Tian waited, expecting pain, but it never came. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes to find a new mound of white foam at his feet. Nidorina paused, clearly bewildered as to who had thwarted its assault. At that moment, a water balloon was launched from the tree behind Cheng Tian, striking Nidoran. The water balloon erupted, releasing layers of aquatic energy waves. Nidoran suffered a blow, and a figure leapt down from the tree. Guagua. This was the rapid identification of the Pokémon in Cheng Tian's mind. Pokémon, Froakie. Gender, male. Nature, mischievous. Ability, Torrent. Level, 12. Inherited skills, Mind's Eye, 1. Enhanced Punch, 1. Ice Punch, 3. Personal skills, Glare, 3. Bubble, 6. Round, 2. Pound, 4. Vocal, 3. Lick, 3. Water Pulse, 3. Taught skills, Water Gun, 4. Leaf Tornado, 6. Cheng Tian was astonished. How could a Froakie exist in such a desolate wilderness? However, he was soon taken aback, uttering an expletive at the inherited skills it possessed. The reason for his reaction was a particular special skill he noticed while examining Froakie's panel. Mind's Eye, 1. Is your father Articuno? How did you learn this skill? Froakie is a light blue frog-like Pokémon, characterized by its large yellow eyes, which sometimes appear oval and other times squint into narrow slits. A deep blue stripe adorns its head, while its hands and the junction of its arms and palms are white, resembling a pair of white gloves. Its mouth, nose, back, and neck are adorned with white bubbles, giving its back and neck a bundled appearance. Froakie emits bubbles from its chest and back, delicately enveloping its body to protect its skin. This particular Froakie was somewhat unique. Its face was enveloped in its own bubbles, leaving only its two large yellow eyes visible. Cheng Tian felt a sense of familiarity, recalling that in a story, Ji's Froakie made a similar entrance, as if wearing a mask reminiscent of a ninja. The Froakie gazed at Cheng Tian with a complex expression. Unexpectedly, it had decided to intervene. Since the moment Froakie encountered Cheng Tian with the Rattata, it had followed him, witnessing Cheng Tian defeat the Rattata without delivering a fatal blow. Instead, hiding it away left Froakie astonished. In the wild, defeat often meant death, and Cheng Tian's actions were perceived by Froakie as an act of compassion, earning its approval. However, the fact that this human had spared the Rattata was something Froakie held a grudge against. As Froakie contemplated assisting Cheng Tian, it recalled its master's words. Ninja Rule Number 10. Do not involve yourself in matters unrelated to your mission. Just as it hesitated, Cheng Tian had already left with his electric dog. Froakie paused momentarily. Regardless, their paths were aligned, so it decided to follow along. Completing its master's mission was paramount. Unsurprisingly, Cheng Tian found himself pursued, yet Froakie refrained from intervening and instead trailed behind. Observing Cheng Tian's daring act of luring the enemies, Froakie's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such audacity was something even Froakie might not have dared to attempt. Yet this human not only did it, but managed to escape. However, Cheng Tian's luck appeared to be lacking, as he was soon spotted by a tardy Beedrill. At a critical juncture, the Guagua bubble frog emitted 2 puffs of foam before swiftly concealing itself. Engaging in acts of kindness is an essential quality of a ninja. Thus it reassured itself that its actions did not contravene the code of conduct imparted by its master. Observing Cheng Tian's departure, the Guagua bubble frog refrained from pursuing him further. It had its own mission. These items were imperative for its master, who was in dire need of them. After a long journey, it had finally arrived at this location. However, lurking below was a Nidoran. The Guagua bubble frog, exhibiting remarkable patience, chose to wait until the Nidoran had its fill before attempting to collect the fruits. As the 5th tenet of the Ninja Code advocates avoiding unnecessary conflict unless it conflicts with one's mission. Yet, at that moment, Cheng Tian unexpectedly reappeared and launched an attack. The Guagua bubble frog was taken aback to encounter this human once more. Did he also covet these orange fruits? The ensuing events unfolded rapidly as the Guagua bubble frog noticed that the odds were stacked against it, prompting it to take action. Cheng Tian was startled. But now was not the time for astonishment, as the Nidoran's poisonous needles were already hurtling towards them. Be careful, Cheng Tian instinctively cautioned. But the Guagua bubble frog reacted with remarkable swiftness, tearing a clump of foam from its neck and hurling it to intercept the poisonous attack. With agility, the Guagua bubble frog leaped forward, bounding onto the grass and closing the gap between itself and the Nidoran. 2 water cones materialized in its hands, poised for a precise strike. It was a technique reminiscent of the iconic sword slash. Please refrain from criticism, the Koga Ninja Frog. An inspiration for this Guagua bubble frog certainly has its own unique attributes. The Nidoran's horn shimmered with a purple hue as it opted for close combat with a toxic thrust, underestimating the slender form of the Guagua bubble frog. believing it could withstand no more than 2 of its strikes. Undeterred, the Guagua bubble frog crossed its water cones to parry the assault. However, being of a higher level, the Nidoran's strength was distinctly superior, and the poisonous horn inched closer to the Guagua bubble frog. Just then, a jet of water erupted from the white foam adorning the Guagua bubble frog's face, striking the Nidoran unexpectedly and significantly diminishing its power. Seizing the opportunity, the Guagua bubble frog deftly maneuvered away, condensing a water sphere between its small white hands and launching it forward. The wave of water surged forth. Despite being at a disadvantage in level, the Guagua bubble frog exhibited a wealth of combat experience, skillfully navigating the battle. The Nidoran, struck, let out a pained cry. The Guagua bubble frog, eager to capitalize on its advantage, unleashed another sword slash. However, just then, a poisonous needle suddenly struck the Guagua bubble frog, inflicting pain and interrupting its skill release, leaving it in a state of poisoning. Turning back, it recognized the Nidoran, which had just been paralyzed. Although incapacitated, the paralysis did not render the foe completely immobile, presenting a challenging predicament for the Guagua bubble frog. Suddenly, a surge of electricity struck the Nidoran, an electric shock unleashed by the electric dog. In the fleeting moments just past, Cheng Tian hurriedly approached and administered an antidote to the electric dog, alleviating its poisoned state. Although its strength remained diminished, it was now capable of serving as a distant artillery, unleashing its skills. The Froggie, however, was not alone. Observing the situation, the Froggie hesitated no longer and once again conjured a slicing attack. Nidoran retaliated with a poison sting, yet this time, the Froggie opted for offense, launching 2 water spikes in a relentless assault, while Nidoran, with only a single horn, clearly struggled to defend itself. The electric dog struck once more with a bolt of electricity, which Nidoran could not evade, resulting in a direct hit. The Froggie followed up with its slicing attack, landing a blow on Nidoran. Nidoran fell to the ground, yet still retained its fighting spirit, glaring fiercely at the Froggie as it crawled slowly towards Nidorino. Moved by Nidoran's determination, the Froggie refrained from further attacking, understanding that no matter the circumstances, one must always remain with their partner. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian's actions were unrelenting. He produced another Pokeball and hurled it towards Nidorino. A flash of red light illuminated the scene as the Pokeball struck the ground and began to shake. Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. How could he not seize such an opportunity? The Pokeball trembled 3 times, and just as Cheng Tian believed, he had successfully captured it. With a loud pop, Nidorino broke free once more. Cheng Tian's face contorted in confusion. What kind of luck was this? Even in such a state, it refused to be captured. Cheng Tian felt as though fate was conspiring against him. To his further dismay, after Nidorino had once again entered a Pokeball, it emerged unscathed from its paralysis, sprinting swiftly towards Nidoran, hoping to escape together. In a flurry, Cheng Tian grabbed another Pokeball. But just as he prepared to enlarge it, both Nidorino and Nidoran had already fled. His future frontline powerhouse had vanished. Cheng Tian was on the verge of tears. Utterly despondent, the Froggie, covered in foam, made no attempt to pursue them, but instead wandered towards a fruit tree, plucking the blue orange berries and stuffing them into the foam adorning its neck. Thanks to the adhesive quality of the foam, the berries remained securely in place. Cheng Tian retrieved a bottle of healing ointment and tended to the electric dog's wounds, then took a few orange berries from his backpack to feed to it. He cast a curious glance at the Froggie, who was busily stuffing itself with the berries, pondering whether it had a particular fondness for these fruits. After a moment's reflection, he approached the Froggie. Upon noticing Cheng Tian's approach, the Froggie's foam, or rather its mask, seemed to swell even more, as if it feared that Cheng Tian might glimpse its true face. The 3rd rule of the Ninja Code: do not easily remove your mask, for it may prevent others from seeing your face and subsequently hunting you down. Thank you, Froggie, he said. Guagua, exclaimed the Froggie, taken aback, realizing it had been recognized. When had this occurred? Was it during the recent battle? It was certain it had not removed its mask. The Froggie counted carefully. In just this single day, it seemed to have violated 3 tenets of the Ninja Code. I'm sorry, Master. I have disappointed you. Unbeknownst to Cheng Tian, he emptied the contents of his backpack, spilling out a multitude of orange berries. Thank you for rescuing us earlier, and for your timely assistance against that formidable foe, he expressed, addressing the creature with a cheerful bark. The Froakie, wagging its little tail, acknowledged his gratitude with a croak. upon seeing such an abundance of oran berries. Frokie's eyes sparkled with delight, signifying that the task assigned by its master had been successfully accomplished. However, a dilemma soon arose. With so many berries, it found itself unable to carry them all. After contemplating for a moment, Froakie gestured, and Cheng Tian inferred its meaning. "You mean these fruits are meant for someone else who is in dire need of them?" Froakie nodded appreciatively. Indeed, this individual exhibited remarkable virtue. Yet, Cheng Tian's thoughts diverged. Having established a rapport with Froakie, he contemplated delivering the berries first, perhaps swaying Froakie to become his inaugural Pokémon. With this notion, a sense of cleverness filled him with delight. Chapter 10. The Master of Ninjas. There was little to be done. Cheng Tian's possessions were minimal, merely requiring him to roll up his sleeping bag for storage. Before departing, Froakie extinguished the campfire with a water gun, preventing any potential wildfire. After the flames were quelled, Cheng Tian remarked, "Lead the way, Froakie." Nodding in agreement, Froakie leaped ahead to forge the path. As twilight descended, Cheng Tian and his two Pokémon traversed the forest. The nocturnal woodland came alive, revealing a plethora of Pokémon that had remained hidden during the day, transforming the forest into a veritable paradise for hunting. Froakie proceeded cautiously, maintaining a deliberate pace. Soon, it halted abruptly, turning to Cheng Tian with a gesture that signaled for him to pause. Without hesitation, he complied. Following Froakie's line of sight, he discerned a vast spider's web stretched between two trees approximately 200 meters ahead, where a colossal Pokémon lay in wait. Cheng Tian immediately recognized it as a level 28 Ariados. This creature, known for emitting a unique webbing from its rear, became an active hunter at night. Its ability to produce silk from both its rear and mouth rendered it difficult to discern its true head. With tiny claws at the front of its feet, it could traverse ceilings or vertical surfaces with ease. Upon spotting prey, it would ensnare its victim with thin, sturdy threads, immobilizing them before devouring them slowly. Undoubtedly, Ariados was a fearsome predator, and the one before them lay motionless on its web, biding its time for unsuspecting prey. Froakie and Cheng Tian shared a silent understanding. It was clear they were no match for the Ariados. Moreover, the creature might have companions, as it was known to participate in collective hunts. Although only one was visible at that moment. Opting for caution, they decided to circumvent the area, continuing their journey. However, unbeknownst to them, another lurking Ariados perched on a tree behind them, observing their every move. As Cheng Tian prepared to depart, Alitos swiftly unleashed a delicate thread of silk. The emission of this silk was subtle, drawing no attention from those nearby, and it adhered itself to the backpack of Cheng Tian. As Cheng Tian ventured farther away, the thread continued to lengthen. At this juncture, another Alitos appeared, bringing the total to 3. Among them, the Alitos perched on the tree clearly assumed the role of the leader, casting a cruel smile in the direction Cheng Tian had taken. Unbeknownst to Cheng Tian and his companions, they remained oblivious to the unfolding scenario. Cautiously, they navigated their way through the forest, skillfully avoiding numerous Pokémon, all of which were nocturnal hunters. At one point, they encountered a level 15 Heracross, but fortunately, the Froakie reacted swiftly, using its lick attack before Heracross could strike, successfully paralyzing it. Sensing the opportunity, Cheng Tian urged his Electrike to deliver a swift tackle to Heracross's face. With the double paralysis, Heracross was rendered immobile. Froakie and Electrike continued their assault, and before long, Heracross succumbed to defeat. This encounter was relatively quiet, in the stillness of the nighttime forest. Any considerable commotion could attract more formidable predators. Thus, Froakie and Cheng Tian opted to incapacitate Heracross first. Even though Electrike's electric-type moves might attract attention at night, he chose to bite down instead, as dark-type moves were less effective against bug types. After vanquishing Heracross, Cheng Tian and his companions pressed onward. During their journey, Cheng Tian glanced at the Dojuo map. Although they had delved deeper into the forest, they were gradually approaching the Fan River. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after traversing for over 3 hours, they reached the edge of the woods, revealing a modest lake. To call it an endpoint would be misleading, as the surrounding area remained wooded, merely featuring this lake. With the moon now high in the sky, its silvery light danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Cheng Tian, illuminated by the moonlight, could finally discern his surroundings. Clearly, this was not the Fan River, yet a lake was present. At this moment, Froakie became animated, croaking excitedly and beckoning Cheng Tian to hurry. On the southern side of the lake, Nestled against the forest lay a cave. Froakie led Cheng Tian toward the cave, suggesting they had arrived at their destination. As they approached, Cheng Tian noticed the cave's entrance was significantly large, towering above him. Together with Froakie, he stepped inside, only to be astonished by the remarkable cleanliness and tidiness of the interior. Although somewhat dim, he could see the ground was covered with broad, dry leaves. They crunched softly underfoot, and the air within the cave was surprisingly fresh, indicating excellent ventilation. Upon returning to this sanctuary, Froakie visibly relaxed. "Is this the place you mentioned?" Cheng Tian inquired. Froakie nodded affirmatively. However, a sense of unease settled over Cheng Tian as he noted the absence of any inhabitants or Pokémon. Just then, he felt a chilling presence creeping up his neck, causing him to freeze in fear. As I cautiously observed, I noticed a razor-sharp claw poised perilously close to my neck. Less than a centimeter away, Cheng Tian was terrified to the point of tears, stuttering, "This esteemed warrior, what is the meaning of this? This cannot be, this cannot be." Upon witnessing Cheng Tian's imminent peril, Rhydon Wang bared his teeth and shouted in anger. Cheng Tian's heart tightened. "Brother, please, I beg you stop yelling. This could truly be fatal." The Quaquaw Pow frog, equally astonished, croaked urgently, as if attempting to clarify something. After a prolonged moment, Cheng Tian sensed that the claw was gradually withdrawing from his neck, allowing him to exhale in relief. Thud, thud, the sound of massive footsteps resonated behind him, prompting Cheng Tian to turn around, only to behold a towering figure. Information about this Pokémon rapidly flashed through his mind. Pokémon, Torterra. Gender, male. Nature, reserved. Ability, overgrow. Level, 58. Inherited moves, Night Slash, 9, Sand Attack, 9, Stomp, 6, Mud Shot, 10. Personal moves, Head Smash, 10, Mud Throw, 9, Scratch, 6, Withdraw, 10. Water Gun, 10, Fury Swipes, 8, Ancient Power, 7, Rock Polish, 9, Cut, 9, Sharp Claw, 9, Shell Blade, 10, Shell Smash, 6, Cross Chop, 8, Stone Edge, 7. Torterra had 4 limbs, its body adorned with a striking orange and brown coloration, and its thick, sturdy armor rendered it nearly impervious to attack. "W8, you're incredibly powerful." Cheng Tian gasped, overwhelmed by its formidable level and an array of techniques. This was undoubtedly the most formidable Pokémon he had encountered since his reincarnation here. The gaze of Torterra was as calm as still water, yet it radiated an undeniable strength, with the cruel scars etched upon its tough armor, showcasing its impressive battle history and prowess. What confounded Cheng Tian the most was that such a colossal creature had approached him without a sound, its claw resting upon his neck with alarming stealth. He had no doubt that, even if he possessed 10 lives, he would have perished at its whim. Quaquaw Pow frog, filled with excitement, leaped towards Torterra, croaking incessantly, its eyes brimming with admiration and respect. Upon hearing the incessant croaking, Torterra's gaze shifted from Cheng Tian, its wariness noticeably diminishing. It realized that this foolish apprentice had indicated that this human was the one who had aided it. While still cautious, it was evidently more relaxed. Cheng Tian, no fool himself, retrieved his backpack and poured out the previously gathered orange berries onto the ground, sheepishly gesturing towards Torterra. "These were collected by Quaquaw Pow frog," he said. Torterra slightly inclined its body, as if apologizing for its earlier actions, prompting Cheng Tian to wave his hands dismissively. No, it's quite all right. I don't mind." Upon hearing this, Torterra settled down and began to consume the orange berries, thoughtfully dividing them into 2 piles, one for Quaquaw Pow frog and the other for Cheng Tian. However, Cheng Tian chose not to accept the offering, for he noticed a long gash along Torterra's waist. Although some parts had begun to scab over, blood was still seeping from the wound. Cheng Tian suddenly comprehended why Quaquaw Pow sought the vibrant orange fruits. It was likely to aid the severely injured Comex. For although wild Pokémon possess formidable self-healing abilities, particularly grave injuries necessitate medicinal assistance or other remedies. The orange fruits were among such remedies, as they could restore a Pokémon's vitality. The Comex before him, if his assumptions were correct, must be the mentor of Quaquaw Pow. He discerned this from the information panels of both Pokémon, which displayed the move slice. This skill, if not inherited from one's parents, could only be acquired through a technical machine or the tutelage of another Pokémon. It was beyond the reach of mere self-learning. Moreover, The profound respect Gua Pao exhibited towards Comex illuminated the nature of their relationship. After a prolonged silence, Cheng Tian cautiously spoke, "Comex, it appears you are gravely injured. May I offer my assistance in your healing?" Upon hearing this, Gua Pao was elated. Astonished that Cheng Tian would extend such help, Comex, however, pondered for a considerable time. It was no fool, recognizing that Cheng Tian would not extend kindness without reason. Having traversed many experiences in its long life, Comex had witnessed more than Gua Pao. In its youth, it had been a formidable figure within its clan, only to be ousted after failing to claim the leadership position. Thus, it journeyed westward, distancing itself from the familiar shores of its past. Along the way, it encountered both bitterness and a plethora of new sights. Ultimately, it arrived at this forest and settled by a serene lake. Noticing Comex's hesitation, Cheng Tian hastily reassured, "You need not overthink this. With your strength, I can offer little more than my assistance." At this, Comex slowly nodded in agreement. Cheng Tian, seeing this response, retrieved some healing ointment from his backpack and approached. As he drew near, the severity of the wound became increasingly apparent. Surrounding the gash was a faint purplish hue, indicative of poison. No wonder Comex struggled to recover. It was indeed poisoned. Cheng Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that the Pokémon capable of inflicting such a wound must possess considerable strength as well. Comex remained silent in response. Cheng Tian, undeterred, presented a vial of antidote and sprayed it onto the wound. The poison was potent. It took 3 vials before the toxin was eradicated. Subsequently, Cheng Tian generously applied 2 vials of healing ointment to Comex. Throughout the entire process, Comex remained stoic. After completing the treatment, Cheng Tian observed the wound beginning to heal at an astonishing pace, allowing him to exhale in relief. "There, it is done. You should be fully healed in no time," he stated. Comex nodded in acknowledgement, its gaze towards Cheng Tian softening considerably. The sensation within its own body was unmistakable. This human had indeed aided in its recovery. Gua Pao gazed at Cheng Tian with gratitude, extending its small white hand to retrieve a blue-orange fruit from the foam around its neck. After gently wiping it, it presented the fruit to Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian did not refuse this time. Instead, he smiled and expressed his gratitude. He gently patted the head of Gua Pao and accepted the orange fruit, savoring it. After finishing his meal, Cheng Tian turned to the tortoise armor giant and inquired, "Tortoise armor giant, it is quite late now. May I stay here for the night?" The tortoise armor giant nodded, acknowledging Cheng Tian's assistance, and readily consented to his request for accommodation. Having received the tortoise armor giant's approval, Cheng Tian took out his provisions and water, as well as food for the electric hound, and they dined together. Once they had finished their meal, just as Cheng Tian and the electric hound were unrolling their sleeping bags in preparation for rest, the tortoise armor giant suddenly appeared to sense something amiss. Warily lifting its head, with a swift motion, the tortoise armored giant vanished into the cavern. Cheng Tian was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Gua Pao, electric hound. Let us venture outside and see what is transpiring." Chapter 11. With your strength, it is best to flee quickly. Cheng Tian hastened to the entrance of the cave. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a bright light that illuminated the surroundings. The tortoise armor giant stood motionless in a clearing, intently gazing towards the trees ahead. The woods appeared eerily silent, as if in slumber, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Suddenly, 3 strands of silk shot forth from 3 distinct directions, aimed directly at the tortoise armor giant. Contrary to expectation, the massive creature demonstrated remarkable agility, evading what seemed like certain entrapment. With a mere sidestep, 1 strand grazed its neck, while the other 2 missed, brushing past its underarms and waist. As the 3 strands fell short, 3 venomous needles followed closely. This time, the tortoise armored giant swung 1 arm, sending 3 clumps of mud flying to intercept the incoming needles, successfully neutralizing the threat. It was evident that the tortoise armor giant possessed exceptional skill control, having just executed its inherited ability, Mud Shot. The precision required to release the skill and intercept the needles in such a brief span of time was no trivial feat. A cold glint flickered in the tortoise armor giant's eyes as it gently stomped its left foot on the ground, causing a row of stone spires to erupt and launch towards the distant underbrush. Suddenly, 3 Pokémon leapt from the thicket, evading the tortoise armor giant's rocky assault. The pink, large spider was none other than the Ariados that Cheng Tian and his companions had encountered earlier. The information on the trio of Ariados was nearly identical, with one being a larger specimen at level 28, while the other two were at level 27. Pokémon, Ariados. Gender, male. Nature, calm. Ability, insomnia. Level, 28. Inherited skill, sticky web, 6. Personal skills, swords dance, 6. Focus energy, 5. Liquid trap, 7. Toxic spikes, 8. Bug bite, 6. Poison sting, 10. String shot, 10. Leech life, 6. Bind, 5. Nightshade, 5. Fury swipes, 7. Ambush, 8. Taught skill, leech life, 7. This was the Ariados from that time. Why had it followed them? Cheng Tian was perplexed, but at that moment, the system automatically provided an explanation. Ding. Ariados does not build nests in fixed locations. Instead, it roams in search of prey once the surroundings darken. At times, it ensnares its prey with silk, only to release it deliberately. By following the thread, it can ensnare both the target and its companions in one fell swoop. Cheng Tian felt a chill in his heart. It seemed this was the reason. It was likely that the Ariados had discovered them long ago, yet instead of rushing into action, they had devised a cunning plan to ascertain their ultimate location and whether there was more food to be captured. Truly, one could never be too cautious, Cheng Tian mused. However, this time they had misjudged their opponent. The Ariados were equally astonished to find an old adversary present. Yet, the few companions behind him were notably weak. Any one of the three Ariados could easily dispatch them. In an instant, a strategy had formed in their minds. What was there to fear? 3 against merely an old fellow. 2 Ariados charged towards the Torterra, while one lingered at a distance. At that moment, the 2 leading Ariados unleashed their terrifying move. Nightmare Face, manifesting monstrous visages above their heads. One of them accelerated, suddenly appearing before the Torterra. Its mouth enveloped in bug-type energy as it swiftly employed bug bite against the creature's limbs. These Ariados clearly possessed significant combat experience, with so many limbs at their disposal. It was imperative to first subdue this old foe. The combination of a surprise attack and bug bite was an excellent choice. In the face of the surprise assault, the Torterra exhibited no sign of panic. All its limbs retracted into its shell, effectively evading the attack while bolstering its defenses. The massive form of Torterra leapt into the air and crashed heavily to the ground, unleashing a surge of earth energy that radiated from its center. With a powerful stomp, the 2 Ariados were sent tumbling. Torterra extended a limb, utilizing Fissure to strike at the 2 Ariados. Clang. Torterra employed Rock Polish, successfully intercepting the lethal strike. The battle between the Torterra and the Ariados was a spectacle for Cheng Tian and his companions. The admiration from Froakie towards Torterra was palpable. Master is truly formidable. Froakie exclaimed, "When will I ever reach Master S level?" Cheng Tian silently marveled. Torterra was indeed awe-inspiring, facing 3 adversaries without a hint of trepidation, even dominating the confrontation. Despite the disparity in levels, Torterra did not recklessly launch attacks like the Ariados. Each move expended minimal energy and utilized the simplest techniques to counteract the opponent's advances. This calm and composed demeanor was a testament to the battle skills honed through countless encounters, embodying the essence of a seasoned ninja, adapting to the ever-changing circumstances with steadfastness. The battle raged on. Due to the distraction caused by the trailing Ariados, Torterra had been unable to deliver a decisive blow, allowing the 2 fallen Ariados to rise once more. But would Torterra grant them respite? Boulders materialized from thin air, ominously blocking the retreat of the Ariados. With their escape route sealed, Torterra swiftly launched an attack, targeting one of the Ariados with critical hit, its massive body surging forward with astonishing speed. With a precise strike, the vital spot of the Ariados was hit. A flash of white light surged forth, cleaving down upon the creature's head. The relentless barrage of attacks swiftly incapacitated the already disadvantaged Ariados. Witnessing its companion's fall, another Ariados, eyes gleaming with madness, lunged forward in a frantic bid to utilize its leeching ability against the Turtwig. Turtwig hesitated momentarily, releasing a chilling gust of icy wind that ensnared the Ariados in frost. Thus, both Ariados were vanquished. Just as Cheng Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly lunged toward his Froakie. It was the remaining Ariados, its eyes ablaze with a frenzied determination, ready to unleash a bug bite. Cheng Tian thought, I must not let it drag one of us down. Alarm surged through him. The dying struggle of a Pokémon was not something to be taken lightly. Froakie, caught off guard, instinctively shut its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Tian dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Froakie. To his astonishment, the anticipated pain did not strike him. When Froakie opened its eyes, it found Cheng Tian standing resolutely in front of it. Froak. Cheng Tian's gaze fixed intently upon the maddened Ariados before him. The sound that had just echoed was not his own. Before him, the Ariados remained wild-eyed. Yet a deeper sense of unwillingness pervaded its expression as the bug-type energy around its mandibles began to dissipate. Suddenly, a claw radiating a brilliant white light pierced through its body. Behind it, Turtwig's eyes gleamed with a deadly resolve. How dare it attack his foolish apprentice? It was akin to inviting disaster upon itself. In a swift, nearly incomprehensible motion, Turtwig traversed nearly 50 meters, unleashing its shell blade ability that struck true, penetrating the heart of the Ariados. One decisive blow, the Ariados collapsed, its body oozing with dark ichor. The metallic scent of blood filled Cheng Tian's nostrils, igniting a primal fear within him. In just one day, he had encountered death's shadow twice. Had he known the peril that awaited, he would have sought a Pokémon for companionship. Turtwig turned, casting a cold glance at the now unfrozen Ariados, its meaning clear. With your strength, it is wise to flee. Trembling, the Ariados, in utter terror, forgot its fallen comrade and bolted into the depths of the forest. The experience was harrowing. It would forever haunt its memories. Chapter 12, Will you walk with me? Turtwig observed the fleeing Ariados, but chose not to pursue. Instead, it lifted the unconscious and lifeless Ariados from the ground and made its way toward the lake. With a powerful heave, it cast the two Ariados into the depths of the water. Having completed this grim task, Turtwig approached Cheng Tian, bowing slightly in gratitude for his earlier act of selflessness. The wariness in its gaze had vanished. Froakie croaked, touched by the gesture. Cheng Tian knelt down, affectionately stroking Froakie's head, assuring it, it's all right. After all, we are partners. As the Kappa frog pondered, it became evident that today, Cheng Tian had not only collaborated with it to vanquish Nidoran and Nidorina, but had also assisted in delivering the orange fruit, proactively offered to tend to its master's injuries, and just moments ago, had selflessly shielded it from peril. In light of these events, it was undeniable that they had forged a genuine bond. The once warm sleeping bag now felt frigid again, prompting Cheng Tian to shake his head in resignation. He would have to warm up his bed anew. Woof! Upon witnessing this, the electric dog nestled into Cheng Tian's sleeping bag, eventually emerging with a tiny head and affectionately licking Cheng Tian's face with its damp tongue. Haha, stop it, electric dog. The Kappa frog gazed at Cheng Tian and the electric dog, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy. Their camaraderie was truly delightful, it mused. Noticing Kappa frog's unwavering gaze, Cheng Tian contemplated for a moment before inquiring, Kappa frog, would you like to give it a try? As he spoke, he shifted slightly to create a space. Kappa frog hesitated at first, but after much contemplation, it could no longer resist and leapt over to burrow in beside him. Ha ha ha, Kappa frog, your bubbles are so amusing. All sticky. Cheng Tian then mused. Have you ever ventured outside? Kappa frog paused. Outside. I train out there every day. I meant to explore the city. It's quite fascinating, Cheng Tian elaborated, retrieving his phone. He pulled up videos from his gallery to show Kappa frog. Look, this is the city where I live. He displayed a photo he had taken while sneaking out during evening study sessions, capturing the city's vibrant nightscape, adorned with countless lights. Kappa frog was mesmerized, seeing the city for the first time. And here's another one, a photo of my friend Bai Yun and me during an outing. Cheng Tian showcased a photograph of himself, Bai Yun, and Lin Lin at an amusement park, where Lin Lin was joyfully indulging in an ice cream cone, only for Bai Yun to cheekily smash the ice cream onto her face moments later. In a video, a Blaze Monkey and an Electivire engaged in fierce close combat, with Electivire unleashing thunderous punches while Blaze Monkey retaliated with its own powerful strikes. The battle culminated when Blaze Monkey ignited its fiery state, employing the Flare Blitz technique, enveloping itself in a formidable blaze and decisively defeating Electivire. Wow! Kappa Frog's eyes sparkled with excitement. These two Pokémon are incredibly strong. Cheng Tian nodded enthusiastically. What do you think? Isn't it exhilarating? I have plenty more videos like this. observing the lively exchange between Cheng Tian and Kappa Frog, the giant tortoise armor, seated by the cave entrance, felt a mix of nostalgia and wistfulness. Sighing, it reflected, "Alas, my foolish apprentice has grown up." It recalled the time when Kappa Frog was merely an egg. That was last winter, and now, almost a year had passed since the little one had hatched. The previous winter had seen heavy snowfall, and after completing its routine training that day, the giant tortoise armor had retired early to rest. That night, the snowflakes danced in the air. The mighty turtle dome was roused from its slumber by the cacophony of a fierce battle. Having distanced itself from its kin for decades, it had cultivated the habit of remaining in a light sleep, a strategy to avert the perils of a sudden ambush. The tumult of combat grew increasingly intense. Despite the heavy snowfall outside, the turtle dome could distinctly hear the resounding thunderclaps. As it approached the cave entrance, an unforgettable scene unfolded before its eyes. Flakes of snow, as delicate as goose feathers, drifted gracefully from the heavens, while the darkened sky was intermittently illuminated by violent flashes of lightning. The thunder clashed, and the snowstorm swirled around. The turtle dome could vaguely discern two colossal figures locked in combat high above, their terrifying energy waves suggesting that any attempt to join the fray would result in utter annihilation. It was certain that the creatures battling in the sky were beyond its comprehension. As the thunder grew louder, the snowfall began to relent. That night, the turtle dome found no solace in sleep. It was evident that one of the titans had retreated as the sounds of combat gradually diminished, the cries of rage fading into the distance. Only when dawn broke did the turtle dome venture out of its cave. With food supplies running low, it set out on a quest for sustenance. The forest outside had transformed into an icy realm, the snow reaching up to its ankles. With such an abundance of snow, foraging for fruits from trees seemed futile, as everything lay buried beneath the frost. It could only resort to fishing. This was a task the turtle dome often undertook. Although the ice was thick, it could be shattered with a few swift strikes of its claws. As it prepared to break the ice, the turtle dome suddenly halted, its gaze drawn to a blue fairy egg resting by the lake's edge. Why was there a fairy egg here? It pondered momentarily before approaching. The egg, seemingly abandoned, was already cloaked in a layer of snow, with only a portion of its shell exposed. The turtle dome gazed at it thoughtfully, deciding it was best to ignore it and prioritize the search for food. With that, it plunged into the frigid water. The bone-chilling cold made it shiver. But then it recalled the egg. Surely, it must feel the biting chill as well. The turtle dome paused, questioning why it was concerned about the egg when its focus should be on finding food. Resolutely, it swam down to the lake's depths. In winter, the temperature of the lake increased the deeper one ventured, causing fish to descend for warmth. While there were numerous water-type Pokémon present, the turtle dome aimed solely to catch ordinary fish. Adhering to the tenets it had not forgotten despite years of solitude, refrained from engaging in matters unrelated to its purpose. In no time, the turtle dome successfully caught a plump fish and swiftly swam towards the surface. The lake had refrozen, and as it emerged, it retracted its head before forcefully slamming against the icy surface. With a powerful thrust, it broke through the ice and began its journey back to the cave. Upon returning, the turtle dome placed the fish down, satisfied with its catch. The mighty turtle giant stirred slightly, shaking off the chill that enveloped it. It chose not to kindle a fire for warmth. The inconvenience of doing so was outweighed by the clarity that the cold afforded its mind. Just then, a branch from an unknown tree, burdened by the weight of heavy snow, snapped and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Startled, the turtle giant sprang to its feet. The egg was still outside. Instinctively, it moved to venture out, but quickly reconsidered. No, it mustn't be concerned with it. As this thought crossed its mind, another sound of breaking wood echoed outside. Ultimately, the turtle giant retreated into its burrow, cradling the precious egg beside the flickering flames. Gradually, its heart calmed, and it drifted into slumber, embracing the egg each night. This tranquil and serene existence continued for 3 weeks, until one fateful morning. The turtle giant was abruptly awakened by a series of crackling sounds. Upon closer inspection, it discovered that the egg, adorned with blue patterns, had developed a fissure. In a flurry of activity, the turtle giant realized the moment of hatching had arrived. Though the process of breaking free was brief, it felt interminable to the anxious guardian. At last, a tiny white hand broke through the shell, revealing a small creature within, a blue-skinned tadpole, still slick with egg fluid. Ribbit. The newly hatched tadpole greeted the turtle giant with joy in its eyes, exclaiming, "Daddy." The turtle giant was taken aback, quickly stammering, "I am not your father." The tadpole paused, tears welling in its bright yellow eyes. Noticing this, the turtle giant hastily clarified, "I am your master." The tadpole, fond of watching the turtle giant train, often mimicked its punches. The turtle giant generously offered guidance, refining its movements. In summer, under a star-studded sky, the turtle giant regaled the young one with tales of its youthful adventures. By autumn, it observed the tadpole's rapid development, having outgrown its larval stage and training with newfound diligence. The child was maturing, and it could no longer remain in this sheltered haven. It was time to explore the broader world and discover its own potential. After a night of silence, the following morning dawned early for Cheng Tian, who was soon joined by the tadpole and the electric pup. After a yawn and a stretch, Cheng Tian rubbed the sleep from his eyes and greeted, "Good morning, electric pup, tadpole." Following a simple breakfast, Cheng Tian washed his face at the lake to invigorate himself. Afterward, he led the electric pup to the cave entrance, where the turtle giant awaited. "Turtle giant, thank you for your hospitality. Today, I must depart. I hope you find joy here." "Ribbit." The tadpole expressed reluctance to part ways. Cheng Tian knelt to stroke the tadpole, saying, "Farewell, tadpole. I have enjoyed our time together and hope you grow into a powerful ninja." He wished to take the tadpole with him, yet he sensed the turtle giant might not approve. After spending time together yesterday, Cheng Tian no longer wished to use coercive means to take away the Froakie. At that moment, the formidable Torterra called out, "Go forth. You should accompany him." Froakie was taken aback and quickly shook its head, unwilling to leave its master. However, Torterra's demeanor was resolutely firm. "You must explore the world beyond. Encounter stronger foes and conquer them to grow stronger yourself. This is an essential path to becoming a ninja." Froakie wanted to protest further, but Torterra turned away and, after a long pause, slowly added, "This is also one of the tasks I have assigned to you. Go forth, my child. The world outside is far broader than you can imagine. You should not remain here." With that, Torterra retreated into the cave. Tears the size of beans trickled down Froakie's cheeks, but it quickly wiped them away. Glancing back at the cave, Froakie knelt and bowed its head before turning to leave. Inside the cave, Torterra too brushed away the tears from the corners of its eyes. Cheng Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Once again, his plan had faltered, and he had failed to capture the Pokémon he desired. It seemed he would have to resort to purchasing one himself. As Cheng Tian pressed onward, a voice called out from behind, "Froakie." He turned to see Froakie running towards him. Now at Cheng Tian's side, Froakie affirmed with a nod, expressing its willingness to accompany him. Cheng Tian was overjoyed and hurriedly produced his only Ultra Ball, aiming it at Froakie. "Let's work together," he said. Froakie touched the button, and in an instant, it was enveloped in a beam of red light and drawn inside the ball. The Ultra Ball did not shake at all, with a satisfying ding. It was perfectly captured. Cheng Tian stared at the Ultra Ball in disbelief, and after a moment, he couldn't help but shout with excitement, "I did it! I captured Froakie." Chapter 13. Watch me not skin you alive. Cheng Tian released Froakie once more, grinning as he exclaimed, "Now we are partners. We must strive together." Cheng Tian felt a genuine happiness. He had finally captured the Pokémon he desired during this outing. The supplies he had purchased for 3,800 had been significantly depleted, and after a rough calculation, he estimated he had spent less than 2,000 on Poké Balls, healing items, antidotes, and repellents. Yet, he had successfully captured a starter Pokémon, Froakie. With Froakie's inherited skills and combat experience learned from Torterra, it was a tremendous profit. It far surpassed anything being sold outside. Although Froakie did not possess the hidden ability Protean, Cheng Tian didn't feel disheartened. In his previous life, he had played a modified Pokémon game called Pokémon Ultimate Emerald on his phone, where Froakie with the Torrent ability had a slight chance of evolving into a Greninja with the hidden ability Battle Bond at level 36. In Cheng Tian's view, while the ability to change forms was impressive, it paled in comparison to the power of Battle Bond. After defeating an opponent's Pokémon, Greninja resonates with the bond it shares with its trainer, temporarily transcending its limitations through evolution. The damage of the Water Shuriken technique is significantly enhanced. However, reality cannot be confined to the realm of games. Even if Froakie ultimately does not awaken its dreamlike ability, Cheng Tian remains elated. This is not solely because Froakie chose him, but also signifies that Torterra believes it can adequately care for Froakie. With this mutual choice established, Cheng Tian is determined to assist Froakie in becoming stronger. Having finally arrived in the Pokémon world, how could one not aspire to reach the pinnacle and savor the view? Suddenly, Electrike playfully extends its tongue to lick Froakie, causing a tingling sensation in the area touched. Ah, it seems Electrike also holds an affection for you. Froakie feels a bit shy. Thus, Cheng Tian, accompanied by Electrike and Froakie, sets off towards National Route 488 in Bingzhou. On September 12, 2055, at 5 p.m., a sleek black car glides along the highway. In the back seat sits a girl with long, lustrous black hair cascading to her waist, her indifferent gaze directed out the window. Bingzhou? This place holds little fondness in her memory. With a large population, it has lagged behind in development among the nation's cities for decades. There are scant tourist attractions or cultural allure. Were it not for her father's decision to abandon his esteemed position as an elder in the Alliance breeding community to become the deputy mayor here, she would have never set foot in this place. Reflecting on her father, the girl feels a sense of resignation. She slowly speaks, her voice ringing like silver bells. Uncle Wong, could you please lower the window? I'm feeling a bit stuffy. The driver in the front seat, with a warm and amiable demeanor, responds with a smile. Upon hearing her request, he presses a button, and the window gradually lowers, slowing the car's speed slightly. Through the rearview mirror, the man known as Uncle Wong cheerfully remarks, "You seem rather unhappy, miss." The girl pouts, "No, I just can't comprehend why my father would choose to come here as deputy mayor, forcing me to transfer schools." Uncle Wong replies, "Your father is doing this for your benefit." Although Bingzhou's economy isn't thriving, its education ranks among the best in the nation. Moreover, the variety of Pokémon here is quite impressive. Don't you love Pokémon? The girl falls silent, reflecting on the truth of his words. Indeed, she does cherish Pokémon. After her mother's passing, it was her mother's Pokémon that kept her company, alongside her father. Just then, she catches sight of a dirty figure leaping over a nearby fence, sprinting, and finally crouching beneath the toll booth. What on earth is that? She wonders. Indeed, the filthy figure is none other than Cheng Tian. The boy's story is a long one, marked by hardship. He had been joyfully making his way towards National Route 488 when he paused for a brief rest. Little did he know, from the nearby grass emerged a yellow mouse with prominent front teeth, a rather unfortunate coincidence, as it was none other than the Rattata that had previously led its entire clan in pursuit of Cheng Tian. As Cheng Tian and Lada encountered each other, they were both taken aback, their expressions darkening simultaneously. How could this happen? What a stroke of luck. Cheng Tian awkwardly chuckled. "Brother, have you eaten today?" In response, he was met with a gaping mouth. Cheng Tian resumed his frantic escape, a multitude of dark lines etched across his forehead. What kind of fortune is this that I should cross paths with him? Lada, relentlessly pursuing from behind, was infuriated, his nose twisted in anger. Just yesterday, his kin had been decimated by the formidable Dazenfeng. After wounding the Dazenfeng leader, he had barely escaped after being chased for 2 miles. Today, he was determined to tear this brat apart. As Cheng Tian fled, he shouted, "Brother, let us leave some room for future encounters." This only fueled Lada's fury further. "I'll leave nothing for you," he bellowed, madly fleeing southward, oblivious to the thorns and branches scratching him along the way, emerging with a face smeared in dirt. Glancing back at the ever-approaching Lada, Cheng Tian couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Curse you heavens! Just wait." At that moment, Cheng Tian suddenly noticed a spider's web strung between 2 large trees up ahead, with a gigantic spider perched upon it. Wasn't that the same Ariados that had escaped last night? Ariados, upon spotting Cheng Tian, froze for a moment, but then its eyes ignited with fury. "You chose the path of heaven but refused to walk it, and now you dare invade the realm of hell. Today's lunch will be you." Cheng Tian couldn't help but curse again. Just then, Lada, releasing his deadly fangs, lunged forward, while the Ariados descended with its bug bite attack. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Tian gritted his teeth. "You leave me no choice." With a thunderous shout, he executed an extraordinarily peculiar maneuver, sitting down abruptly on the ground. For reasons unknown, this odd posture struck a bizarre chord as it unfolded. Yet, as he sat, Lada and the descending Ariados collided violently, their attacks meeting and sending them tumbling in disarray. Seeing this, Cheng Tian took the opportunity to flee. By the time the 2 Pokémon regained their senses, Cheng Tian had long vanished. The two, seething with rage, mistakenly believed the other had obstructed their path, and thus commenced their battle. However, Cheng Tian, the instigator, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he had wrought. Having been chased for so long, Cheng Tian felt as if his throat were bleeding, yet he dared not pause. Uncertain if the two Pokémon would pursue him again, summoning the last of his strength, he pressed onward. It was not until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally burst forth from the woods, spotting the familiar fence. Now, only one obstacle remained: to slip past the toll booth personnel unnoticed. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted by their phones, Cheng Tian dashed swiftly beneath the toll booth. Just as fate would have it, a sleek black car approached from behind. The rear window was down, and as Cheng Tian glanced over, he locked eyes with a girl inside. What a stunning beauty! This was Cheng Tian's immediate thought. He had encountered many beautiful girls in his life, but none could compare to the one before him. The girl before him seemed as though she had stepped out from a painting, exuding an air of elegance and nobility that rendered her nearly untouchable. Uncle Wong, seated in the driver's seat, was momentarily taken aback upon noticing someone squatting beneath the toll booth. He was about to speak when Cheng Tian, feigning great urgency, swiftly clasped his hands together in a plea. The girl, observing Cheng Tian's desperate demeanor, instinctively called out, "Uncle Wong." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong modified his intended words, saying, "Could you please assist me by opening the barrier?" "Thank you." The toll booth attendant, wearing a professional smile, obliged and opened the gate, allowing Uncle Wong to accelerate away in his sleek black car. The girl, however, leaned out to steal another glance at Cheng Tian. Those eyes of his were truly captivating. Uncle Wong, while driving, queried in confusion why the young lady had chosen to assist that seemingly suspicious individual. The girl shook her head and replied, "I am not certain." In response, Uncle Wong chose not to press further and continued down the road, reflecting on the sight of the grimy-faced boy pleading with his hands clasped together. A flicker of joy danced in the girl's previously serene eyes. He was quite adorable, akin to a small creature. Cheng Tian, momentarily dazed, realized the barrier was about to lift and hurriedly rushed over. He hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to the villa area. The driver regarded the disheveled boy with skepticism. Left with no choice, Cheng Tian added, "I'll pay an extra 50. The driver's expression brightened, and he pressed the accelerator towards the villa district. Upon reaching the entrance of Bai Yun's villa, Cheng Tian winced at the pain of parting with his money as he settled the fare. He pondered aloud, "I wonder if that kid will be happy to see me. After all, I let him sleep in that morning without waking him." Approaching the door, Cheng Tian intended to knock, but was startled to find it ajar. "Oh, my apologies. Wrong house," he stammered, attempting to close the door when his mother's icy voice pierced the air. "Where are you off to, my dear son? Aren't you going to wash your hands before dinner?" Cheng Tian's expression stiffened as he forced a rather unconvincing smile. "Good afternoon, Mom." Cheng's mother, incensed, retorted, "You little rascal. How dare you sneak out on your own? Get over here. Just wait until I have a word with you." Cheng Tian gasped in horror. "Please, no." Chapter 14. A dead friend is better than a living one. Inside Bai Yun's villa, Cheng Tian's mother was reprimanding the two young men. "I knew it. You come here to play and don't even bring your backpack. How on earth do you expect to do your homework?" Cheng Tian's face darkened. "Darn it. I must have rushed out without grabbing my bag, and now I've been caught." His mother continued frostily, "I was even considering bringing your backpack to you, only to discover you had vanished. What a good boy you are." Cheng Tian chuckled nervously. "I can't take all the credit. After all, I am my father's son." "Don't flatter yourself. Your father is no saint either. Do you have any idea how perilous the outdoors can be? How could you dare to venture out alone with that electric dog? What if high-level Pokémon attacked you? Have you thought about that?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Cheng Tian shot a glare at Bai Yun, feeling betrayed that he was sold out at such a crucial moment in order to save himself. Bai Yun felt quite helpless. At this moment, self-preservation was of utmost importance. Better to lose a friend than to lose oneself. "Ah Tian, forgive me." Cheng's mother clearly was not swayed by such reasoning. "And you, Xiao Yun, did Cheng Tian tell you not to speak with me? Did you truly keep this from me?" A pang of anxiety gripped Bai Yun's heart. "Ah Tian, you have brought me great distress." Seeing her distress, Cheng Tian hastily replied, "Mother, I only refrained from mentioning it because I feared worrying you and Dad. Besides, look, nothing has happened to me. What more could happen, you rascal? Do you wish for your father to mourn a son before his time?" After scolding the two boys for half an hour, Cheng's mother finally calmed down, though still glaring at Cheng Tian. "Look at you, covered in dirt. Hurry and clean yourself up. Being her son, her words were merely the product of her vexation. Seeing Cheng Tian in such a disheveled state, it was impossible for her not to feel a twinge of sympathy. Cheng's mother understood her son's motivations for venturing out to capture Pokémon. He simply did not want to accept the cheaper options, and purchasing the pricier ones posed a challenge for the family. Independent Cheng Tian chose to venture out alone rather than seek assistance from home, leaving his mother sorrowful for being unable to aid her child. Cheng Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him at her words and quickly made his way to the bathroom, leaving only Cheng's mother and Bai Yun in the living room. Bai Yun was momentarily startled, then forced a smile, saying, "Auntie, I will check on Tian." With that, she fled the scene. Cheng's mother observed the two young people disappearing into the bathroom, her expression complex, and let out a faint sigh. Cheng Tian hastily washed his face, and Bai Yun entered. "Why did you leave that morning without even saying goodbye? That was rather inconsiderate." Looking at Cheng Tian's grimy appearance, Bai Yun exclaimed, "I must say, you are quite remarkable, daring to venture into the wild alone. Regardless of the outcome, you are truly a man." Clearly skeptical that Cheng Tian had achieved anything in these 2 days, she reassured him, "It's all right. Listen to me. I will have my father arrange a Pokémon for you." Cheng Tian chuckled softly at her words, but said nothing further. "When did my mom arrive?" "Oh, your mother came this morning to deliver your backpack. She looked for you everywhere, and, finding you absent, I had no choice but to speak the truth." Cheng Tian retorted, "Did I not ask you to say you didn't know where I was?" Bai Yun shot him an exasperated glance. "You know how skilled Auntie's interrogation techniques are. If I could have stopped her, it would have been a miracle." With a hint of concern, she looked at her son. "I heard from Xiao Hui that you bought the Poké Balls with your own allowance?" Cheng Tian nodded. "So, after your adventure, did you manage to capture the Pokémon you desired?" Though Cheng's mother held little hope, she still inquired. Cheng Tian grinned, retrieving a Super Ball from his belt. "Of course. Just look at who my father is." Bai Yun was taken aback. Had this boy truly captured a Pokémon? Cheng Tian pressed a button, and with a flash of red light, a Froakie appeared. "Froakie! Froakie!" The curious Pokémon surveyed its surroundings. Bai Yun appeared momentarily frozen, and after a long pause, exclaimed, "Guagua frog! You actually captured a Guagua frog." Cheng's mother, not particularly well-versed in Pokémon, instinctively paused at the unfamiliar term. Bai Yun hastily elucidated. "Auntie, this is Guagua frog, an exceedingly popular starter Pokémon. It's quite valuable among the starters. It evolves into something incredibly impressive." Cheng Tian, with a hint of pride, rubbed his nose and said, "What do you think? Am I amazing or what?" Cheng's mother, taken aback by Bai Yun's words, cast a stunned glance at her son. To think that he had captured a starter Pokémon on his outing. Guagua Frog looked towards Bai Yun, and after a moment of contemplation, recalled seeing this boy on Cheng Tian's phone, who had mentioned that he was his friend. Thus, it extended its small white hand, leaving Bai Yun momentarily surprised before she tentatively took hold. "Guagua." Guagua Frog greeted with a cheerful cry. Cheng Tian chuckled. "Guagua Frog has seen you on my phone." Hearing this, Bai Yun promptly returned the greeting. "Hello, Guagua Frog. It's a pleasure to meet you." All right. Has your father prepared any Pokémon for you?" Cheng Tian inquired. Bai Yun nodded, stating that they would be delivered from the Pokémon Center that evening. Cheng Tian acknowledged this with a nod. He then picked up Guagua Frog and introduced it. "Guagua Frog, this is my mother. Come, say hello." Upon hearing this, Guagua Frog quickly bowed, determined to leave a good impression on Cheng Tian's mother. Seeing this, Cheng's mother crouched down to pat Guagua Frog's head. "You've been taking care of my son these past few days in the wild, haven't you?" "Thank you, little Gua." Guagua Frog, feeling a bit bashful, scratched its head. Cheng Tian nodded. "Then we shall take our leave, Bai Yun. Thank you for your help." Bai Yun saw Cheng Tian and his mother off to the entrance. Once they boarded the electric scooter, she cautioned, "Annie, drive safely." Cheng Tian waved, and they departed. As she watched Cheng Tian's figure gradually recede, Bai Yun couldn't help but express a twinge of envy. Tian is so lucky. He went out and captured a starter Pokémon. "Yes, Dad. I captured a starter Pokémon, Guagua Frog," she said, producing a Super Ball to release Guagua Frog. Cheng's father widened his eyes in astonishment and hurried over to crouch down for a closer look. "It truly is Guagua Frog. Xiao Tian, your luck is remarkable," he continued, intrigued, to examine the frothy substance hanging from Guagua Frog's neck. Excitedly, he remarked to Cheng Tian, "Look, Xiao Tian. The foam secreted by Guagua Frog is meant for protection and possesses considerable stickiness, which differentiates its foam abilities from those of other Pokémon. Cheng Tian nodded, recalling his previous encounter in the forest. All right, son, let us release Electric Dog as well. The two little ones must be hungry after a day, Cheng's mother suggested. Cheng Tian complied, releasing Electric Dog and handing back its Pokeball to his mother. After all, Electric Dog wasn't his Pokémon, and it had indeed faced challenges during their outing. As the cheerful Ladian Wong made its entrance, it joyfully dashed towards Mr. Cheng, who affectionately patted its head with his rough, calloused hand. Mrs. Cheng produced the food bowls she had just acquired for Guagua and Ladian Wong, filling each with their respective Pokémon cuisine. Guagua, the Froakie, gazed at the food in its bowl, pondering if it was all meant for it. Mr. Cheng smiled and encouraged, "Go ahead and eat, Guagua. From now on, we are family, so there's no need to be so reserved." Tentatively, Guagua picked up a piece, sniffed it, and then took a bite. Guagua. The Cheng family savored their dinner together. After the meal, Cheng Tian took Guagua for a relaxing bath. In the bathroom, he gazed into the mirror, stroking his face. "I don't look too bad, do I?" This foolish boy had begun to indulge in self-admiration, though one must admit that Cheng Tian was indeed quite handsome. His skin, while not as fair as Baiyun's, possessed a healthy wheat-like hue. His neatly cropped black hair added to his vitality, but it was his striking eyes, dark and bright, that stood out the most. Cheng Tian caressed his stomach, while he wasn't overweight. His physical activity was limited to occasional sports classes, lacking the chiseled abs of those fitness influencers online. At best, he had a faint hint of a mermaid line, lending his physique a harmonious appearance. "Guagua," the Froakie called out, signaling that the bathtub was now full. "Coming." Cheng Tian hurried over, adjusting to the water temperature before settling in with Guagua. Instantly, he felt his entire body relax, letting out a contented sigh. Guagua. The Froakie appeared equally at ease, its large yellow eyes narrowing in delight. "Oh no, Guagua, your bubbles have drifted away." The surface of the water was adorned with a frothy layer of Guagua's bubbles. Cheng Tian reached out, feeling the sticky yet smooth sensation glide off his skin. It was a most peculiar experience. "This is far superior to any shower gel," he exclaimed in admiration. After about an hour of bathing, with the water nearly cold, Cheng Tian finally emerged. His parents and Ladian Wong had already retired for the night. He retrieved 2 bottles of fresh milk from the refrigerator, opening one for Guagua and keeping one for himself. Cheng Tian began to blow on his milk, causing Guagua to pause. Then it too picked up a bottle and started to drink. Oh, indulging in a warm bath followed by a cold bottle of milk is truly one of life's greatest pleasures, Cheng Tian mused. "Guagua, come here. Let me show you the ninjas of humanity," he said mysteriously. Guagua, intrigued, jumped onto the bed to join him. Cheng Tian was not watching just anything. He was engrossed in one of his favorite anime series, Naruto Shippuden, not Boruto. Together, they watched with rapt attention. When the protagonist performed a jutsu that created dozens of shadow clones, Guagua's eyes widened in amazement. "Is this what ninjas are like? How impressive." After watching 5 episodes at 125 times speed, Cheng Tian yawned, feeling fatigued. "Let's call it a night for now." As soon as he closed his eyes, Cheng Tian suddenly remembered with a start that he had not yet completed his homework. With no other option, he had to rise and tackle the task at hand. "Oh, there's so much to do," he lamented. In desperation, he called out to Baiyun, asking him to take a photo of himself. In the picture, Baiyun was cradling a small red monkey, and Cheng Tian immediately recognized it as one of the beloved Pokémon, Xiaohua, one of the starter Pokémon. Cheng Tian remarked, "How adorable. Is that a gift from your father?" Wife Senshio replied, "Yes, I just picked it up from the Pokémon Center tonight. I'll show it to you at school tomorrow." Cheng Tian responded eagerly, "Great. It'll be nice for the 2 little ones to meet." Meanwhile, Guagua Frog seemed a bit oblivious to the conversation. Cheng Tian chuckled, "Isn't it perfectly normal for family to sleep together?" Guagua Frog nestled in his embrace, feeling the warmth. Was this what it meant to be a family? Chapter 15. The Young Lady from Afar on September 13th, 2055, of the Alliance calendar. The alarm on Cheng Tian's phone blared, waking him from a deep slumber with Guagua Frog in his arms. Groggily, he silenced the alarm but soon drifted back to sleep. 15 minutes later, his mother kicked the door open and pulled back the covers, startling Cheng Tian and Guagua Frog awake. "Get up. Don't you see what time it is? Are you even going to school today?" Glancing at the clock, Cheng Tian realized it was already 7:45. With class starting at 8 o'clock, he was on the verge of being late. With a cry of dismay, he hurriedly dressed and packed his bag. He dashed into the living room alongside Guagua Frog, where his father greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Cheng Tian and Guagua Frog. Time is fleeting. You'll be late for school." Cheng Tian plopped down to devour the breakfast that had already been prepared. Meanwhile, Guagua Frog began to eat from its own bowl. Woof! The nearly finished electric dog raised its head to greet them. Guagua. Guagua Frog returned the greeting. "Good morning." Cheng Tian dashed to school with the speed he had honed during his middle school physical education class, managing to arrive just before 7:55. The student on duty raised an eyebrow, checking the time, but upon realizing it was still before 7:55, he let it slide. Upon entering the classroom, Cheng Tian noticed that many students had already released their Pokémon to play. Not everyone had brought their Pokémon. Some students had chosen not to enroll in the Pokémon course, while others had not yet acquired any Pokémon. Nevertheless, they all cast envious glances at those who had Pokémon. At that moment, Bai Yun was already surrounded by several students. Their eyes filled with envy as they watched him play with Xiaohua. It was rare for anyone in the class to afford one of the starter Pokémon. Lin Lin suddenly called out to Cheng Tian, "You're here." Upon hearing Cheng Tian's arrival, Bai Yun hurried over with Xiaohua, followed closely by Lin Lin. As he approached, Cheng Tian's mind was filled with information about Xiaohua, Pokémon, Xiaohua gender, male nature, stubborn ability, Iron Fist level, 8 inherited skills, Thunder Punch, 3, Flame Punch, 3, Self-motivation, 2, personal skills, Glare, 3, Spark, 5, Scratch, 2, Taught skills, Charge, 3. It is indeed commendable that Bai Yun's father procured this exceptional little fire monkey for her. Is this what they refer to as the power of wealth? As the ultimate evolution, the physical attacker Infernape evolves from this stubborn little fire monkey. Moreover, it possesses the hidden ability Iron Fist, which leaves Cheng Tian quite envious. "Yaka." The little fire monkey raised its hand to greet Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian gently patted the little creature on its head, feeling a warm connection. "Hello there, little fire monkey," he said. Bai Yun smiled brightly. "What do you think? This child is quite remarkable, isn't it?" Cheng Tian nodded, finding it adorably charming. Lin Lin, with a gleeful expression, raised her hand, exclaiming, "It's my turn now. I have my Pokémon too." Just as if responding to her words, a small creature peeked out from Lin Lin's hoodie, clutching a chestnut and enjoying it thoroughly. Pause. Pachirisu curiously observed the two boys before continuing its munching. Its cheeks puffed adorably. However, Cheng Tian was not easily deceived by its cute demeanor. He was well aware that this little creature was known as the White Demon, Pachirisu. Cheng Tian had a vivid recollection of this Pokémon from his previous life, where it had caused him considerable trouble with its signature moves, Follow Me and Protect. Pokémon, Pachirisu. Gender, female. Nature, mischievous. Ability, Volt Absorb. Level, 8. Inherited skills. Round 3. Look at Me, 4. Fake Cry, 4. Desire, 3. Personal skills, Sing, 5. Thundershock, 2. Quick Attack, 2. Cuddle, 5. Taught skills, Charge, 2. Upon seeing both of them release their Pokémon, Cheng Tian decided to summon his own, Froakie. Guagua. Yaka. Froakie and the little fire monkey began to converse, displaying polite gestures as they shook hands. Pause. When Froakie appeared, Pachirisu leapt from Lin Lin's hoodie, rummaging through its fluffy white tail before producing a chestnut to offer Froakie. Pause. Gua. Froakie accepted the chestnut, contemplating before tearing a piece of foam from around its neck and offering it to Pachirisu. Pachirisu curiously played with the foam, finding it sticky and quite amusing. Yaka. The little fire monkey, noticing Pachirisu giving Froakie a chestnut, called out, expressing its desire for one as well. However, Pachirisu turned its head, ignoring it, and continued to play with the foam. Yaka. The little fire monkey felt a bit wronged. Observing this, Froakie conjured a water spike from its small white hands and swiftly sliced the chestnut in half, presenting a piece to the little fire monkey. Yaka. The little fire monkey beamed with joy. Seeing the three little creatures getting along splendidly, Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction. Lin Lin, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Ah, it's Froakie. Cheng Tian, you are amazing for having captured a Froakie." Just then, the school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher walked in. Upon hearing this, the students promptly began to retrieve their Pokémon into their Pokeballs, and Cheng Tian was no exception. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction. Now, regarding the upcoming examination for those studying Pokémon science, I hope everyone will prepare diligently. This examination consists of a written portion and a practical component, with the written portion accounting for 50 points and the practical component yielding a weight of 375 times, culminating in your total score. The mention of a practical segment stirred excitement among the students below. Some, however, wore expressions of concern, pondering what to do if their Pokémon were not adept in combat. "Silence, please," the homeroom teacher called, restoring order to the classroom. He continued, explaining that due to the large number of applicants for Pokémon science, only half of those who registered would be admitted. Those whose Pokémon were not skilled in battle, or who themselves lacked combat experience, would need to excel in the written examination. Cheng Tian felt little anxiety regarding the practical portion. His Froakie possessed ample battle experience, and as a trainer, he believed defeating opponents would pose no significant challenge. The crux of his concern lay in the written exam. Registering for Pokémon science while being tested on subjects like language or biology seemed unreasonable. Thus, it was expected that the examination would focus on knowledge about Pokémon. Although Cheng Tian prided himself on his understanding of Pokémon, he knew it was impossible to flawlessly memorize every detail regarding each Pokémon's abilities and skills. Therefore, he resolved to study diligently in the time ahead. With the class concluded, Cheng Tian decided to rest his head on the desk and drift into slumber. "Cheng Tian, tell me what you dreamed about," the mathematics teacher queried. Visibly irritated, Cheng Tian, naturally, could only respond submissively. "You, who are at the bottom of the math class, sleeping during lessons, who does that reflect poorly upon?" Cheng Tian was notorious for his poor performance in mathematics, consistently scoring in the low 20s regardless of the difficulty of the questions. He muttered to himself, "It's not my fault I struggle with math in everyday life. Do you see anyone going out to buy groceries while constructing function coordinates to locate the vegetable stalls? I was merely resting during class. How was I to know I'd sleep through it? You could have woken me," Cheng Tian retorted. Baiyun countered, "I couldn't bear to wake you when you looked so peaceful." At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hallway, prompting many students to rush outside to see what was happening. Cheng Tian interrupted their conversation. "Let us go take a look." The hallway was crowded, so the trio decided to take a detour up a floor for a better vantage point. As they reached the next level, they spotted a beautiful girl standing at the entrance of two adjacent classrooms, while a teacher conversed respectfully with a man. The crowd was clearly captivated by the girl's beauty, though they dared not approach. "Wow, long black hair. Is she that stunning?" Baiyun exclaimed, her eyes wide. Lin, on the other hand, pouted in discontent. "What are you looking at? No one can compare to my looks." Yet, Baiyun paid her no heed. In a fit of annoyance, Lin covered Baiyun's eyes, declaring, "You're not allowed to look." "Hey, what are you doing? Let me see," Baiyun protested, struggling against Lin's grasp. "You simply may not," Lin insisted. As the two were embroiled in their playful antics, Cheng Tian found himself rooted to the spot. The reason was simple. The girl before him was none other than the one who had assisted him at the toll booth. She was a transfer student? At that moment, the girl, surrounded by others, seemed to sense something. She glanced towards a nearby building and spotted a familiar face. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Was it he? Was he actually attending school here? A radiant smile blossomed on her lips. How intriguing. At this juncture, Baiyun broke free from Lin's grasp and witnessed the scene unfold. With a look of skepticism, she turned to Cheng Tian and remarked, "Hey, Tian, why do I feel like that girl is looking at you?" Lin nodded in agreement. It does seem like she is indeed gazing at Cheng Tian. Baiyun and Lin exchanged knowing glances, realizing the connection. Cheng Tian was astonished that they actually believed him. Baiyun, with an air of certainty, replied, "Of course we believe you. Honestly, if it weren't for your previous encounter, I wouldn't think that girl could be drawn to you." Lin also nodded affirmatively. Fuming with indignation, Cheng Tian retorted, "What is wrong with my appearance? Am I not as handsome as you?" He raised his fists, ready to confront Baiyun. "Hey, take it easy. Anger is detrimental to your health," she chuckled. As Cheng Tian fell behind, just before entering the classroom, he suddenly noticed the girl turning her head, seemingly uttering 3 words. His pupils widened, and he stood frozen in shock. It wasn't until the teacher inside called his attention that he snapped back to reality and hurried in. Seated at his desk, Cheng Tian was restless. The girl had appeared to say something rather endearing. Lin, with a puzzled expression, questioned, why would she transfer from Magic City? Isn't it better there? Baiyun shrugged, how would I know? But just look at the way their teacher treats her, with utmost respect. She must come from a prestigious background, perhaps even a wealthy heiress. Chapter 16. Preparing for the exam. Hearing Bai Yun mention that the girl might be a wealthy heiress, Cheng Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. You're a wealthy young master yourself, you know. Bai Yun quickly waved his comment away. You know me. I merely admire three-dimensional women. My true love lies with two-dimensional wives. Lin Lin scoffed, huh? What a pathetic otaku. Bai Yun raised an eyebrow at Lin Lin, scrutinizing her from head to toe before shaking her head and sighing. What else with the sigh? Bai Yun feigned profundity. Airports and socialites are unworthy of existing in this world. In response, a book struck her face with great force. Lin Lin, red with embarrassment and anger, shouted, Go to hell. After a brief scuffle, Cheng Tian quickly intervened, urging them to cease their antics before class commenced. All right, enough of that. We still have important matters to attend to. Tian, do you want to train Pokémon after school? Cheng Tian, taken aback, inquired, Training? Where to? The Pokémon Center has a designated training area, 50 for an hour. Are you interested? The facilities are quite comprehensive. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled. 50 for an hour? Splitting the cost with 2 people meant just 25 each, akin to visiting an internet CAF. It was quite affordable. Absolutely, we must go. With exams looming in 2 weeks, merely passing won't suffice. We must attain excellent scores to secure placement in a good class. Thus, it is imperative for both practical and written examinations to secure a place among the top 40 among such a vast number of competitors. If the test were to encompass cultural subjects, Cheng Tian might feel a tinge of anxiety. However, when it comes to Pokémon, he can only scoff dismissively. What a joke. In my 2 lifetimes, I have perused more Pokémon battle videos than you all combined. What are you but a bunch of little kids? If I cannot handle you, I might as well write my name backwards. Well, confidence is one thing, and vanity another, yet Cheng Tian would never succumb to arrogance. Who knows if there are students in this school who have been exposed to this knowledge from a young age. It would indeed be a laughingstock if he were to be outperformed by them. Cheng Tian glanced at the psychology teacher on the podium, monotonously reciting tedious psychological concepts. He discreetly took out his phone and began browsing the Pokémon encyclopedia. There was no need to consult the type effectiveness chart. Committing it to memory was a simple task for him. After organizing his backpack, Cheng Tian walked out of the classroom alongside Bai Yun and Lin Lin. Upon reaching the entrance, Bai Yun inquired, Lin Lin, are you coming with Cheng Tian and me to train Pokémon? Upon hearing Lin Lin's response, Bai Yun did not press the matter further. After parting ways at the school gate, Cheng Tian and Bai Yun boarded a black sedan en route to the Pokémon Center. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, the receptionist greeted them with a smile. May I ask if you two are here for Pokémon healing? Certainly. Renting a training room for an hour costs 50 yuan. Cheng Tian and Bai Yun decided to split the cost. While Bai Yun was indifferent to the division of expenses, Cheng Tian was rather concerned. After all, he still owed her 300 yuan, and it seemed rather inappropriate to ask her to cover the training fee as well. Your trainer IDs are 336, and your training session will last for 1 hour. A staff member will notify you when the time is up. Cheng Tian and Bai Yun nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the training room. Stepping into the training room, Cheng Tian could not help but marvel at the league's generous investment. The walls and floor were constructed from specialized alloy materials, ensuring that they would not suffer damage. This alloy could withstand the impact of a steelix without deforming. The training area was equipped with specialized training sandbags, which were quite durable unless subjected to deliberate destruction, such as slashing techniques. Such facilities must have come at a considerable cost, yet the league installed them without hesitation, charging a modest fee for an hour's use. One could say it was a display of financial prowess. In the center of the arena, Cheng Tian and Bai Yun summoned their respective Pokémon, Froakie and Chimchar. Cheng Tian had a rough training plan. Froakie, being a water-type Pokémon, was susceptible to grass-type moves. Fortunately, Froakie possessed a hereditary skill that could counter grass types, Ice Punch. Cheng Tian's objective was to have Froakie practice this skill. As for Bai Yun, her primary focus was fostering synergy with Chimchar, especially since she had only acquired it the previous night. Froakie, unleash Ice Punch for me to observe. Froakie nodded, and soon, icy energy enveloped its small white hands, swiftly crystallizing into ice. Upon hearing this, Froakie swung its Ice Punch towards the sandbag. The punch made contact, causing the sandbag to sway, and a layer of ice formed at the point of contact. Cheng Tian scratched his head, pondering the apparent ineffectiveness of the training. After a moment's thought, He turned to Bai Yun and suggested, "Perhaps we should engage in a battle." Training alone seemed rather futile. Bai Yun nodded in agreement. After all, the most effective way to bond with Pokémon was through combat. The two Pokémon took their positions on the battlefield. Bai Yun was the first to issue a command to her Charmander, urging it to motivate itself. Charmander patted its chest, its spirit rapidly inflating. "Frogadier, charge forward," she called. Frogadier dashed across the arena, sprinting towards Charmander. "Use bubble, aim for its feet." Frogadier unleashed 2 clusters of bubbles, targeting Charmander's legs. Charmander leapt to evade the incoming bubbles and executed Thunder Punch. It soared into the air, dodging the bubbles aimed at its feet, while its fist crackled with electric energy. The Thunder Punch descended upon the approaching Frogadier. Frogadier halted momentarily, conjuring 2 water cones with its hands to block the Thunder Punch. "Use Lick." Frogadier extended its tongue and licked Charmander's face. Although Charmander felt a tingling sensation, it did not succumb to paralysis. With a fierce glare, it attempted to seize Frogadier. Charmander's eyes widened as it readied to grasp Frogadier. Unfazed, Frogadier canceled its previous attack and unleashed a surge of fighting-type energy from its hands. Power-up Punch. Given that Charmander was a fire-type Pokémon, the Ice-type Ice Punch would have been ineffective against it. Hence, Frogadier opted for the fighting-type Power-up Punch to exchange blows. In truth, the optimal move against Charmander would have been Water Pulse, but due to its type advantage and higher level, Cheng Tian had advised Frogadier to refrain from using Water-type moves except for Bubble. Charmander unleashed another Thunder Punch, while Frogadier continued with its Power-up Punch. The effect of the fighting-type Power-up Punch was cumulative, increasing in potency with each use. The 2 fists collided, and Frogadier sustained slightly more damage due to the type disadvantage. Although electric currents coursed through its body, it did not lose its ability to fight. Do not engage in a direct confrontation. Dodge and use Bubble. Frogadier strategically evaded Charmander, leaping out of range before launching a flurry of bubbles towards it. Charmander found itself in a predicament. Its only ranged attack, Ember, barely affected the Water-type Frogadier. Unable to close the distance for a melee attack, Frogadier continued to manipulate the battle with its bubble. Before long, Charmander succumbed to defeat. "Ah, Tian, you've been keeping me on a string. This is unbearable," Bai Yun complained. "Bai Yun, do you recognize where your approach faltered?" Cheng Tian inquired earnestly. Where did I go wrong? Was it being kept at bay?" "Not quite. You must understand that in Pokémon battles, it is the Pokémon that truly engage in combat, not the trainers. Therefore, the control of the battle should be entrusted to the Pokémon themselves. The trainer's role is to make crucial judgments regarding which moves to deploy, rather than commanding the Pokémon throughout the entire match. Just like before, at the outset, instructing the fire monkey to utilize self-motivation to enhance its attacks was indeed the correct approach. However, after being led astray, you hastily directed the fire monkey to engage in melee combat. In truth, maintaining a distance could have allowed you to evade the foam attack, considering its limited range. Bai Yun attentively listened to Cheng Tian's words, feeling somewhat embarrassed after hearing them. In the heat of battle, she had indeed failed to discern the priorities, continually issuing commands to the fire monkey. "I apologize, fire monkey. This loss is not your fault. It was my oversight in command," she expressed with a hint of regret. "Yaka." The fire monkey shook its head, believing that obeying its trainer's commands was never a fault, and it held no grievances against Bai Yun. "Gua Gua, Bubble Frog. You two have areas for improvement. It is certainly acceptable to exchange blows at critical moments, and your skill execution is commendable. However, once the fire monkey unleashed Thunder Punch, you should have retreated swiftly. The Thunder Punch poses a significant threat to you. The previous strike did not induce paralysis, but had it done so, you would have been in peril. I acknowledge that I constrained your use of water-type skills, yet the foam attack was not similarly restrained, was it?" Bubble Frog lowered its head in slight embarrassment, realizing it had been overly focused on trading blows. "Remember, Bubble Frog, your aspiration is to become a ninja, correct? Always bear in mind that a ninja should engage in ranged attacks and avoid close combat unless absolutely certain or with intent." Bubble Frog nodded earnestly, signifying its understanding. Chapter 17, Spiral Sphere. But the wave of water and hours swiftly elapsed, and the staff came to summon Cheng Tian and Bai Yun. Without much delay, Bubble Frog and Fire Monkey emerged, brimming with vitality. "Ah, is that so? Well then, let us have lunch a bit later," suggested Cheng's father. "No need. Just save me some food," Bai Yun replied. "Gua Gua." Bubble Frog gestured towards the phone. You wish to see the phone? Gua. Finally, Bubble Frog formed a hand seal. Cheng Tian instantly grasped the intention, smiling as he said, "You want to watch Naruto, right? That's fine, but we must also take a nap at noon." After which, he opened the video platform and started the Naruto series for Bubble Frog. Gua Gua. After Bubble Frog affirmed, it clutched the phone tightly. My Bubble Frog enjoys watching Naruto. It must be a rare sight in this world, mused Cheng Tian as he stroked his chin. After watching for a while with Bubble Frog, Cheng Tian began to feel drowsy. People from Bingzhou typically cherish their afternoon naps. After a brief period of watching, he gradually succumbed to sleep. Gua. Noticing Cheng Tian had fallen asleep, Bubble Frog lowered the volume. At that moment, the protagonist in the show was learning ninjutsu from his master. The main character was continuously gathering energy from within, yet unlike ordinary energy accumulation, each strand of this energy spun in all directions, generating tremendous destructive and tearing power. Gua Gua. Bubble Frog's eyes sparkled, realizing that manipulating energy could be executed in such a manner. Although the total energy remained unchanged, the rotational motion amplified its effect substantially. Could I perhaps try this as well? With this thought in mind, the Froakie began to gather water energy in its hands, aiming to unleash the wave of water. This skill was one it had mastered, yet this time it focused on slowly condensing the energy, meticulously controlling the direction of each strand's rotation. Gua Gua. It was quite challenging. Controlling the rotation of every single strand of energy was no simple task. As the wave of water reached about 15% completion, Froakie was already drenched in sweat. However, it could distinctly feel the powerful tearing potential of the water energy in its grasp. At last, a few strands of water energy slipped from its control, disrupting the flow of the other energies and resulting in the failure of the wave of water. Gua Gua. Though it had failed, Froakie sensed that this method had potential. The energy expenditure was indeed staggering. Nevertheless, the wave of water underwent a qualitative transformation. What had once been an ordinary mass of water energy striking the enemy to create ripples of damage now possessed terrifying tearing capabilities, relentlessly inflicting harm upon its adversaries when each strand was made to rotate in different directions. Froakie couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of human ninjas. After a prolonged slumber, Cheng Tian gradually awakened. Noticing that Froakie had fallen asleep with its phone lying beside it, he gently shook the creature. "Time to wake up. The nap is over. We have school." Cheng Tian stretched lazily, rising to get dressed. He retrieved his phone, stored Froakie in its Pokeball, and set off for school. The afternoon at school was relatively unchanged. Most classmates were either attending classes or engaged in play. However, the atmosphere of learning had notably improved, largely due to the impending examinations, prompting those wishing to excel in Pokémon studies to begin earnest revision. Notably, a girl, whose name seemed to be Suhan, attracted the attention of several boys gathered at the entrance of her classroom, eager to catch a glimpse of the beautiful girl. Apart from that, everything was quite normal. After school, at 6 in the evening, Cheng Tian and Bai Yun returned to the training room to commence their practice. But when Froakie attempted to mimic the technique of the Rasengan to release the wave of water, Cheng Tian and Bai Yun were taken aback. "Froakie, are you trying to imitate the Rasengan?" Cheng Tian inquired. Froakie nodded in affirmation. Bai Yun, looking bewildered, asked, "Do you usually let Froakie train like this?" "Of course not. Perhaps this little one has taken a liking to watching Naruto on my phone and is imitating the Rasengan," Cheng Tian replied with a sigh. Yet, he did not interrupt Froakie's endeavor. Once again, Froakie started to control the rotation of the water energy slowly, showing evident improvement from earlier. When the wave of water condensed to approximately 25% before dissipating, Cheng Tian noted, "I've observed that each time Froakie gathers the wave of water, it gains a deeper understanding of its own energy control." He nodded approvingly at this training method. "Froakie, take your time. No need to rush. There's no necessity to attempt releasing the wave of water right away. Just focus on condensing as large a sphere of water as you can manage, and then aim it at the sandbag. Let's see how effective it is." Upon hearing this, the Froakie once again employed water pulse, and this time, it was evident that the water sphere had grown slightly larger. The Froakie skillfully directed the water sphere towards the sandbag. As the sphere made contact with the sandbag, instead of bursting open like a typical water pulse, it maintained its form, relentlessly tearing through the leather covering the sandbag. The leather soon succumbed to the strain, ripping apart, and the sand and stones within spilled onto the ground. Such terror! Did this Froakie truly manage to execute a Rasengan? Bai Yun was astonished. The Froakie itself was equally surprised by its ability to obliterate the sandbag, despite the water pulse being only of size 14. The effect it produced far surpassed that of a conventional water pulse. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian, feeling a mix of shock and dismay, lamented the cost of a sandbag. As the equipment was damaged, the staff promptly arrived, witnessing the scattered sand and stones. With unwavering composure and a professional smile, they gently inquired, WeChat or Alipay? It was evident that the bumbling Cheng Tian was trying to negotiate compensation while inquiring if he could take the ruined sandbag. The staff, seemingly unaware of his penny-pinching nature, reluctantly allowed him to take it. Though Cheng Tian felt a pang of regret, acquiring a damaged sandbag somewhat alleviated his discomfort. Chapter 18. Learning Shadow Clone Technique. Of course, no further use of that spiraling water pulse would be permitted. Nevertheless, it was commendable that the Froakie had managed to develop a technique akin to those seen in anime. Yet, Cheng Tian found it difficult to feel joy. The next training objective was clear, to enhance Ice Punch while striving to master the Rasengan-like water pulse. There was no issue with the Froakie striking the sandbag with Ice Punch. Froakie, during your idle moments, practice that water pulse to enhance your perception of water energy. Aiming to execute a standard-sized water pulse in 2 weeks, Cheng Tian instructed. The Froakie acknowledged this, though it felt that today's training had been ample, and Cheng Tian did not require it to train further. Thus, the Froakie merely practiced Ice Punch against the sandbag for a while longer. Time soon grew late, and Cheng Tian lay in bed with the Froakie, both engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, the Froakie's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had long coveted a certain skill. Observing this, Cheng Tian searched online for methods to train the shadow clone technique for Pokémon. Though the results varied, the fundamental approach remained consistent: simply enhance the Pokémon's speed. Initially, only faint afterimages would appear, gradually leading to the emergence of shadow clones. The initial number would be limited, but as speed increased, the quantity of shadow clones would multiply. However, the effectiveness might not mirror that of anime, where clones could attack alongside the original. This skill primarily served to augment speed and confuse opponents. In reality, only one true self existed capable of dealing damage. Nevertheless, without specialized recognition skills, discerning the true form could prove challenging, unless each clone were dealt with individually. Cheng Tian nodded, acknowledging the practicality of the skill. He resolved to take Guaguapawa to the training room the next day for a workout on the treadmill, anticipating swift results. After solidifying his plan, Cheng Tian accompanied Guaguapawa in watching a few more episodes before retiring for the night. Upon arriving at school the following day, Baiyun expressed her frustration to Cheng Tian, saying, Tian, I watched anime with Xiao Huaho yesterday, yet his reaction was completely different from Guaguapawa's. Cheng Tian, bewildered, replied, How would I know? What's wrong with Xiao Huaho? With a forlorn expression, Baiyun lamented, I even tried showing him Naruto, but he seemed utterly uninterested. Cheng Tian comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's all right. Not everyone enjoys anime. It's perfectly normal for Xiao Huaho to have different tastes. Baiyun shook her head. Xiao Huaho wasn't keen on Naruto, so I didn't force him to watch. I thought I'd tackle some homework instead. But when I returned, he was actually watching anime again. Cheng Tian responded, Isn't that a good thing? Baiyun, with a serious demeanor, clarified. He was watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Cheng Tian gasped in astonishment, observing Baiyun's discomfort. Did you just chuckle? He asked teasingly. No, I didn't. She retorted. You clearly did. Apologies, I simply couldn't help myself. He laughed. Go away. Baiyun snapped in annoyance. Cheng Tian consoled her, look on the bright side. At least JoJo is an action-packed series, far better than if Xiao Huaho preferred something like School Days. You don't understand, after watching it last night. Xiao Huaho was so excited, flailing his arms in the air. Cheng Tian couldn't contain his laughter. You're laughing again, Baiyun exclaimed. Once their playful banter subsided, Cheng Tian curiously inquired, Lin, don't you ever let Pashilas train? Humph, Lin said proudly, puffing out her chest. Of course I do. Who do you think I am? I train Pashilas every day. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from her yellow hoodie. Pashilas, don't leave the chestnut shells in my hood, Lin exclaimed, reaching into her hoodie. Potsy, Pashilas squeaked, leaping out of the hood with the chestnut still in hand. Munching away, it was evident that Lin was indeed diligent with the training. The system displayed Pashilas's attribute panel, revealing a newly acquired skill, Protect. It seemed Lin had procured a skill learning disc for Protect. Now, Pashilas truly embodied the legendary white demon. Ayun, help me get the chestnut shells out of my hood. I can't reach. Lin Lin requested. Bayun, somewhat exasperated, replied, fine, I'll get it. With that, she abruptly placed the hoodie over Lin Lin's head. Ah, you sneaky Bayun. Just wait. Lin Lin roared, lunging at Bayun. Bayun effortlessly restrained her head with one hand. So frustrating. I can't even hit you. Lin Lin huffed, before suddenly biting Bayun's hand. Ah, Lin Lin. Are you part dog? Let go. Bayun cried out, finally managing to free her hand after a struggle. As the shimmering droplets of saliva adorned his hands, Cheng Tian gazed at the two individuals before him, feeling a sense of disbelief. I suspect you are indulging in a display of affection, yet I possess no evidence to substantiate this. After school, Cheng Tian and Bayun returned to the training room. Upon seeing the small fire monkey, they observed it energetically employing Thunder Punch against the sandbag, its skill level having ascended to 4. It appears this child has truly transformed. And yet this combative spirit is commendable. Bayun continued to guide the fire monkey in its training, while Cheng Tian released his Froakie. Froakie, today we shall practice Shadow Clone. Come, let us proceed to the treadmill. Cheng Tian led Froakie to a specially designed treadmill for Pokémon. He encouraged Froakie to hop onto it, and subsequently activated the machine. The treadmill began to rotate, set at its lowest speed, which was still equivalent to the 4th gear of a human treadmill. After all, the physical prowess of Pokémon cannot be compared to that of humans, except perhaps for those formidable women capable of battling Machamp. Now, I shall increase the speed. Should it become too rapid, do not hesitate to inform me. With that, Cheng Tian escalated the settings, reaching the 3rd gear, where the speed became quite daunting. Cheng Tian sensed that if he were to step onto the treadmill at this moment, it would surely grind his face against the surface. Froakie began to struggle under the exertion, prompting Cheng Tian to maintain the current pace rather than increasing it further. After approximately 10 minutes, Froakie exhibited signs of fatigue, its legs struggling to keep pace with the treadmill's rotation. Froakie, despite the challenge, Froakie gritted its teeth and persevered. A few minutes later, Froakie's muscles were taut from exertion, yet it continued to push through. Just a little more, just a little more. At that moment, the rapidly running Froakie's form began to shimmer, faint afterimages appearing behind it. Keep going, Froakie. You are on the verge of success, Cheng Tian exclaimed, capturing the moment on his phone. However, Froakie reached its physical limit and was suddenly unable to keep up, being flung off the treadmill. Froakie. Quick as a flash, Cheng Tian leaped forward to catch Froakie, preventing it from hitting the ground. Froakie lay in Cheng Tian's arms, panting heavily. Cheng Tian sat up from the ground, gently stroking Froakie's head. You did wonderfully, Froakie. Chapter 19, Weighted Training. Froakie felt the muscles in its legs taut and unyielding, as if utterly exhausted. Cheng Tian showed Froakie the video he had just recorded. Look, you can already see the beginnings of a shadow clone, can't you? Froakie indeed perceived the faint afterimages behind itself and was filled with exhilaration. Cheng Tian soothingly patted Froakie's head. Do not worry, you will surely master Shadow Clone. After a brief respite, Cheng Tian took Froakie to observe Bayun and the fire monkey's training. Before them stood Bayun and the little fire monkey, diligently practicing their punches in front of a boxing counter. The sound of yaka 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 filled the air as the little fire monkey unleashed a flurry of lightning-infused strikes upon the target with remarkable speed. As the minute timer expired, the counter displayed its results. Time, 60 seconds. Number of strikes, 116. Average force, 24 kilograms. This was quite an impressive feat, especially considering the little fire monkey had only recently come into the world. How is the training progressing? Cheng Tian inquired, handing Bayun a bottle of water. She twisted off the cap and took a sip. It's going well. The fire monkey's speed and strength have improved significantly. Next, we plan to train the flame punch. 2 weeks can seem neither too long nor too short. And Bayun believed the best approach was to master a few skills thoroughly rather than chase after new ones indiscriminately, which could lead to a lack of finesse. Therefore, she intended to have the little fire monkey perfect 2 punching techniques first. Yes, the training for Shadow Clone has also shown results. Perhaps we should let the 2 little ones rest for a while, Cheng Tian suggested. Thus, the pair decided to take a brief respite. The training room was equipped with instructional videos on various training methods. After browsing through a couple, one particular video caught Cheng Tian's attention. Hello, everyone. In this episode, we will discuss how to better train the strength of your Pokémon. Cheng Tian's eyes lit up. Come take a look. Their essay video on strength training. Bai Yun, intrigued, joined him in watching. Training strength should not be a mere focus on force alone. One must also learn to control oneself. By allowing the body to unleash its power in more extreme environments, one can adapt to such sensations, enhancing both stamina and strength in the process. Today, we will discuss one method, weighted training. As the man in the video approached a nearby abalone, he demonstrated how its arms were bound with lead weights wrapped in cloth. Appropriate weighted training can exert pressure on a Pokémon's muscles, pushing them to their limits in a short period and enabling breakthroughs in physical capability. However, this method is not suitable for every Pokémon. Trainers must tailor their approach based on their Pokémon's specific circumstances. If improperly applied, it may lead to muscle strains. In such cases, please seek treatment at a Pokémon center. Wishing all trainers ever-increasing strength. This brief 1-minute video sparked significant inspiration for Cheng Tian and Bai Yun. It seemed this method could indeed be applied to their Pokémon as well. Tian, let us try this method, Bai Yun exclaimed eagerly. Cheng Tian nodded in agreement. After our training session, we'll go by weights. Once their training concluded, they attended to their Pokémon's needs before heading to the item section of the Pokémon store. Each purchased a weighted item, one for the arms and another for the legs. Each item cost 1,500. For Bai Yun, this expenditure was inconsequential, without a moment's hesitation. She swiped her card. Cheng Tian, however, was taken aback by the price, but upon learning that the items could be returned within 2 weeks, he swiftly paid as well. I may be a freeloader, but I am proud. Emerging from the store, Cheng Tian and Bai Yun promptly equipped their Pokémon with the new gear. After donning the equipment, the Quagsire and the Chimchar evidently struggled to adapt to the added weight. Quagsire felt as though its legs had grown exceedingly heavy, rendering it nearly immobile. Observing this, Cheng Tian adjusted the weight to 10 pounds. Over the next few days, Quagsire gradually acclimated to the burden, eventually regaining its original running speed. By the weekend, Quagsire had completely ceased to perceive the weight. Meanwhile, Chimchar, who had previously found even a single punch laborious, was now able to move with renewed vigor. It was evident that Chimchar's arms and Quagsire's legs had developed firm and noticeable muscles, a testament to their training. Quagsire, let us now test your limits with the added weight, and see how far you can run, Cheng Tian instructed. On the treadmill. As he removed the load from Quagsire, the creature, having adjusted to the weight, suddenly felt an exhilarating lightness envelop its form. This was the benefit of training under weight. Quagsire, I feel as though I can run at speed level 4. Quagsire exclaimed. On the level 4 treadmill setting, Quagsire moved its legs with such swiftness that after just 5 minutes, it only began to feel fatigued. Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction, noting the impressive results. Quagsire, too, was filled with joy, having surprisingly developed a fondness for this newfound feeling, transitioning from initial discomfort to overcoming various challenges. Quagsire, adjust your breathing and now move laterally at your utmost speed, Cheng Tian commanded. Quagsire nodded and began to move with remarkable speed. Gradually, 3 Quagsires appeared on the field. Cheng Tian was elated. The shadow clone training had succeeded. The information panel promptly updated, adding a new skill, shadow clone. Seeing Quagsire's successful shadow clone training, Bai Yun was filled with envy and quickly removed the weight from Chimchar. She activated the punching counter. Come on, Chimchar, attack with your maximum speed. Yaka. Chimchar relaxed its arms, instantly feeling an influx of boundless power, excitedly unleashing a fiery punch at the target. Cheng Tian adeptly pulled out his phone, playing the high-energy segment of Burning Passion at 15 times speed. Upon hearing the familiar tune, Chimchar felt a stirring within, its fiery fists igniting even brighter. The winds of victory are blowing behind me. Cheng Tian nodded, realizing that this child was truly transforming. Tian, turn it off quickly. Don't lead Chimchar astray. Bai Yun rushed over to stop the music. I can't. Just look at how fired up Chimchar is. Amidst their playful banter, the timer had already concluded. The machine provided the report. Time, 60 seconds, attack count, 138 times, average force, 45 kilograms per punch. Look, just see how much Chimchar has progressed. Cheng Tian exclaimed, pointing at the machine. Chimchar nonchalantly extinguished the flames on its fists and struck a pose reminiscent of a champion. This is my time alone, Bai Yun responded, utterly speechless. Cheng Tian suppressed a smile, saying, it's all right. Since the child has shown interest in this area, it deserves our support. Just look at how evident its progress has become. Although it currently holds a low rank, once it evolves into a Monferno, it will likely master the Sonic Punch. He reflected silently that despite the little fire monkey straying further on its path of evolution, both of the little creatures had made significant advancements through weighted training. As long as they maintained this training regimen, it would suffice. Next, he contemplated reviewing theoretical knowledge and striving for better grades, hoping to be placed in a good class during the upcoming reallocation. Chapter 20. The examination commences. The morning sunlight bathed the land of Bingzhou, heralding the arrival of a new day. In the neighborhood, a boy was jogging around the community, accompanied by a Froakie. Checking the time, Cheng Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Froakie, let's call it a day for our morning exercise. It's time for school. Froak, typically a late riser, Cheng Tian had surprisingly woken up early today to train with Froakie. In truth, it was the foolish mistake of accidentally setting the alarm 2 hours early after watching Naruto with Froakie the previous night, since he could not fall back asleep. Cheng Tian took Froakie out for a morning run. He had to admit, running in the morning was invigorating, and the air was refreshingly crisp. Today marked September 25th, 2055, the date of the Pokémon Department's division examination at Bingzhou First High School. For the past 2 weeks, Cheng Tian and Froakie had diligently trained at the Pokémon Center alongside Bai Yun. Froakie's shadow clone technique had been completely mastered, even advancing to the next level, now producing 4 clones instead of 3. The spiral water wave was now in a state of being barely releasable, albeit unstable, taking longer to form compared to a standard water wave. Nevertheless, it could be considered a newly acquired trump card. Over these 2 weeks, Froakie frequently battled Bai Yun's Chimchar. Overall, Froakie had won more times than it lost, even while limiting the available water-type moves. Consequently, Froakie's level had risen by 1. Froakie, level 13. 3 levels away from its second evolution. As he exited the neighborhood to head to school, a black sedan pulled up beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal Bai Yun's face. Get in. Once Cheng Tian settled into the car, he noticed Chimchar, engrossed in watching anime on a mobile phone. Pokémon, Chimchar. Gender, male. Nature, adamant. Ability, Iron Fist. Level, 9. Inherited moves, Thunder Punch, 5. Fire Punch, 4. Bulk Up, 2. Personal moves, Leer, 3. Ember, 5. Scratch, 2. Top moves, Focus Energy, 4. Chimchar had also leveled up due to its victories over Froakie in the past 2 weeks, enhancing several of its punching moves in the process. At that moment, the sounds of battle and cheers emanated from the phone, exciting Chimchar immensely. Bai Yun had grown somewhat accustomed to this. Since Chimchar enjoyed watching, she figured it was best to let it indulge. Perhaps one day it might even glean a few techniques from what it observed. Today is the day of the examination. How has your revision been? Cheng Tian inquired. Bai Yun, wearing a reassuring expression, replied, I studied until midnight last night, so I am certain I will perform well today. The 2 boys engaged in conversation as their car drove towards Bingzhou No. 1 High School. Due to the examination, the classroom had been arranged the evening prior. Each student's examination number, name, and assigned room were posted on the notice board in the lobby of the teaching building. Cheng Tian squeezed through the crowd and soon found his details. 0932500102. Cheng Tian, Room 7. The morning session was from 8:30 to 11:50 with a test on Pokémon knowledge, followed by a practical assessment from 2:50 to 6 o'clock. I had hoped we would be in the same examination room, Bai Yun expressed with a hint of disappointment. He was assigned to Room 3. Don't dwell on it. Focus on your exam, and hopefully we will be in the same class, Cheng Tian encouraged, patting Bai Yun on the back. After chatting idly for a while, they entered the examination room 10 minutes early. Most students inside were diligently reviewing, striving to memorize as much as possible before the papers were distributed. However, Cheng Tian opted for a different approach. He had completed his studies over the past 2 weeks, even skipping classes to do so, and felt that further review would yield little benefit. There are still 10 minutes left. I might as well take a short nap. What if I fall asleep during the exam? Thus, Cheng Tian rested his head on the desk, drifting into a drowsy slumber, an anomaly amidst the sea of anxious students. Just a few minutes into his nap, the fervent studying halted as all eyes turned toward the entrance. There stood Su-Han, her long, lustrous black hair framing her face, her gentle smile carrying an air of exclusivity. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly shifted, with students craning their necks and blushing as they gazed at her. while some girls expressed envy or cast disapproving glances. Of course, one oblivious boy remained lost in his dreams, envisioning an old man assuring him of certain success in the exam, even claiming his surname was Zhou. Suhan appeared unfazed by the attention, tossing her hair back and offering a serene smile to the crowd, exuding an aura of graceful distance. If I recall correctly, my seat is the 13th one, she mused, scanning the room. With few empty seats remaining, her eyes quickly locked onto her designated spot, conveniently located next to a familiar boy who was asleep. He is here too? Noticing Cheng Tian, who was still lost in slumber, a playful glint sparkled in Suhan's eyes, accompanied by an amused smile. She approached and took her seat, prompting the surrounding students to gaze in astonishment. Unperturbed, Suhan's attention remained fixed on the sleeping Cheng Tian, her smile deepening. He was truly endearing. This was the first time Suhan felt such a sentiment towards a stranger, initially perplexed by her own emotions. The boy was quite ordinary. Lacking any remarkable traits, he was as pristine as a blank canvas. He was as clean as a blank canvas. The first time Suhan encountered the boy was at the toll station, where she observed him with his hands clasped in supplication. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, she found his eyes remarkably clear, reminiscent of her mother's gaze. The second meeting occurred in the teaching building, where he stood on the upper level alongside two classmates. Now cleansed of dirt, he was outside, the wind tousling his short black hair, gazing at her with a curiosity akin to that of a small animal encountering something unfamiliar. During the examination, fate brought them together once more, and this time she perceived him more distinctly. Suhan pondered silently, wondering what his name might be. Just then, the invigilator entered, clutching a stack of papers. After setting them down, he scanned the room, frowning at Cheng Tian, who was blissfully asleep. Now, we are about to commence the exam. Students, please awaken if you are sleeping and gather any items unrelated to the test. Any instance of cheating will be reported to the entire school, resulting in the invalidation of this subject's examination scores. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian remained ensnared in his dreams, envisioning himself reeling in a golden carp king while it miraculously transformed into a crimson Gyarados. "Classmate, wake up," a gentle voice called, breaking through his reverie. Suddenly, Cheng Tian sensed something amiss. Why does such a fearsome Gyarados have a voice like a girl? "Wake up, classmate," the soft voice rang out again, ethereal and melodious. It was only then that Cheng Tian slowly opened his eyes to behold a familiar and exquisite face. Seeing Cheng Tian awaken, Suhan smiled tenderly and said, "It's time for the exam, classmate." In that instant, Cheng Tian felt the weight of numerous gentlemanly gazes fixated upon him. Why is Suhan being so kind to this guy? I wish I had such wake-up service, some mused. Upon catching sight of Suhan's face, Cheng Tian instantly became alert. You're not," just as he intended to confirm whether she was indeed the girl from the black car. Suhan playfully winked and gestured for silence with a finger pressed to her rosy lips. The exam is about to start. Hearing this, Cheng Tian suddenly remembered the impending test. He cast a sheepish glance at the stern invigilator at the podium. The invigilator, noticing Cheng Tian had finally awakened, felt somewhat displeased yet refrained from further comment. He expertly unsealed and distributed the papers, reciting phrases he must have repeated countless times. "Do not rush to answer. Confirm your class, name, and examination number. After ensuring all is correct, I will provide you with your barcode. Please check to see if it is indeed yours before affixing it. There is only one paper, and if you stick it incorrectly, it will be lost. Is there anyone with questions? Very well, the exam begins now." Cheng Tian stared at the paper before him, yet his mind was tumultuous. Could it be that Suhan was in the same examination room as him? She had previously assisted him. Perhaps he should express his gratitude. However, considering her stature, would she even acknowledge his thanks? Moreover, he feared the disdain of a crowd of gentlemen. Shaking his head, Cheng Tian endeavored to calm himself. This was an examination, not a moment for such distractions. Observing Cheng Tian's slight headshake, Suhan's smile broadened. Indeed, she thought, he is quite endearing. The classroom fell into a hushed silence as the sound of writing filled the air. The examination was underway. Chapter 21. She wouldn't be considering copying my answers, would she? In examination room number 7, all present were quietly scribbling their responses. Cheng Tian picked up the exam paper and began to review the questions. Question 1. 3 points. The green caterpillar is a commonly found bug-type Pokémon in the wild, with a remarkably brief cultivation cycle. Upon reaching level 7, it will evolve. Which of the following Pokémon does it evolve into? Spinarak, Metapod, Rayquaza. Butterfree. This initial question was a mere gift, and Cheng Tian, without even glancing at it, selected option 2 and proceeded to the next question. Question 2, 3 points as a burrowing Pokémon. Diglett can be both beneficial and detrimental to agricultural production. Its advantages include loosening the soil, while its downsides involve gnawing at plant roots. Which of the following skills can Diglett learn through leveling up? Rapid Spin, Iron Head, Cut, Stealth Rock. This question proved to be quite misleading, as many believed that Diglett, lacking hands, could not learn a skill like Cut. However, the truth is that Diglett can indeed learn Cut through leveling up, and it can even acquire skills such as Metal Claw and Shadow Claw. Question 3, 3 points. Flying Pokémon have long been humanity's companions, often utilized for delivering messages in ancient times and for writing or mail delivery in modernity. However, exceptions exist. Which of the following Pokémon cannot fly? Dragonair, Garchomp, Metagross. Groudon. Cheng Tian muttered to himself, Groudon? Seriously? The Sword of Ruin warns against this. He sighed, realizing that even in this world, the ongoing joke about the only non-flying member of the Hoenn trio still persisted. Although people in this realm seldom encountered these legendary Pokémon, it did not mean that no one had seen them, and the legends certainly remained. The multiple choice, fill in the blank, and short answer questions proceeded normally until an odd question infiltrated the exam. Question 35, practical application problem. 10 points given that Li Hua rides a Tauros and departs from point A. 5 minutes later, Xiao Liang rides a Rhydon from point B in pursuit. Their respective speeds are represented by the functions within the intervals of 36, 50, and 80. Determine if Xiao Liang can catch up to Xiao Ming. If so, at what time will he succeed? If not, what is the nearest distance between the two? Cheng Tian exclaimed, You dare label this a practical application problem? If your phone is truly useless, then give it to me. He decisively abandoned this nonsensical question. And just as he intended to continue, he inadvertently caught sight of Su Han, who was smiling at him. When he turned to face her, she quickly lowered her head to continue writing. Cheng Tian's expression grew peculiar. Why is this young lady not answering the questions, but gazing at me instead? Could it be? A rather immature thought crossed his mind. She wouldn't be considering copying my answers, would she? Su Han had already skimmed through the questions. They were quite simple for her. After briefly jotting down her choices and answers, she could not resist glancing at the boy who was diligently working on his paper. Observing him earnestly answering questions, occasionally flustered by his inability to solve a few, causing the tips of his ears to redden, was undeniably endearing. At that moment, Su Han noticed Cheng Tian turning his head to glance at her, prompting her to instinctively lower her gaze. When she lifted her head again, she found Cheng Tian still watching her, his lips slightly moving as if he were attempting to convey something. She could barely discern 4 words, seemingly, no time left. However, in reality, she had misjudged. Cheng Tian had indeed uttered 4 words, albeit with a slight discrepancy. He had stated, I won't let you copy. Although Su Han had previously assisted him, an exam was an exam, and Cheng Tian could not permit her to view his answers. Upon realizing that Su Han understood his meaning and smiled in acknowledgement, Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction. Thus, he continued to tackle the questions, quickly reaching the final one. Question 40. Evolution, 10 points. Evolution, also referred to as mega evolution, is a phenomenon that occurs when trainers and Pokémon share a profound bond, enabling them to temporarily achieve mega evolution in battle through the use of a keystone and a corresponding megastone. Suppose an ideal-natured Frogadier's ability transforms into the ability technician upon evolution. Calculate the physical attack value at that moment. Cheng Tian's eyes lit up. Evolution could significantly elevate a Pokémon's base stat cap, allowing for substantial advantages even against type disadvantages. He recalled that Frogadier's physical attack value was 105, which, when doubled by the technician ability, resulted in an astounding 210. This formidable physical attack value could easily eliminate many Pokémon in a single blow. At last, he completed the exam and stretched contentedly. After a brief review, he noted that aside from a few inappropriate and excessively difficult questions, he had answered everything, filling the paper to the brim. Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction, surveying the room to find that few had finished. He began to feel a bit restless, yet simultaneously sensed an odd discomfort as Su Han continued to gaze at him. Cheng Tian pondered whether her persistent attention stemmed from his earlier assistance, and felt compelled to express his gratitude after the exam. After all, someone had helped him, and extending a simple thank you, especially to a beautiful girl, seemed only polite. Time passed swiftly, and as the bell rang, the teacher's voice followed. "All right, time's up. Please put down your pens and cease writing. The last row, please pass your papers forward, small answers on top, large ones below." Some students, however, grew unruly, struggling to control their curiosity. Once the papers were collected, Cheng Tian began to pack his belongings. He glanced towards Su-han's seat, intending to speak. But she preempted him with a sweet smile, saying, "Classmate, may I know your name?" Her words drew the attention of those around them, and the glances directed at Cheng Tian turned increasingly unfriendly. Cheng Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su-han would directly inquire about his name, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing his silence, Su-han appeared somewhat disheartened and continued, "Is it not permissible? Please, do not hold me back." A sense of jealousy permeated the classroom as murmurs of discontent arose. A smile flickered in Su-han's eyes, momentarily lost in thought, appearing rather dazed. "Thank you for your help earlier," Cheng Tian remarked, scratching his head. Su-han blinked. "That was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for you to be so polite, Cheng Tian. I am simply curious as to why you appeared so disheveled." Cheng Tian looked a bit embarrassed. "Well, that's because I was out capturing Pokémon, so I ended up quite dirty." Su-han gasped in surprise. "You ventured out into the wild to capture them by yourself?" Cheng Tian nodded. "You are indeed quite brave, Cheng Tian. The wilderness can be quite perilous." Just then, Bai Yun's voice echoed from the doorway. "Tian, the exam is over. Let us go." "I'll be right there," Cheng Tian called back, then turned to Su-han with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Su-han, but my friends are calling for me. I must take my leave." Although Su-han felt slightly reluctant, she smiled and nodded. "Please, go ahead, Cheng Tian." Cheng Tian acknowledged her and hurriedly packed his belongings, racing toward the exit. Watching his unwavering back, Su-han felt a flicker of irritation. Does this fellow have no interest in me whatsoever? Upon exiting, Bai Yun and Lin Lin stood together. Bai Yun, brimming with curiosity, exclaimed, "Tian, I saw you with Su-han just now, didn't I?" Lin Lin eagerly chimed in, "Yes, yes." Su-han looked absolutely delighted. "You must be mistaken," Cheng Tian replied, without a hint of hesitation. "Impossible. You were definitely chatting with Su-han. I saw it with my own eyes. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? Yesterday you claimed disinterest, and today you've already made your move." I observed the boys in the classroom, their faces darkened with envy. Cheng Tian replied irritably, "I merely thanked her for her previous assistance. What are you even thinking?" "Oh right, right. You're absolutely correct," Bai Yun conceded with a smirk. Cheng Tian rolled his eyes, choosing not to further engage. "How did you fare in the exam?" Bai Yun gave a thumbs up. "No problem at all. I feel quite confident about this one." Lin Lin added cheerfully, "I think I did well too. Apart from a few challenging questions, I managed to answer most of them." "And you? How did you do?" Lin Lin inquired. "Me?" Cheng Tian replied, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. "Aside from that one bizarre question I left blank, I managed to answer the rest." Bai Yun and Lin Lin nodded in synchrony. "I figured as much." Cheng Tian, "Thank you. I do feel somewhat offended." Bai Yun chuckled. "What can I say? You're just terrible at math." Lin Lin concurred, "Exactly. You don't even know how to identify the coordinate quadrants." Observing the camaraderie between the two, Cheng Tian felt a surge of irritation. The morning exam was held in the classroom, but the afternoon battles took place in the newly constructed outdoor stadium at Binhao No. 1 High School. Truly, as a prestigious municipal high school, the battle arena at Binhao No. 1 was built to the specifications of formal competitions, complete with specialized healing machines for Pokémon and comprehensive facilities. The gymnasium was sufficiently spacious to accommodate all the students eager to witness the event. Consequently, the afternoon competition was quite lively, with a considerable audience that heightened the tension among the participants. Within the arena, numerous students had already summoned their Pokémon, brimming with anticipation. "Cheng Tian, over here." Upon arriving at the venue, Cheng Tian immediately spotted Bai Yun and Lin Lin, who had encircled themselves with an assortment of soda and popcorn, even establishing a small territory around them. They beckoned him over enthusiastically. Cheng Tian approached them, feeling a blend of disbelief and amusement. "What is it like to have two utterly eccentric friends?" he queried. "Are you planning to engage in a territorial battle?" Hee. Lin Lin stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth. "This afternoon, we have a 4-hour competition. How can we possibly be prepared without ample provisions?" Bai Yun handed Cheng Tian a bucket of popcorn, urging, "Come, sit down. With all this popcorn and soda, we must finish it all this afternoon." Though Cheng Tian felt reluctant, he could not resist the allure of the snacks and settled down to join them, attracting envious glances from those nearby. At 2 o'clock in September, the afternoon heat in Bingzhou was still quite oppressive, making the enjoyment of soda a true delight for those fortunate enough to partake. However, for those deprived of this pleasure, it was a torment. The trio drew the resentful stares of others who longed for a sip of their soda. "Please, have some decency." Just as Cheng Tian and his friends indulged in their snacks while awaiting the competition's commencement, Su Han entered the gymnasium. Instantly, many gazes shifted from the soda to her. Given the warm weather, she wore only a white shirt paired with school uniform trousers, her figure perfectly showcased, causing several older gentlemen to blush with admiration. Su Han quickly spotted the trio, her lips curling into an alluring smile as she approached. "Cheng Tian, it's nice to see you again," she greeted, her expression warm and inviting. Cheng Tian, caught mid-sip of his soda, froze momentarily before hastily swallowing. "Hello, Su Han. There's no space nearby. May I sit beside you?" Su Han inquired playfully. Upon hearing this, the surrounding boys shot her fierce looks. "What right does this fellow have to sit next to my goddess? It's so unfair. I'm clearly more handsome than him." Before Cheng Tian could respond, his companions' expressions were animated. "We have a major scoop," Lin Lin quickly interjected. "Of course, Su Han, you can sit here." Bai Yun nodded vigorously, playfully nudging Cheng Tian while shoving a bottle of soda into his hands, her expression comically exaggerated. "Thank you." Su Han beamed, taking a seat beside Cheng Tian. He could catch a whiff of her delightful fragrance. Rolling his eyes at Bai Yun, he extended the soda towards Su Han, saying, "It's quite warm. Have a bottle to cool off." Su Han accepted the soda with a grateful smile, twisting off the cap and sipping delicately, a stark contrast to Lin Lin's vigorous chugging. "This really does help to cool me down." Bai Yun and Lin Lin observed the two individuals engaged in animated conversation, their eyes ablaze with curiosity, their smiles nearly rivaling the sun. They continued to claim there was no illicit affair. Just then, a teacher emerged onto the scene. "Silence, please. Is someone still speaking?" The crowd gradually quieted. "Ahem. We will now commence the afternoon battle assessment. Each participant will engage in 2 matches, taking the stage when their number is called. Competitors may only utilize one Pokémon, and the battle continues until one side's Pokémon is rendered unable to fight. Attacking the trainers is strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violations. Victory is not mandatory. Even in defeat, instructors will evaluate your performance and assign scores accordingly. Thus, consider how to impress the instructors with your battle tactics. Do you all understand?" The teacher nodded. "Now, let the matches begin. Please send up the students whose numbers have been called. 0936600122, 0932408881. Upon hearing their numbers, 2 boys rose and exchanged determined glances, unyielding in their resolve as they strode toward the arena. Both competitors summoned their Pokémon, and the match commenced. 2 beams of red light flashed, revealing a Sandshrew and a Diglett on the field. "Diglett, use Mudshot." The Diglett swiftly unearthed several clumps of earth, launching them forcefully at the Sandshrew. With agility, the Sandshrew dodged the incoming attack and retaliated with quick attack, charging towards the Diglett. In response, the clever Diglett burrowed underground to evade. The audience watched intently, their attention unwavering. Cheng Tian and his friends relished their popcorn, savoring the moment even more. Su Han observed Cheng Tian as he stuffed his mouth with popcorn, finding the scene quite amusing. He resembled a hamster, his cheeks puffed up. After emerging from its tunnel, the Diglett engaged the Sandshrew in a fierce confrontation, its powerful ears and sharp claws clashing vigorously, creating an exhilarating spectacle. Ultimately, the Diglett triumphed, defeating the Sandshrew. The winner is Diglett. And do not lose heart if you were defeated, another match awaits. In the subsequent battles, the competitors fought with fervor, resulting in instances where both Pokémon were rendered unable to battle simultaneously, igniting the atmosphere with excitement. 0932500086, 0932805556. It's my turn. Upon hearing her number called, Bai Yun set down her popcorn and stood up. "Go, Yun. Give it your all and defeat your opponent." Cheng Tian and Lin Lin cheered her on, while Su Han nodded in encouragement. Bai Yun flashed a confident smile, thinking, "Watch my performance with Fire Monkey." As the competitors took their places, A flash of red light heralded the arrival of Fire Monkey, who let out an enthusiastic cry. In contrast, her opponent sent forth an Electabuzz. Cheng Tian's expression turned peculiar. He recalled from the anime of his previous life that Ji's Infernape had been abandoned by Shinji when it was still a Chimchar, and coincidentally, Shinji had an Electabuzz that evolved into Electivire. It was a fated showdown. The electric monster resembled a creature with a plug atop its head, with currents crackling audibly between its two heads, clearly brimming with fighting spirit. The battle commenced. Baiyun swiftly commanded her Fire Monkey to gather energy and motivate itself, preparing for a fire punch. A faint brown aura enveloped the Fire Monkey, sharpening its gaze. Flames ignited around its fists, awaiting the signal to unleash its attack. The opponent, not foolish, did not charge in recklessly. Electric Monster, use High-Speed Star. A yellow star materialized between the two plugs atop the Electric Monster's head, hurtling towards the Fire Monkey. In response, the Fire Monkey expelled a burst of flames to collide with the High-Speed Star. However, several stars slipped past the defense, striking the Fire Monkey and inflicting damage. Seizing the opportunity, a flash of lightning surged forth, accompanied by Thunder Punch. The Electric Monster transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly lunging toward the Fire Monkey. Its fists crackling with electricity, delivering a fierce blow. Humph, a mere exchange of punches? We shall retaliate. Fire Punch. The Fire Monkey engaged in a counterattack with its prepared Fire Punch, causing the Electric Monster to momentarily stagger backward. The Iron Fist ability was not to be taken lightly. The Electric Monster, astonished, gazed at the seemingly frail monkey before it, marveling at such immense strength. Baiyun smiled. Her Fire Monkey trained daily with added weight, and now, unburdened, it could strike 140 times per minute, totaling 2 fists, with each punch boasting a force of 28 kilograms. Do not relent. Let it experience the taste of Thunder Punch. The Fire Monkey's fists, now encircled by electricity, launched into a frenzied assault against the Electric Monster. Yaka! The Fire Monkey struck mercilessly. And while the Electric Monster initially managed to fend off a few blows, it soon found itself overwhelmed, even succumbing to paralysis. The Fire Monkey's eyes gleamed with determination. Fixated on the repeatedly struck Electric Monster, its thoughts consumed by a singular mantra. Flat pants, flat pants. The Electric Monster, overwhelmed, fainted. The victor was the Fire Monkey. It waved its hand, dissipating the flames surrounding its fists, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Electric Monster. Witnessing this primal exchange of blows, the spectators felt a surge of adrenaline. Cheng Tian nodded, truly impressive, Fire Monkey. Chapter 23, The White Demon. Well done, Fire Monkey. Baiyun joyfully exchanged a high five with her companion. Now that the battle is over, let us take our Pokémon for treatment, a teacher reminded the participants. Baiyun nodded, recalling her Fire Monkey and signaling Cheng Tian and the others that she would head for healing first. Cheng Tian and Lin Lin exchanged gestures. Suhan, curious, remarked, it seems Cheng Tian and that student share a close bond. Cheng Tian affirmed, we've grown up together. Lin Lin raised her hand to speak, and me. We 3 have been inseparable since childhood. Suddenly, Cheng Tian smacked his forehead. Ah, I haven't formally introduced you yet. Suhan, the individual who just battled, is my friend Baiyun. This is also my friend, Lin Lin. Lin Lin beamed. Hello, Suhan. I'm Lin Lin, Baiyun's childhood sweetheart. At that moment, Baiyun stood behind Lin Lin and remarked, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Lin, feeling wronged, covered her head and retorted. Of course, we've merely grown up together since childhood. Isn't that what they call childhood sweethearts? Suhan observed the two with a gentle smile, saying, it appears that you truly are a pair of childhood sweethearts. Upon hearing this, Lin Lin's eyes nearly turned into crescent moons from her glee. Stop grinning foolishly. It's your turn to take the stage, Cheng Tian reminded her. Am I up so soon? Lin Lin turned to the teacher, realizing that her exam number was indeed being called. Then I shall take my leave. Remember to cheer for me. With that, Lin Lin departed. Oh dear. What just poked me? Baiyun felt something pressing against her from beneath, and upon standing, she discovered it was a Pokeball. Is this Lin Lin's Pokeball? Suhan inquired. Oh no. Baiyun suddenly looked towards Lin Lin, realizing that she had gone on stage without her Pokeball. Meanwhile, both the teacher and Lin Lin's opponent looked bemusedly at the anxious Lin Lin. Wait, where's my Pokeball? Lin Lin exclaimed, patting her waist and finding nothing. Nearly on the verge of tears. Silly girl, look over here. at the sound of Bai Yun's voice. Lin Lin turned to see Bai Yun standing and throwing the Pokeball into the air. Lin Lin stretched out her hand, catching it after a few attempts, and quickly turned to the teacher, saying, "I have the Pokeball now. We can begin." Just then, Cheng Tian noticed something amiss. Lin Lin's hat appeared rather peculiar. Could it be? The competitors sent forth their Pokemon. A flash of red light. Come forth, Psyduck. Lin Lin's opponent, also a girl, released a Psyduck. Renowned as one of the water-type 3 fools. Psyduck? As Psyduck emerged, it tilted its large, yellow head in confusion. Come forth, Pachirisu, Lin Lin shouted. But when she threw her Pokeball, it remained empty after the red light faded. Laughter erupted from the audience, and the teacher's expression fell instantly. This student, please promptly summon your Pokemon and do not delay any further. Just a moment, please, teacher. At that moment, a small white head suddenly poked out from Lin Lin's hat. Indeed, it was Pachirisu. It had been sleeping soundly until Lin Lin called its name. Lin Lin was overjoyed. Pachirisu, come down and prepare for battle. Pachirisu. It leaped from the hat and dashed to the center of the field, ready for combat. Now, let the match commence. Psyduck, use water gun. Psyduck initiated the attack, shooting jets of water from its beak. Dodge while charging, Lin Lin commanded. Pachirisu nimbly ran across the arena, evading the incoming water guns. Thunderbolt. Pachirisu unleashed a stream of electricity towards Psyduck. Psyduck. Psyduck cried out in pain as the struck area charred its fur. The girl gritted her teeth. Psyduck was currently at a low level and slow in speed. Against a type-advantaged move, it would soon lose its ability to battle. Restrict its movements. Use Psychic. Psyduck's pair of adorably naive eyes shimmered with a violet glow. As Pachirisu frolicked on the grass, it suddenly felt a pause in its movement, then found itself levitating. Pause. Pachirisu frantically paddled its tiny legs, while Psyduck wielded its psychic powers to hurl Pachirisu toward the ground. Lin Lin was exceedingly anxious. Quick, use round. Just before hitting the ground, Pachirisu curled into a ball, urgently boosting its defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, even this precaution resulted in considerable damage. Seizing the opportunity, Psyduck continued to unleash its psychic force. Taking advantage of Pachirisu's momentary disorientation, Psyduck activated its psychic powers once more, lifting Pachirisu into the air again. Water Gun unleashed a continuous barrage. Psyduck abruptly released its psychic grip, allowing Pachirisu to plummet. Simultaneously, it discharged Water Gun. Pause. Pachirisu crashed down, raising a cloud of dust as streams of water shot forth. Observing this, the girl let out a sigh of relief. Given Pachirisu's frail constitution and its relatively low level, this blow should suffice to defeat it. At that moment, a figure dashed in at remarkable speed, colliding with Psyduck, knocking it over, and then swiftly distancing itself. Sigh. What? The girl exclaimed in astonishment. The assailant was none other than Pachirisu, which had executed a quick attack, its faint green energy shield dissipating. The teacher on the sidelines brightened with interest. In the instant Pachirisu was attacked, it had utilized Protect, effectively nullifying the damage from both the psychic attack and water gun. And seizing the opportunity while Psyduck was off guard, it unleashed another quick attack. What a brilliant strategy. Lin Lin sighed in relief upon seeing Pachirisu unharmed. Pachirisu, charge up. Psyduck struggled to rise, and the girl hastily commanded, use Hypnosis Beam. Psyduck had sustained significant damage. If hit again, it might very well lose its combat capability. Therefore, she decided to gamble. If Hypnosis Beam could strike Pachirisu, it would induce confusion, marking the moment for a counterattack. Use Follow Me. Upon hearing Lin Lin's command, Pachirisu extended its tiny hand, beckoning Psyduck's attention towards itself. Use Protect. The faint green energy shield reappeared, allowing Pachirisu to block this round of attack. Due to the nature of Protect, Lin Lin first instructed Pachirisu to use Follow Me before employing Protect, ensuring it could withstand Psyduck's Hypnosis Beam. Now use Thunderbolt. Pause. Pachirisu executed Thunderbolt, successfully hitting Psyduck, which promptly lost its combat capability. The victor is Pachirisu. Pause. Well done, Pachirisu. Hearing her trainer's praises, Pachirisu proudly placed its tiny hands on its hips, then retrieved a chestnut from its bushy tail to nibble on. Congratulations, classmate. The girl approached Lin Lin and said, hee hee. Psyduck was impressive too. Lin Lin replied with a cheerful smile. Witnessing Lin Lin's successful victory over her opponent, Bai Yun finally relaxed and took a sip of her refreshing drink. Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction. The little one has learned Protect and follow me. With an emphasis on speed training in the future, it can truly become a white demon. It has already formed a promising foundation. Chapter 24 Classmate. You are rather attractive, Lin Lin teased, revealing her cute canine teeth, her face brimming with anticipation for praise. Bai Yun nodded in agreement. Pachirisu is indeed remarkable. The timing of its skill execution is impeccable. Lin Lin, feeling slightly dissatisfied, yearned for Bai Yun's compliments directed towards herself. Suhan, aren't you going to have some popcorn? Cheng Tian inquired, cradling a bucket of popcorn. No, thank you. Eating popcorn might lead to a sore throat. Suhan replied with a smile. Suhan, I heard you transferred from the Magic City. Is that true? Lin Lin asked. Suhan smiled and nodded, yes. I moved here due to my father's job relocation. Isn't the Magic City bustling with activity, filled with handsome men and luxurious cars? Lin Lin remarked. It's not as exaggerated as you describe, Suhan chuckled, though it is indeed more vibrant. The Magic City is far more prosperous than Bingzhou, Cheng Tian asserted. It's the city with the highest economic growth in the country. I must visit it someday. I'm sure there will be an opportunity, Suhan replied, her eyes gleaming with warmth as she looked at Cheng Tian. The camaraderie among the group drew the discontented glances of the boys nearby, particularly towards Cheng Tian. Director Yin. It seems the children are quite impressive, a bespectacled middle-aged man remarked, observing the scene from a room on the 5th floor of the teaching building. The new curriculum reform, incorporating Pokémon classes into high school, is indeed a wise choice. Exposing these children to Pokémon at an early age will benefit their development. The principal took a sip of water, and as the scene shifted, the camera focused on the students below. There, Suhan was engaged in lively conversation with Cheng Tian. Has the little one made a new friend? And it's a boy? The principal set down his cup, intrigued as he scrutinized Cheng Tian, who was munching on popcorn. A smile creeping onto his lips. Let's see what you are capable of, young man. 0932501002, 0932608808. It's my turn, Cheng Tian announced as he stood up. Good luck. Cheng Tian. Suhan encouraged him with a smile. Thanks, Cheng Tian replied as he made his way to the arena, surprised to find his opponent was a girl. The girl stepped forward, her voice sweet as she said, Classmate, you are quite handsome. Please go easy on me during the match. She flirtatiously tossed him a wink. Cheng Tian was momentarily taken aback. In the audience, although Suhan maintained her gentle smile, her gaze towards the girl was tinged with disdain. What a show-off, utterly unimpressive, she thought. Lin Lin discreetly nudged Bai Yun with her elbow, and Bai Yun immediately understood, both watching Suhan with a sense of amusement. The teacher frowned. Please refrain from disrupting the match. Prepare to release your Pokémon. Cheng Tian hastily threw out a Pokéball, and with a flash of red light, a Froakie appeared. Froakie, I'm counting on you, he declared. Upon seeing Cheng Tian release a Froakie, the girl couldn't help but express her envy. Handsome. You must be quite wealthy to afford a starter Pokémon. Cheng Tian rolled his eyes. Seriously? Your way of speaking is really irritating. Quickly release your Pokémon, or I will declare you the loser, the teacher admonished, barely able to contain his frustration. All right. No need to be so fierce, the girl huffed. Though she reluctantly released her own Pokémon, the girl donned a delicate yellow dress, her hair cascading in fluffy waves. Ahem, in truth, she summoned a Lickilicky. Pokémon, Lickilicky. Gender, female. Personality, craves companionship. Ability, forewarn. Level, 9. Inherited skills, hand clap, 4. Wish, 5. Personal skills, lick, 4. Icy wind, 3. Pound, 5. Mimic, 3. Psychic, 4. Taught skills, none. The petite Lickilicky appeared, gazing at the Froakie, her rosy lips puckering as she blew a kiss. Behold, this is the legendary creature characterized by her need for companionship, devoid of defensive traits, the second most infamous online dating predator in the Pokémon realm, evolving into Lickilicky. Froakie shivered, feeling as though it had suddenly lost its will to battle. Yet, it failed to notice the faint purple hue in Lickiliky's eyes. How terrifying. Surely she wouldn't devour me, would she? No worries, Froakie just needs to defeat her. Cheng Tian encouraged Froakie. Froakie, albeit reluctantly calming down, felt the intensity of Lickiliky's gaze. Oh dear, it seems Lickiliky has taken a liking to Froakie. Cheng Tian glanced at the teacher for help. Please, let the match commence. Froakie, use Shadow Clone to attack. Froakie dashed towards Lickiliky, summoning for clones that emerged from the ground. Oh my, How enthusiastic to play with Lickilicky. The girl exclaimed shyly. Cheng Tian retorted. Do you hear the absurdity of that statement? We cannot neglect our opponent, Lickilicky, mimic. A brilliant light emanated from Lickilicky, and astonishingly, 4 additional Lickilickys appeared on the field. Mimic. This skill allows one to replicate the opponent's move. If the opponent has yet to act, it will fail. The 4 Lickilickys, eyes gleaming with excitement, charged towards the advancing Froakie. Froakie! Froakie! Froakie hastily attempted to halt its advance, fleeing in the opposite direction. Don't come any closer. Froakie, calm down. Cheng Tian observed the unfolding chaos with exasperation. As Froakie contemplated retaliating, it caught sight of Lickiliky's glowing green eyes and fled once more. Stay composed. You must make her stop. Then let us run and toss bubbles. Cheng Tian reluctantly commanded, and Froakie, dodging Lickilicky, began to unleash bubbles. At last, one landed squarely on Lickiliky's face, obscuring her vision and causing her to halt. Yay! Lickilicky hastily wiped the frothy white bubbles from her face. What a mischievous rascal. To have splattered Lickilicky. Cheng Tian was startled by this unexpected turn of events. Do you dare to reflect on your own words? The teacher's already darkening expression grew even grimmer. If you disturb your opponent again, you will be disqualified. Hee. All right. Lickilicky, unleash psychic. The psychic abilities of the Lickilicky differ significantly from those of the Psyduck, manifesting as a tangible, purple shockwave directed towards the Froakie. After evading the attack, Froakie retaliated with a water gun. However, Lickilicky deftly sidestepped the psychic strike, unleashing a barrage of water jets that struck Froakie with unerring precision. Observing this, Froakie charged forward to execute its signature move, the water slice, conjuring 2 water spikes to slice towards Lickilicky. To Froakie's astonishment, Lickilicky merely leaned aside, evading the onslaught with ease. Suddenly, Cheng Tian realized that Lickiliky's ability, Dream Mist, had activated, allowing it to foresee Froakie's water slice, rendering any subsequent attempt futile. Seeing Lickilicky evade its attack, Froakie instinctively flicked out its tongue, employing the tongue lick technique in an attempt to paralyze its opponent. If I can paralyze you, how will you escape? Froakie's intention was commendable, yet reality proved to be far less accommodating. In an unexpected turn, Lickilicky extended its own tongue in response, engaging in a peculiar duel of tongues midair. Froakie's expression turned a shade of green as the crowd gasped in disbelief. Oh dear, what a foul mouth Froakie has. Someone jested. Yet, Froakie quickly retracted its tongue, pulling away 2 clumps of foam from its throat to wipe its tongue clean. It seems you have a fondness for Froakie. A girl teased, prompting Lickilicky to release a flurry of delicate snowflakes from its mouth. Froakie, caught off guard, was struck directly and encased in ice, leaving only its head and hands exposed. Cheng Tian silently lamented the situation. In terms of level, experience, and combat prowess, Froakie should have been dominating. Yet, it found itself utterly outmatched, manipulated by its opponent. A warrior may be slain, but never insulted. Release me. What kind of ninja art is this? Froakie fumed, its anger palpable. How cute, you're angry. Lickilicky teased, slowly extending its tongue toward Froakie's face. Froakie struggled more vigorously, but then regained composure and declared, I will shatter this ice with water pulse. Responding to the command, Froakie swiftly harnessed its remaining strength to condense water pulse, striking the ice with fervor. The ice shattered, allowing Froakie to tumble backward, narrowly avoiding Lickiliky's probing tongue. Once more, Froakie concentrated, this time channeling the water pulse not as it had previously, but as a newly refined technique honed over the past fortnight, a spiraling water pulse. The air around Froakie vibrated with the chaotic energy of the attack. Seizing the moment, Froakie unleashed its assault upon Lickilicky. With a resounding crash, the water pulse collided with Lickilicky, inflicting significant damage. What an unusual manifestation of water pulse, the instructor remarked, and the onlookers echoed the sentiment, having never witnessed such a technique. Bai Yin explained to Lin Lin and Su Han that this was an innovative method devised by Cheng Tian's Froakie, allowing it to sustain an onslaught against its adversary. The match continued unabated, with Gua Gua Pow Frog showing no mercy towards the lips-twisting doll, delivering a powerful enhanced punch directly to its visage. The doll let out a pained cry, but Gua Gua Pow Frog displayed no sign of compassion, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Gua Gua Pow Frog, use Mind's Eye? Cheng Tian commanded. What? Mind's Eye? Gasped the onlookers, including the teacher, astonished as they had never heard of any Guagua Pao frog employing such a skill. The frog stood firm, its gaze sharpening as if it could penetrate the very air around it. Water slash. Guagua Pao frog coalesced two water spikes, slicing fiercely towards the doll's form. This time, the water spikes struck true, unaffected by the foresight of dream prediction. The mind's eye skill allowed Guagua Pao frog to intuitively sense its opponent's movements, ensuring its next attack would land unerringly. The doll collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Su-han stood up in astonishment, only to settle back down with a smile. How intriguing this has become. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, both the principal and director Yin witnessed the recent events unfold. The principal expressed his surprise. Can Guagua Pao frog truly learn mind's eye? Director Yin shook his head in disbelief. No, I have never heard of any Guagua Pao frog possessing such a skill. The principal pondered for a moment before nodding. We should keep a closer eye on this little one. Unbeknownst to Cheng Tian on the field, the teacher, despite his astonishment, announced the victor, Guagua Pao frog. Well done, Guagua Pao frog, Cheng Tian said, gently patting the frog's head. The frog's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation, as if questioning whether the next adversary would be as formidable. No, there won't be such a foe next, Cheng Tian reassured. He quickly shook his head. I don't know. I'm a pure straight guy. The girl nearby chuckled. You're quite amusing, handsome. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Jiao Jiao. Cheng Tian. I shall remember that name. Do you have a partner? She continued to tease. However, the teacher interjected sternly, instructing him to leave the arena and tend to his Pokémon rather than impede the next match. Cheng Tian hastily exited, eager to avoid any further interaction with her. If you want something, you'll have to do it yourself, he retorted with annoyance. Unexpectedly, it was surprising that Guagua Pao frog possessed such a rare skill as mind's eye. Indeed, I too was unaware that Guagua Pao frog could wield such a skill, Bai Yun remarked. Cheng Tian scratched his head, speculating that this ability was likely inherited rather than learned. If only Pachirisu could also possess such a skill, Lin Lin lamented enviously. Chapter 25, The Adorable Fairy Pokémon. The competition continued, captivating the audience. Cheng Tian and his companions indulged for nearly 2 hours, to the point where they no longer wished to eat even the popcorn. Su-han, too, lost her appetite and shared her snacks with nearby classmates. 0932708856, 0933400012. Upon hearing this, Su-han stood up. It's my turn. Lin Lin encouraged her. Go, Su-han. Su-han nodded gently and walked towards the battlefield. Clad in a pristine white shirt that accentuated her graceful figure, her delicate face radiated a warm smile. As she passed through the crowd, a group of gentlemen found themselves momentarily speechless. Tian, look at how beautiful Su-han is. It seems she might have a soft spot for you. If you don't make a move now, it might be too late, Bai Yun remarked, holding a soft drink. Could you refrain from such lewd thoughts? She merely happened to sit with us today. That doesn't imply she has any interest in me. Besides, we are high school students and should prioritize our studies. Personally, I am not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship, Tian replied. Well, that may not necessarily be the case. Although Su-han is kind to everyone, her kindness towards you seems particularly pronounced. Perhaps, Cheng Tian, you truly have a chance. Lin Lin countered. Cheng Tian took a sip of his drink, choosing to remain silent. Su-han stood poised on the field, facing a male opponent who appeared taken aback by her presence, even slightly flustered. As both prepared their Pokémon, the boy thought to himself, I never expected to encounter Su-han here. I must take it easy during the match, while showcasing my valor. Perhaps I can leave a favorable impression on her, and then I can pursue her. Lost in his daydreams, he couldn't suppress a foolish grin. What are you grinning about? Hurry and release your Pokémon, the teacher exclaimed, observing his dazed expression with disdain. Oh, come forth. Sneaky Kid, the boy called out, summoning a dark and fighting-type Pokémon. As Sneaky Kid entered the arena, it nonchalantly propped its hands on its pockets, exuding an air of arrogance as if to declare to the audience, you are all beneath me. Su-han smiled softly and produced a Pokéball. In the spectator area, Bai Yun asked, Tian, how do you think Su-han will fare in this battle? Can she defeat Sneaky Kid? Cheng Tian shook his head. How would I know? I am not familiar with her, nor do I know what her starter Pokémon is. He then lifted his drink, intending to take a sip. In a flash of red light, a pink figure emerged. Bu-Ming Ming, echoed the voice of Su-han's Pokémon, revealing that she had summoned a Sylveon. Sylveon, an evolution of EV within the fairy type, has ribbon-like feelers that move freely and can emit calming waves to de-escalate battles. Sylveon often wraps its feelers around its favorite trainer's arm while walking together. With cream-colored fur, a pink bow, and striking blue eyes, the adorable Sylveon has undoubtedly captured the hearts of many. What am I seeing? Sylveon. Wah. It's so cute. I want one too. The boys exclaimed, while the girls expressed envy and admiration. Cheng Tian, unable to contain himself while sipping his drink, accidentally sprayed Bai Yun with a mouthful. What the heck, Tian? Even if it's Sylveon, it shouldn't be this overwhelming. Bai Yun was splashed in the face, while Lin Lin burst into laughter. Ahem, I apologize. I was so astonished that I momentarily choked. Cheng Tian hastily produced a tissue, wiping Bai Yun's face while offering his apologies. The crowd may only perceive the cuteness and rarity of the fairy-type Pokémon, but Cheng Tian, aided by the system, could see the entirety of this fairy's information, which left him astounded. Pokémon, fairy type. Gender, female. Nature, innocent. Ability, pixie skin. Level, 15. Inherited moves, wish, 3, yawn, 3. Detect, 2. Scratch, 4. Double kick, 2. Self moves, charm, 5. Baton pass, 2. Tackle, 5. Body slam, 3. Takedown, 4. Tail whip, 6. Bite, 5. Growl, 6. Mimic, 3. Desire, 2. Baby doll eyes, 5. Helping hand, 3. Mud slap, 5. Quick attack, 5. Round, 5. Top moves, drain kiss, 4. Swift, 3. The fairy EV, as an evolution of the EV line, is immensely popular. However, due to its 85 male ratio, it has been playfully dubbed the pink overlord by cheerful netizens. Cheng Tian's immediate reaction was astonishment at the sheer abundance of moves. This fairy type not only boasted a level of 15, which surpassed that of the others, but it also possessed the hidden ability of pixie skin, not to mention the plethora of skills, including the early acquisition of Drain Kiss. Cheng Tian found it incomprehensible that this fairy type could be at a higher level than all of them. Everyone had just recently caught their Pokémon, with most not even reaching level 10. Cheng Tian had captured his in the wild, hence his Froakie was at a higher level. Yet, in the face of this fairy type, it paled in comparison. Was it merely due to her being a wealthy young lady? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Su-Han came from a privileged background, making it seemingly easy to find a potential latent EV to evolve. The evolution conditions for the fairy type are exceedingly stringent. One must first possess the move round, and then achieve a significant level of intimacy with the trainer before it can evolve into a fairy type. Thus, the bond between this Pokémon and its trainer is exceptionally strong. As soon as the fairy type appeared, it let out a soft call, and a pristine white ribbon wrapped around Su-Han's arm. Fairy type, please engage in battle, Su-Han said gently. Upon hearing this, the fairy type released the ribbon and made its way toward the battlefield. The boy on the opposing side was rendered speechless. The fairy type was a fairy type, which had a quadruple advantage over the slick kid. Yet, the fairy type was undeniably adorable. The boy shook his head vigorously. This was a battle, not the time for such thoughts. He had to win in order to qualify for the Pokémon Science course and secure a spot in a prestigious class. The slick kid glanced at the charming fairy type, his eyes widening in disbelief, resembling a street youth enamored with a beautiful girl. Let the match begin. Fairy type, use round. At the command, the fairy type's azure eyes slowly widened, embodying a delicate demeanor. Seeing the fairy type's expression, the slick kid's face flushed, and his attack power diminished instantly. Do not look into its eyes, he commanded. Slick kid, use poison jab, the boy ordered. Poison jab was an inherited skill of the slick kid, and it was one of the few moves capable of countering the fairy type effectively. How could you possibly lay a hand on such an adorable fairy sprite? Are you even human? The crowd expressed their indignation. Nevertheless, the cunning lad unleashed a torrent of venom, a mass of toxic liquid hurtling towards the fairy sprite. Yet, Su-Han remained unfazed by the onslaught. With a flash of lightning, she deftly evaded the attack and countered with a barrage of shooting stars. The fairy sprite, Boo-ee, gracefully leaped over the toxic stream, employing the skill of quick attack to charge at the cunning lad, colliding with him forcefully. The sprite then sprang back, sending a flurry of stars cascading towards the lad, striking him once more. Realizing the dire situation, the cunning lad quickly summoned his determination to withstand the onslaught. Panting heavily, he stood on the battlefield, perilously close to losing consciousness. Although the boys were aware that the fairy sprite had a distinct advantage over the lad, they were astonished that he could not even withstand a basic attack. Had it not been for the critical moment when he activated a defensive skill to cling to a shred of stamina, he would have surely succumbed to defeat by now. Unbeknownst to the boys, Cheng Tian was aware of the fairy sprite's unique ability, Fairy Aura, which transformed all normal-type moves into fairy-type moves, slightly amplifying their damage. What appeared to be two ordinary attacks were, in fact, two fairy-type strikes that landed upon the cunning lad. Seeing that he was still standing, the fairy sprite called out softly, "Boo-ee," and approached him. The lad, summoning his last reserves of strength, gazed at the fairy sprite with eyes filled with dread. This creature hits like a ton of bricks. As she approached, her large, sparkling eyes blinked playfully, and she affectionately called out "Grandma," before planting a kiss upon him. With that final kiss, the kiss of absorption, the cunning lad blissfully lost his fighting capability. Victory belonged to the fairy sprite. Su-han crouched down, gently patting the fairy sprite's head. "Well done, my dear." This was indeed a one-sided affair, as the cunning lad had never managed to land a blow on the fairy sprite and was thoroughly dominated throughout the match. The boys, dejected, withdrew the cunning lad for treatment, while Su-han also returned the fairy sprite to her resting place. Chapter 26. Good morning, Cheng Tian. Before long, the first round of battles concluded, with the victors beaming with joy and the defeated wearing glum expressions. The teacher on the field announced, "The first round of combat has ended. Winners, do not celebrate too prematurely, and losers, do not be disheartened just yet. We have another round of competition coming up, so prepare yourselves well." Upon hearing this, some of the defeated students reignited their hopes, casting fierce glances at their peers. 10 minutes later, the second round commenced, with everyone exerting their utmost to conquer their opponents, including Cheng Tian and his companions. Bai Yun's fire monkey faced off against a ducklet in this round, where the relentless flurry of slashes rapidly escalated in damage, the ducklet slicing through the air with a discernible whoosh. The battle was fiercely contested, with both sides trading blows. Ultimately, with a final surge of energy, Fire Monkey delivered a decisive flame punch to vanquish his adversary. Su-han's fairy Pokémon faced off against a Magnemite, yet the type disadvantage did not deter the fairy from maintaining its composure. The Magnemite emitted a piercing metallic sound that compelled everyone to cover their ears. Even the fairy Pokémon shielded its ears with its ribbons, revealing a look of distaste in its striking blue eyes. Curiously, there were voices in the crowd exclaiming with excitement, "Yes. Gaze at me with such a bemused expression." Cheng Tian pondered, "How peculiar are you all?" Once the cacophony subsided, the fairy Pokémon swiftly launched an attack, employing a powerful tackle against the Magnemite. Although the Magnemite attempted to intercept with a thunder shock, the fairy Pokémon boldly absorbed the electric hit and barreled into the Magnemite, causing it to lose consciousness instantly. Subsequently, the fairy Pokémon used Wish to mend all its injuries. As it trotted along, its silken ribbons entwined around Su-han's arm, creating a picturesque scene. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian's Froakie faced a fighting-type Pokémon, Mach-Hop. Upon reading the system's information, Cheng Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A defenseless female Mach-Hop with the ability Lonely. Cheng Tian sighed, lamenting how Froakie had encountered two notorious heartthrobs of the Pokémon world. The Mach-Hop regarded Froakie with an odd expression, flexing its own muscles before glaring fiercely at Froakie. Feeling an inexplicable tension, Froakie cast a mournful glance at Cheng Tian, silently questioning, "Did you not say there would be no such opponent?" Cheng Tian could only manage an awkward smile before the battle commenced. Froakie dodged a karate chop and retaliated with water pulse to the opponent's face, ultimately finishing the fight with a lick. With that, all four participants advanced past the second round. "All right, students, you may exit in an orderly fashion. Please pay attention to the group chat tonight, as results are expected to be released then," announced the teacher. As the students made their way out, Cheng Tian bid farewell to Bai Yun and the others, heading homeward. Upon reaching the overpass, he admired the clouds gilded in golden sunlight. A gentle evening breeze whisked away the day's troubles, lifting Cheng Tian's spirits. He stretched lazily, letting out a contented sigh. Indeed, the world of Pokémon is simply marvelous. Froakie regarded him with curiosity. Cheng Tian chuckled. "Do you know, Froakie, this world is filled with wondrous things? The sunset adorns the clouds in gold, and by night, the moonlight spills into the courtyard. We could watch Naruto together in our room, and if we draw back the curtains, we would be greeted by the bright moonlight outside. Isn't that beautiful? Froakie nodded thoughtfully, then hopped onto the overpass railing, mimicking Cheng Tian's stretch. Exactly. Enjoy life. Below the overpass, a sleek black car glided past. Miss, how did the exam go today? Inquired Uncle Wong from the driver's seat, a smile gracing his face. It went well. The questions were quite simple. And I won my battles, Su-Han replied, cradling her fairy Pokémon with a gentle smile. Oh, Miss seems to be in a splendid mood today, he remarked. Su-Han paused. Is that so? Uncle Wong chuckled. Indeed. Miss, you seem particularly joyful today. Have you made a new friend? New friend? Su-Han paused, stroking the head of the fairy sprite. The buoy fairy leaned in close, playfully licking her cheek with its delicate pink tongue. A faint smile graced Su-Han's lips as she recalled the afternoon spent with Cheng Tian and the others, indulging in popcorn. I suppose so. Oh, that is wonderful. It's not often you make new friends, Uncle Wong replied with a hearty laugh. The buoy fairy, nestled in Su-Han's embrace, lifted its head and spotted a familiar boy outside on the sky bridge, stretching lazily. It seemed to be the same person from earlier that afternoon, prompting the fairy to call out excitedly. Su-Han leaned out to look, seeing Cheng Tian on the bridge, enjoying the breeze, his chin propped on the railing. While beside him, the Guagua bubble frog dangled its legs over the edge, swaying them back and forth. Both boy and sprite appeared utterly relaxed. Instinctively, Su-Han reached for her phone to capture the moment. Miss, be careful. Don't lean out of the window, Uncle Wong urgently cautioned. It's too dangerous. Please refrain from doing that next time, he added. Su-Han nodded, assuring him that she would be more cautious. Turning her phone around, she preserved the image of the boy's cheerful smile, now forever etched in her device. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian remained oblivious to Su-Han's gaze. After enjoying the breeze with Guagua Bubble Frog for a while, he began his walk home. Oh, so, will you be entering the first class this time? Cheng Tian's father inquired with a smile. Cheng Tian nodded. I believe so. His father felt a swell of pride and presented him with a bank card. Xiao Tian, this is money for nurturing your sprite. Buy any supplements or skill learning tools you need to properly care for Guagua Bubble Frog. Cheng Tian was momentarily taken aback, but felt deeply moved. He accepted the card, nodding earnestly. I will, Dad. I promise to take good care of Guagua Bubble Frog. Cheng Tian's mother brought over the last dish, a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, and gave his shoulder a gentle pat. As long as you do well. This feast is all for you today. Woof woof. The call dog playfully licked Guagua Bubble Frog's face, which, though slightly exasperated, still affectionately patted the dog's head. Let me see, Cheng Tian said, patting Guagua Bubble Frog's head. Complying, the sprite handed over the phone. Upon unlocking it, Cheng Tian discovered a message from Bai Yun. Wife Miku's report card. Wife Miku, the report card has arrived. Take a look. Funny, Cheng Tian opened it, only to find that it was not a report card at all, but rather a scene from the quintessential quintuplets, depicting the 5 heroines lounging on a bed. Cheng Tian was left speechless. Orange Peel, are you that idle? You even turned them into. Wife Miku. Hee, I wouldn't show this to just anyone. Wife Miku, report card. Wife Miku. We both scored high. We're likely in the same class again. Excited, Cheng Tian clicked to view the scores. Bai Yun ranked 25th in the entire grade, while he placed 28th, a result of not participating in cultural studies, leaving him with some rather absurd questions unanswered. As he scrolled down, he spotted Lin Lin, who ranked 37th. Orange Peel, I see. Lin Lin performed admirably in her exam, and it is likely that we will be placed in the same class again. My wife, Miku. Sigh, that bothersome girl. Sighs in frustration, my wife. Miku, take a look at the name of the student in first place. Cheng Tian glanced over and saw Su-Han's name at the top of the list. My wife. Miku, with Su-Han securing the first position, it is guaranteed that we will be in the same class. You must seize this opportunity. Humorously, Cheng Tian engaged in a brief conversation with Bai Yun before continuing to watch Naruto with Guagua. Meanwhile, in a bedroom on the 3rd floor of the Municipal Administrative Building, Su-Han lay on her bed with her hair cascading around her. Her white nightgown had slightly risen, revealing her long, fair legs, which playfully kicked up and down, showcasing an abundance of youthful beauty. She had also seen her results, and without a doubt, she was once again first. The fairy, Bu-Yi, entered the room and leaped onto the bed, affectionately calling out to Su-Han and playfully ruffling her hair. Xian, stop it, my hair isn't dry yet. Su-Han, slightly exasperated, reached out to pat the fairy's belly. The fairy, like a large cat, rolled over, presenting her creamy belly for Su-Han to pet, appearing quite content. Xian, why do I feel like you've gained quite a bit of weight? The fairy paused, puffed up her cheeks in a huff, and turned her head away. However, the ribbon still adorning Su-Han's arm clearly betrayed her. Intrigued, Su-Han extended her finger to poke the fairy's puffed-up face. The fairy turned back and gently nibbled Su-Han's finger. Yet it was more akin to a playful lick than a bite. Just then, a WeChat call rang out, the screen displaying the word Dad. Su-Han answered, and a man with squinty eyes appeared on the screen, appearing to be in his early 40s and dressed in a black suit. Xiaohan, how did the exam go? Su-Mu Lin asked cheerfully as soon as the call connected. First place, as always, Su-Han replied, her tone as if discussing a trivial matter. No doubt she is my daughter. Su-Mu Lin nodded with a smile. Is there anything else? Nothing much. Just wanted to remind you to rest early and not stay up late. Oh, and remember to let Xiaobo out for some fresh air. Children shouldn't be cooped up in a ball all the time. Su-Han glanced at the table, where 2 Poké Balls were placed. Xiaobo had just played for a while and was now tired. All right, sleep early, and don't lie down while looking at your phone. It's bad for your eyes. I know, Su-Han replied before hanging up. In the city government, within the mayor's office, Su-Mu Lin looked at the words call ended with a hint of helplessness. Ha ha ha, Lao Su, your precious daughter hung up on you again, a robust voice chimed in, belonging to a middle-aged man with a square face, dressed similarly to Su-Mu Lin. Sigh, this girl, the older she gets, the less she clings to me. She used to be by my side every day when she was younger. Su-Mu Lin expressed his frustration. There's nothing to be done. As she matures, she becomes more independent. One day, when she gets married, she will only shield someone else from the wind, Su-Mu Lin said, falling into silence. Huang Haifeng, noticing this, sighed, Lao Su, you needn't blame yourself for what happened back then. There's no need to feel this way. Huang Haifeng found himself at a loss for words. For many years, the death of Su-Mu Lin had remained a profound burden in his heart. The 2 men sat in silence, sipping tea. Suddenly, a sense of urgency struck. Oh no, I'm going to be late. When Cheng Tian awoke, the clock indicated it was already 7:47. Breathless from his hurried dash across the campus of Binzhou No. 1 High School, he lamented that he had risen far too late and missed the start of class. After reluctantly signing his name in the duty log, Cheng Tian made his way to the bulletin board on the first floor to locate his class. Class 1 of the Department of Magical Creatures. Upon finding his name, he hastily ascended to the 4th floor and located his classroom. Upon stepping through the door, the atmosphere was surprisingly subdued, perhaps due to the recent class adjustments that left everyone unfamiliar with one another. Tian, over here. Bai Yun called from a seat towards the back of the classroom, waving her hand. Noticing her, Cheng Tian quickly made his way over, only to be met with a teasing remark from Lin Lin, who observed his sweaty visage. Cheng Tian, did you oversleep again? Caught off guard, Cheng Tian realized the truth in her words. Just then, he was captivated by a lovely face behind them. Good morning, Cheng Tian. Su-Han greeted him with a gentle smile. Ah, good morning. Cheng Tian stammered, taken aback by her presence. He glanced around, realizing that the seats were nearly all occupied, leaving only the one beside Su-Han available. Bai Yun and Lin Lin exchanged mischievous glances, clearly reveling in the situation. Cheng Tian, why not set your bag down and take a moment to rest? Su-Han suggested, pulling out a chair for him. Cheng Tian sighed inwardly. It would be impolite not to sit. The boys around them glared at him, having wished to occupy that seat themselves, but either lacking the courage or having faced rejection. Who is this guy? Thank you, Cheng Tian replied as he placed his bag down next to Su-Han. Was this seat chosen by you too? He cast a wary glance at the 2 girls, not that he objected to sitting next to Su-Han, but the jealousy from his classmates was palpable. Bai Yun grinned. We're sitting in the back, so we don't have to worry about the teacher checking on us, and besides, you've got the male lead seat. The so-called male lead seat refers to the position by the window in the last row of the classroom, typically occupied by the protagonist in anime. Cheng Tian certainly did not consider himself a male lead, yet he took a seat nonetheless, retrieving the milk and bread he had packed earlier. Su-Han blinked at him. Didn't you have breakfast? I left in quite a hurry and didn't have time to eat, Cheng Tian admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Su-Han rummaged through her drawer and produced a slice of toast. I have some bread here. I'm not hungry, so you can have it. Though it felt somewhat reminiscent of a scene from a romantic drama, Cheng Tian accepted it gratefully. Thank you, I'll return the favor. Suddenly, the rapid sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, prompting Cheng Tian to hastily stow away his food. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered the room, sporting black-framed glasses and a ponytail. With a spirited entrance, Sun Yinling strode to the podium, despite having arrived 3 minutes late to class due to unforeseen circumstances. Today marked the inaugural lesson for her class of aspiring Pokémon scholars, and as their homeroom teacher, she was acutely aware of the implications her tardiness could have on her authority. Such an incident could not be allowed to tarnish her position. Thus, she had devised a strategy on her way there. Upon entering the classroom and noticing the students frozen in silence, Sun Yinling emphatically slammed her book onto the podium. "Our class has been the loudest in the entire corridor," she declared, capturing their attention. Scanning the room, her gaze landed on a boy in the last row by the window. "Yes, you were the loudest just now. Stand up." The students murmured in confusion, while Cheng Tian, the singled-out boy, thought, "What is this? Am I being targeted for merely existing?" Despite his irritation, he complied and stood up. "What is your name?" Sun Yinling inquired, ignoring his glum expression. "Teacher, my name is Cheng Tian," he replied. Sun Yinling nodded, acknowledging his status as a first-time offender. "I will let you off this time. But remember, there will be no next time. Understood?" Cheng Tian nodded reluctantly, and she allowed him to take his seat once more. Then, with a piece of chalk in hand, she elegantly inscribed her name on the blackboard. "Greetings, students. I am Sun Yinling, your homeroom teacher for the next 2 years. Each of you has distinguished yourselves as exemplary students, having emerged from a competitive selection process for the Pokémon course. I hope you will remain humble and diligent." The students responded with enthusiastic applause. Sun Yinling continued, "I will be teaching you the theoretical foundations of Pokémon team battles. Our schedule consists of theoretical lessons in the morning and practical outdoor sessions or physical education in the afternoon." "How wonderful! This is the class of my dreams," the students exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Sun Yinling had to rap her desk to restore order. "We will be implementing a group system, with 4 students forming a group. Our class will be divided into 12 groups, each participating in a weekly point system where the best group will receive commendation, while the lowest performing group must submit a self-reflection." Bai Yun turned to her friends, exclaiming, "Then we 4 will be in a group. Please, do not make me perpetually maintain order." Sun Yinling interjected, "Now, everyone, turn to page 12 in your textbooks. Let us commence our lesson." As she began to write on the board, Cheng Tian quickly took a few bites of his bread before focusing on the lecture. A team can compensate for each member's weaknesses and blend their strengths, thereby unleashing greater potential. As you construct your own Pokémon teams in the future, it is vital to be selective in your choices. A well-balanced team typically includes a primary attacker, Pokémon specializing in both physical and special attacks, as well as a main defender, focusing on physical and special defense. Moreover, if feasible, consider incorporating Pokémon with healing and support roles into your team, enhancing your team's sustainability. Such arrangements will prove advantageous during excursions into the wild, ensuring greater convenience. Teacher Sun spoke eloquently, while the students below diligently took notes. Today, we will discuss Pokémon that play a supportive role in team battles. Are you aware of a skill known as Trick Room, as well as another called Power Trick? Upon hearing these names, Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Trick Room is a fascinating ability. Within its confines, slower Pokémon will act before faster ones. Power Trick is even more extraordinary when a Pokémon employs this skill. Its defensive base stats are swapped with its offensive base stats. The combination of these 2 skills yields terrifying results. In the world of Pokémon, there exists a creature named Shuckle, which is rather unique, boasting an impressive base stat total of 505. However, Shuckle only has 20 points of HP, a mere 10 points in both physical and special attack, and a lamentable speed of just 5. Yet, its special and physical defenses reach an astounding 230 points. What does this signify? It implies that, barring cases of Mega Evolution, no other Pokémon can rival Shuckle's defensive capabilities. Shuckle exists solely for the purpose of defense. Now, the question arises, under the dual influence of Power Trick and Trick Room, what transformation will this defensive wall undergo? The answer is that its offensive base stat becomes a fearsome 230 points, surpassing that of even an evolved Snorlax. With the enhancement of these 2 skills, the once defensive Shuckle instantaneously metamorphoses into a violent output machine, capable of eliminating adversaries in an instant. In Cheng Tian's previous life, He faced an opponent using a Jengar equipped with prankster and a shuckle adorned with a swagger, which relentlessly overwhelmed his team. Cheng Tian nodded. Perhaps he might also experiment with such a strategy in the future? Meanwhile, Teacher Sun continued with the lecture, but Cheng Tian's phone began to vibrate. He discreetly pulled out his phone and noticed a new group chat had been created. You have been added to the group chat by Yuzuki Miku. Yuzuki Miku. Chung Pai. The four of us are in a group. How wonderful. Kobayashi's cute maid. Aren't you afraid the teacher will catch you? Cheng Tian's lips twitched. Had the group chat been established so swiftly? Chung Pai. You are quick. The chat has barely begun, and it's already set up. Yuzuki Miku. I merely facilitated your inclusion. Amusing. Kobayashi's cute maid. Cheng Tian, do you see who the group leader is? Amusing. Cheng Tian was taken aback. Upon checking the group members, he discovered that the leader was actually Su Han, meaning she had just created this group. Cheng Tian glanced at Su Han, who he had assumed was diligently taking notes. Upon closer inspection, he realized she had been hiding her phone beneath her notebook. It seemed she was not the obedient student he believed her to be. Su. Chung Pai, I apologize, I do not have you as a friend, so I had to have by Yin add you. Su. From now on, we will be members of the same group, and I hope we can work hard together. Smiling, Kobayashi's cute maid received it. Yuzuki Miku, worshipping the Great One. Cheng Tian was rendered speechless. What a situation. In a group of four, sitting so close together. Yet they were using their phones to chat during class. How absurd. Su. Cheng Tian, I haven't added you as a friend yet. May I? Winking. My wife Senjio. Quick, add him. Add him. Cheng Tian. All right. With that, he clicked on Su Han's avatar to send a friend request. Su. I have accepted your friend request. We can begin our conversation now. Su. Thank you. Cheng Tian felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. The group chatted for a while before returning their attention to the lecture. Teacher Sun delivered a meticulous lesson, detailing the effects and precautions of various skills, enumerating them one by one. Cheng Tian diligently took notes, absorbing the wealth of Pokémon knowledge. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, far more fulfilling than memorizing those nonsensical formulas. Suddenly, Cheng Tian, distracted, mistakenly wrote depressing wave instead of healing wave. Furrowing his brow, he intended to erase it when a pink correction tape was promptly handed to him. Soft and smooth was the impression Cheng Tian had, while Su Han, startled, fumbled and dropped the tape with a clatter. His hand felt so warm that merely brushing her fingertips triggered such thoughts in Su Han's mind. I'm sorry. Let me pick that up for you. Cheng Tian hastily bent down to retrieve it, but the tape had fallen in an awkward spot, precisely between Su Han's legs. Her school uniform trousers, which typically concealed her, now revealed her ankles as she sat. Due to the warm weather, she wore only low white socks, accentuating the exposed skin, which appeared remarkably fair. Cheng Tian quickly suppressed any inappropriate thoughts that surfaced and reached for the correction tape. Su Han, hesitant to move, felt her face flush. For Cheng Tian's hand was so close to her foot as he grasped the tape. Just then, Sun Yinling, having finished writing on the board, turned her head and spotted Cheng Tian crouching beneath the last row's desk, seemingly engaged in some dubious activity, while Su Han's face was still flushed. Sun Yinling's temper flared instantly. Cheng Tian, what are you doing down there? At her words, everyone turned to stare at Cheng Tian and Su Han. Cheng Tian jumped in surprise, hitting his head on the desk, wincing in pain. He raised his head to see a myriad of expressions on their faces. Sun Yinling, what on earth? Bai Yun and Lin Lin. No way. Su Han. The boys, you newbie. What did you just do to my goddess? Cheng Tian found himself the center of attention, and if looks could kill, he would have been utterly obliterated. Fortunately, Su Han quickly stood up, blushing, to explain, Teacher, Cheng Tian was just helping me pick up the correction tape. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinling's expression relaxed slightly, though the gazes of those around them remained less than friendly. Cheng Tian. Chapter 28. Online shopping for skill discs. What were they watching? Cheng Tian leaned closer and discovered an elderly man with graying hair wielding a knife, skillfully maneuvering amidst a throng of attackers. Quack. The Guagua frog gazed in awe at the formidable elder. Ah, Maru Hashikage, the venerable old man. Cheng Tian recognized him instantly. Maru Hashikage was the oldest genin in the Hidden Leaf Village, who had spent his life in atonement, never daring to take a step forward again. He was indeed one of the figures Cheng Tian held in high esteem. At that moment, the elder, besieged by foes, was knocked into the lake. The adversary's ninjutsu was poised to strike. With swift hand seals, the old man declared, "Water release, water barrier." A tremendous wall of water surged from the lake, effectively shielding him from the incoming attack. Guagua. The Guagua frog's eyes sparkled with excitement. Subsequently, the Guagua frog leapt to the ground, attempting to emulate the style seen in Japanese anime, slowly conjuring a water wall before him. Though he succeeded, it fell woefully short of the water barrier. Cheng Tian prodded it gently, discovering that his finger could easily pass through, revealing it to be utterly inadequate for defense, hardly worthy of being called a water barrier. The Guagua frog lowered his little head in disappointment. Noticing this, Cheng Tian offered comfort. "It's all right, Guagua frog. I have a way to help you learn the water barrier." The Guagua frog looked up at Cheng Tian with astonishment. "Really?" Cheng Tian nodded, possessing a method, albeit merely an idea, the feasibility of which remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Cheng Tian considered the Guagua frog as family and felt compelled to support his aspirations. He then retrieved his phone and searched for a skill disc for the torrent technique on Jingxi. Instantly, the page materialized before him. Premium torrent skill disc, empower your Pokémon. Price, 9,800 yuan. Premium torrent skill disc, essential for water-type Pokémon. Price, 6,700 yuan. Direct factory sales of the premium torrent skill disc with clear recording. Price, 5,900 yuan. Indeed, in this world, skill discs could be purchased online. And even those unavailable domestically could be procured overseas, though one would have to pay import taxes. Sometimes, a skill disc might not guarantee that a Pokémon would learn the technique, as it depended on the clarity of the recording and the innate comprehension ability of the Pokémon. Thus, one might find oneself spending money in vain. Cheng Tian felt a wave of shock at the exorbitant prices. How could they be so steep, yet not ensure success? Yet, upon seeing the eager gaze of the Guagua frog, he resolved to make the purchase. Education should never be compromised. It was a positive step for the Guagua frog to learn a new skill, and as his trainer, Cheng Tian could not dampen this spirit of progress. After entering his payment password, Cheng Tian utilized the funds from the bank card given to him by his father. Upon checking, he discovered it contained 250,000 yuan. While a substantial amount, it seemed meager in the context of raising Pokémon. He spent 6,700 yuan on the torrent skill disc and gently patted the Guagua frog's little head, encouraging him to train diligently. Although purchasing from a cheaper platform seemed tempting, Cheng Tian was reluctant to waste money on such inferior services, which often did not deliver the desired quality. In contrast, Jingxi appeared far more reliable. After acquiring the torrent skill disc, Cheng Tian pondered and searched for a rain dance skill disc, only to find no relevant products available. Wait, no rain dance skill discs? Cheng Tian originally intended to prepare a rain summoning skill for his Froakie, hoping to enhance its abilities. However, it appeared that such a skill was not available. He captured a screenshot and opened it. Orange peel, screenshot. Orange peel. Why is there no rain summoning skill disc available online? Wife Sanjio, look at the fool. Wife Sanjio. If it were available, it would be strange. Weather-related skills are exceedingly rare. Such skill discs are not sold to the public, as the League has monopolized them. Cheng Tian nodded in realization. It was no wonder he could not find it online. Wife Sanjio, why do you ask? Do you intend to buy one for Froakie? Orange peel. Yes, I just purchased a title skill for Froakie, hoping to see if I could pair it with a rain skill. Wife Sanjio. Hee, I also equipped a skill for my fire monkey. Orange peel, what skill? Wife Sanjio. I want to tell you, with a touch of arrogance. Wife Sanjio. This afternoon, we have physical education class, and I heard a male teacher will be leading us. I wonder how strict he will be. Well, if you want to say, then you want to. Cheng Tian chatted for a bit longer before continuing to watch Naruto with Froakie. After one episode, a message appeared on the screen. Your package has been collected. Oh. It seems I shall rent a training room after school today, Cheng Tian resolved inwardly. He then turned off his phone and drifted into a deep slumber alongside Froakie. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Tian entered the classroom with 2 bottles of vitality. The class had yet to fill up, with group 3 having only him present. What else with these guys being so late today? Cheng Tian placed the vitality on the windowsill, opened the window to let in some breeze, and took a moment to rest. After about 5 minutes, Lin and Baiyun walked in together. Ah Tian, you're quite early today? Oh, you even specially bought me vitality. How generous. Cheng Tian rolled his eyes. It wasn't tea for you, it was for Su-han. Bai Yun feigned a look of grievance. Prioritizing romance over friendship, you want to even share your vitality with me, boo-hoo. All right, Bai Yun. This is what Cheng Tian brought for Su-han, so don't covet it. Lin interjected, blinking. Cheng Tian, you're something else. You've already started making advances on Su-han this morning. Cheng Tian was not inclined to continue their banter. Oh right, but why are there so few people? Where did everyone go? Bai Yun looked at him as if he were a fool. It's physical education class this afternoon. Those who aren't here must have gone straight to the playground. Oh, I see. Cheng Tian nodded. Then let us go as well. Chapter 29. Unexpectedly, teacher. You are this kind of person. The three arrived at the playground to find their classmates already lined up. Oh no, we're late. Bai Yun, seeing the neatly formed lines, hurried her pace. A man in a white shirt, wearing a cap and sporting a metal whistle around his neck, spotted Cheng Tian and the others rushing over. Hurry up, come here, stand at the back of the line. The three hurriedly took their places at the end of the line, slightly out of breath. Cheng Tian stood up straight and looked ahead, where Su-han happened to stand. Due to the warm weather, Su-han had draped her school uniform over the fence, and the white short sleeves hugged her figure enticingly. She had tied her hair in a high ponytail, looking remarkably refreshing. As the gathering commenced, the man introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, fellow classmates. My name is Zhou Rongchang, and I shall be your instructor for physical education and practical training." He inquired if there were any class representatives or a sports committee present. Bai Yun, perplexed, noted that while everyone else had discarded their uniforms due to the heat, she had merely not had the time to unzip hers. Why was she being criticized for her attire? Cheng Tian stifled a laugh, recognizing that the current situation mirrored his own from earlier that day. For now, you can act as the sports committee head. Are you capable of leading the runs and calling the cadence? 5 laps. Bai Yun exclaimed in astonishment. You all aspire to be trainers. What will you do if your stamina falters? You'll only hinder your Pokémon. Just 5 laps. Let me remind you. If you falter, it will double. Bai Yun, dissuaded, led her team onto the playground to commence their laps. The track at Bingzhou One High School was a standard 400-meter circuit, meaning 5 laps totaled 2 kilometers, a considerable distance for these high school students, who typically engaged in little physical activity. By the second lap, many had already slowed their pace. By the third lap, numerous girls had resorted to walking. However, Su-han, running alongside Cheng Tian, maintained her pace, her high ponytail bobbing rhythmically, making it difficult for him to avert his gaze. Keep running. Those lagging behind, do not walk. Teacher Zhou's whistle pierced the air as he called out from behind. Observing the girls who had succumbed to walking, he chuckled, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and tossing it onto the field. A verdant tree materialized on the ground, a Pokémon with a rough brown trunk and a single large red eye, its gaping black maw exuding an eerie presence. It was the grass and ghost-type Pokémon, Trevenant. Teacher Zhou patted Trevenant's trunk and commanded, "Trevenant, accelerate those lazy ones." Responding to his words, Trevenant's ghastly mouth seemed to curl into a semblance of a smile as it darted towards the group. What is that creature? Don't let it come near. Run. The previously lethargic girls shrieked in terror at the sight of Trevenant and began to flee. Hurry. Trevenant will give a massage with its vines to those who lag behind. In alignment with Teacher Zhou's words, 2 vines emerged from Trevenant, swaying menacingly. Ah, teacher, are you a demon? The crowd cried in horror. The frantic pace exacerbated the fatigue of some girls, who struggled even more, and Trevenant's vines soon ensnared one unfortunate girl. With a startled yelp, the girl found herself bound tightly by Trevenant's vines, which spiraled around her legs, abdomen, and chest, even playfully wrapping one around her mouth. Having dealt with her, Trevenant resumed its pursuit of the remaining runners. The time taken for the last 2 laps was less than half that of the initial lap, and seeing the weariness etched on the faces of the students sprawled on the grass, Teacher Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Trevenant prodded Teacher Zhou with its vines and gestured toward the few individuals it had ensnared, as if inquiring about their fate. Zhou glanced over to see that 4 girls and 2 boys had been caught in its bindings. The skills of the Withered Wood Demon in binding individuals were remarkably adept. Among the 4 girls, some were seated, others lay flat, and a few even had their hands raised above their heads, rendered speechless. Due to their recent exertion, all were drenched in sweat, and the sight of the 4 girls, glistening with perspiration, appeared decidedly unsettling, eliciting peculiar looks from their peers directed at Teacher Zhou. To their astonishment, It seemed the teacher possessed such eccentric inclinations, indulging in quite the spectacle. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Teacher Zhou cleared his throat and shot an admonishing glare at the withered wood demon, asserting that he had never instructed it to bind anyone. It was all its own doing. The demon feigned innocence, casting its gaze skyward as if the recent events were of no concern to it. Hastily, Teacher Zhou instructed the withered wood demon to release the vine whips and address the reclining girls. Cough. Everyone take a moment to rest. We have ample time this afternoon. From 2 to 4 o'clock, we have physical education class, and from 4 to 6 o'clock, we will engage in practical lessons. You may summon your Pokémon to stay by your side, but do not let them venture onto the playground. After concluding his remarks, Teacher Zhou settled against the withered wood demon, seeking refuge in its shade. Despite their exhaustion, the group found solace beneath the tree's cover, as lying exposed under the blazing sun could lead to heatstroke. Cheng Tian and Bai Yun made their way towards a tree on the playground, followed closely by the two girls, Su Han and Lin Lin. "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted," Bai Yun exclaimed as she reached the tree, promptly collapsing onto the ground while lamenting her fatigue. "It's so hot." Lin Lin, still clad in her school uniform from the run, felt the discomfort of perspiration soaking her attire. "Quickly, take it off, classmate Lin Lin. It's drenched in sweat and quite uncomfortable," Su Han suggested, beginning to assist Lin Lin with her uniform. Su Han herself was also glistening with perspiration, standing behind Lin Lin as she deftly unzipped the garment. Lin Lin, having matured nicely and sporting an adorable little face with charming canines, was panting heavily. The exertion from their run had left both girls with flushed cheeks. As Su Han's hand inadvertently brushed against a sensitive area while unzipping, Lin Lin involuntarily let out a soft gasp. Cheng Tian and Bai Yun, observing this scene, felt an unexpected sense of awkwardness. "Cough. Ah, Tian, look at how vividly blue the sky is." Bai Yun quickly diverted the conversation. "Indeed, the sun is exceptionally bright." Cheng Tian agreed, nodding in affirmation. Once the two girls had removed their uniforms, they joined the others in seeking shade, forming a small circle of respite. Cheng Tian handed a bottle of flavored water to Su Han, who accepted it with a hint of confusion. With her delicate lips pressed against the bottle's opening, Su Han tilted her head back, drinking thirstily. After quenching her thirst, a small droplet of the beverage lingered at the corner of her mouth, which she wiped away with her finger before breaking into a sweet smile. "Delicious. Hey, Tian, I want some too." Bai Yun gazed at Cheng Tian with a hint of longing. With a resigned shake of his head, Cheng Tian passed his own bottle to her. "Here, take mine first." Bai Yun beamed, "Thank you," before gratefully accepting the drink. Su Han then turned to Lin Lin. "Classmate Lin Lin, if you don't mind, you can have this bottle." Giggle. "Thank you, Su Han." Cheng Tian retrieved a super ball from his waist and summoned his Froakie. "Froakie, could you please fetch some water to help everyone cool off?" "Froak." The creature responded eagerly. With a delightful croak, the Froakie, with its charming little head, shot forth a spray of water into the sky, creating a refreshing mist that instantly cooled everyone around. "Thank you, Froakie," Cheng Tian expressed gratefully. In Chapter 30, The Spring of Froakie, upon seeing Cheng Tian release Froakie, the others eagerly took out their Poké Balls to summon their own Pokémon. Yaka, Paz, the fiery little Chimchar, Pachirisu, and the enchanting Sylveon appeared on the field. The three little creatures, encountering Sylveon for the first time, exhibited their curiosity. Paz, Pachirisu approached, fascinated by the delicate white ribbons of the pink Sylveon. "Boy," Sylveon playfully offered one of its ribbons to Pachirisu, eliciting a fit of giggles from the little creature. Yaka, Chimchar, admiring Sylveon's beauty, found its colorful appearance a bit overwhelming. After observing for a while, it scampered over to Bai Yun's side. "Aren't you going to join in the fun?" Yaka, Chimchar declared, preferring not to play with the younger ones. Cheng Tian glanced over and noticed a new skill had appeared in Chimchar's skill panel, Bodybuilding 1, which allowed it to tense its muscles, thereby enhancing both its attack and defense. It seemed that Bai Yun had indeed provided a fitting skill disc for Chimchar. "You really?" Bai Yun shook her head in exasperation as Chimchar sat cross-legged, a faint brown glow beginning to emanate from its body. An elusive aura gathered around Chimchar, its eyes narrowing slightly, yet upon closer inspection, one could see the glimmering light within its pupils. It was on a certain afternoon when Bai Yun accompanied Chimchar in watching anime. She evidently had her own intentions, wishing to redirect Chimchar's peculiar interests. To this end, she introduced it to various series. However, the results were less than satisfactory, as Chimchar showed no interest in anything other than the action-packed episodes. In the end, Baiyun found herself watching alongside Chimchar. As the protagonists engaged in battle, unleashing a spectrum of colorful auras, Chimchar could no longer remain still. It settled down, utilizing the focus energy skill. Initially, there was little effect, but as the intensity grew, Chimchar's aura became increasingly potent. Baiyun was astonished. Was Chimchar attempting to develop its own ripple technique? The ripple technique is a commonly employed move by protagonists, with each ripple producing distinct effects. Consequently, Baiyun made a special trip to a store to purchase a bodybuilding skill disc, and together with Chimchar, they ventured to the Pokémon Center to learn. Thus, Chimchar's self-developed ripple technique began to take shape, with its aura radiating a brown hue, indicating fighting-type energy. Baiyun felt a mix of joy and concern. She was pleased that Chimchar, like Froakie, had independently devised a method of utilizing techniques inspired by anime, yet worried that Chimchar was becoming increasingly absorbed in this path. One could only say that Cheng Tian and Baiyun had quite a broad range of interests when it came to their Pokémon. As the group relaxed and chatted in the shade, allowing their Pokémon to frolic, Froakie observed Sylveon teasing Pachirisu with great curiosity, pondering why Sylveon was so beautifully adorned. Sylveon, catching Froakie's gaze, blinked its large azure eyes playfully. The diminutive blue creature appears to be the same one I encountered yesterday. I recall seeing the frolicking Froakie, its short legs kicking playfully on the overpass. The fairy, rather than teasing Pachirisu, approached Froakie. The Basil fairy leaned in close, inhaling the delightful scent of Froakie. The latter blushed a vivid crimson under such scrutiny. At this proximity, the fairy appeared even more charming, exuding a pleasant aroma reminiscent of milk. The Basil fairy observed the bubbles adorning Froakie's neck, playfully nudging them with her small nose. The bubbles stuck to her nose, providing her with amusement. Yet they dissipated shortly thereafter. Froakie, noticing this, pulled a handful of bubbles from its neck to offer to the fairy, who simply smiled sweetly and nuzzled Froakie's neck with her nose once more. Froakie felt an inexplicable tingling sensation coursing through its neck. The Basil fairy nestled amidst the bubbles, feeling comfortably soft and damp. Although a tad bashful, Froakie did not resist the fairy's playful antics. "Look, Cheng Tian, Froakie and the fairy seem to be getting along splendidly," Suhan remarked with a cheerful smile upon witnessing the fairy's playful demeanor. "Are you all right, Froakie?" Froakie lay on the ground, extending its tiny white hand in a gesture of reassurance, indicating it was unharmed. "Apologies, classmates, we accidentally kicked the football over," two boys ran over to explain. The Basil fairy leaned toward the prone Froakie, her large blue eyes brimming with gratitude. Lowering her head, she extended her delicate pink tongue to gently lick Froakie's face. Froakie felt an exhilarating rush of heartbeats, a sensation usually reserved for moments of battle. Gazing at the smiling fairy above, Froakie wished to rise, but found itself lacking strength. The Basil fairy extended a ribbon, lifting Froakie gently. Sitting on the grassy expanse, Froakie scratched its head, feeling somewhat bashful. The Basil fairy regarded Froakie with heartfelt admiration, appreciating both its protective nature and its adorably shy demeanor. Truly charming. "Froakie, come here so I can check for injuries," Cheng Tian called from a distance. "Fairy, you ought to join us. It's easy to suffer from heatstroke out here." Froakie attempted to approach, yet the fairy wrapped her ribbon around Froakie's arm, guiding it along with her. "Fairy, do you have a fondness for Froakie?" Suhan inquired with a smile at the sight of the fairy's affectionate hold on Froakie. The Basil fairy nodded and leaned in for a quick kiss on Froakie's cheek. Froakie's face flushed once again, turning a bright shade of red. Cheng Tian observed Froakie's bashfulness with a satisfied nod. It seems that Froakie's springtime has finally arrived. Chapter 31. Striving towards mastery of opposing attributes. Time always flies swiftly. Teacher Zhou leaned against the decayed Trevenant, watching the vibrant students on the playground with a sense of nostalgia, gently patting the Trevenant. "Oh, I recall my own school days when I, too, brimmed with vitality just like them. Back then, you were still a little with spirit, do you remember?" Glancing at my phone, I noticed it was already 3:50. Teacher Zhou lifted the whistle hanging from his neck and blew a sharp note. Students, assemble. The children, who had been frolicking about on the playground, hurriedly gathered and stood in formation. Observing the neatly arranged ranks, Teacher Zhou nodded in satisfaction. "Next, we shall proceed to the gymnasium for our practical lesson. Stay close." Thus, a line of students trailed behind Teacher Zhou, making their way to the gymnasium. What? As soon as this was said, a wave of skepticism rippled through the crowd, questioning how one could possibly triumph in battles against opposing attributes. Teacher Zhou clapped his hands. Addressing the group, I understand that many of you are novice trainers, inexperienced in battling against opposing attributes, but you must overcome this challenge. The enemy will not refrain from engaging you simply because your type is disadvantaged. Our goal is to surmount these elemental hurdles to conquer our adversaries. I will randomly select individuals to face opponents whose attributes are unfavorable to their own. I implore you to take this seriously. This challenge will span 1 week, and failing to succeed within that time frame may result in failing this subject. Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's words, the students quickly dispelled any thoughts of complacency and began to regard the challenge with earnestness. Very well, the first student to step forward is Wu Qian. Teacher Zhou casually pointed to a name on his list. A boy, with a somewhat roguish appearance and a pallid complexion, stepped onto the field. Cheng Tian furrowed his brow, wondering why this lad appeared so feeble. Now, release your Pokémon. Wu Qian complied, tossing a Pokeball, which burst open to reveal a small Geodude. Your opponent is this one, Teacher Zhou declared, retrieving a remote from his pocket and pressing a button aimed at a peculiar machine on the opposite side of the arena. The machine emitted a blue glow, projecting a dazed Wooper into the arena. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Teacher Zhou elaborated. This machine can simulate a Pokémon that counters yours based on its level and gender. You will be battling against them. With this clarification, the students nodded in understanding. Now, let the match commence. Geodude, use rock polish and enhance your roundness. Upon hearing this, Geodude's rocky body emitted grinding sounds as it smoothed out and became considerably rounder, significantly bolstering its defensive capabilities. Now roll towards Wooper. Geodude curled into a ball and began to roll across the arena towards Wooper. If the rolling move could be continuously executed, its power would accumulate, ultimately transforming into a formidable attack. Dazed Wooper shook its little head, and suddenly, ominous clouds gathered overhead, releasing a gentle drizzle. Wu Qian felt a sense of resignation. If the virtual Pokémon indeed matched his level as Teacher Zhou had claimed, his Geodude was level 7. And accordingly, Wooper should also be level 7. However, the complication lay in the fact that Wooper, upon reaching level 4, could naturally learn the weather move Rain Dance, which was particularly advantageous against Geodude. Increase your speed and ram into Wooper. Geodude accelerated, surging towards Wooper. At this moment, Yubo opened its mouth, and a flurry of yellow mud erupted, executing a mud shot. Clearly, Yubo did not intend to defeat Little Fist Stone with this mud attack. Instead, it aimed to momentarily hinder Little Fist Stone's rolling speed. This tactic would cause Little Fist Stone to expend energy continuously due to the falling rain. Wu Qian understood that in rainy conditions, Little Fist Stone would incessantly drain its stamina, making it impossible to defeat Yubo in one fell swoop within such a short span. Thus, he had already made up his mind. As Little Fist Stone rolled beside Yubo, Wu Qian immediately commanded it to self-destruct. This self-detonation move, typically learned only by the evolution of Rockruff, had unexpectedly been inherited by Little Fist Stone. This was Wu Qian's trump card to decisively overcome Yubo. At that moment, a blinding white light erupted from Little Fist Stone, unleashing a terrifying aura. Cheng Tian nodded, acknowledging that encountering a type disadvantage at a lower level made victory exceedingly difficult. However, a one-for-one exchange could still yield results. Yet, he murmured, but you must understand the opponent's abilities. Just as Little Fist Stone was on the verge of self-destruction, the brilliant light abruptly extinguished, vanishing entirely. Little Fist Stone was left bewildered, wondering why it had not detonated as intended. Yubo swiftly unleashed a barrage of water guns, and under the enhancement of the rain, these attacks rendered Little Fist Stone incapable of continuing the battle. What? Wu Qian could hardly believe his eyes. He was perplexed by the events that had just unfolded. Cheng Tian sighed, explaining that Yubo possessed the ability Damp, which prevented any Pokémon from using self-destructing moves as long as Yubo remained standing. Wu Qian, you have failed. Teacher Zhou was evidently displeased. In the course of battle, considering the various characteristics of the opponent and their potential impact on one's own moves is an essential skill for any trainer. Yubo's Damp ability rendered self-detonation futile. Relying solely on self-destructive moves to secure victory during a battle is a grave mistake. You should use this move sparingly. Over-reliance could lead to fundamental damage for Little Fist Stone. Wu Qian listened to Teacher Zhou's admonishments, recognizing his shortcomings and mistakes, and pledged to improve before stepping down. The subsequent students took their turns, yet nearly none could defeat their type-advantaged opponents, each shaking their heads in defeat. Even Lin Lin and Bai Yun were no exceptions. Next, Cheng Tian. Upon hearing his name called, Cheng Tian stepped onto the field and released the Poké Ball containing Froakie. An electric-type Zapdos swiftly materialized on the battlefield. Cheng Tian found that no corresponding information panel appeared in his mind. Is it due to the nature of virtual Pokémon? Given the lack of information available, he could not ascertain the opponent's capabilities. Froakie, use Shadow Clone and dash forward. Employ Water Gun to suppress. Froakie rapidly created 4 clones, significantly enhancing its speed while launching a barrage of water gun attacks at Zapdos. Cheng Tian refrained from ordering Froakie to engage in close combat out of concern for Zapdos' ability, Static. Thus, it was that the Froakie soared into the skies with its kite. With a resounding roar, the Electrike's fierce presence surged, amplifying its attack power dramatically. In an instant, currents of electricity erupted from its body, sweeping across the battlefield. Jump! The true form of Froakie leapt into the air, while its other clones, caught unprepared, were swiftly obliterated by the assault. Froakie concentrated the waves of water in its hands and hurled them towards Electrike. In response, Electrike summoned a sphere of lightning, which rapidly took shape and shot forth to counter the water waves. However, the water waves relentlessly tore through the surroundings, overpowering the electric sphere. Seeing the water waves hurtling toward it, Electrike deftly dodged to the left. Simultaneously, it unleashed a burst of electricity, surging forward with currents enveloping its body, charging towards Froakie. Can a virtual creature inherit electric abilities? Cheng Tian gritted his teeth, commanding Froakie to execute a precise strike. Avoid contact with Electrike at all costs. It appears we must engage in close combat. Froakie manifested 2 sharp water spikes in its grasp, clashing with the advancing Electrike. The creature's razor-sharp teeth clamped down on the water spikes, and Froakie struggled to hold its ground, both locked in a fierce stalemate. The duration of the electric skill quickly elapsed, and currents rapidly coursed through Electrike's teeth. After utilizing its Thunderfang skill, Electrike's strength intensified, and Froakie found itself on the brink of collapse. Deliver a water gun to its head. Froakie opened its mouth and unleashed a swift jet of water, striking Electrike's head at close range, interrupting its skill activation. Yet, water conducts electricity, and the connection between Electrike and Froakie resulted in a jolt of electricity coursing through Froakie's body, inducing a momentary paralysis. Cheng Tian's assessment proved correct. Electrike indeed possessed a static characteristic that incapacitated opponents in close proximity. However, the electricity conducted by water alone was insufficient to fully immobilize Froakie. Seizing the moment, Froakie executed a decisive strike, bringing the water spike down hard upon Electrike's head. With a pained roar, Electrike retaliated, once again charging towards Froakie with its electric skill. Aim for its eyes with Bubble. Froakie tore off 2 clumps of foam from its neck and flung them, hitting Electrike squarely in the eyes. The eyes are essential and vulnerable organs for both humans and Pokémon. This foam not only inflicted damage, but also deprived Electrike of its sight, leaving it unable to gauge Froakie's position. Finally, let the water wave send it down. Froakie concentrated once more, crafting a water wave that was significantly larger than before. Cheng Tian observed keenly. This water wave had indeed upgraded. The upgraded water pulse 4 exhibited a marked increase in power. The continuously rotating water energy generated a terrifying tearing force, inflicting grievous wounds upon Electrike. With a final anguished cry, Electrike collapsed, losing its ability to battle, its body dissolving into shimmering blue light. Clapping his hands, Teacher Zhou exclaimed, "Well done. Cheng Tian has successfully navigated through a challenging battle against an opposing type. Let us all applaud him." As he spoke, he discreetly noted Cheng Tian's name and appearance. As the crowd erupted in applause, Cheng Tian expressed his gratitude to Teacher Zhou before stowing away his Guaguapao frog. Teacher Zhou, with an approving tone, noted the student's adeptness in identifying the opponent's characteristics to evade close-range attacks, delivering precise commands in moments of crisis, thereby interrupting the adversary's skills and ultimately seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Cheng Tian, your combat experience is remarkably extensive. Cheng Tian, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Teacher, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune. Observing Cheng Tian's humility, teacher Zhou refrained from further comments, yet the admiration in her gaze was unmistakable. Cheng Tian then proceeded to call out the next name, Suhan. The machine promptly presented the corresponding Pokémon, a purple Grimer. Given that it was merely a virtual sprite, perfection in replication was unattainable. Certain aspects were evidently lacking, such as the absence of the foul odor typically associated with Grimer. Both Cheng Tian and Suhan shared the same realization, the hidden ability Poison Touch. With no foul odor emanating from the creature, it could not possess the stench ability, and lacking any held items rendered the adhesive ability ineffective. Therefore, it could only possess the hidden ability Poison Touch, which has a certain probability of poisoning any foe it comes into contact with. With a plan forming in her mind, Suhan commanded her Sylveon, Quick Attack. Upon hearing this, teacher Zhou frowned slightly, knowing that a close-range attack against the Grimer with its Poison Touch ability could result in poisoning. Cheng Tian was equally perplexed by Suhan's strategy. While the Fairy-type ability of Sylveon transformed its normal-type moves into Fairy-type ones, a distinct advantage, facing a foe with a type advantage would significantly diminish its damage output. Engaging in close combat, while utilizing Quick Attack under such circumstances, could lead to a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Sylveon, ever devoted to its trainer, swiftly transformed into a beam of white light, charging towards Grimer. The Fairy-type move proved ineffective against the Grimer, and soon a purple aura enveloped Sylveon's forehead, indicating it had succumbed to poisoning. As Grimer unleashed a thick cloud of purple mist, it declared, Toxic Gas. Sylveon, enduring the toxins, managed to emit an adorable yawn, causing Grimer to feel drowsy, struggling against the urge to sleep as its eyes glazed over. Sylveon sensed it could no longer use yawn. Grimer had ensnared it in a binding move. Grimer then expelled a torrent of corrosive purple liquid, launching an acid bomb. Sylveon, persist with bite to defeat the opponent. Following this command, Sylveon opened its mouth, dark energy coalescing into a formidable black maw that clamped down on Grimer. While Fairy-type moves inflicted reduced damage, Dark-type moves were fully effective. Under the relentless barrage of biting attacks, Grimer soon disintegrated into shimmering blue particles. Well done. 2 students have successfully passed this challenge in quick succession. Let us applaud them. Teacher Zhou declared, clapping her hands. The audience joined in, their applause noticeably more fervent than that bestowed upon Cheng Tian, for the one upon the stage was their goddess. The consecutive successes of these 2 challengers provided considerable encouragement to the remaining participants. Eager and determined, they approached, intent on defeating their adversaries. However, the outcome was rather disheartening. Once all evaluations concluded, teacher Zhou nodded, noting that on this very first day, 2 students from our class had successfully passed the test. For those who wish to avoid failing this subject, I implore you to diligently train and reflect upon your shortcomings over the course of the next week, striving to surpass your opponents. I hope that each of you may one day become the legendary masters of inverse attributes. Chapter 32, The Utilization of Whirlpool. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Cheng Tian approached a skill-learning machine and released his Froakie. Froakie, shortly I shall employ this machine to help you acquire a new skill. During this process, it is imperative that you focus intently and retain the knowledge without resistance. Should you succeed, that would be splendid. If not, fret not, for we can always return to purchase another opportunity. A progress bar materialized on the screen, currently reflecting a status of 5. Approximately a minute later, a notification appeared, learning complete. Simultaneously, Frokie's Pokeball was ejected anew. Cheng Tian glanced at the display, where a skill lay patiently awaiting transmission, Whirlpool 0. Hastily, he approached the front desk to reserve a training room and stepped inside. Before a machine filled with tennis balls, he instructed Froakie, now, give Whirlpool a try. With a soft croak, Froakie summoned water energy around itself, gradually forming a small, swirling vortex before it. Yet, this miniature whirlpool proved unstable and diminutive, soon dissipating. Do not rush. Take your time to stabilize the vortex, Cheng Tian encouraged. After several unsuccessful attempts, Froakie finally managed to conjure a whirlpool of its own size. Although still somewhat small, Froakie had now mastered the whirlpool skill. Whirlpool 1. Excitedly, Froakie gazed at the vortex before it, then energetically struck a nearby sandbag. The sandbag was ensnared by the whirlpool, enduring persistent impacts. Well done, Froakie. Now, let us explore the applications of Whirlpool further, Cheng Tian said with a smile. Did you not wish to learn the water wall from Naruto? With a spirited croak, Froakie unleashed another whirlpool. Cheng Tian retrieved a tennis ball from the side machine and placed it atop the vortex. Instantly, the ball was enveloped, subjected to relentless turbulence. Froakie, the purpose of the water wall is to generate a barrier of water in front of you, shielding you from all attacks, correct? Cheng Tian remarked, observing the battered tennis ball. See, the ball is trapped within the whirlpool, unable to escape. Yet, it is equally challenging for anyone outside to touch it, lest they incur damage. Turning to Froakie, he continued, this skill not only binds your opponent, inflicting continuous damage, but also serves as a protective measure for you. Have you ever considered using a whirlpool to ensnare yourself? Froakie seemed to stir with understanding, though it struggled to articulate its newfound insight. You must endeavor to modify whirlpool, allowing others to suffer its repercussions while you remain safeguarded within. Why not try using the Tide Whirlpool on yourself? Upon hearing this, the Froakie promptly unleashed a Tide Whirlpool around itself. Cheng Tian activated a nearby tennis ball machine, which swiftly propelled numerous tennis balls toward the whirlpool. However, as these balls approached, their momentum was neutralized by the whirlpool, leaving them to be relentlessly buffeted by the surrounding currents, unable to touch Froakie in the slightest. Froakie. Observing this, Froakie was utterly astonished. Is the Tide Whirlpool capable of such feats? Cheng Tian chuckled and halted the machine. Froakie, at this moment, you lack the ability to execute a skill akin to water barrier. This limitation stems from both your moveset and your current strength. The volume of water is beyond your control. Thus, I have opted for an alternative, acquiring the Tide Whirlpool skill for you. By employing it in this manner, you can learn another form of water ninjutsu, the water prison technique. Moreover, in China, there exists a martial art known as Tai Chi, which emphasizes the principles of yielding and redirecting force. When you sense that your Tide Whirlpool can no longer withstand the incoming force, you can disengage and direct the whirlpool as an attack against your opponent. This is exemplified in a certain popular game by a character named Zhao's ultimate move, Froakie. At this point, Froakie was deeply impressed by Cheng Tian. This method of usage was far more ingenious than merely employing water barrier for defense. Imagine, when an adversary attempts to engage Froakie in close combat, Froakie could not only ensnare them with the Tide Whirlpool, but also envelop itself for protection before charging at the foe, inflicting damage. In this way, Froakie's capabilities in both melee and defense would be significantly enhanced. Froakie looked at Cheng Tian with gratitude, touched by the effort and dedication of its trainer in procuring discs for learning skills and imparting so many techniques. Indeed, Cheng Tian was as benevolent as its mentor. Cheng Tian gently patted Froakie's head. However, for now, your task is to diligently adapt to and control the Tide Whirlpool. In the coming time, we shall utilize this tennis ball machine to aid your practice. Froakie. At that moment, a staff member approached, noting that the allotted time was up. Excuse me. The server, observing the chaos in the training room, could hardly contain their shock at the sight of the disarray. The training room was filled with 10 tennis ball machines, each containing 500 tennis balls that amounted to a staggering 5,000 tennis balls, now scattered across the floor. The server gazed at the multitude of tennis balls, forcing a smile that was more pained than sorrowful. With a trembling voice, they managed to say, "Thank you for your visit, and we hope to see you again." Cheng Tian jovially patted the server's shoulder. Absolutely. Chapter 33, The Late Arriving System Task. Cheng Tian mused, "It seems I am quite the competent trainer." He felt a swell of pride. After a brief conversation, the family shared a meal, and Froakie resumed its pursuit of becoming a Pokémon Master. Without his phone, Cheng Tian lay idly on his bed, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. How dull this is, he thought. This outdated system has yet to provide any notifications. I suppose I'll just scan some Pokémon. Cheng Tian found himself somewhat speechless, realizing that he had neglected to claim his rewards after completing his tasks, which was the reason for the lack of new quests. He had initially thought it was merely an oversight by some foolish author. Upon pressing a button, the system's notification sound chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured your first Pokémon. May you soon ascend to the rank of a true Pokémon Master. Hey, are you praising me or insulting me? How am I foolish? It's merely a matter of forgetting to claim my task rewards, Cheng Tian retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. However, the system paid him no heed as the task interface began to refresh. Moments later, a series of tasks appeared before him. First steps, defeat any Pokémon completed. Our bond. Train with your Pokémon for 3 hours. Completed. Limited vision. Develop a different usage for any skill. Completed. To think I have accomplished so many tasks. Cheng Tian thought joyfully, yet the rewards felt rather paltry, consisting solely of system praises. Each time, the affirmation was the same. May you soon become a true Pokémon Master. A dark line crossed Cheng Tian's forehead. This is excessive, and you certainly have no better rewards in store for me. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered 2 tasks he had yet to complete, both of which offered tangible rewards rather than mere verbal commendations. Miraculous Radiance. Witness the evolution of your first Pokémon. Reward. Random Attribute Gem 1, incomplete. Double Blossoming. Capture your second Pokémon. Reward. Oceanic Fragrance 1, incomplete. Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, he had encountered some substantial rewards. The Oceanic Fragrance, when adorned by a Water-type Pokémon, would slightly enhance the power of its Water-type skills. Although the random gems were consumable items, he could sell them secondhand for a considerable sum. Checking the level of his Froakie, he noted that it was merely 3 levels away from its first evolution into Frogadier, and the goal of capturing a second Pokémon was within reach. Cheng Tian envisioned acquiring a sturdy Pokémon to serve as a bulwark for his team. A special attacker would also be desirable, yet with his current resources, he had no means to purchase numerous skill discs, which was somewhat disheartening. Well, one step at a time, Cheng Tian mused, before advising Froakie to get some rest, and then succumbing to a deep slumber. The night passed uneventfully. On September 26th, a Saturday, Cheng Tian relished a rare opportunity to sleep in, awakening to find it was already 10:32 a.m. Froakie was playing in the living room with a visiting dog, and after washing his face and brushing his teeth, Cheng Tian opened his phone to check messages. Upon glancing at the group chats, he was taken aback. It appeared that Bai Yun had been engaged in a lively conversation with Lin Lin, exchanging memes since 8 a.m., with Suhan occasionally chiming in. Bai Yun had even mentioned Cheng Tian, yet he had not seen it until now. Wife Senshio, Orange Peel. Stop sleeping and get up. How can you possibly sleep at your age? Nevertheless, Cheng Tian's phone had indeed received some valuable messages. All right then. I suppose I will have to make do with eating out today. Cheng Tian tugged at the corners of his lips. After all, noon was fast approaching. It was time to dress and prepare to head downstairs. He donned a white t-shirt and a pair of black shorts, masking his face with a black mask, and tucked his pock frog into its ball before stepping out. On the streets, people wore scant clothing due to the heat, providing Cheng Tian with quite a visual feast. The young women he encountered wore increasingly minimal fabric, their alabaster thighs exposed to the warm air, forming the most exquisite summer scenery. Many girls were drawn to Cheng Tian, captivated by his refreshing attire. His black mask accentuated his well-defined jawline, complemented by his short black hair, presenting the image of a tidy young man. Sorry, I don't have one, Cheng Tian replied with a smile when a few female students persistently sought his phone number. Without a moment's hesitation, he added, I'm afraid I don't own a mobile phone. He then boarded a bus, leaving behind several flustered girls in the wind. On the bus, Cheng Tian glanced back at their disgruntled expressions and smirked disdainfully. Heh, trying to play tricks on me? Perhaps they should apply a bit more foundation. Their sudden interest in his contact information was clearly an attempt to lure him out and catch him off guard. Indeed, that must be it. Cheng Tian nodded confidently. With his complexion, how could good fortune ever land upon him? Although he considered himself a gentleman, he typically indulged in studying resources or enjoying the sights of summer, not getting lost in the allure of leggy silhouettes. Lost in thought, the bus whisked him away towards the commercial district. Upon disembarking, Cheng Tian headed straight for the food area, bustling with life at noon, where the shouts of vendors filled the air. An elderly man grilled skewers on a nearby street, the various meats and gluten sizzling as grease dripped onto the charcoal, causing flames to leap higher. People stood in line at the barbecue stall, undeterred by the heat, eager not to miss out on such delectable offerings. Are you ready yet, brother? The vendor fanned the grill, brushing on sauce. No rush, no rush. There's plenty more ahead. Nearby, a middle-aged man tended to a large pot filled with chestnuts, his iron grip stirring them continuously, prompting Cheng Tian to exclaim in admiration. There were also vendors pushing ice cream carts, enticing children to pester their parents for treats, while a large ice cream cone released a chill, cooling the air around it. Cheng Tian found it fascinating. He had never witnessed Pokémon and humans laboring side by side in his previous life. As he strolled along the street, One shop's sign caught his attention: Battle Noodle House, grand opening. Win a free meal in a battle. All drinks are complimentary. Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would be the place. Upon entering, the refreshing breeze from the air conditioning enveloped him, making him feel utterly revitalized. Seated upon a chair, Cheng Tian noticed a QR code affixed to the table, adorned with the charming visage of a Psyduck, instructing patrons to scan for ordering. With a promise of dedicated service for delivery. Quite a marvel of modern technology. Cheng Tian retrieved his phone and scanned the code, unveiling a cascade of menu options. After much deliberation, he settled on a bowl of tonkatsu egg noodles priced at 15 yuan. His appetite piqued. He found the dish visually enticing. Grabbing the vinegar bottle from the side, he poured a generous amount into his bowl, skillfully mixing the noodles with his chopsticks. He then took a hearty mouthful, savoring the aromatic flavors that enveloped him. The scent of green onions burst forth as he chewed, and he was utterly captivated by the delightful taste, truly delectable. After 10 minutes, he finished the bowl, satisfied and letting out a contented burp. This meal had been quite splendid. As he reached for his phone to settle the bill, he suddenly recalled the sign posted at the entrance. Following the server's guidance, Cheng Tian made his way to a designated battle arena within the restaurant, where a staff member greeted him. "Good day, sir. Would you like to engage in a battle for a chance to dine for free?" "Indeed," Cheng Tian replied. The staff member smiled and explained, "Please prepare your Pokémon. The rules are simple. It's a one-on-one match. Defeating me will grant you the opportunity for a complimentary meal." Both participants entered the arena, and the staff member promptly threw a Pokeball, releasing a Beedrill wielding toxic stingers. "Come forth, Froakie." The onlookers were captivated, enjoying the unique spectacle of dining intertwined with a battle. "Pardon my intrusion," the staff member commanded. "Beedrill, use double team. Attack with Twin Needle." In an instant, 5 Beedrills appeared, brandishing their arms as they charged forward. "We shall employ double team as well." Froakie's own duplicates swiftly evaded the Twin Needle attack. "Strike with Bubble." Several Froakies released bubbles from around their necks, hurling them at Beedrill, then darting away to unleash a water gun. Beedrill deftly dodged the bubbles while retaliating with a barrage of Twin Needle attacks. One by one, Froakie's illusions vanished. "Now's our moment." Water Pulse. Froakie's true form leapt high, unleashing a powerful water pulse upon Beedrill. Beedrill emitted a mournful cry, yet raised one arm, its stinger enveloped in purple energy as it launched a poison sting towards Froakie, who swiftly extended its tongue to ensnare Beedrill's arm, hanging suspended in midair. "Use Pursuit." Beedrill's other arm surged with dark energy as it executed the pursuit attack towards Froakie. With a quick contraction of its tongue, Froakie elevated itself to match Beedrill's height and executed a decisive cut, intercepting the stinger. "Froakie, unleash a Whirlpool." Froakie complied, summoning a whirlpool that enveloped itself, inflicting damage upon Beedrill as well. With a final cry, Beedrill collapsed, unable to continue the fight. "Bravo!" The spectators erupted into applause. In that moment, an upgrade notification flashed in Cheng Tian's mind as Froakie's data transformed, elevating its level to 14. How delightful! Cheng Tian rejoiced inwardly at his recent advancement. He was now even closer to reaching level 16. The staff, merely fulfilling their duties, saw the defeat of the Beedrill and collected it with a smile. Approaching Cheng Tian to say, "Congratulations on earning a complimentary opportunity. We look forward to your next visit." He was not foolish, given the sweltering heat outside. Why would he choose to venture out when he could remain indoors? Thus, Cheng Tian took out his phone and, alongside his Guagua Pow watched Naruto. Waiting until the latter had finished its meal, Cheng Tian gently patted Guagua Pow's head and inquired, "Are you full?" "Guagua." The creature nodded in affirmation. In the southeastern part of the food street, Suhan exited the car, the driver's window rolling down. "Take your time, Mississippi. I'll be right here waiting," Uncle Wong said with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle Wong," Suhan replied, nodding as she ventured deeper into the food street. Today, Suhan donned a crisp white shirt, which accentuated her ample bosom, raising concerns about the strain on the fabric. She paired it with a smoky gray short skirt, her long legs adorned with enticing black stockings, which made the fair skin exposed between even more alluring. Stinky tofu. So fragrant yet so pungent. "Come and have a taste." A series of calls drew Suhan's attention. Upon spotting the stinky tofu stall, she swallowed hard, recalling her sheltered upbringing in the bustling metropolis, where she seldom indulged in such delicacies. Even a rare taste left a lasting impression of its unique flavor. With no one recognizing her at the moment, she decided to indulge. Her eyes gleamed with joy as she hurried to the stall and said, "Boss, I'll take an order of stinky tofu." "Certainly, beautiful. Just a moment." After a brief wait, a box of stinky tofu was handed to Su-han, costing 5 yuan. Feeling the heat emanating from the tofu, she parted her red lips to let out a warm breath, but hesitated to discard it. So hot, so fragrant. As the girl walked forward while nibbling, she unexpectedly bumped her forehead against a solid back. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." Su-han quickly apologized. The figure turned, revealing a familiar face to her. Cheng Tian, savoring his own box of stinky tofu, turned in surprise, his mouth slightly muffled. "Su-han." Su-han stood frozen for a moment before her cheeks flushed crimson and she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." Chapter 34, Cheng Tian. "You wouldn't want others to know about this, would you?" "What a coincidence. You're here too," Cheng Tian said after swallowing the stinky tofu in his mouth. Su-han, blushing, held the stinky tofu, unsure whether to throw it away or keep it, her bashful expression suggesting that she could almost burst into tears. Observing the stinky tofu in Su-han's hand, Cheng Tian was taken aback. It appeared that Su-han also relished this peculiar delicacy. No, I don't," she hastily retorted. "Then why did you buy it?" Cheng Tian looked at her quizzically, bemused by her reluctance to eat, yet her decision to purchase it. Truly, she was a wealthy young lady. "No, you mustn't tell anyone about this," Su-han declared, her tone somewhat fierce, yet she resembled an adorable kitten with ruffled fur. "How rude of me, truly most impolite." Su-han anxiously gazed at Cheng Tian, fearing that if this matter were to leak, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. What is the big deal?" "It's just stinky tofu," Cheng Tian remarked nonchalantly, taking another piece with a bamboo skewer. Yet, a veil of misty tears began to form in Su-han's eyes, as if she were on the verge of tears. "No, wait, Su-han, please don't cry." Cheng Tian panicked. If he made her cry, not only would their relationship suffer, but he would also become a pariah among the male students at school. Suddenly, Su-han wrapped her arms around Cheng Tian's, pulling out her phone to snap a picture. Cheng Tian felt too soft, insistent pressures squeezing his arm, and his body reacted involuntarily. "Oh no, this cannot be happening." He quickly shook her off, horrified at the thought of being labeled a pervert. Flipping her phone around, Su-han showed him the photo, in which she appeared wronged, clinging to Cheng Tian, while he looked flustered, attempting to pry her off. "Oh, what a picture of a scoundrel," he muttered, bewildered. "What is this about?" With a puffed cheek, Su-han shook her phone. "Cheng Tian, please keep today's events a secret. After all, you wouldn't want others to discover your scoundrel nature, would you?" Cheng Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Is it really necessary to go this far over a piece of stinky tofu? However, seeing that Su-han was serious, he quickly acquiesced. "All right. I promise I won't say a word. Just delete that photo, please." "No way, I won't delete it. As long as you keep quiet, I won't share it with anyone." Su-han replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. It seemed there was no way to convince this young lady to erase the photo. And Cheng Tian sighed in resignation. "Are you here to have fun as well, Su-han?" he inquired. She nodded, her eyes sparkling. "I came to Bingzhou to explore the food street and see if there's anything delicious." "Oh, I came out on my own as no one was home." At this, Su-han's eyes lit up. "Perfect. I'm alone too, and I have no idea what's around here. Could you show me around, Cheng Tian?" Cheng Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, when it came to shopping, girls often craved bubble tea. "All right. There's a shop called Four Seasons Flower on this food street. Let us go there for a drink." With a charming young lady by his side, Cheng Tian naturally attracted attention as they strolled along the street. Both of them wore white shirts, lending them an air reminiscent of a couple. Men accompanying their girlfriends would inadvertently glance at Su-han, only to be met with their partner's reproachful glares. After purchasing 2 cups of bubble tea, they decided to wander around a commercial building. Although Bingzhou's economy was lackluster, the commercial area remained lively. The weather was sweltering, and even with the air conditioning inside, the crowded space felt uncomfortably warm. As they approached a clothing store, Su-han picked up a black and white reversible bucket hat and placed it atop her head. Turning to Cheng Tian with a beaming smile, she asked, "How does it look? Is it pretty?" Cheng Tian nodded sincerely. "It looks great." Su-han was undoubtedly beautiful, so his compliment was hardly misplaced. "Sir, your girlfriend is truly stunning. We just received a new batch of clothes. Why not come in and take a look?" The sales attendant complimented. Suhan felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Did they really appear as if they were a couple? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she hesitated to meet Cheng Tian's gaze. Cheng Tian, with a casual wave of his hand, declared, "We are not a couple. We are merely here to browse." Upon hearing this, the attendant appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, I see. Please, feel free to choose whatever you like. Wait for me." Cheng Tian quickly followed, leaving the bewildered monk-like figure behind. Why was she upset again? Women truly are perplexing. The more Suhan pondered, the angrier she became, yet suddenly found herself in a daze. They were not genuinely a couple. Why should she feel this way? Could it be that she? Suhan promptly shook her head, dismissing the notion as impossible. At that moment, a delightful aroma caught her attention. Following the scent, she spotted a rolling machine displaying golden brown fish balls. "Cheng Tian, let us try those." Cheng Tian nodded in agreement. "Boss, we'll have 2 servings of fish balls." "Certainly." The proprietor swiftly served 2 portions to Cheng Tian, who then completed the payment via scan. The two strolled through the mall, savoring their food. The freshly prepared fish balls were slightly too hot for Suhan. She skewered 2 of them with a bamboo stick, puffed her lips to cool them down, and then devoured them in one go, her eyes squinting into crescent moons of bliss. Cheng Tian, unfazed by the heat, continued munching while observing the girl before him, who radiated happiness. Who would have imagined that the school's young lady could exhibit such a charming demeanor outside? After consuming about 13 fish balls, Suhan offered the remaining ones to Cheng Tian. "Cheng Tian, would you like some more?" Cheng Tian glanced at the abundance left in the container. "Why aren't you finishing them? There are still so many." Suhan stuck out her tongue. "If I eat too much, I might gain weight. I just wanted to sample the flavor." "All right then," Cheng Tian replied, placing her portion into his own box. Subsequently, Suhan and Cheng Tian continued their exploration, eager to discover more delectable treats and entertaining activities. Yet, true to her nature, the young lady only sampled the flavors, leaving the surplus to be fed to Cheng Tian. He looked at the dorayaki she had just handed him with a hint of exasperation. "You've already taken a bite of this." Not long after their meal, after walking for a while, he genuinely began to feel stuffed from her constant feeding. Slow down. I just finished eating, and now I can barely move." Suhan, hearing this, pointed to 2 chairs set up in the mall. "Then let us take a break over there." Chapter 35. "Mom, someone is being awkward." The two rested on the chairs, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning. "What do you think of this place, Suhan?" Cheng Tian asked curiously. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Suhan replied, puzzled. Shaking her head, she continued, "Initially, I thought Binzhou was quite backward. However, after coming here, I find it to be very warm and inviting." "Warm and inviting?" Cheng Tian was taken aback. "Yes, while the Magic City is luxurious and prosperous, it often evokes a sense of emptiness typical of large cities, as if the sheer number of people renders one more or less insignificant." Suhan contemplated this notion. "It's as if we are both essential and inconsequential at the same time. However, in Binzhou, one does not experience such feelings, though the place is not large. Strolling down the streets, one can frequently encounter roadside stalls and groups of people engaged in conversation and leisurely walks, imparting a sense of tranquility that starkly contrasts with the bustling pace of Shanghai, where individuals seem perpetually preoccupied." Suhan stated earnestly. Perhaps she had not formed deep connections with these friends. Cheng Tian pondered, having encountered similar situations himself. Often, one strives to blend into the surrounding environment, avoiding the appearance of being too unconventional, and the friendships formed are generally superficial, lacking depth. "That's all right. Aren't we friends now?" Cheng Tian exclaimed suddenly, caught up in the moment. Suhan was taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Was that really that funny?" Cheng Tian said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suhan wiped away a tear of laughter with her slender finger and replied, "No, you're right. We are friends." "Oh, I see," Cheng Tian sighed in relief, having thought Suhan was laughing at his sentimentality. However, Suhan's face, once filled with joy, turned serious. "Cheng Tian, let me ask you, are we truly friends now?" Without hesitation, Cheng Tian nodded vigorously. "Yes, of course." Suhan raised her delicate finger to her crimson lips and continued, slightly blushing, "From now on, just call me by my name. No need to add classmate anymore. I'll call you Suhan too, if that's all right," she added. Noticing Cheng Tian's momentary silence, she waved her hand in front of him. "What's wrong?" "Just a bit of a racing heartbeat," he admitted. After a brief respite, the two resumed their exploration of the mall. They engaged in numerous activities, capturing many photographs, playing at the basketball machine, the electronic foot piano, and even attempting to win stuffed toys. However, Cheng Tian's skills left much to be desired, as he didn't manage to catch a single one. Hey, Cheng Tian. Look over there, they're selling accessories. Let us go check it out. Su-Han tugged at Cheng Tian's sleeve, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. Noting how Su-Han seemed to be fully expressing herself now, shedding her previous reserve, resembling an approachable girl next door. Su-Han picked up a rotating smiley face necklace, holding it up in front of herself. What do you think, Cheng Tian? Is it pretty? The smiley face nestled between her pristine bosom made Cheng Tian internally groan, uncertain of where to direct his gaze. Noticing Cheng Tian's lack of attention, Su-Han pouted in displeasure. Come on, take a look. It would be rude not to. Cheng Tian suppressed any improper thoughts and examined it seriously for a moment. It's lovely. It suits you well. Hee. Su-Han beamed with joy, then set the necklace down to explore further. After some time, a black chain caught her eye. It was a delicate black cross necklace, devoid of flashy colors or excessive patterns. Just a simple, pure black cross necklace, quietly resting in a jewelry box. This necklace did not evoke in Su-Han the same desire to flaunt as others did. Instead, it exuded a sense of simplicity and mystery. Excuse me, how much for this necklace? Su-Han inquired, lifting it to inspect it more closely. Oh, this chain is exquisite, the proprietor, a middle-aged woman, cheerfully introduced. This chain is crafted entirely from stainless steel, the same type used in our dining spoons, so there's no need to worry about allergies or breakouts. It won't rust or wear out even with prolonged wear, and you can even shower with it on. This is the last one of this style we have, priced at only 53 yuan, but seeing how much you desire it, I'll let it go for 50 yuan. Su-Han nodded in satisfaction, promptly scanning the payment code, and held up the chain for Cheng Tian to see. What do you think? Do you find it appealing? Cheng Tian also thought the chain was wonderful. Wearing it would not make one appear unsophisticated, but it seemed somewhat mismatched with Su-Han. It was evident that the chain did not align with Su-Han's natural elegance. Unexpectedly, Su-Han leaned in, wrapping her arms around Cheng Tian's neck. This bold gesture rendered Cheng Tian momentarily paralyzed with surprise. So close, so fragrant. The proximity allowed Cheng Tian to inhale the distinct scent of femininity that lingered in the air. After Su-Han fastened the chain around Cheng Tian's neck, she stepped back, assessing him with a satisfied nod. You look quite dashing wearing it, she exclaimed, and only then did Cheng Tian realize that the chain was intended for him. Thank you. Su-Han, shall I transfer the money for the chain to you? Su-Han shook her head in refusal. This is a symbol of our friendship. It's a gift for you. The two strolled through the mall from 2 p.m. for quite some time, until the sun's intensity began to wane, at which point they exited the shopping center. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Cheng Tian inquired. Well, I feel like having some milk tea, Su-Han said, tilting her head in contemplation. All right, I'll go buy some. As they sipped their milk tea while walking, the evening breeze enveloped them, providing a refreshing respite. This time, Su-Han finished her milk tea completely and approached a nearby trash can, extending her hand to discard the cup. However, as she released the cup, it grazed the edge and tumbled to the ground. Oh no, Su-Han sighed, squatting down to retrieve it. Coincidentally, Cheng Tian had also finished his milk tea and was heading to dispose of it. Just as he reached the trash can, Su-Han stood up. In the process of rising, Su-Han inadvertently brushed against an unexpectedly sensitive area, causing her cup to slip from her grasp. Cheng Tian swore he merely intended to toss his empty cup. There were no ulterior motives. Yet, when Su-Han's movement made contact with that sensitive spot, he felt a rush of heat enveloping him. Startled, Su-Han turned around like a frightened bird, hastily covering the back of her skirt with her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. Gazing at Cheng Tian, who stood frozen in shock, she exclaimed with a trembling voice, "You pervert." "No, please let me explain," Cheng Tian implored. On the verge of tears, "I genuinely only wanted to throw away my milk tea." Su-Han, mortified and wishing to avoid any further contact, glared at Cheng Tian's face, incredulous that he could behave in such a manner. With that, she stormed off in frustration. "Wait, I didn't mean to." Cheng Tian instinctively reached out to grab her arm. However, in an unfortunate twist of fate, Su-Han stepped on the very milk tea cup that had fallen earlier, losing her balance and letting out a startled cry as she fell to the ground. "Su-Han, are you all right?" Cheng Tian exclaimed. Cheng Tian hastily crouched down, eager to assist her in rising, yet Su-Han, racked with pain, dared not move. It hurts. Cheng Tian paused his actions, concern etched across his face. What happened? Did you twist your ankle? Su-han nodded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Staying like this is not a solution, Cheng Tian stated, positioning his back towards her. Climb on. I shall carry you. This simply cannot continue. Blushing, Su-han cautiously climbed onto Cheng Tian's back, who then exerted a sudden force to lift her up. What should we do? Perhaps you should call your family to come fetch you? Su-han shook her head, her cheeks flushed. The driver is waiting for me at the entrance of the food street. Just take me there, Cheng Tian. Though her words implied ease, Cheng Tian found walking arduous, not due to the girl's weight, which was quite the opposite, but rather because he could discern two soft forms pressing against his back. Due to Su-han's dress, he was compelled to use his hands to secure the sides of her skirt, preventing any accidental exposure. However, as he bore her, he had no choice but to support her from beneath. Despite his earnest effort to disregard the sensations coursing through his hands, the delightful softness continually stimulated his thoughts. Su-han let out a soft whimper, overwhelmed by the peculiar sensation of being touched by the opposite sex, as if all her strength had evaporated, leaving her wholly dependent upon Cheng Tian. He inhaled sharply, internally reciting calming mantras. With a heart as clear as ice, one remains unperturbed by the world. Please refrain from touching there, Su-han murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a kitten's gentle pawing, incessantly pricking at Cheng Tian's heart. He felt helpless. To prevent her from slipping, he had to grip her firmly. Yet, the exquisite sensation compelled him to loosen his hold. This cycle repeated itself, albeit unintentionally, resulting in Cheng Tian continuously grasping Su-han's form. Their unusual posture drew the attention of many passers-by as they traversed a considerable distance. Look, Mom, they're being all shy, a young boy exclaimed, licking his ice pop while pointing at them. Sho, don't stare. Hurry along. Meanwhile, in the southeast direction of the food street, Uncle Wong sat in his car, tuning into the radio for traffic updates while scrolling through the day's news on his phone. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a young man approaching, astonishingly carrying Su-han on his back. Uncle Wong. Su-han waved, calling out to him. Uncle Wong rushed over to assist her, while Cheng Tian, feeling a touch of embarrassment, explained, Hello, Su-han has twisted her ankle. I was just bringing her here. Uncle Wong carefully took Su-han from him, sighing in relief after confirming it was merely a sprain. He then beamed at Cheng Tian, though a glint of danger flickered in his gaze. Thank you for bringing the young lady. Uncle Wong, this is my friend, Cheng Tian, Su-han interjected. Oh, Cheng Tian, I truly appreciate your help, Uncle Wong exclaimed. Cheng Tian, feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutiny, stammered, No, it was nothing. I was happy to assist. On the road, Uncle Wong caught a glimpse of Su-han's distracted demeanor through the rearview mirror, a spark of realization flashing in his eyes. I must inform the master about today's events. Female classmate. Before Cheng Tian could finish his sentence, Cheng's mother exclaimed in surprise. Cheng Tian furrowed his brow in annoyance. Dad, Mom, what are you thinking? We are merely ordinary friends. Cheng's father, adopting an understanding expression, replied. I see, just typical male and female classmates, right? You should get along well with her. If you need money, just let me know. Cheng's mother nodded seriously. And don't let anyone bully her outside. Cheng Tian could only respond with a silent sigh. Chapter 36. The Suburban Mine on Sunday morning. Cheng Tian did not indulge in the same lazy slumber as Saturday. Instead, he awoke at 7:30 a.m. After rousing the little frog resting on him, he approached the wash basin to freshen up. With his face washed and teeth brushed, he felt somewhat more alert. Glancing at the cross necklace still adorning his neck, a smile crept onto his face before he tucked it beneath his clothing. Dad has been leaving for work quite early these days, Cheng Tian remarked while munching on a piece of bread. Ah, your father is quite busy at the mine lately. As a manager, he has been starting his day early. His mother replied with a hint of concern. She then changed the subject. You must study hard and secure a good job for yourself. Don't end up like your father, always busy yet earning little. Cheng Tian nodded in agreement while serving breakfast to the little frog and the electric dog, affectionately patting their heads. Eat well, and remember not to spend all day on your phone. You need to keep up with your homework, she advised before leaving the house. Satisfied after his promise, after finishing his meal, Cheng Tian stretched comfortably and decided it was time to tackle his homework. Resolutely, he entrusted his phone to the little frog, allowing it to watch Naruto, thus shielding himself from distractions. With this determination, he diligently set about completing his assignments. Since advancing to the fairy studies, the volume of written work had significantly decreased, and the difficulty had drastically lessened. Instead, he found himself immersed in the knowledge of Pokémon, which pleased him greatly. Memorizing details about Pokémon was far more enjoyable than grappling with convoluted mathematical formulas. After diligently working for the entire morning, Cheng Tian finally completed all his assignments independently. Glancing at the neatly stacked work, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. In the living room, the little frog and electric dog were engrossed in Naruto. Cheng Tian chuckled. "All right, you two, take a break and rest your eyes. It's time for lunch." Upon hearing this, the little frog returned the phone to Cheng Tian. Noticing the dwindling battery, he promptly plugged it in to charge before turning on the stove to reheat the dishes. After a simple warming, he plated the food and served himself a bowl of rice. Next, he prepared meals for the little frog and the electric dog before finally sitting down to eat. Just as he was savoring his meal, his phone, now charging, suddenly rang. Cheng Tian set down his bowl and chopsticks to answer the call. Upon seeing it was his father, he picked up. "Hello? Son, have you had your lunch yet?" His father's voice came through. "I'm eating now, what's up? Is there something you need?" Cheng Tian inquired. "Could you check in Dad's bedroom for a blue folder containing a contract? My ID is in there as well." "All right. Just a moment. I'll look for it." Cheng Tian rummaged through the bedroom and, indeed, discovered both the contract and his ID tucked away in the nightstand. "I found it. Here it is." "Ah, this is troublesome. It appears I forgot to bring it." "Son, could you deliver it to me?" Cheng's father's voice came through, tinged with helplessness. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Tian let out a resigned sigh. It seemed that the remaining holiday was now rendered futile. "Gua Gua, we need to head out shortly. Hurry and finish your meal." After urging a couple of times, Cheng Tian sat back down and hastily consumed a few more bites of rice. Once Gua Gua finished eating, Cheng Tian tidied up, donned his clothes, grabbed the folder and ID, bid farewell to Gua Gua, and made his way downstairs to hail a taxi. Although taking the bus would be more economical, given his father's urgent need for the document, it was more prudent to take a taxi, although it would cost more. Delivering the contract promptly was paramount. "Driver, to the mining bureau, please hurry. It's urgent," Cheng Tian urged. "Understood." The stagnation of economic development in Bingzhou can be attributed not only to its remote location, but also to its reliance on traditional mining, which is increasingly failing to align with contemporary trends of sustainable development. Initially, mining did indeed yield considerable profits for the residents of Bingzhou. However, it also brought about environmental degradation, severe smog due to the proliferation of factories, and the depletion of mineral resources from excessive extraction. Now, with mines gradually shutting down, the absence of stable new economic sources has led to a standstill in economic growth. The mining site behind the mining bureau in the city's outskirts is one of the last remaining mines in Bingzhou, where Cheng's father is employed. The taxi soon arrived at the mining bureau. After disembarking, Cheng Tian hurriedly approached the guard booth and tapped on the window. Upon seeing Cheng Tian, the guard slid open the window. "Who are you looking for?" Cheng Tian felt a bit awkward, as he did not know his father's employee number, but just then, Cheng's father rushed out from inside. Apologies. I forgot my things. This is my son bringing the documents." Cheng's father offered an apologetic glance at the guard. The guard quickly waved his hand. "No worries. Since you're here, just go on in." "All right, thank you." As Cheng Tian walked inside, he handed the items to his father. "Dad, is this the one?" Cheng's father examined the document and confirmed with a nod that it was indeed the contract he needed. "Ah, this is the one. Son, you've been a tremendous help." "As long as it's the right contract," Cheng Tian replied with a smile. And the father-son duo engaged in light conversation as they made their way toward the factory. Chapter 37. The most romantic men are miners. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Cheng's father inquired apologetically. "I've eaten, but just barely," Cheng Tian responded. "Then let us head to my office. We can grab a bite there." Seeing this, Cheng's father led Cheng Tian to his office. Cheng's father was not a miner, nor a high-ranking official. Rather, he was an ordinary clerical worker whose daily responsibilities involved creating spreadsheets and compiling contract statistics. As one of the few administrative personnel at the mine, he was afforded a private office, despite not being part of the leadership. Cheng's father led Cheng Tian into the office and said, "You can sit here for a while and help yourself to some fruit on the table. I need to deliver this contract." Cheng Tian nodded and asked, "Dad, may I explore the mining area?" Cheng's father was somewhat taken aback, responding, "What do you want to do there?" It's quite dangerous. I just want to wander outside and see how you all work here, Cheng Tian explained. Well, if that's the case, go ahead, Cheng's father replied, pointing to a safety helmet on the wall. Remember to wear it when you go there, and stay away from any hazardous areas, understood? Cheng Tian obediently nodded, assuring him. Don't worry, I won't go near there. Once Cheng's father departed, Cheng Tian stood up to stretch and ate a couple of oranges from the table. Afterward, he clapped his hands and released his Pokémon, Gua Gua. Gua Gua. Cheng Tian patted the little creature's head and said, Let us go see what the mine is like. Together, they left the office, descended the stairs, and made their way towards the mine at the back. Although they had not yet reached the mining site, the thunderous sounds resonating from it were already audible. As they approached, the noise grew louder, and Cheng Tian could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. Entering the open cast mining area, he observed numerous workers and Pokémon laboring diligently from high ground to low. Large coal trucks moved in and out of various tunnels, transporting an endless supply of coal, while many powerful Pokémon wielded pickaxes to extract ore. Hey, you over there. Shift a bit to the left. You're off. A middle-aged man below shouted, directing the construction workers operating cranes to lower materials into the mine. Intrigued by the sight of mining for the first time, Cheng Tian continued to walk down. Hey, that person over there. Don't go over there. A safety supervisor wearing a white helmet shouted at him. Cheng Tian paused, momentarily stunned. Seeing this, the supervisor gritted his teeth and rushed over, grabbing Cheng Tian's arm and pulling him aside. Quick move. The two stumbled away just in time. Moments later, the spot where Cheng Tian had been standing erupted in a sudden explosion, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, covering him in grime. Cough, cough. The safety supervisor coughed a couple of times, brushing off the dirt and rocks that had splattered onto him, then glared at Cheng Tian. You reckless kid. You could have been killed just now. Cheng Tian finally realized that the explosion was caused by a detonated charge. He quickly apologized to the supervisor. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. You're not a worker here, are you? What are you doing in this dangerous place? The safety supervisor replied sharply. My dad works at the mine. I came to bring him something, Cheng Tian explained. Your father is here? Perfect. Quickly, call him and have him come get you. The supervisor said, pulling out his phone to ask for the number. Cheng Tian wore a bitter expression, unexpectedly finding himself causing trouble for his father upon his arrival. Reluctantly, he revealed his mobile number. As he was dialing, the safety supervisor, donned in a white hard hat, suddenly looked up in surprise. Are you old Cheng's son? He inquired. Cheng Tian paused, taken aback. Uncle, do you know my dad? The man furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering something. I remember now. Your name is Cheng Tian, right? Yes. Cheng Tian swiftly nodded. I know you. Old Cheng talks about you all the time, saying he has a treasured son. The man's demeanor softened, and he dialed Cheng's father's number. Moments later, the call connected, and he held the phone to his ear. Hello, old Cheng. Why is your son here at my mine? Oh, he brought you something? Ah, you're in a meeting? All right, I'll hang up now. No problem. I'll keep an eye on him. After concluding the call, the man turned to Cheng Tian. Your father asked me to take good care of you. By the way, my surname is Ma. Just call me Uncle Ma. I'm a good friend of your father at the mine. Cheng Tian felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Hee hee. I just wanted to see what mining is like since I finally made it to the mine. Uncle Ma nodded in understanding. You want to see the mining process? Perfect. Come with me. With that, he led Cheng Tian deeper into the mining area. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Cheng's father hung up the phone and set it down, feeling slightly embarrassed as he looked at the other party. I apologize, Mayor Su. I was interrupted by a call. Su Mulin smiled gently. It's quite all right, Mr. Cheng. Let us continue our earlier discussion. Your mine is considering allowing our city government to take a technical stake, providing assistance in upgrading mining equipment and ensuring the safety of both workers and Pokémon. What do you think? Su Mulin had come specifically to discuss the technical investment. With the economic development in Binzhou lagging, it was imperative for traditional fossil energy enterprises to undergo reform. Governmental technical investment could facilitate that process and help increase production and value. Having taken office as deputy mayor in Binzhou, Su Mulin was determined to accomplish tangible results. Cheng's father nodded excitedly. Mayor Su, our factory fully supports and is willing to cooperate with the city's reform initiatives. Su Mulin smiled with satisfaction. That is splendid. Cheng's father produced a contract and handed it to Su Mulin. After both parties signed the document, Su Mulin stood up and shook hands with Cheng's father. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration. Cheng's father replied, elated. Having worked in the mining company for over 20 years, he knew his boss, though lacking in education and eloquence, trusted him immensely. Thus, he felt confident in signing the contract with someone of Su Mulan's stature. With the contract finalized, Cheng's father's year-end bonus was likely to increase, providing him with more funds to nurture his son's Pokémon. He thought to himself with satisfaction. As they walked side by side, Cheng's father bid farewell to Su Mulan, and the two men shifted their conversation from business to casual matters. Was that a call from Mr. Cheng's son just now? Su Mulan inquired with a smile. No. It was a coworker of mine who ran into my son and called me. Oh, I see. May I ask where your son is currently employed? Mr. Cheng's father beamed with pride. This lad has been rather fortunate. He performed exceptionally well during the high school entrance examination and secured a place at Bingzhou No. 1 high school. He has just begun his studies in the Elven Science Department. Su Mulan's eyes brightened. What a coincidence. My daughter also studies there. Perhaps she knows your son. Mr. Cheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I'm somewhat embarrassed to say that my child has had very few friends since childhood, just a handful of playmates, and he hardly converses with the other classmates. I see. Actually, my daughter just transferred there, so I'm unsure if she is acclimated to her new school. If possible, I would love for her to befriend your son. Not at all. Not at all. I am quite aware of my son's disposition. He turns crimson at the mere sight of a girl. What a sight. Uncle Ma turned to glance at Cheng Tian. Are you unwell? Caught a cold? Cheng Tian shook his head. It's probably just the dust. I'm fine. Uncle Ma, let us continue our walk. Cheng Tian himself was puzzled as to why he had sneezed. Could it be that someone was thinking of him? Uncle Ma nodded, continuing to explain as they walked. You nearly got us blown up earlier. We were laying explosives. We have specially trained Machoks at the mine to detect veins. Once a vein is located, we use detonators to create an opening, and then both Pokémon and humans work together to extract the ore. Uncle Ma pointed toward a massive mine shaft, from which a cacophony of noises emanated, and a steady stream of coal emerged. Glancing at his watch, Uncle Ma remarked, "Isn't it almost time for the shift change?" Cheng Tian had thought that a new group would come down to the mine, but instead, he saw a group of muscular Machoks, drenched in sweat, emerging from the depths. This mine is exclusively excavated by Machoks. It's quite a unique situation for us here. No wonder each Machok was either wielding a pickaxe or carrying a drill. Cheng Tian pondered in disbelief. So, can they carry more because they have more arms? Oh, this damned oppressive capitalism. After a group of muscular Machoks emerged, another group descended. Uncle Ma approached and greeted one of the apparent leaders among them. Thank you for your hard work. Take a break for a while. The Machok nodded and gestured for his companions to sit and rest. Where does the factory find so many Machoks? Cheng Tian asked curiously. These Machoks are all wild Pokémon who voluntarily came to work at the mine. We ensure they are well fed and rested daily. In return, they utilize their formidable strength to mine while also keeping fit, Uncle Ma explained. Well, that could be considered a form of win-win, Cheng Tian mused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it could be deemed a mutually beneficial arrangement. The mine gains labor, while the Machoks avoid the hardships of the outside world and strengthen their bodies. This is what one would call the most romantic aspect of mining. Just then, Cheng Tian felt something collide with the back of his legs. Turning to look, he discovered a whole crate of large bottled mineral water. The box seemed to be exerting itself, but upon sensing an obstruction ahead, a diminutive figure slowly emerged from behind it. It was Coco. This is Chapter 38, The Child Pampered by the Mighty. A Pokémon stepped out from behind the box, possessing a round body, for stout legs, and an oversized, spherical head. Its form was a deep shade of gray, and its eyes were a light blue. Portions of its body were adorned with steel armor, including its head, legs, and back, where a single horn protruded. The armor featured several holes, 6 on its head, with 3 on each side. The largest 2 were its eyes. Is this a Cocodora? Cheng Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Cocodora typically resides in the deep mountains, where it forages for iron or to consume, thereby forging a robust body for protection. However, it occasionally ventures down to the foothills to gnaw on bridges, rails, or vehicles, making it quite a troublesome Pokémon. While this area is indeed a mine, it hardly qualifies as the deep mountains, so Cocodora's presence here is unexpected. Please step aside. You're blocking the way, Uncle Ma urged, pulling Cheng Tian's arm to clear a path for Cocodora. Cocodora called gratefully, then continued to push the water box forward. Upon seeing Cocodora approach, The Mashokes quickly stood up and lifted the box, carrying it along with Cocodora toward the other Mashokes. Once the box was set down, all the Mashokes began to drink from it, expressing their gratitude to Cocodora. This child brings them water to quench their thirst every time they come up, Uncle Ma explained. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian's mind automatically processed Cocodora's data. Pokémon, Cocodora. Gender, male. Nature, stubborn. Ability, heavy metal. Level, 11. Inherited moves, tackle, 2. Dragon dive, 1. Dual chop, 3. Heavy slam, 3. Stealth rock, 1. Personal moves, tackle, 2. Harden, 4. Metal claw, 3. Rock tomb, 2. Roar, 1. Top moves, none. Hidden ability, Cocodora. Cheng Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This Cocodora possessed the hidden ability heavy metal, which doubles its weight. Glancing at Cocodora's inherited skills, Cheng Tian confirmed it had a certain lineage of dragon-type blood, as evidenced by the inherited dragon dive move. Why would such a prodigious Cocodora be found here? Cocodora nudged 2 bottles of water toward Uncle Ma and Cheng Tian. Uncle Ma picked one up, smiling as he handed it to Cheng Tian. This is for you from the child. Coming back to his senses, Cheng Tian accepted the bottle of mineral water, crouched down, and gently patted Cocodora's metallic head. Thank you, Cocodora. Twisting off the cap, he took a sip of water. Curious, Cheng Tian inquired. Uncle Ma, why is there a Cocodora here? That morning, as usual, Uncle Ma had arrived early at the mine to inspect the facilities and identify any safety hazards. This was his job. After a heavy rain the previous night, he anticipated numerous safety concerns at the mine, prompting him to be particularly thorough in his inspection. However, upon arriving at the resting place of the Machoke, he found all of them awake, encircling something in a tight formation as if they were observing an intriguing spectacle. What is happening? Uncle Ma inquired, stepping closer, only to discover a Kakuna lying on the ground amidst the Machoke. The leader of the Machoke attempted to approach, yet the Kakuna emitted a threatening cry. How could there be a Kakuna here? The Machoke shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. They explained that after a rainstorm the previous night, they had sought shelter and fallen asleep, only to awaken to find this little creature lying on the ground. The Kakuna lay there, gravely injured. Even its facial armor bore visible damage, and its sturdy limbs were marred with blood. Despite its dire state, it continued to roar defiantly, refusing to allow anyone to come near. Uncle Ma made a swift decision, kneeling down, disregarding the Kakuna's cries, and produced a bottle of emergency healing medication. Stay still. I am here to tend to your wounds. Initially, the Kakuna resisted, but Uncle Ma, with the assistance of the Machoke, managed to subdue it long enough to administer treatment. Gradually, the Kakuna realized they were genuinely trying to help, and its furious cries subsided into a calm demeanor. After temporarily addressing the wounds, Uncle Ma remained uneasy and wished to take it to the Pokémon Center for further care. However, lacking a Pokeball, he had no choice but to carry it himself. He reached out to lift the Kakuna, exerting all his strength, but found it far heavier than anticipated. Goodness, this little creature is quite weighty. With no other option, he appealed to the Machoke. Could you please assist in carrying this little one to the Pokémon Center for treatment? The rest of you stay here and follow the arrangements. The Machoke nodded and attempted to lift the Kakuna, only to realize that it was not an effortless task. With some effort, it finally managed to secure the Kakuna in its arms. It was noteworthy that the Machoke could effortlessly lift boulders of considerable size, yet struggled with this little creature. What could it possibly weigh? The Machoke exerted its 4 arms and, with great effort, managed to carry the Kakuna alongside Uncle Ma as they made their way to the Pokémon Center. En route, Uncle Ma informed the class of the situation and requested leave. The Kakuna, nestled in the embrace of the Machoke, observed both the Machoke and Uncle Ma, its wariness gradually dissipating. After delivering the Kakuna for treatment at the Pokémon Center, Uncle Ma finally exhaled in relief and expressed his gratitude by patting the Mashoki's shoulder. Thank you for your help. The Machoke shook its head, signaling that it was no trouble at all. After about an hour of waiting, the Kakuna was brought back out. Doctor, is it better now? Uncle Ma inquired. The doctor nodded, stating, I have repaired the broken metal armor using a metallic membrane, and the external injuries have been treated. However, the doctor continued, shifting the conversation. This isn't your Pokémon, is it? Uncle Ma looked at the doctor in surprise. How do you know this isn't my Pokémon? The doctor smiled slightly. Kakuna are quite rare in urban areas. They generally reside deep in the mountains, living under the protection and nurturing of their parents. Sir, you do not quite resemble a trainer. Might you share how you came across this little creature? The doctor inquired. From my observations, it is highly likely that this little one's parents were tragically slain, the doctor continued. Cocodora typically maintains a solitary territory in the wild. When two unite and bear offspring, their territories merge. This little one must have fled to the mine overnight, sustaining severe injuries. It is probable that its parents were killed by Pokémon seeking to usurp their territory, and it was pursued, thus leading it here. Upon hearing this, Cocodora lowered its head in despondence. The doctor's words resonated with the truth. It had once lived in the wild with its parents. Its father, a formidable protector, had safeguarded them both, but yesterday, he fell victim to an ambush by foes. The mother, in a valiant effort to buy time, faced them alone. The little one had fled overnight to arrive here. Tears welled in its large eyes. Observing this, the doctor sighed in resignation. His deductions were likely accurate. Cocodora's physical wounds had healed, yet the scars of its psyche must be mended through its own journey. Fortunately, with the assistance of the nearby Machoke, Cocodora gradually found solace. Uncle Ma remarked that the little one had grown quite fond of the Machoke. After their daily toil, it would bring them water, as though it were their cherished companion. Is that so? Cheng Tian inquired, glancing at Cocodora, who was animatedly conversing with the Machoke. Truly, it was a child marked by misfortune. Chapter 39, The Collapsed Mine. Cheng Tian approached Cocodora, crouched down, and earnestly regarded it. He retrieved a pouch of Froakie Pokémon food from his backpack and extended it toward Cocodora. Would you like to try some? He asked with a smile. Cocodora leaned closer, sniffed the offering, and tentatively began to eat. Cheng Tian then produced a Pokeball containing Froakie, releasing it to play alongside Cocodora. Froakie, intrigued by the metallic shell of Cocodora, reached out to touch it. Cool and hard, it observed. Coco. Froak. Cheng Tian watched with satisfaction as the two little creatures interacted well. After all, children often find common ground more readily. Rising to his feet, he turned to Uncle Ma. I wish to capture Cocodora. You intend to capture it? Uncle Ma replied, astonished. Cheng Tian nodded. A plan forming in his mind. Cocodora evolves into Boscodora, a formidable beast with exceptional physical defense, and would be an excellent addition to his team as a defensive stalwart. Realizing Cheng Tian was serious, Uncle Ma grew earnest. Cocodora indeed lacks a trainer, but if you wish to take it, it must consent. Otherwise, the Machoke will likely challenge you first. Cheng Tian felt a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of confronting the muscular Machoke. Just then, a voice called from the distance. Ah, Xiaotian, I'm here. Cheng Tian's father approached at a run. Old Cheng, why have you only just arrived? Uncle Ma laughed heartily as he rushed to greet him. Dad. Father Cheng chuckled as he patted Cheng Tian on the shoulder. So, old horse, my son hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Not at all. Just nearly stepped on a detonator and got blown up, Cheng Tian replied. Father Cheng looked a bit more cheerful after scolding Cheng Tian. How's that business deal you were working on? He asked with a smile. It went through. Our mining factory will soon receive a technical investment. The mayor even mentioned that his daughter attends the same school as you, Xiaotian. Do you know her? Cheng Tian shook his head. How could I possibly know the mayor's daughter? Father Cheng sighed. You should make more friends. The more connections you have, the more opportunities you'll find. Cheng Tian chose to let this advice pass him by. All right, Father Cheng said, patting his shoulder, say goodbye to Uncle Ma for now. Just as Cheng Tian was about to speak, the Guagua frog suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly pushed Kiki away to the ground. Kiki, Guagua frog, what are you doing? Cheng Tian was about to ask when the nearby dark mining pit began to tremble violently. The surrounding rocks started to tumble down, kicking up clouds of dust. This is bad. The pit is going to collapse. Uncle Ma exclaimed in alarm. It was likely that the recently detonated explosives had not been properly surveyed, inadvertently disturbing the rock structure of the monstrous pit, prompting the collapse. As the dust swirled, the other monsters halted and swiftly erected a green energy shield. This protective skill, however, does not guarantee absolute safety in the real world. Its effectiveness is contingent upon the strength and stamina of those maintaining it. Numerous monsters activated the shield, and the energy barriers multiplied, ultimately forming a massive protective dome that encased everyone within, shielding them from the cascading debris. Cough, cough. Guagua frog, are you all right? Cheng Tian quickly inquired about the frog's condition. Guagua. The Guagua frog leaped off a monster, signaling that it was unharmed. Kiki. Just then, Kiki attempted to rush toward the collapsing pit, but a monster swiftly blocked its path, warning it of the danger. Kiki cried out anxiously. There are still some monsters in the pit. They have always taken care of me. They are like family. I must save them. Kiki, hold on. Help is on the way, Uncle Ma urged. The commotion from the collapse had been significant, halting work in other areas, and rescue personnel had already been contacted. Kiki. Observing Kiki's distress, Cheng Tian suddenly interjected, Uncle Ma, Dad, I'll go with Kiki to take a look. Absolutely not. What can you, a mere child, do? You'll only make things worse. Uncle Ma immediately refused. Tian, you can't help. Don't create more chaos. Father Cheng also opposed the idea. To Kiki, those monsters were akin to family. How could he not go if they were in danger? Cheng Tian gritted his teeth. I'll be fine, don't worry. Kiki. Guagua Frog, let us go. With that, he led the Guagua Frog toward the direction of the collapse. Kiki's eyes glimmered with gratitude. This person was willing to accompany him to rescue the monsters, and he hurriedly followed. This is sheer madness. Uncle Ma hastened over, followed closely by Cheng's father, who was concerned for Cheng Tian's safety. Upon arriving at the recently collapsed mine, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The entrance had been buried beneath the rubble. Cheng Tian turned to Kecleon, inquiring, Kecleon, can you sense the location of the mine entrance? Upon hearing this, Kecleon closed its eyes and concentrated, utilizing its rock-type abilities to detect the surrounding stones. After a brief moment, Kecleon pointed in a specific direction, indicating the location of the mine entrance. Good, Cheng Tian said, rolling up his sleeves and beginning to clear the debris, piece by piece. The sheer volume of rubble was overwhelming for one person, yet he persisted, driven by the desire to assist Kecleon, even if it was just a small contribution. Tian, come here quickly, Cheng's father called out. Dad, Kecleon has located the mine entrance. Hurry and help clear the rocks. Strength in numbers. Two robust men were about to say more when a group of strong workers, led by a particularly muscular individual, rushed over to assist in moving the stones. Beneath the mine lay their comrades. It was only natural they would come to the rescue. A group of sturdy workers, muscles rippling, dashed forward to lend a hand in the clearing effort. Uncle Ma shook his head in resignation. Old Cheng, your son is truly a cause for concern. With a heavy sigh, Cheng's father joined the fray, and together they began to remove the rocks. The debris was abundant and uneven, with some boulders requiring the combined strength of 2 or 3 workers to shift. Fortunately, the rescue teams arrived swiftly. Mere minutes later, an excavator rolled in, followed by a multitude of people and Pokémon. Chapter 40, A Perilous Rescue. What transpired here? A man emerged from the excavator, surveying the chaotic scene with a serious expression. During the blasting operation today, it appears the site was not properly surveyed, leading to a misplacement of the explosives and subsequently causing this collapse. Uncle Ma briefly recounted the events. The man nodded, then began directing the rescue efforts. Immediately, all personnel and Pokémon at the mine ceased their work to assist in the rescue, diligently clearing away the rubble. This rock is quite heavy. Cheng Tian strained as he attempted to lift a large boulder, only to find it immovable. With no other option, he struggled alongside Froakie to push it. Suddenly, he felt something nudging against his leg. Kecleon. He looked down to see Kecleon using its sturdy metallic forehead to help push alongside them. Thank you, Kecleon. With the concerted efforts of one person and 2 Pokémon, they soon managed to shift the stone aside. Cheng Tian's once pristine shirt was now soiled beyond recognition. Sweat pouring down his face from the exertion, his clothes thoroughly drenched. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, but remembered too late that his hands were dirty, rendering his face even messier. Froakie, ever resourceful, tore off a clump of foam from around its neck and handed it to Cheng Tian. Thank you. He used the foam to clean his face, and it made a noticeable difference. Let us take a short break before we continue moving the rocks. Cheng Tian settled himself on the ground, resigned to the dirt that surrounded him. What harm could more grime do? Quack, quack. Kecleon and another Pokémon nestled beside him. Worry flickered in Kecleon's eyes as it pondered whether the Mashokes were hurt. What to do if they were running low on oxygen beneath the mine? Suddenly, as Kecleon's thoughts spiraled into despair, a warm hand gently ruffled its head. Looking up, it saw Cheng Tian, grimy yet smiling, reassuring it that there was no need for needless worry. They would surely be all right. A sense of relief washed over Kecleon, observing the flurry of activity around them. Kecleon felt a tumult of emotions. If only these rocks were its father, they would be cleared away with ease. If only it possessed the same strength as its father, it could effortlessly remove these obstacles. If only its father were still here. Confusion clouded Kecleon's mind. If it were as powerful as its father, or even stronger, could it rescue the Mashoks? Could it protect its mother and father? Kecleon suddenly recalled that imposing figure, fierce yet gentle. Tears glistened in its blue eyes at the thought of its father. Quack, quack. Froakie noticed Kecleon's tearful expression and hurriedly offered comfort. Don't cry, Kecleon. Cheng Tian felt a pang of alarm, unsure why Kecleon was in distress, and instinctively reached out to pat its head. No matter what happens, everything will turn out all right. I am here. The sunlight bathed Cheng Tian, and as Kecleon felt the warmth of his hand, the frail figure before it began to merge with the memory of that mighty silhouette, sharing a hint of resemblance. Success. We've got a breach. A cacophony erupted, drawing Cheng Tian and Kecleon's attention to the once sealed mine, now partially opened. Come on, let us take a look. In the jostling crowd, Uncle Ma frowned. Can't we dig a bit larger? The excavator operator shook his head, explaining that the current size was already at its limit. This opening was just sufficient to maintain the stability of the rock layers, preventing any collapse. Digging further would jeopardize the structure, necessitating a careful approach to stabilize the layers before any additional excavation could occur. Uncle Ma felt the situation was dire. Such a small opening made it exceedingly difficult to transport even the oxygen tanks for respirators, let alone facilitate large-scale support. But how can we transport the rescue supplies like this? He lamented. If we dig more, we risk a secondary collapse. The excavator operator trailed off, the implications clear. As the crowd fell into despair, Cheng Tian suddenly spoke up. I will go in and find them. The onlookers gasped, taken aback by the audacity of this child. No. Cheng Tian's father immediately protested. You cannot go in there. We know nothing of the situation inside. It is too dangerous. But the Mashoks are in danger too. Aren't they? Cheng Tian countered. They have no idea what is happening. Are they hurt? How severe are their injuries? How can one ascertain without taking a look? It is not your place to decide. I am slender enough to fit through. Do not worry, father. If the situation turns dire, I will retreat. Mr. Cheng wished to voice further concerns, but the excavator operator interjected, stating that this young man, being of a lean physique, could indeed enter. The geological structure was still relatively stable. While there was some danger, it was minimal. Father, I will exercise caution. Please allow me to descend. Cheng Tian asserted earnestly. The creatures are in peril. Mr. Cheng furrowed his brow, reluctant to place his son or the creatures in jeopardy. Uncle Ma placed a reassuring hand on Mr. Cheng's shoulder, prompting him to reluctantly acquiesce. You must be careful. Indeed, Cheng Tian nodded. At that moment, a rescue worker approached, providing Cheng Tian with a safety helmet equipped with a flashlight, a gas mask, and an oxygen tank. After making the necessary adjustments, the rescuer handed him approximately 10 small spray bottles. These contained rapid treatment sprays, intended for temporary control of injuries that might occur underground. Cheng Tian committed this information to memory and approached the newly excavated hole. I shall descend now. Be exceedingly cautious. Mr. Cheng called out with concern. Cheng Tian nodded, then turned and entered the opening, closely followed by Guagua and Cocodora. The two little creatures nodded solemnly. Observing this, Cheng Tian proceeded deeper into the cavern. The collapsed mine was rugged and uneven, with what had once been a space exceeding 4 meters in height now reduced to less than 3. Each step was laborious, as he could feel the rocks beneath his feet digging into him. Cocodora, can you sense the creatures? Cheng Tian inquired. Cocodora shook its head, indicating that it had not detected anything thus far. Cheng Tian pressed onward, traversing an indeterminate distance. Soon, he was drenched in sweat. The air in the collapsed mine stagnant and oppressive, causing his already soiled clothing to cling uncomfortably to his skin, making him wish to strip it away. Cocodora led the way, while Guagua remained by Cheng Tian's side. In the pitch-black expanse of the mine, the only sound was that of his own footsteps. Darkness enveloped him completely, creating an overwhelmingly stifling atmosphere. Cheng Tian checked his phone, finding no signal. The time read 4:50 p.m., indicating he had been inside for nearly an hour. Suddenly, small fragments of rock began to fall from above Cocodora. Cocodora? It questioned, puzzled. Not good, Cheng Tian exclaimed, launching himself towards Cocodora, just as a massive timber beam came crashing down with a resounding thud, and striking Cheng Tian as well. Guagua, Cocodora, They cried out in alarm. Seeing the beam about to collapse, Cheng Tian instinctively threw himself over Kokodora, feeling as though a colossal hammer had struck his head and right shoulder. A muffled grunt escaped him as he closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Guagua and Kokodora anxiously shook him for what felt like an eternity until he gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he was met with a sensation of dizziness and a throbbing head. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of a safety helmet, Cheng Tian's head did not suffer a severe impact. However, he felt as though a Snorlax had descended upon him, leaving him dazed and disoriented. As his mind gradually regained clarity, an intense pain surged through his right shoulder. Cheng Tian instinctively gasped, the sensation of his shoulder shattering causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Upon touching it, he discovered a patch of redness, confirming that he was indeed bleeding. It was likely that a nail or splinter from the beam had torn through his clothing upon impact, and given his scant attire, it had directly lacerated his skin, causing blood to flow. Quack! Cacao! Hearing the voices of Quackakun and Cacao, Cheng Tian gritted his teeth against the pain. I'm fine. Quackakun, could you please help me tear off my shirt? The sweat mingled with blood had caused his white shirt to adhere to his skin, rendering him unable to remove it himself. Quackakun nodded in response, employing its signature skill, Water Spike, to carefully slice through Cheng Tian's clothing. Cacao, could you please fetch me a bottle of medicine? Upon hearing this, Cacao quickly pushed a bottle of healing ointment from its backpack towards Cheng Tian. Quackakun successfully stripped away the fabric, and with great effort, Cheng Tian grasped the medicine. The slightest movement sent fresh waves of pain through his shoulder. Yet he managed to spray the ointment onto the wound. The potent medicinal spray stung fiercely upon contact with his open injury, prompting a soft cry to escape Cheng Tian's lips. His pain was so intense that it left his lips pale. Cacao gazed at him with remorse, feeling responsible for Cheng Tian's injury, which had resulted from her momentary inattention. Why am I so weak? I couldn't even evade a falling beam. After tending to his shoulder, Cheng Tian instructed Quackakun to cut a clean piece from the torn shirt and wrap it around the wound. Once this was accomplished, he looked at the remorseful Cacao and offered a gentle smile. I'm all right, Cacao. Did I not promise that I would protect you? Cacao felt deeply moved by Cheng Tian's words. Despite having only known each other for a day, he had selflessly risked himself to safeguard her. Once he acclimated to the pain emanating from his injury, Cheng Tian resumed his journey, albeit at a noticeably slower pace due to his condition. Together, he and his two Pokémon persevered through the unsettling darkness of the tunnel. Suddenly, Cacao sensed something amiss and abruptly halted, her rock-type instincts alerting her to movement ahead. She signaled to Cheng Tian. Did you notice something? Cheng Tian inquired, hastening to catch up with her after receiving an affirmative response. The Machoks, trapped beneath the mine for an extended period, were caught off guard by the sudden collapse, resulting in injuries to 3 of them, one of which had even sustained a fracture. They awaited rescue in the darkness of the mine, but as time passed, the condition of the injured Machoks worsened, while help remained elusive. As despair began to settle in, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. With the sound growing closer, Cheng Tian finally laid eyes upon the powerful creatures. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Are you all right?" The creatures, witnessing the arrival of a rescuer, were equally elated. Cheng Tian approached the center of the area and noticed 3 injured creatures on the ground, quickly retrieving healing ointment to tend to their wounds. It may hurt a bit, so bear with me, he reassured them before diligently addressing their injuries. Once he had finished, a sigh of relief escaped him. Everyone outside is worried about you. Let us prepare to leave. The creatures nodded in agreement. Thus, Cheng Tian led them back toward the direction from which they had come. As time elapsed, just when the flashlight above Cheng Tian began to flicker, he finally spotted light at the cave's entrance. We made it. Just as he attempted to quicken his pace, a sudden tremor shook the ground, and debris began to rain down. This is bad. The tunnel can't hold, he thought as he watched the rocks tumble. Outside, the rescue team had been waiting for quite some time. What began as a rescue operation at around 3 in the afternoon had now stretched into the evening hours. Cheng Tian had been inside for over 3 hours without re-emerging. Cheng's father, anxious as a bee on a hot skillet, contemplated descending into the tunnel himself several times, but was restrained by Uncle Ma. A deafening roar echoed, causing the technical exploration team to pale. This is disastrous. The mine cannot sustain itself. It is about to collapse. My son, Cheng's father shouted as he attempted to rush forward, only to be held back firmly by Uncle Ma. Calm down, old chum. If you go now, you will only meet your doom. My son is still inside. Cheng's father trembled, his lips quivering as he gazed at the crumbling tunnel. The crowd exchanged worried glances, unsure of what to say. Just then, from amidst the falling rocks, powerful arms emerged, breaking free from the rubble, revealing the scene within. Many creatures formed a protective energy shield, absorbing the impact of the collapse. Among them, bare-chested Cheng Tian, along with the Gyarados and Kecleon, were shielded within. Cheng Tian appeared disheveled, but, upon finally seeing the light of day, smiled at the crowd and said, "I have not failed my mission." Chapter 41, The Taming of Kecleon. Son, Cheng's father, overjoyed to see Cheng Tian unharmed, rushed toward him, with Uncle Ma following closely behind. The onlookers erupted into applause, celebrating Cheng Tian's successful rescue of the creatures. Son, are you all right? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Cheng's father frowned as he examined the wound on Cheng Tian's right shoulder. I'm fine, Dad. These are merely minor injuries, Cheng Tian reassured him. It was the creatures who had bravely shielded him from the collapse's harm at the critical moment. The arriving personnel had already taken the creatures away for treatment, and a medical staff member approached Cheng Tian, shaking his head. Your injury is currently under control, but it would be prudent to visit the Pokémon Center. Otherwise, the wound may become infected. Understood, Cheng's father nodded. Dad, I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Do we have any water? Cheng Tian inquired, the thirst now becoming quite pressing. Having traversed the mine for over 3 hours, he was drenched in sweat. And at this moment, he felt as though his lips were on the verge of cracking. Observing his distress, Uncle Ma handed him a bottle of water, which Cheng Tian eagerly accepted, drinking deeply and quenching his thirst, feeling rejuvenated. Given the gravity of the incident, he knew he had to file a report and address subsequent matters, so he decided to take his leave. Uncle Ma, as the safety supervisor at the mine, bore his share of responsibility in the wake of the accident. Cheng Tian shook his head, saying, "No need, Dad. Since there's an issue at the mine, you should attend to it promptly. I'll sit here for a bit." Uncle Ma, upon hearing this, urged him to call if anything arose before hastily departing. Kekadora, upon witnessing the successful rescue of the strong beings, was filled with joy, yet when it noticed the ghastly wound on Cheng Tian's back, a wave of guilt washed over it. Quack, quack, the bubble frog reached out to pat its metallic head in a gesture of comfort. Kekadora, thank you for accompanying me, Cheng Tian said with a gentle smile. Observing Kekadora's crestfallen demeanor, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I heard about your situation from Uncle Ma. I am truly sorry for what you've endured. The mention of his parents struck a chord within Kekadora. So what do you wish to do next? Cheng Tian inquired. The question left Kekadora momentarily speechless. What to do moving forward? It had never really contemplated that. Although life in the mine was leisurely, with an abundance of ore, and the Pokémon regarded it as family, the burden of hatred lingered unforgotten. However, remaining here will not grant you the strength to seek revenge, Cheng Tian continued. I can see your remarkable talent, but if you merely consume or hear, you will squander your potential and stagnate. Locking eyes with Kekadora, he earnestly stated, I can help you grow stronger. So, would you be willing to come with me? A spark of desire flickered in Kekadora's eyes. Could it truly become stronger by following him? Cheng Tian gently patted its head. Only by growing stronger can you acquire the means to exact your revenge. I swear, if you agree to accompany me, I will do everything in my power to help you grow. Kekadora hesitated. Cheng Tian had shown it kindness, even risking himself during perilous moments. It found it hard to believe he would deceive it. Xiao Tian, I'm done. Let us get ready to leave. We'll head to the Pokémon Center first to treat your wounds. Cheng Tian's father called out as he approached after finishing his tasks. Kekadora gazed at the Pokeball before it, the red top momentarily glimmering with a faint light. Outside the mine, Cheng Tian's father looked at the setting sun and remarked, Xiao Tian, it's getting dark, aren't we leaving? Did he still fail to stir Kekadora's heart? Cheng Tian sighed resignedly. It's getting late, let us go. With that, he entered the vehicle and closed the door. As the car began to turn around, just as they were about to depart, a voice suddenly rang out, Kekadora, wait. Cheng Tian promptly called out for his father to halt the vehicle. He swiftly opened the door and stepped outside. At that moment, Cacnea stood approximately 20 meters ahead, a red Pokeball resting in front of it. Cheng Tian approached, crouched down, and held the red Pokeball towards Cacnea. Cacnea, would you join me? He inquired. With resolute eyes, Cacnea nodded affirmatively and leaned forward to press the button on the Pokeball, instantly transforming into a beam of red light and being drawn inside. The Poké Ball shook gently twice before emitting a crisp sound, signaling a successful capture. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task with a double success, you have captured your second Pokémon. Reward: Sea Breeze Incense, completed. The system's notification resonated in Cheng Tian's mind, causing a joyful smile to spread across his lips. He had succeeded in capturing Cacnea. Xiao Tian, what is going on? Cheng Tian's father, sitting in the driver's seat, asked with a hint of confusion. Cheng Tian shook the Poké Ball in his hand. Dad, I caught my second Pokémon. With enthusiasm, he released Cacnea once more and exclaimed, Cacnea, I look forward to your guidance from here on. Just as the father and son were preparing to leave with Cacnea, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the quarry, where Mashoki's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Cacnea poked its head out of the car window, calling out, Cacnea. The Machoke leader waved goodbye, accompanied by a group of Mashoks, bidding farewell to Cacnea. Cacnea's eyes grew misty. Everyone, I promise I will become stronger. Wait for me. Chapter 42, Sea Breeze Incense and Cacnea's Aspirations. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Cheng Tian requested the doctor to treat his shoulder injury. A Chansey approached him. You may feel some discomfort for a moment. Bear with it, the doctor stated, as Chansey began to emit healing waves. With a gentle touch on Cheng Tian's shoulder, Chansey released a soothing pulse. Cheng Tian suddenly felt an intense heat, as if fire coursed through his shoulder. When he glanced down, he discovered that the wound had healed completely, leaving only a scab. Thank you, doctor. As Cheng Tian attempted to rise from the bed, he was suddenly overcome with weakness in his legs, nearly collapsing. Cheng Tian pondered thoughtfully. The healing waves had no adverse effects on Pokémon due to their robust physiques, whereas humans, being comparatively weaker, would naturally incur a toll on their vitality. On the journey home, both Cheng Tian and his father agreed to withhold the day's quarry events from Cheng Tian's mother, one, to spare her worry, and the other, to avoid her nagging. Along the way, they visited a Pokémon store, purchasing a food bowl and Pokémon kibble for Cacnea. The kibble was rather costly. As the attendant explained, it was rich in metallic minerals, capable of enhancing the physical strength of rock and steel-type Pokémon. At your age, you still require your son to run errands, Cheng Tian's mother chided. Have you captured a new Pokémon? Show it to me. Oh, come forth, Cacnea. Cheng Tian tossed the Poké Ball, and Cacnea appeared before his mother. Woof. The family dog, intrigued by the peculiar Pokémon, approached to inspect it curiously. Cheng Tian's mother crouched down, exclaiming, This little fellow has a head of iron, doesn't he it? As he spoke, he gently tapped on the metallic head of Cocodora. Coco. Cocodora called out. Mom, this is Cocodora, Cheng Tian introduced. Cheng's mother nodded and affectionately patted Cocodora, saying, Little one, from now on, you shall be part of our family. Let us coexist harmoniously. Cocodora appeared somewhat dazed. Family? Did he truly have family now? All right, it's time for the father and son to eat, Cheng Tian announced. The little ones need their meals as well. Cheng's mother rose to serve the food. The arrival of a new family member brought joy to the electric dog, which barked excitedly. Due to an injury on his shoulder, Cheng Tian did not take a bath. He merely filled a basin with water and wiped himself down with a cloth. Though a bath was not possible, he still needed to clean himself. The grime, sweat, and blood on his body were quite uncomfortable. Cocodora, although curious, did not seem particularly fond of the situation, likely indifferent to such matters. Nonetheless, witnessing the camaraderie between the two little creatures, Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction. Cheng Tian sat on the bed, a thought crossing his mind as he opened the task panel. Instantly, the task interface appeared in his mind, displaying the task he had just completed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task Double Delight, capturing your second Pokémon. Reward: Ocean Breeze Incense 1, completed. Claim. Ding! Reward claimed successfully. Suddenly, a blue incense appeared on the table in his room. Is this the Ocean Breeze Incense? Cheng Tian wondered as he picked it up. It was of ordinary size, its blue exterior exuding a peculiar fragrance, imbued with a hint of briny freshness, reminiscent of a sea breeze. Quack, quack. The eyes of Froakie lit up instantly. The scent was simply delightful. Cocodora also caught a whiff of the fragrance. However, it merely found it pleasant without any other feelings attached. Froakie eagerly leaped onto the table, sniffing the incense vigorously. Cheng Tian patted Froakie's small head, asking, How does it smell? This incense is a gift for you. It can enhance your water-type abilities. Quack. Froakie nodded happily, inhaling the aroma, feeling as though its skin had become noticeably more hydrated, as if it could harness more water energy. However, Cheng Tian soon found himself in a predicament. The ocean breeze incense was rather large. Given Froakie's size, it was impractical to bring it into battle. Surely he couldn't tie it around its neck with a string. Could he? This is quite a nuisance, Cheng Tian lamented. While the ocean breeze incense could indeed amplify Froakie's water-type skills, its lack of portability rendered it rather useless. System, is there a smaller version of this incense? Cheng Tian inquired. Ding. All sales are final. How is this even a product? I earned it through my own efforts. Cheng Tian protested. Ding. The host may also choose to exchange the reward. What are the alternatives? Cheng Tian asked. Selling it didn't seem worthwhile, as Froakie appeared to cherish the incense. Oh well, it can always be placed in my room, Cheng Tian consoled himself. As the night deepened, Cheng Tian showed no signs of slumber, surrounded by two little ones who also remained wide awake. Contemplating for a moment, Cheng Tian took out his phone and asked, Coco, would you like to watch the World Pokémon League? Coco, puzzled, inquired, what is the World Pokémon League? Cheng Tian opened a search engine, noting that the World Cup and the World Pokémon League were concurrently captivating global attention. The World Pokémon League serves as a battleground for elite trainers from various countries and regions across the globe, aimed at discovering truly exceptional talent. Governments are prohibited from granting direct entry to ensure fairness, and trainers wishing to compete must register online within a month after the league concludes, subsequently downloading a dedicated app. This app will automatically match them with other registered trainers in their vicinity. By defeating opponents, they can elevate their rankings, a process that continues until May of the following year, at which point the top 1,500 on the world leaderboard will earn the right to participate. It must be acknowledged that the league's operational methods are commendably fair and just, preventing any underhanded tactics that may compromise the integrity of the competition. Nevertheless, disparities in the average quality of trainers among various nations do exist. When this regulation is implemented in different countries, variations inevitably arise. For instance, in Huagua, only citizens are eligible, and only the top 3,500 domestic trainers as of May join the training camp, competing for a position among the global top 1,500. Concerns regarding ranking manipulation are unwarranted, as Huagua is permitted to slightly adjust the rules, a modification recognized by the league's officials, who will assign personnel to supervise the process and prevent any score inflation. The match between Yang Yonggang, the esteemed Steel-type master of Huagua, and the Fire-type champion from Egypt was underway. Yang Yonggang, a renowned trainer at the age of 35, currently holds the 683rd position in the world rankings, a name well known to Cheng Tian. He clicked to watch the match as the commentators began their lively narration. Commentator 1 announced, the contestants have entered the arena. On the left, we have the illustrious Steel-type master, Yang Yonggang, facing off against the Egyptian Fire-type champion. Commentator 2 remarked, from a type advantage perspective, Yang is at a disadvantage. Commentator 3 countered, however, as a Steel-type specialist, he must possess strategies to counter Fire-type Pokémon. Let us await the unfolding of this contest. In the expansive arena, which could accommodate 30,000 spectators, the crowd erupted with fervent cheers as the two competitors took their positions. Yang Yonggang sent forth his Pokémon, a Magneton, onto the battlefield, while his opponent summoned a coal turtle. The clarity of the broadcast allowed viewers to notice that both trainers wore translation devices, provided by the organizers to ensure fairness, enabling them to understand each other's language and discern the names of their respective moves. The coal turtle initiated the battle by unleashing a massive fire energy sphere into the sky, invoking the weather-related move Sunny Day, which amplifies the power of fire-type attacks. The self-destructing Magneton began to move within the arena, and suddenly dozens of Magnetons appeared, each surrounded by several small magnets spinning around them. In the next moment, the Magnetons swiftly unleashed their magnetic bombs, hurling them towards the coal turtle. The coal turtle opened its mouth, a surge of fire-type energy swirling within, and a robust jet of flames erupted forth. The intensity and power of this fiery blast were extraordinary. The camera could even capture the surrounding air warping, a testament to the flame's immense temperature. The sweeping flames obliterated one shadowy clone of Magneton after another, while the real Magneton cleverly evaded the flames during the onslaught, its magnets spinning frantically. To the astonishment of the spectators, a few dark clouds began to coalesce in the arena. The self-destructing magneton intended to employ its rain dance ability to mitigate the opponent's blazing sunshine. The commentator hurriedly explained. Rain began to fall, yet the sun, centered around the cold turtle, was not immediately extinguished. After all, rain dance was not a primary skill of magneton and could only serve to weaken the sunlight. Even so, it proved sufficient, as it wasn't long before the energy of the bright day was entirely depleted and the sun was extinguished. The red eyes of Magneton widened in shock as a visible wave of gravitational energy radiated from its body, swiftly sweeping across the battlefield. The cold turtle's body suddenly sank, collapsing to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Magneton unleashed a tremendous bolt of lightning that struck the cold turtle with its thunder attack. Simultaneously, 3 swirling attacks launched forth. A triple strike, as promised. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke engulfed the arena. The Egyptian competitor appeared anxious as they awaited the dissipating smoke. When the haze finally cleared, the cold turtle lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. The scorched marks on its shell even showed signs of cracking. Merely witnessing the recent thunder attack conveyed its formidable power. Subsequently, the opponent had utilized 3 Pokémon to defeat Yang Yongang's 2 Pokémon, one being Magneton and the other a Scyther. Now, Yang Yonggang sent forth his 3rd Pokémon. With a thunderous roar, a colossal metallic beast emerged onto the battlefield. It was a magnificent cacturn. Its eyes gleamed brightly, for it was the final evolution, resembling that of its father. This metallic giant was none other than Boschicter. Boschicter is a large, monster-like Pokémon, enveloped in a tough armor, with a robust tail that struck the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, and even causing the earth to crack slightly. Cheng Tian's eyes sparkled. He recognized the special stone embedded in Boschicter's chest armor. It was a Mega Evolution Stone. The appearance of Boschicter instantly ignited a tremendous cheer from the crowd. The sound cascaded in waves, as the emergence of the metallic giant stirred the audience's enthusiasm. There it was, the Steel-type champion's ace, Boschicter. The commentator was on the verge of shouting with excitement. This Boschicter was his trump card, a constant presence in every world championship. Upon witnessing the opponent's ace, the Egyptian fire-type champion promptly summoned his own trump card. A gigantic Darumaka appeared on the battlefield, flexing its muscular chest in a display of strength. This is a duel of champions. The Daruma baboon puffed up its belly, utilizing the augmentation skill belly drum at the cost of sacrificing half of its stamina, significantly enhancing its offensive capabilities. With an already impressive physical attack stat of 140, its strikes became increasingly ferocious. Flames erupted from its body as it charged toward the Boscodora, fists ablaze. However, Boscodora stood unfazed, letting out a thunderous roar as it summoned a surge of potent dragon energy, its metallic claws poised to strike, launching itself at the approaching Daruma baboon with Dragon Dive. The clash of these 2 colossal beings was unexpected. Daruma baboon found itself gradually retreating under the overwhelming force of Boscodora. Boscodora unleashed another roar, raising its head to deliver a devastating blow. The double-headed hammer collided with Daruma baboon's skull, leaving it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Boscodora grasped one of Daruma baboon's arms, and with a crackle of electricity, unleashed Thunder Punch into its abdomen. Daruma baboon let out a pained howl, its body igniting in flames as it retaliated with a fire-type melee move, Flare Blitz. Boscodora staggered back, its powerful legs thundering against the ground, creating visible craters with each step. At that moment, Yang Yonggang raised his right hand, revealing a dazzling gemstone embedded in his wrist guard. Boscodora, show them the might of the metallic titan. Mega Evolve. The keystone in Yang's hand glimmered, resonating with the Mega Stone before Boscodora, which began to glow with a brilliant light. With a roar, Boscodora was enveloped in a radiant white aura. The fire-type champion sensed the impending danger and commanded Daruma baboon to execute Flare Blitz once more, hoping to interrupt Boscodora's Mega Evolution. Just as Daruma baboon was about to collide with it, 2 powerful arms burst forth from the blinding light, striking down Daruma baboon with immense force. The brilliance faded, replaced by a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the battlefield. Before Boscodora stood the mysterious emblem of Mega Evolution, successfully transforming into Mega Boscodora. Mega Boscodora's forehead horn shortened, while a blade-like horn sprouted from its nose, and a downward-pointing spike emerged from its jaw. Its shoulder protrusions elongated and curved toward its head, while the steel rings on its limbs visibly extended, new spikes emerging from within. Its tail thickened, adorned with 3 silver rings, crashing against the ground with enough force to fracture the earth itself. With a surge of power, Mega Boscodora caused the arena to tremble violently, seismic waves targeting the still-recovering Daruma baboon. Realizing the threat, Daruma baboon quickly braced itself, its green energy shield absorbing the powerful shock waves. Yet faint cracks began to appear on its surface. Finally, after withstanding the last seismic assault, the shield shattered completely. At that moment, Mega Boscodora loomed before Daruma baboon, its arm radiating with electric energy as it prepared to strike. As the Darmanitan found itself unable to evade the impending attack, it swiftly conjured a reflective barrier in front of it, striving to mitigate the impact of the thunder punch. However, the fist of the Mega Boscodora crashed against the barrier with tremendous force, shattering it, and the thunder punch struck Darmanitan directly. Overwhelmed by the assault, Darmanitan succumbed and collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Roaring in triumph, the Mega Boscodora released a thunderous cry, radiating an indomitable spirit of battle. The opponent's final Pokémon, a Heatmore, appeared somewhat feeble in the face of the Mega Boscodora. With a mere earthquake followed by another thunder punch, it was swiftly dispatched from the arena. Thus, Yang Yonggang advanced to the top 32. After witnessing the match, Cheng Tian and Kecleon were left in a state of lingering excitement. That was a mega evolution. Kecleon, you too can transform into such a formidable being. Upon hearing this, Kecleon was immensely thrilled. The awe-inspiring Mega Boscodora, which had showcased its might just moments ago, left a profound impression on it. The formidable armor appeared unbreakable, and with a single punch, it could shatter mountains. I shall also become as powerful as it, Kecleon resolved. As night deepened, Cheng Tian observed the serene Gumi and the finally slumbering Kecleon beside him. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted the cross necklace hanging from his chest, gazing at it for a while before setting it down. A faint smile graced his lips as he gently caressed the 2 little creatures. Do not worry, I shall ensure you both become the strongest. The 2 little companions slept peacefully, even smiling, as if lost in delightful dreams. Chapter 43. What to do if you don't want to do exercises. Once again, Monday heralded the return to school, and Cheng Tian set off alone on foot. A car behind him honked, and upon turning around, he instantly recognized it as belonging to Bai Yun's family. The window rolled down, revealing Bai Yun's cheerful face, accompanied by Lin Lin. The 2 had been inseparable since kindergarten through high school. Although they resided in different communities, they lived close enough to occasionally commute together. Tian, get in, Bai Yun called out. Once Cheng Tian had settled in and the car resumed its journey, Bai Yun handed him a bottle of soda. Why have you been walking alone these past few days? Don't you want to ride with me? Cheng Tian twisted off the cap and took a swig, the effervescence of the carbonated drink momentarily clearing his mind. No, I simply wanted to exercise. You see, Cheng Tian is setting a good example. Why can't you walk to school every day as well? Lin Lin remarked to Bai Yun. Ah, right. If I walk, you should join me and not ride. Let us walk together, Bai Yun retorted dismissively. Humph, Lin Lin pouted, turning her face away from Bai Yun, yet shortly thereafter resumed her chatter, referring to Bai Yun affectionately. Cheng Tian had grown accustomed to this dynamic. The 2 had undoubtedly showered him with countless displays of affection over the years. Now, he felt almost immune to their antics. Hey, Cheng Tian, your necklace is quite lovely. Lin Lin suddenly shifted the conversation, having noticed the necklace adorning Cheng Tian's neck. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun also noticed the necklace with a hint of curiosity. It's quite beautiful, Tian. What prompted you to wear a necklace all of a sudden? Cheng Tian was at a loss for words. He had merely forgotten to tuck the necklace away in his clothing. Knowing the gossipy nature of these 2, they would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. It must be quite precious. Could it be a gift from some little girl? Bai Yun teased with a mischievous grin. Not at all. I bought it myself, Cheng Tian replied. You, unlike those boys, don't even bother to look at shoes, yet you suddenly remember to buy a necklace? I find that hard to believe. Someone must have given it to you, Lin Lin asserted confidently. Thus, the 2 continued to pester Cheng Tian about the necklace as they made their way to the school gate. At last, Cheng Tian hastily leaped from the vehicle, exclaiming, Enough already. I truly bought it myself. Let us hurry to class. Why on earth is the homeroom teacher here? Cheng Tian wondered, puzzled. As the 3 of them walked further, they spotted Su Han already seated at the group of 4's desk. Upon seeing Cheng Tian, Su-han smiled and waved. Good morning, Cheng Tian. Cheng Tian placed his backpack down and settled into his seat. Good morning, Su-han. The two behind them, upon hearing such affectionate greetings, instantly sensed a juicy tidbit of gossip. You two seem far more intimate now than before. What on earth has transpired? Don't forget to take out your homework. The teacher has ordered it to be collected right now. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian promptly opened his backpack and retrieved the homework he had completed on Sunday. Lin, curiously, asked, why the sudden rush to collect homework this early in the morning? Su-han blinked and, after cautiously surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was listening, whispered. The homeroom teacher arrived early today and found several students here finishing their Sunday assignments. She flew into a rage, declaring that from now on, she would check homework every morning to prevent anyone from finishing it late. Cheng Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, he had finished his homework on Sunday morning. Once all three had submitted their assignments, Su-han turned to Bai Yun with a quizzical expression. Bai Yun, please hand in your homework. Bai Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Observing this, Lin couldn't help but revel in her misfortune. No way. Surely, no one forgot to finish their homework on Sunday? Bai Yun felt a pang of shame. She had been too preoccupied with training her little fire monkey on Sunday and had intended to copy her homework today, never anticipating it would be collected in the morning. I'm sorry, team leader. Bai Yun quickly pleaded. Could we possibly delay it a little? Su-han discreetly glanced at teacher's son, who was engrossed in writing something. Hurry up. There's still some time left to complete the homework, she urged. Bai Yun felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, disregarding Lin's protests. She quickly took out her assignment and began to copy. Cheng Tian was astounded to witness what it meant to have the answers at hand, as Bai Yun swiftly scrawled answers beneath each question, paying little heed to neatness. In less than 10 minutes, she had completed her work. I'm done. Thank you, team leader, Bai Yun exclaimed, handing in both assignments and letting out a sigh of relief. Su-han nodded and delivered the 4 assignments from their group to Teacher Sunday. Cheng Tian, oh no, I'm doomed. As expected, before Cheng Tian could utter a word, the 2 individuals seated in front of him were already gleaming with excitement. I told you that necklace must have been a gift from someone else. Cheng Tian would never buy a necklace himself, Bai Yun remarked with a mischievous grin. Group leader, did you buy this necklace for Tian? Su-han, perplexed, nodded in affirmation. Yes, we went to the food street mall together on Saturday. What's wrong? At this moment, Cheng Tian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Please, dear lady, refrain from speaking. Bai Yun and Lin barely suppressed their smiles, evidently relishing this juicy tidbit of gossip. With a sly grin, Bai Yun added, you see, on our way here, I wanted to take a look at that necklace. But Tian was incredibly protective, refusing to let me see it at all. Lin chimed in with a playful jab. Indeed. Cheng Tian even mentioned that it was given to him by someone very important, and that he couldn't easily show it to us. Cheng Tian could no longer hold back. You two, stop making things up. Oh dear, you're getting anxious. As Su-han listened, her face grew increasingly flushed. So, he truly cherishes the necklace I gifted him? The trio finally quieted down, but Bai Yun and Lin's upward curving lips remained uncontainable. Cheng Tian glanced at Su-han, who, upon noticing his gaze, quickly turned away, blushing. This is a disaster. I must have been misunderstood. During the seasons of spring, summer, and autumn, we practiced calisthenics, while winter involved running exercises. When the weather turned foul with rain, snow, or smog, we would remain in the classroom for eye exercises. Naturally, Bingzhou no. One middle school was no exception. After half of the morning class, it was time for the break exercises. Cheng Tian sighed in exasperation. He despised these calisthenics. From the first set to the 18th. From dancing youth to martial arts in the universe. Performing 15 minutes of exercises daily left him wondering what training effects could possibly arise. Wouldn't it be better to catch up on some sleep during that time? Su-han, after class, I'll help you request a leave. You can pick up our Class S papers from the copying room. We need them for the next session. Su-han stood up to acknowledge this, and after a moment's thought, Sun Yinling added, you might not be able to carry all those papers alone. Why not ask a boy to help? Su-han instinctively wanted to assert that she could manage alone, but upon seeing Cheng Tian's unwilling expression toward the exercises, her words transformed. Teacher, I'd like Cheng Tian to accompany me. Cheng Tian, who had been slumped over his desk like a lazy fish, suddenly straightened up, casting a grateful glance towards Su-han. For him, The prospect of skipping exercises was a blessing. He was willing to do anything else. Sun Yinling nodded. All right. You two will go and count the papers. We have 48 students in our class, so don't miscount. Gradually, the rest of the class exited to do their exercises while Cheng Tian and Su Han headed to the 5th floor copying room. Was what Bai Yin said true? Su Han, blushing, asked shyly. Cheng Tian quickly shook his head. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hearing this, Su Han felt a twinge of disappointment. I genuinely like your necklace, but the rest is just that guy's ramblings. Upon hearing his clarification, Su Han's spirits lifted considerably. The two individuals approached the door of the photocopy room and knocked gently, yet no one responded. Hence, Cheng Tian called out a report and opened the door. To their surprise, the room was completely empty. Perhaps everyone was engaged in exercises or attending class. The duo stepped inside and began their search for the papers. Oh, here it is, Su Han exclaimed as she discovered a stack of papers marked as the exam for the Elven Studies. Cheng Tian, upon hearing her, walked over, and together they began to tally the sheets. Cheng Tian counted 30 pages, while Su Han gathered 18. Before departing, they made sure to close the photocopy room door behind them. As they descended the stairs, Cheng Tian moved cautiously, his pace slow and deliberate. For he was burdened with a heavy stack of papers that obstructed his view below, making it easy to trip. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, dislodging 2 of Su Han's papers from her grasp. Oh no, they've flown away, she exclaimed, bending down to retrieve them while pressing one hand against the pile of papers resting on her knee to prevent them from slipping. After successfully picking up the papers, as she attempted to rise and continue her descent, she misstepped and suddenly lost her footing. Ah! Su Han cried out, her papers scattering through the air as she tumbled downwards. Cheng Tian, hearing her shout, instinctively turned to see what had happened, only to be met with the unexpected collision of Su Han falling into him. Whoa! Cheng Tian exclaimed, unable to brace himself, and he fell backward. Just before hitting the ground, a thought flashed through his mind. This isn't a romantic drama. Where did this sudden fall come from? With a thud, he landed at the bottom of the stairs, the nearly 50 papers strewn about him. Ouch, that hurts. Cheng Tian felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, rendering him momentarily disoriented, his eyes opening to a blur of nothingness. Did I just fall and cause a hemorrhage? Suppressing the throbbing pain, he suddenly detected a peculiar, fragrant scent. Why does my face feel so soft? Su Han, dazed, opened her eyes to realize she had tumbled down the stairs alongside Cheng Tian, her chest inadvertently pinning him down. Oh, I'm so sorry, Cheng Tian. Are you all right? Su Han blushed and hurriedly stood up. Cheng Tian then beheld the reality of the situation. He had just enjoyed an unexpected facial treatment. As he savored the lingering softness on his face, the pain seemed to diminish. I'm fine, he managed to say while struggling to rise, yet suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Are you truly okay? Do you need to visit the infirmary? Su Han asked anxiously, supporting him. Chapter 44, Weekly Practical Sessions. After confirming that Cheng Tian was indeed unscathed, Su Han accompanied him to deliver the papers to Sun Yinling's desk. All right, there are 10 minutes left until class ends, and I have an important announcement. Sun Yinling declared. The school, in light of the new college entrance examination reforms, is introducing Elven studies to enhance students' understanding and appreciation of their Pokémon, strengthening the bond and synergy between you and your Pokémon. Therefore, we will be transforming the practical class originally scheduled for Wednesday afternoons into a weekly community service. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged puzzled glances. Weekly community service? What on earth is that? The so-called weekly community service entails the school gathering information regarding the challenges faced by local residents, which students are then encouraged to address using the strengths of their Pokémon. This endeavor can be undertaken individually or as part of a team, and rewards will be allocated based on the quality of the completed tasks. The specific details will be shared in the class group during lunchtime, so everyone is reminded to read them attentively. With that, Sun Yinling concluded her remarks and departed, sparking a vigorous discussion among the students. Alas, what sort of rewards do you think the school will offer? Lin Lin inquired. It can't possibly be 10 pounds of assignments, can it? Bai Yin shivered at the thought. I doubt that. I believe the rewards will be useful items for nurturing Pokémon, Cheng Tian speculated. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Cheng Tian glanced at the group messages. The files had been sent. The homeroom teacher stated, regarding the specific work arrangements and precautions for the practical activities every Wednesday afternoon. The physical education teacher, Mr. Zhou, added, "This afternoon, I will lead everyone in selecting tasks, and I will also guide the practical lesson the day after tomorrow. Students must prioritize safety." A flurry of acknowledgements followed. Opening the document to review the key information, Cheng Tian discovered that the rewards for the activities would be based on a points system, which could be exchanged for berries, healing items, commonplace tools, and even frequently used technical discs. At this revelation, Cheng Tian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. In his room, Cheng Tian was busily purchasing technical discs online. Following the recent incident of a cave collapse, he had come to appreciate the significance of the Protect skill disc. Whether in battles to withstand critical skill attacks or in everyday situations to safeguard trainers, this skill proved indispensable. Thus, he resolved to procure a Protect skill disc for each of his 2 Pokémon. Given that this skill is universally learnable by nearly all Pokémon and exceedingly beneficial, the market still had ample stock available. A single Protect skill disc was priced at 5,000, totaling 10,000 for 2. After completing the purchase, he found his balance still at 230,000. After some contemplation, Cheng Tian also decided to acquire a grass-type skill Grass Knot and a Thunder Wave. The Thunder Wave would be utilized by Kecleon to paralyze opponents, while Grass Knot was intended for Froakie, as it could yield unexpected advantages when employed effectively. Having spent over 10,000, Cheng Tian gazed at the transaction record with a twinge of regret. "I must earn more quickly." The 2 skill discs were promptly dispatched, expected to arrive by afternoon. After a refreshing nap, Cheng Tian arrived at school but bypassed the classroom, heading straight for the playground. Upon his arrival, he found the other 3 already present and hurried over to join them. The weather remained sweltering, and everyone stood under the sun, perspiration trickling down their faces. Mr. Zhou acknowledged their presence with a nod. "Follow me, everyone." Bingzhou First High School boasted 3 teaching buildings, 1 experimental building, a gymnasium, and a playground, along with an administrative building. Mr. Zhou led them toward the administrative building, and upon entering the hall, the students were captivated by a large board at the front. "This is the task panel," Mr. Zhou explained. "The school mandates that each student must accept at least 1 task from this board every week, with no upper limit on how many can be undertaken." With that, Mr. Zhou produced a thick stack of cards. "Once I call out the names of those individuals, please come forward to collect this card." After everyone has received their cards, Teacher Zhou finally spoke again. "Each card contains an initial allocation of 100 points. To accept the task, a certain number of points must be pledged as collateral. Upon successful completion of the task, the pledged points along with the reward points will be credited to the card. However, failure to complete the task or exceeding the time limit will result in a deduction of the pledged points. It is imperative to pay attention to this detail. The tasks available on the board are all posted by local residents, and every Wednesday afternoon, the school will authorize you to undertake these tasks. Of course, if you wish to earn additional points, you may also accept these tasks during your free time. Points can be exchanged for a multitude of items. And now you may proceed to take on tasks." The students crowded around the task board, and after struggling for a while, Cheng Tian realized he couldn't squeeze in. With no alternative, he decided to step aside and examine the items available for exchange. There was an abundance of items, and Cheng Tian disregarded some things he didn't currently need, focusing instead on the skill discs. Low kick, 2,700 points. Splitting tiles, 2,980 points. Drafting, 3,050 points. Dousing cold water, 3,010 points. Upon seeing a skill he desired, Cheng Tian felt a pang of disappointment. The quality of the skill discs was commendable, yet the point costs were quite daunting. Over 3,000 points. Cheng Tian sighed. After all, each person only started with 100 points. "What are you looking at?" Su-Han inquired, walking over with curiosity. "I'm just checking out these skill discs. They require so many points," Cheng Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Su-Han stood beside him, her brow furrowing. Indeed, acquiring skill discs demanded a significant number of points. For someone like her, who was not short on money, it was far more efficient to purchase the discs outright than to waste time completing tasks for points. If it weren't for the school's requirements, she would prefer to avoid these tasks altogether. If Cheng Tian could hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Sister, what kind of background do you have? How can we even be compared?" "Ah, Tian, I see there's an interesting task here," Bai Yun called out from the crowd, directing her voice towards Cheng Tian. "Let us go check it out," Cheng Tian responded, promptly leading Su-Han over. "Over here." Following Bai Yun's gesture, Cheng Tian spotted the task. Team Task: exterminate the pack of coyotes intimidating pedestrians near Jingxi Road. To accept the task, a pledge of 350 points is required, with a reward of 200 points. Task requirements: at least 3 individuals must complete it within 1 week of acceptance. We can pool our points together to take it on, and then split the reward among ourselves, Bai Yun said with a cheerful smile. That's quite a hefty pledge, Cheng Tian frowned. If we fail to complete this task, we would lose 350 points. Moreover, dividing the 200-point reward among 4 of us would mean only 50 points each. Don't worry. Can we not complete it with 4 of us? Bai Yun reassured him, patting Cheng Tian on the shoulder. Turning to the 2 girls, Cheng Tian asked, "What about you two? Are you interested in taking it on?" "I'm in. Let us do it," one of the girls replied, hearing no objections from the others. Cheng Tian nodded. "Then let us accept this task." The 4 of them approached Teacher Zhou, explaining the task they wished to undertake, and Teacher Zhou nodded in agreement. On that table lies a card reader. Simply input the task number, and you may swipe your card to collateralize your points. For individuals pooled together 350 points to undertake the assignment, and now they find themselves bereft of resources. Other students have gradually accepted tasks, either as groups or individually. Observing this, Teacher Zhou remarked, "Since everyone has taken on tasks, let us prepare for physical education class. I must remind you to be well prepared before embarking on these tasks to avert unforeseen circumstances." The students nodded in understanding. Chapter 45. Regardless of the circumstances. The advantage is mine. During physical education class, when Cheng Tian released his Kakadora, the other 3 were taken aback. "Tian, have you captured a new Pokémon?" Bai Yun inquired, curiously reaching out to touch Kakadora's metallic head. "Indeed, I caught it on Sunday." The others marveled at Kakadora, each releasing their own Pokémon to familiarize with it. Cheng Tian inadvertently noticed that Suhan also had 2 Pokéballs clipped to her waist, just like him. Has Suhan acquired a second Pokémon? Although Cheng Tian was curious, he respected her privacy since she chose not to disclose it. After school, Cheng Tian took his package to the Pokémon Center to have his 2 companions learn new skills. The Guagua Pao frog was manageable, as he had attempted this before. However, when it came to Kakadora, complications arose. The Guagua Pao frog's information indicated it had successfully learned 2 skills, Protect, 0, and Grass Knot, 0, meaning it merely required time for refinement. Conversely, Kakadora's information panel showed no changes. Cheng Tian pondered, "Does this signify a failed learning attempt?" $5,000. Cheng Tian lamented, realizing that a failed learning experience equated to a waste of 5,000 yuan. After calming himself, he believed there was still hope for recovery. Guagua Pao frog. Try using Protect. The Guagua Pao frog focused and clumsily emitted a small energy shield. Simultaneously, the skill leveled up to 1. Kakadora, encouraged by this, attempted to replicate the action but struggled to succeed. Cheng Tian shook his head in resignation. It appeared to be a genuine failure. The Guagua Pao frog hopped over, gesticulating excitedly and chattering incessantly. Kakadora listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. After a moment, it attempted again, successfully releasing a faint green energy shield. Have you learned it?" Cheng Tian exclaimed, astonished to see the Protect skill added to Kakadora's repertoire. Moments later, he squatted down, joyfully patting Guagua Pao frog's little head. "Well done, Guagua Pao frog." It was remarkable that Guagua Pao frog had assisted Kakadora in mastering the Protect skill, likely because it had just experienced the skill's essence. Kakadora looked gratefully at Guagua Pao frog. Without its help, it might never have learned the skill. Guagua Pao frog, a bit bashful, scratched its head, acknowledging that mutual assistance was expected among teammates. However, being called Big Brother filled it with delight, observing the deepening bond between the 2 little ones. Cheng Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A harmonious team is indeed essential, as it not only fosters open communication and close collaboration, but also enhances the team's combat capabilities. That evening, while at home, Cheng Tian's phone vibrated incessantly. After enduring 10 minutes of the relentless buzzing during dinner, he could no longer tolerate the disturbance. What on earth could it be? Why is it so noisy? Cheng Tian set down his bowl and went to the bedroom to retrieve his phone. Upon unlocking it, he noticed the penguin icon had already reached a staggering 99 notifications. Upon delving into the group chat, he discovered the following messages. "My wife Sanju. Comrades, shouldn't we discuss how to accomplish our task? This is serious. Su. I have inquired specifically, and these wild dogs have been loitering around Jingxi Road for quite some time, intimidating passers-by and causing havoc. My wife Sanjiu, have the local residents not devised a plan to drive them away? Su. These wild dogs have claimed the territory for a long while and are quite familiar with the area. The residents have attempted to chase them off, but to no avail. The adorable maid of the Kobayashi family. What shall we do when we arrive? Can we succeed? Worry. My wife Sanjiu. Mere wild dogs. Let us not overthink it. I'll handle them with ease. The adorable maid of the Kobayashi family. Scornful. My wife Sanjiu. Indeed, with the four of us working together. Can we not capture them? Disdainful. Su. Orange peel Cheng Tian. Stop lurking and join us to strategize. If we fail the mission, we will lose all our points. My wife Sanjiu, watching with interest. My wife Sanjiu, regardless, with 800,000 against 600,000, the advantage is mine. Humorous. My wife Sanjiu has been muted by the administrator for 1 minute. The adorable maid of the Kobayashi family. Well done. Su. Do you have any ideas? Orange peel. If these wild dogs see us coming in numbers, they will certainly be wary, and that will be our point of breakthrough. Su. Are you suggesting? The adorable maid of the Kobayashi family. Shocked. The adorable maid of the Kobayashi family. Woo. Why must it be me? I refuse. Orange peel. I implore you, if you go alone to lure them, they will surely fall for it. Meanwhile, we will block all other exits and catch them in one fell swoop. My wife Sanjiu agreed. The adorable maid of the Kobayashi family. But those wild dogs are fierce. Afraid. Orange peel. No need to worry. We will surely rescue you in time. Su. Yes, Lin, rest assured. The adorable maid of the Kobayashi family. Well, all right then. Following this, the four commenced a discussion on what supplies to prepare. Although their plan was set, certain items were essential, such as medical supplies. They even contemplated purchasing additional Poké Balls, so they could capture the wild dogs and either release them in the wilderness or hand them over to the designated facilities for managing stray Pokémon in the city. After concluding their discussions, Cheng Tian set his phone down and stretched lazily, gently stroking the head of the engrossed crocodile. The day after tomorrow, it will be your turn. Kokodola. Chapter 46. Prepare to act. On that Wednesday afternoon, the students of the Spirit Department at Binzhou No. 1 High School, under the guidance of their teacher, exited the school gates. Hooray! The crowd cheered jubilantly. Meanwhile, students from other departments gazed enviously at those outside, wishing for such treatment. While they labored in classrooms grappling with mundane problems, the fortunate ones frolicked with Pokémon. Most students traveled to their task locations by bus or taxi. However, Cheng Tian's group distinctly chose to ride in a private vehicle, thanks to the presence of, well, two affluent heirs among them. The four of them relaxed in the car, enjoying the cool air conditioning. Let's check our supplies and ensure everything is in order. We must capture those hyena Pokémon in one fell swoop, Cheng Tian declared. Lin, her eyes wide with trepidation, whimpered, Are you really making me face those hyena Pokémon? Cheng Tian and Bai Yun gave her a thumbs up, reassuring her. It's all on you. Upon reaching their destination, Cheng Tian instructed, Lin, hold your position. The rest of us will swiftly move to our designated spots and maintain a group video call. They all nodded in agreement and began to disperse. Before long, Lin found herself alone at the intersection, feeling rather forlorn as she watched the backs of her companions disappear. These guys just left me here, she thought, patting the hat on her back. Pachirisu, wake up, it's time to get moving. I'm already at the intersection on the west side of Jingxi Road. Came a voice from the phone. I'm at the shopping street. I'm ambushed in the community. We're in position. Commence the operation, Lin, Cheng Tian instructed. Lin gazed down the street, swallowing hard, then steeled herself to venture deeper. Although it was a tool meant for escape, it could yield unexpected results at certain moments. Now, in her hand, it could serve as a deterrent to attract Pokémon before she encountered them. Report. We've passed the first intersection and are continuing forward. Bai Yun's melodramatic voice chimed in through the phone. Why haven't those hyena Pokémon appeared yet? Is our operation compromised? Su Han inquired, keeping watch from the community booth. Perhaps we should reconsider. I doubt this will attract attention, Lin murmured cautiously, her voice trembling with fear. Don't rush. Keep moving forward, Cheng Tian urged. Reluctantly, Lin pressed on. Suddenly, from both sides of the street, beneath vehicles and behind buildings, gray figures began to emerge, one after another. with red fur and yellowish-white eyes. They were precisely the targets of their mission, the hyena Pokémon. These omnivorous creatures would bite anything that moved, baring their sharp teeth and raising the fur on their tails to intimidate foes. At that moment, 7 or 8 hyena Pokémon emerged from the street, emitting low growls, their unfriendly gazes fixed on the solitary girl in the street. Lin's face turned pale with fright. What do you intend to do? Report. Target has appeared. Visual estimate shows 8 wild hounds. Bai Yun's voice resonated. Lin, do not move recklessly. They have yet to initiate an attack. If you run now, it will provoke them, she advised. What should I do then? Lin's legs trembled in fear. The wild hounds drooled menacingly, their vicious gazes seeming to threaten her very existence. At that moment, from behind a parked vehicle by the roadside, a larger Pokémon emerged, a majestic evolution of the wild hound, the great hound. This is bad, Cheng Tian. The intelligence was incorrect. There is an evolved great hound here. Suhan's anxious voice crackled through the phone. Cheng Tian's eyes widened in alarm. Lin, run. The presence of a great hound among the wild hounds signified their formidable strength. The great hound was their leader, capable of orchestrating various ambush tactics. It howled, prompting the other wild hounds to join in, and in the next instant, the great hound charged directly at Lin. Lin turned and fled, the wild hounds in relentless pursuit, their jaws crackling with energy as they prepared to use their biting technique. Fool, quickly discard the tail of that Meowth, Bai Yun shouted. Realizing the urgency, Lin hurled the Meowth's tail aside with all her might. Instantly, several wild hounds were drawn to it, eager to seize the distraction. However, the great hound's commanding roar snapped them back to their objective, and they resumed their chase after Lin. Lin, hold on. We are almost there. Have Pachirisu draw their attention, Cheng Tian instructed as the trio swiftly maneuvered to encircle the hounds from 3 directions. Please hurry. I'm nearly in tears. Lin cried out in panic. Just then, her hat stirred, and Pachirisu peeked out. Upon seeing the pack of wild hounds pursuing them, Pachirisu slowly extended its hand from the hat and raised a single middle finger defiantly. Come here. Pachirisu, what are you doing? Lin exclaimed in disbelief. This provocative gesture incited the ire of both the great hound and the wild hounds, who began to howl and charge towards them. Don't come any closer. I'm here. Bai Yun's voice rang out through the phone as she rushed from the commercial street, accompanied by a small fire monkey. Prepare to engage. At that moment, the great hound let out another fearsome howl, transforming into a flash of white light as it barreled towards Lin. Its mouth crackling with latent electric energy. It unleashed a thunderbolt combined with an electrifying bite. Just as the great hound was about to strike Lin, Pachirisu leaped from the hat and defiantly raised its middle finger once more. Follow me. Then, it used Thunderbolt, dashing to Lin's left front. The great hound, enraged, charged at Pachirisu, but the green energy shield surrounding Pachirisu flickered, absorbing the oncoming attack. Fire Monkey Thunder Punch. Yaka. The little fire monkey leaped fiercely, its fists crackling with lightning as it struck the great wolf dog squarely in the face, sending the beast flying to the side. Bai Yun stepped in front of Lin. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Extra Chapter 1. The Winter Solstice in the Capital. As I finished my work and stepped out of the office, weary in body and spirit, I was suddenly greeted by the sight of snow falling outside. The capital's winter was even colder than that of Bingzhou. Walking along the road, I placed my already frostbitten hands before my mouth to breathe warmth into them. After graduating from university, my dormitory mates were all preparing for graduate school, while I alone sought employment. Initially, I faced numerous setbacks, working at various jobs that never lasted long, pouring my heart out to others only to be betrayed repeatedly. After much stumbling, I finally secured a position as a programmer. Spending 12 hours a day at the computer, my eyes aching terribly. Suddenly, my phone in my pocket rang with a sharp trill. I struggled to extract my frozen hand and answered the call. Son, how are you doing in the capital? My mother's voice came through. I'm doing well, Mom. Just a bit tired from work every day. Oh dear, sitting in front of that computer all day must be hard on your eyes. You should make sure to exercise more, she chided lovingly. I quickly reassured her, Don't worry, Mom. I do exercise regularly. Is anyone bullying you in class? She asked, her tone cautious. No, everyone works diligently. It's quite good. That's a relief, she said, sounding slightly more at ease. It's snowing here. Is it snowing there too? Had winter solstice already arrived? Before reaching my rented room, I stopped by a convenience store downstairs and bought a bottle of grain liquor for over 30 yuan, along with a packet of snacks, spending a total of 58 yuan. Upon entering, I fumbled for my keys to unlock the door, finding the room shrouded in darkness. After changing into my slippers, I switched on the light, closed the door, and placed my purchases on the table, warming my hands on the radiator to finally feel some warmth. I disrobed and sat down, pouring myself a cup of liquor, while arranging the duck meat and local snacks on the table. With no time to make dumplings, I settled for this makeshift meal as a treat for myself. I thought to myself. After taking a few bites of duck, I sipped the liquor, the cold liquid igniting a warmth in my throat. I smacked my lips and picked up another bite of food. The phone rang again, and I answered it. A male voice, tinged with amusement, greeted me. Tian, how have you been lately? Bai Yun's voice chimed in from the other end. Don't even mention it. I'm stuck in front of the computer every day, feeling like my eyes are about to fail me. That wretched boss only cares about whether the work is done, without a thought for how much we endure. I complained. No need for that. Do you believe it? I'm certain I can carve out my own niche here. I declined Bai Yun's suggestion. A moment of silence enveloped us before I spoke again. How is my dad doing lately? The old man still suffers from asthma, and his lungs aren't great. Then please take good care of him for me. What trouble? We're practically family, Bai Yun replied. And how is that girl Lin Lin doing these days? Upon hearing my inquiry, Bai Yun fell into a contemplative silence, taking a considerable time before finally responding. She worked as an agent in the bustling metropolis, leading a rather exhausting life. I found myself at a loss for words, and thus the call lingered in a quiet tension, two men separated by distance, each harboring countless thoughts, yet unable to articulate a single one. After a prolonged pause, I finally spoke. Well then, I shall hang up first. Take care. Take care. Once the call concluded, I took a couple more sips of my drink, lit a cigarette, and moved to the window. The dim light within the rented room flickered softly. I took a few puffs, only to forget to continue, allowing it to burn itself out. I extended my hand to touch the cold glass, exhaling deeply, which formed a mist upon the window, reflecting my visage. Another sip of whiskey warmed my throat as I expelled a cloud of stale air. It is indeed cold. Chapter 47. Closing the door and beating the dog. Alas, Ayun, you have finally arrived. Lin Lin's delicate face was streaked with tears. Do not worry. It is all right now. The great wolf dog rose, gazing at the little fire monkey that had just launched a surprise attack. A flicker of humiliation crossed its eyes. As the leader of its kind, how could it be ambushed by this scrawny monkey? The fire monkey, seeing its opponent stand, spread its legs wide, head held high, feet firmly planted, defiantly raised a middle finger, reminiscent of the earlier antics of Pachirisu. You are nothing, you smelly little brother. Oh well, the great wolf dog howled, enhancing its attack capability while summoning the other wild dogs to encircle the little fire monkey. An aura of malevolent energy surged through the teeth of the wild dogs. The great wolf dog fixed its gaze fiercely upon the fire monkey. Aren't you tough? Come on, brothers, grab your weapons. Hey, this isn't fair. Why the group beating? Bai Yun realized the situation was dire. The fire monkey had only leveled up to 10 in the past 2 weeks and could manage to fight 1 or 2 weaker wild dogs. However, the opposition had summoned reinforcements, including an evolved great wolf dog. How could it possibly contend? Should it charge in head first? Yet, the little fire monkey, ensnared in the circle, remained utterly unfazed, an expression of disdain in its eyes as it extended a hand, beckoning the great wolf dog. I shall take on 10. Bai Yun was left speechless. Brother, you possess no heavenly might. What do you intend to fight with? Just then, Pachirisu suddenly leaped forward, standing alongside the little fire monkey. Nonchalantly, it extracted a chestnut from its fluffy white tail and began to munch on it. The attitude of these two little creatures immediately provoked the wild dogs, who lunged forward to bite. Pachirisu utilized Follow Me, drawing all the attacks toward itself, while simultaneously fortifying its defenses and transforming its body into a rounded form. Yaka! The fire monkey pounded its chest, boosting its attack power, and the energy of its fighting spirit surged, rippling with kinetic force, as it began to strike with fiery fists. One drew the ire of the enemies while the other dealt damage. In an instant, the wild dog suffered considerable harm. The great wolf dog, witnessing this, let out a furious roar and unleashed a lightning-infused bite. Yaka! The little fire monkey turned and delivered a powerful punch directly into the opponent's mouth. Blood trickled down from the fist, Yet the thunderous bite did not completely strike the small fire monkey, thereby failing to induce the additional paralysis effect. Nevertheless, the thunderous bite of the great wolf dog was no trifling matter. The ground wolf dog evolves into the great wolf dog at level 18, and upon evolution, it instinctively masters 3 biting techniques: flame bite, thunder bite, and ice bite. The small fire monkey, being only at level 10, faced a formidable level disadvantage. Seeing the small fire monkey injured, Bai Yun swiftly commanded, "Flame punch, explode." Flames ignited on the small fire monkey's fist, causing the great wolf dog to yelp in agony as it was compelled to spit out the punch it had clamped in its mouth. Just then, a ground wolf dog lunged forward, using its bite attack. "Yeah!" The small fire monkey cried out in pain, retaliating with a powerful punch that sent the opponent flying. Observing this, the great wolf dog surged with dark energy, launching a malicious pursuit attack at the small fire monkey. The small fire monkey was flung backward, sustaining severe damage. "Small fire monkey," Bai Yun called out in distress. The eyes of the great wolf dog leader glinted with cruelty as it prepared to continue its assault. However, Pachirisu unleashed a jolt of electricity, striking the unsuspecting great wolf dog. Instantly, the great wolf dog shifted its target to Pachirisu. Pachirisu. The creature was not in optimal condition. Though it had recently used a defensive maneuver, it bore numerous wounds from the relentless onslaught of 7 ground wolf dogs. As the great wolf dog prepared to deliver a final blow to the diminutive creature, an immense force suddenly struck its midsection, intercepting its charging form. The great wolf dog yelped in pain as it landed on the ground. "Well done, fairy spirit." It turned out that the fairy spirit had bravely intervened at a critical moment, using a self-sacrificial charge to block the great wolf dog. Seizing the opportunity, it executed a consecutive kick. "Boy!" The fairy spirit leaped up, delivering powerful kicks with both its front and hind legs upon the great wolf dog's head. The fighting-type move proved exceptionally effective against the dark-type Pokémon, inflicting significant damage. Guagua Frog, having used Shadow Clone, followed up with a slash. Cheng Tian arrived, accompanied by Guagua Frog and Kecleon. The Guagua Frog swiftly split into 4 shadows, each conjuring 2 water spikes to assault the remaining ground wolf dogs. Cheng Tian tossed a vial of healing medicine to Bai Yun. "Quickly, treat the small fire monkey." Bai Yun, upon receiving the medicine, hastened to tend to the small fire monkey's injuries. The great wolf dog leader, sensing the dire situation, barked urgently to disperse its pack for escape. Just as they contemplated fleeing, Cheng Tian let out a chilling laugh. "Run? Where do you think you can escape to?" "Kecleon, rock block." "Keckle." Kecleon stomped its feet on the ground, causing layers upon layers of rocks to tumble down, sealing off the surroundings and leaving the ground wolf dogs with no avenue for retreat. A collective laughter erupted among the group. "Now, let's close the door on the hounds." The great wolf dog and its pack had no choice but to huddle together, baring their teeth in a defensive stance as they glared at the advancing humans. Anger filled the eyes of the great wolf dog. "You outnumber us and bully the few. No sense of martial ethics." "Yeah." Now healed, the small fire monkey jumped forward, its eyes brimming with disdain as flames ignited on its fists, fixating intently on the great wolf dog. Pachirisu crackled with electricity, fully charged and ready for the next confrontation. The Froakie conjured waves of water, with the fairy energy emanating from the Sylveon continuously surging, creating a dance of pink stars swirling around its form. The Chimchar gradually lifted its face, gazing at the curled-up sandshrew canines. "Is that all you've got? Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me. Let us teach them a lesson." With a battle cry, Chimchar charged forward, transforming into its battle form, unleashing fiery punches upon the adversary without restraint. As the mighty hound raised its paw, preparing to retaliate with a flurry of scratches, Cacturn's metallic claws had already locked in a fierce standoff with it. A howl echoed as 2 sandshrew canines rushed to aid their leader, but their biting attacks failed to break through Cacturn's defenses. Suddenly, Paz's Pachirisu struck one of the sandshrew canines with a jolt of electricity, singeing its fur to a crisp. The Sylveon delivered 2 swift kicks to the canine's head, rendering it incapable of further combat. Concurrently, the swirling pink stars began to dart toward the remaining sandshrew canines, repelling them away from Cacturn. After Froakie dispatched 1 sandshrew with a wave of water, 3 more lunged forward with bared fangs. "Tidal Whirlpool, defend," Cheng Tian promptly commanded, as a vortex of water enveloped Froakie, shielding it from the onslaught of the sandshrew canines. Incredible, a Tian. Is that how you can use the Whirlpool? Yun exclaimed in astonishment. With a triumphant cry, Froakie burst forth from the vortex, manipulating the tide to ensnare a sand shrew, inflicting continuous damage. The mighty hound, witnessing its allies fall one by one, glared with ferocity. Enough of this. I will fight to the bitter end. It unleashed a full-force attack on Cacturn, combining malicious pursuit with fiery fangs, convinced that it could withstand the onslaught. Let us see who is stronger. Cacturn used Dragon Dive. Cacturn, undaunted, summoned its dragon energy, enveloping itself in a shimmering aura, a miniature dragon shadow appearing alongside. Dragon Dive? Now it's Suhan's turn to be surprised. Although this move can indeed be inherited, it is exceptionally rare. Cacturn charged forth like a mini-tank, slamming into the mighty hound, which was taken aback by the ferocity of the assault, sent tumbling backward. Seizing the moment, Cacturn leaped high into the air, executing a crushing move upon the hound. Its eyes rolled back, tongue lolling out, drool pooling beneath it. The weight of Cacturn, with its heavy metal characteristics, was double that of an ordinary counterpart, making it as steadfast as a mountain. The pressure was overwhelming, leaving the hound utterly incapacitated. Thus, the sandshrew canines terrorizing pedestrians on Jingxi Road were completely vanquished. Chapter 48. Claiming rewards. Cheng Tian and his companions retrieved their prepared Poké Balls, casting them toward the incapacitated sandshrew and mighty hound. With little resistance, a series of triumphant chimes echoed, signaling successful captures. Cheng Tian expressed that this was undoubtedly one of the most melodious sounds he had ever heard. In the course of this battle, both the little fire monkey and Pachirisu leveled up, while Cocodora, having defeated the formidable leader of the great hound with significant ease, ascended to level 12. With ample time remaining, the group first boarded the vehicle with their Poké Balls, heading to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Subsequently, they made their way to the Wandering Pokémon Center in Bin Prefecture, where they deposited the Great Hound and the Groundhogs. Suhan nodded in agreement. Cheng Tian's reasoning was sound. Let us make a quick trip now. Ah, Teacher Zhou, how can you be so leisurely, munching on sunflower seeds? Are you not worried about the little ones in your class? Another physical education teacher remarked, joining him in his snacking. Teacher Zhou rolled his eyes. If you're so concerned, why not follow them yourself? What brings you here to steal my seeds? Hey, Lao Zhou, are those seeds caramelized or plain? May I have a taste? Another physical education teacher approached, seeking some of Zhou's seeds. Teacher Zhou, reaching his limit of patience, sighed. Ah, no, I meant to say I have some delightful beverages here. Curiosity piqued. He leaned in closer to observe the other teacher, who was slyly producing 3 cans of snowflake beer. Lao Lu, you rascal. Do you dare to bring alcohol to work? Teacher Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. The teacher, referred to as Lao Lu, swiftly gestured for silence. Keep your voice down. I only brought these 3 cans. We can each have one. If you speak any louder and get reported, our year-end bonuses will be in jeopardy. Teacher Zhou finally realized his earlier volume and nodded in acknowledgement. Another physical education teacher appeared somewhat anxious. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Teacher Zhou shot him an incredulous glance. If you're scared, just don't drink. I'll take care of it for you. Who is scared? I simply understand my heart, you know? The teacher retorted. Ah, yes. Although they verbally expressed concern, once the beer was opened, the gravity of the situation seemed to dissipate, and the 3 men clinked their cans together, indulging heartily in their drinks. Honestly, do you think these kids will cause us any trouble while we're out? The teacher, who had earlier expressed concern about drinking, inquired. What is there to worry about? The weekly outings are sanctioned by the school leadership. If anything happens, they'll cover for us, the teacher with the beer replied. Exactly. And we still have half a day off every Wednesday afternoon. Munching on seeds while slacking off is a delightful affair, Teacher Zhou remarked. Just as the group of physical education teachers was reveling in their carefree moments, the main entrance of the hall was abruptly pushed open. Teachers, we have completed our mission. Cheng Tian and Bai Yun burst in, exclaiming loudly. The 3 teachers were taken aback, simultaneously spraying the contents of their mouths. Bai Yun. This seems like an inopportune time for our arrival, she noted awkwardly. Cheng Tian swiftly grasped Bai Yun's hand, saying, Teachers, we have other matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave. Coughing a few times, Teacher Zhou immediately raised his voice. You cannot leave. Stop right there. The 2 boys halted in their tracks, an embarrassed smile gracing their faces as they turned slowly to face him. Teachers, we truly saw nothing. Cheng Tian insisted, while Bai Yun nodded fervently in agreement. Excuse me, why did you two enter without knocking? Teacher Zhou feigned annoyance. Well, who knocks when entering the hall? Bai Yun replied, puzzled. Hee. We just completed our assigned task and thought to collect our reward. Cheng Tian scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, you finished so quickly? Teacher Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, look. We have video evidence, Bai Yun said, pulling out her phone to show Teacher Zhou the footage of the Great Dane and the hyenas being dispatched, convincing him of their success. Yet, his surprise lingered. These little rascals are remarkably efficient, just over 2 hours. And they've eradicated the hyena pack that plagued Jingxi Street for so long. Very well, come over, and I'll settle your points, he instructed. The two obediently approached the front desk, deliberately avoiding the unfriendly glares from the other 2 physical education teachers, and swiped their cards to claim their points. All right, your collateral points and task rewards have all been calculated. Since you undertook a team task, all 4 of you have met the criteria this week, Teacher Zhou announced. Hee. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. We'll take our leave now, Cheng Tian replied. Wait, Teacher Zhou suddenly called out, causing a jolt of apprehension in the two. Just so you know, I credited you with an extra 100 points for this afternoon's endeavor. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Instantly understanding, the two responded, no problem. No problem. We simply collected our points and left this afternoon. Everything else is unknown, Bai Yun quickly asserted. Satisfied, Teacher Zhou nodded and allowed them to depart. As the pair walked away, the 3 physical education teachers finally exhaled in relief. The trio, enjoying their drinks, were startled when someone entered, causing them to sputter their beverages and hastily tidy up. Hello, Director Yin. All right, proceed as I instructed, Director Yin said, hanging up the phone and donning a cheerful expression. It seems the 3 of you have been having quite the enjoyable time, Director Yin remarked. I wonder if you would care to join me for tea in my office? The 3 teachers felt a chill run down their spines. This is trouble, they thought. After exiting the school gates, Cheng Tian and Bai Yun reboarded their vehicle, where the 2 girls were all smiles. So, Bai Yun, did you receive your points? Cheng Tian inquired. Bai Yun nodded enthusiastically. Yes, and an extra 100 points. Extra 100 points? How did that happen? Suhan asked curiously. The 2 boys suddenly forgot their earlier agreement with Teacher Zhou and animatedly recounted the events that had just transpired. The girls were left agape, surprised by this unexpected side of Teacher Zhou. Hee, now that the task is complete, shall we treat ourselves to a celebratory meal? Bai Yun proposed. Absolutely. Let us dine out. Lin exclaimed joyfully. And you, Captain? Will you join us? Bai Yun inquired. Sure, it could be considered a team-building exercise. Suhan replied with a smile. Hee. Bai Yun linked her arm around Cheng Tian's neck and called to the driver. Let us head to Yipin Xian. Cheng Tian patted her arm. Hey, you haven't even asked for my opinion. Bai Yun chuckled, declaring that their opinions would forever align, deeming further discussion unnecessary. They should set off immediately. The black sedan began to glide forward. Chapter 49. Could it be that you two are gay? Yipingxuan is a renowned restaurant in Bingzhou. Its elevated prestige rendering it a favored gathering place for successful individuals, albeit at a hefty price. At this moment, the black sedan was en route to Yipingxuan. The establishment is situated opposite a villa district, and it is said that the owner has a favorable relationship with Bai Yun's father, which has afforded Bai Yun numerous dining experiences here throughout her life, often with discounts on the bill. Before long, they arrived at their destination. As the 4 alighted from the vehicle, they beheld an architecture steeped in antiquity, with a plaque above the entrance bearing the 3 prominent characters of Yipingxuan. Let us go? Let us enjoy a meal there. The 4 entered the building, which was bustling with patrons engaged in both dining and lively conversation. Upon their arrival, a portly man dressed in a traditional style hurried over with a welcoming smile. Well, look who we have here. Young Master Bai has graced us with his presence today, the chubby man exclaimed. Cheng Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the man's exaggerated manner of speech. Having worked in the capital in his previous life, he was accustomed to the authentic dialect of the city, which starkly contrasted with this man's over-the-top delivery that sent shivers down his spine. Shopkeeper, you are not from the capital. Why mimic that dialect so poorly? Bai Yun laughed, retorting, oh, come now. While we may not be true capital dwellers, our household registration is indeed from there. We must adhere to local customs. The shopkeeper took no offense and continued the banter smoothly. All right, to the matter at hand. I've come to dine with friends. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper turned to the other 3, rubbing his hands together. These three gentlemen must be young Master Bai's companions. May you all be blessed. Ah ha ha. You too. May you be blessed. The other three responded, somewhat awkwardly. Shopkeeper, do you have any private rooms available? The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. Why, of course. As a friend of the owner, how could we lack a private room? Enough with the pleasantries, just let us know if there is a room. Ah, yes. The elegant room on the second floor is available, as always. Please, follow me. Bai Yun led the three to a private room on the second floor. And one must admit that the ambience of this elegant room was indeed delightful. With a hint of sandalwood fragrance wafting through the air, quite a contrast to the bustling hall on the ground floor. Once seated, a waitress clad in a cheapao approached with the menu. What would you like to order? Bai Yun entrusted the decision to the others. I'll go first. Lin Lin seized the menu and began to order, her petite frame belying her hearty appetite as she requested a variety of meat dishes. Satisfied, she passed the menu to Su Han, who pondered briefly before adding a few side dishes. The menu then made its way to Cheng Tian. Though he had dined here a few times before, the prices of the dishes never failed to astonish him. A single serving of fatty beef was priced at 68, an outrageous sum indeed. Casually selecting a couple of reasonably priced dishes, Cheng Tian handed the menu to Bai Yun. Bai Yun glanced at the menu and remarked, "Why do you only order meat and vegetables? Their signature spicy crab and shrimp set is a must-try." Cheng Tian interjected, "Hey, let us keep it reasonable. For people shouldn't order so much." He had noticed that the set was quite costly, running into several hundred yuan. No worries, no worries. Can't two strapping gentlemen finish a single serving of shrimp? Bai Yun waved her hand dismissively as the waiter took the menu away. Before long, the ordered dishes arrived, and the highlight was quickly placed on the table. A massive black pot filled with live shrimp and crabs was set before them, generously sprinkled with cooling broth and various seasonings. Bai Yun expertly ignited the flame while explaining, "This is a specialty of Yipin Xian. The crabs and shrimp are boiled fresh. Diners can dip their selections into the broth, much like a hot pot." The broth soon reached a vigorous boil, and Bai Yun deftly used a pair of serving chopsticks to first add vegetables, followed by the meat, saving the shrimp and crabs for last since they were still raw. "Hey, Bai Yun," Lin Lin said, picking up a slice of cooked beef with her chopsticks, dipping it into sesame sauce before offering it to Bai Yun. "You should try this." Bai Yun took a bite and nodded in approval. "It's cooked, ready to eat." Cheng Tian was accustomed to this scene, but Su Han was not. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the sight. Is this considered an indirect kiss? She noticed that Lin Lin had used her own chopsticks instead of the serving ones. And after feeding Bai Yun, she picked up another piece of meat with the same chopsticks for herself. Group leader, Cheng Tian, you should eat quickly, or the meat will overcook, Bai Yun reminded them. The group dove into their meal, with the two boys devouring food voraciously, primarily focusing on meat. Lin Lin, in between bites, occasionally served vegetables to Bai Yun. Although Su Han adored gourmet food, her appetite was modest, and she ate sparingly to maintain her figure. Typically just a bite or two. Watching Lin Lin serve Bai Yun, a thought suddenly crossed Su Han's mind. Should I serve Cheng Tian too? Feeling a bit anxious, she glanced at Cheng Tian, who was engrossed in his meal. Cheng Tian found it peculiar that Su Han wasn't eating much. Wasn't she the one who had dragged him through the food street last Saturday? Perhaps she was just feeling restrained here? The more he pondered, the more it seemed plausible, and a plan began to form in his mind. As their group leader, and with 3 years of shared experiences ahead, fostering good relationships was essential. Moreover, he had promised her that they could be friends and had mentioned that Lin Lin and Bai Yun were also her friends. This couldn't continue as it was. Thus, Cheng Tian picked up his serving chopsticks and placed a slice of fatty beef into Su Han's bowl. Smiling gently as he said, "You should eat more meat." He vowed that his intentions were purely platonic, but the two onlookers were not so convinced, their eyes widening in astonishment. Incredible. Cheng Tian has made a move. Upon encountering Cheng Tian, Su Han was taken aback as he served her food. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. The playful smiles on Lin Lin and Bai Yun's faces only intensified her shyness. Nevertheless, the fact that Cheng Tian was kindly offering her food brought her joy. With a bashful expression, she lowered her head and began to eat delicately, savoring each bite. Cheng Tian, misinterpreting her bashfulness as a sign of gratitude, couldn't help but silently commend himself, thinking, "Indeed, I am remarkable." Strangely, Bai Yun and Lin Lin exchanged glances at Cheng Tian, their eyes reflecting a newfound appreciation. They had previously thought him to be rather dull, yet he appeared to possess a certain charm. Once the dishes were cleared, Bai Yun fished out a vibrant red crab, placed it in a bowl, and ladled some broth over it. Ah Tian, the crab is ready. This broth enhances its flavor beautifully. Do give it a taste. Cheng Tian donned a pair of disposable plastic gloves, wielding a knife to pry open the crab shell, revealing succulent pink crab meat and golden roe, releasing an enticing aroma. At that moment, Bai Yun produced a tissue to dab the corner of Cheng Tian's mouth, flipping the tissue to reveal remnants of crab roe. You see, one must be cautious while indulging in crab roe. Cheng Tian then inquired, it seems this shrimp is ready as well. Would you care to try it? Bai Yun shook her head, replying, the shrimp meat is scarce, and peeling it is cumbersome. I shall stick with the crab. Observing this, Cheng Tian began to remove the heads and tails of the shrimp, dipping them in soy sauce and sesame before bringing them to Bai Yun's lips. Without a second thought, she consumed it. Was it delicious? He asked. Indeed, it was, she affirmed. This exchange seemed wholly ordinary to them, a natural act of feeding between good friends. Yet to the two girls, it appeared rather peculiar. Su-han and Lin exchanged curious glances, each discerning the other's thoughts. After a considerable pause, Su-han cautiously broached the subject. You two aren't a couple, are you? Cheng Tian and Bai Yun were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, absolutely not. The mere suggestion made the boys feel their sexual orientation was being questioned. I am as straight as an arrow, harder than steel, Cheng Tian asserted. Haven't I made it clear? My affections are solely for women, specifically for characters from the second dimension. Those from the third dimension, regardless of gender, do not interest me at all, Bai Yun exclaimed fervently. Their earnest attempts to defend their heterosexuality continued, but Su-han and Lin's expressions remained somewhat skeptical. The meal concluded, and Bai Yun summoned the waiter for another pot of tea. The four settled into the cozy room, sipping their tea. Just then, Su-han exclaimed, you all should check the class group chat. It seems we have a midterm exam coming up. Upon hearing this, the group hastily opened the class chat. The homeroom teacher announced, attention everyone, the midterm exam will take place next Thursday. I hope you all prepared diligently. Wu Chi Sanjiu. 6. Homeroom teacher. Wu Chi Sanjiu, understood. Cheng Tian couldn't suppress a smirk, amused by Bai Yun's playful mischief. Ah, yet another exam. I dread it. Lin voiced her discontent. At Bingshan No. 1 High School, the initial examinations hold significant importance, rivaling even that of the final assessments. Should one falter in the final exams, the most that a homeroom teacher might do is engage in a bit of moral instruction, for what can be done when the term has already concluded. However, failing the initial exams prompts the homeroom teacher to summon both parents for a thorough educational intervention, a dual approach to instilling discipline. In essence, if one wishes to avoid parental involvement, excelling in the exams is imperative. Fear not, there remains ample time. Let us dedicate ourselves to diligent review, Su-han reassured. Yet, what might the initial examination in Pokémon class entail? Battles, perhaps? Bai Yun pondered. There should be some. After all, we are in the Pokémon curriculum. Cheng Tian remarked. Su-han had already made arrangements for Uncle Wang to pick her up, while Bai Yun arranged for the driver to take Cheng Tian home, given the distance. Thus, the busy day gradually drew to a close. Chapter 50. Enrollment for the World Championship. Upon returning home and lying on his bed, Cheng Tian found his thoughts wandering as the initial exams approached. How should I prepare? He mused. Battles were undoubtedly essential, and his Froakie was on the verge of evolution. However, the first evolution requirement for his Kakuna was quite high, so there was no immediate rush for that. Consequently, the next objective was clear, to train vigorously and level up. Yet, the quickest way to elevate his level was to engage in battles with other Pokémon. Where could he find opponents? Another venture into the wilderness? That place was too perilous. Leveling up with friends? Cheng Tian shook his head. He had considered that. But the experience gained was minimal, and levels gained this way were hardly substantial. Ah, this is difficult, he lamented, struggling to devise a solution. Perhaps he should call Bai Yun for advice. Just as he was about to dial her number, a notification popped up on his browser. The World Cup and the World Youth League have concluded. Argentina lifts the World Cup trophy in a glorious revenge, and the United States Gaminho claims victory once more. Cheng Tian was taken aback. He had forgotten to keep track of the World Cup. Nevertheless, he felt elated that Argentina had emerged victorious. As for Gaminho, the American champion of the World Pokémon League, Cheng Tian was unfamiliar with this name. After a brief search online, he discovered that Gaminho hailed from the United States. Competing as a mixed team, and had consecutively claimed the championship for 2 years, showcasing formidable prowess. Having perused the information, he intended to exit the page to call Bai Yun when he suddenly noticed a bold and colorful line of text at the bottom of the web page. The World Pokémon League has concluded, and the enrollment channel has reopened. Do you wish to stand upon the stage of champions? Beneath this statement was a designated website link. Cheng Tian smacked his forehead in realization. Of course, if I wish to battle, enrolling in the World Championship would be the perfect solution. Although participating in such a prestigious event at his age might seem fanciful, gaining experience in battles and leveling up his Pokémon would undoubtedly be beneficial. With this thought in mind, Cheng Tian promptly copied and accessed the website, where a blue page soon materialized. Please select your nationality. Please provide the name of your city. Kindly input your identification number. Please state your name, gender, and age. Indicate your Pokémon and its level here. Upload a photograph with high clarity and recognition, avoiding heavy makeup and obstructions. After completing all of this, the page momentarily froze, then displayed a message. Congratulations, you have successfully registered for the competition. Please read the rules below. At the same time, your competition number for this season will be generated. A virtual lottery device appeared, and Cheng Tian found it quite fascinating that there was a lottery involved. Just as he was about to press the button, his hand suddenly froze. He considered his luck, which was rather unfortunate, and he certainly did not wish to end up with an odd number. That would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? After some contemplation, Cheng Tian turned to his Froakie and said, "Froakie, could you please draw a number for me?" Froakie, with a puzzled expression, hopped over to glance at the phone and tentatively tapped the screen. The lottery machine whirred into action, the numbers gradually halting from left to right. The first number was 5, the second was 4, followed by 2 consecutive numbers, 1 and 8. Cheng Tian sensed something was amiss. Why was this combination so peculiar? Next, another 8 came to a stop, and astonishingly, the final 3 digits were all SIXS. Congratulations, your competition number is 541886666. The bolded digits flashed on the screen. Cheng Tian was momentarily taken aback. What kind of absurd number was this? It sounded somewhat offensive, didn't it? Seeing nothing amiss, Froakie trotted off to join Kecleon for a nap. Though frustrated, Cheng Tian had to admit the number was rather catchy and easy to remember. He resignedly took a screenshot to avoid forgetting it, then followed the page's instructions to download a tournament-exclusive application. Soon, a black and white icon resembling a Pokeball appeared on his desktop. Cheng Tian entered the app, changed the system language, and successfully linked his competition number to his identity. The software indicated it was searching for suitable opponents, but after a considerable wait, there was no response. Realizing the situation, Cheng Tian exited the app, deciding to let it run quietly in the background. Since he had the browser open, why not take a moment to review some study materials? Late at night, with his 2 little companions fast asleep, he pondered, when else would he find the time to study? Since his rebirth, he had yet to thoroughly review the materials from his high school days. With that thought, Cheng Tian slowly extended his trembling fingers to nervously click open his precious folder of study resources in the browser. To his surprise, there it was. A treasure trove of study materials lay quietly within the folder. Excitement surged through him, his hands trembling in anticipation. Suddenly, with a click, the light turned on, and his mother entered the room, startling him into quickly shutting his phone. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" she asked, her brow furrowed. I'll be going to bed soon," he replied. Cheng Tian's mother did not say much more. She simply walked over, picked up the incense burner from his desk, and intended to leave. "Mom, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. Cheng's mother held the incense in her hands. "This incense you bought smells delightful. Every night, I take a little out to apply on my face. It keeps my skin hydrated." Cheng Tian exclaimed in astonishment. "What kind of family is this? This sea-tide incense sells for thousands outside. How can you use it to moisturize your skin?" "Mom, please stop. This stuff is precious," he hurried to explain. "This is called sea-tide incense. It's a powerful Pokémon item that enhances skill potency when worn." "Really?" Cheng's mother replied, equally astonished. "Is this really an item?" At that moment, the Guagua Pao Frog and Kiki Duolo were awakened by the commotion. When Guagua Pao Frog saw its incense being held, it couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. "Please don't break it," in a stern tone, Cheng's mother declared, "to prevent you from playing on your phone all night. I'm temporarily confiscating this. I'll return it to you tomorrow morning." With that, she left the room, closing the door behind her. Cheng Tian sighed. Chapter 51. When the ghost fire sounds, Parents have raised you for nothing. The mundane days continued. On Thursday morning, Cheng Tian walked to school as usual. Why haven't I matched with anyone yet? He wondered, observing the screen that still read, searching for a suitable opponent for you. Could it be that he was too strong, with no worthy opponents left? Just kidding. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He attempted to access the application permissions in his phone settings. Upon closer inspection, his lips twitched. He had forgotten to enable location services. This fool, having grown accustomed to disabling permissions, had inadvertently restricted the app's ability to find suitable opponents. Sure enough, after enabling the permissions and walking for no more than 3 minutes, his phone vibrated. Congratulations. You have been matched with an opponent of equal strength. Do you accept the challenge? He decisively selected yes. And 2 markers appeared on the map, one red and one green. They're quite close. Moreover, the green marker was gradually approaching him. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle echoed from afar, drawing the attention of passers-by, including Cheng Tian, who found himself irresistibly drawn to the sound. Before him, a flamboyantly graffitied motorcycle approached, its black leather seat and white body accentuated by 2 pink exhaust pipes. On the bike sat a girl wearing a helmet, clad in a black checkered skirt, with a dangerously voluptuous figure accentuated by black stockings, her long, curvaceous legs straddling the sides of the motorcycle, exceedingly alluring. The motorcycle slowed down gracefully, coming to a stylish stop right in front of him, evoking a memory from his past life. A person had come to buy melons. The helmet was removed, revealing a delicate face, an oval visage adorned with a beauty mark, lightly made up with subtle eyeshadow and vibrant lipstick. In a voice that resonated like a celestial melody, she asked, "Are you from Binjo No. 1 High School?" Cheng Tian was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I'm in the 2nd year." She smiled enchanting as she replied, "What a coincidence, so am I." "You too?" Cheng Tian furrowed his brow, observing that the individual before him not only eschewed the school uniform, but also donned rather revealing attire. A heart-shaped cutout in the fabric at her chest clearly showcased her curves. A flamboyant ring necklace hung around her neck, complemented by dangling earrings. It was difficult to discern any semblance of a student in her appearance. Upon noticing Cheng Tian's incredulous expression, she retrieved a pristine uniform from Binhao No. 1 High School from her bag beneath the motorcycle. Now do you believe it? Goodness, this audacious girl riding a motorcycle truly belonged to the same school as him. Cheng Tian felt as though he was witnessing something extraordinary. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am your senior, Song Rongxue, from the 2nd class of the sophomore Elven department," she declared, extending her slender hand. Cheng Tian frowned slightly. "I am from the 1st class of the sophomore Elven department. We are in the same grade." "Not quite," Song Rongxue replied with a bright smile. "I repeated a year, making me older than you, hence I am your senior. Do you understand?" Cheng Tian chose not to engage further in this exchange. "You must be my rival," he said, noticing the identical matching interface displayed on Song Rongxue's phone. "Indeed, Junior." She chuckled. "Would you like to hop on? Your senior will give you a ride to school." Cheng Tian resolutely declined. "No, let us engage in battle instead." He had no desire to ride on her motorcycle. In his previous life, he had often observed reckless youths speeding on similar bikes, their engines roaring and music blaring. Wearing a helmet offered little protection. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he always kept the saying in mind, "Masters dwell among the common folk, while misfortune lurks in the shadows. Those who lie in the morgue leave their videos behind in the world." However, Song Rongxue did not acquiesce immediately. "Why the rush? The battle will always be there. We can take our time," she said, her hand slowly sliding down Cheng Tian's chest as she uttered the last 4 words, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. The excitement in her eyes intensified. She had never been the obedient girl that teachers spoke of, but rather a fiercely rebellious spirit. This junior before her appeared rather charming, dutifully clad in his uniform and excelling in the 1st class, a quintessential good boy, igniting her desire to tease him. "Since you refuse to battle, I shall take my leave," Cheng Tian stated, turning to depart. Although the girl who claimed to be a year his senior was undeniably beautiful, she exuded an air of mischief. After all, which high school student would wear earrings and ride a motorcycle to and from school? As he turned to walk away, Song Rongxue twisted the key to her motorcycle, and the low rumble of the engine filled the air. To his astonishment, she rode alongside him. The cacophony of the motorcycle drawing the attention of many passers-by, captivated by the spectacle of the vibrant bike and the enchanting woman. Cheng Tian soon found himself overwhelmed. Finally halting to confront Song Rongxue. What exactly do you want? With a playful grin, she replied, Don't be so fierce, Junior. Your senior merely wishes to take you for a ride. I said I would walk on my own. Look at the time. Do you really think you can make it on foot? Song Rongxue's smile was charming. Cheng Tian glanced at his phone, realizing there were only 6 minutes left. He had squandered too much time conversing with her. Well, it seems you're out of time, she taunted. Song Rongxue revealed a triumphant smile, then tossed a helmet to Cheng Tian, urging him to get on the vehicle. Cheng Tian hesitated, contemplating the helmet in his hands. What are you afraid of? It's merely a ride. It won't devour you, she taunted, further provoking him. With a determined grit of his teeth, Cheng Tian donned the helmet, chastising himself for his hesitation. After all, what was there to fear? Yet, as he mounted the motorcycle, he found himself momentarily disoriented, his thighs distinctly aware of the proximity to Song Rongxue's form. It was an oddly thrilling sensation, starkly different from that which he experienced with Su Han. What was he even contemplating? Come on, hold on to my waist, she instructed. And instinctively, he glanced at her slender waist, noting its delicate curve. No, he reminded himself, he was still a high school student. He should not entangle himself with such a reckless girl. No, thank you, he declined firmly. Song Rongxue merely flashed a mischievous grin before accelerating sharply. What are you doing? Cheng Tian exclaimed, his body lurching forward in surprise as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. There was no time to dwell on the sensations coursing through his hands. This girl was a wild ride, flooring the gas pedal as they sped down the road, leaving other vehicles in their dust. This is exhilarating. Slow down. Their voices echoed in a chaotic symphony as she disregarded the looming red light, barreling through without a care. Meanwhile, in a nearby sedan, Su Han sat absorbed in her phone, nestled next to a fairy-like companion. Bored, she scrolled through her photo album and unexpectedly stumbled upon a candid shot of Cheng Tian, captured while he was enjoying the breeze atop a bridge. Her heart raced unexpectedly. Blushing, she attempted to roll down the window for some fresh air, but just then, a motorcycle zoomed past with a deafening roar. She frowned slightly, but remained silent. Slow down, Cheng Tian shouted, gripping her waist tighter in fear. All right, you can let go now. We've arrived. Song Rongxue's playful voice broke through his panic. He opened his eyes to find they had indeed reached their destination. As he dismounted, his legs trembled slightly from the adrenaline, vowing silently never to ride with her again. Song Rongxue donned her school uniform to conceal her attire beneath, removed her helmet, and parked the motorcycle with a cheerful demeanor. You're not scared, are you, little junior? She teased. I could report you for reckless driving, you know? Cheng Tian retorted. Oh dear, little junior, are you scaring me now? Song Rongxue observed his flustered state, a spark of mischief igniting within her. Cheng Tian realized that reasoning with this mischievous girl was futile. She was far too cunning. Let us head to school. I'll find you after class for a rematch, all right? Song Rongxue approached him, and it was then that Cheng Tian noticed she was, astonishingly, the same height as he was. No more, I no longer wish to engage in a confrontation with you. Cheng Tian had resolved to sever any ties with this woman. Oh, come on, I will pick you up at noon and take you for a drive. For now, let's head to class, Song Rongxue implored, pulling Cheng Tian towards the school entrance. Release me. I can walk on my own. Your actions might lead others to misunderstand our relationship. Cheng Tian protested, struggling against her grasp, aware that several students entering the school had begun to take notice, and he wished to avoid any unwarranted gossip. At that moment, across from the school, Su Han had just alighted from a vehicle, closing the door behind her. As she prepared to head towards the school, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Cheng Tian? Su Han paused, taken aback, for he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Who is she? Chapter 52, Song Rongxue. Cheng Tian hurriedly took a seat, visibly flustered, while Bai Yun observed him with curiosity. What's wrong? Why are you sweating so profusely? I'll just rest my head for a bit. Please wake me when the teacher arrives, Cheng Tian replied. Bai Yun nodded and gestured that it was fine. Noticing her approval, Cheng Tian adjusted himself into a comfortable position and laid his head down. This corner felt safe. The teacher rarely checked this area, though he was concerned about the possibility of the teacher entering from behind, hence his request for Bai Yun to keep watch. Now he felt quite at ease. In the back row by the window, Cheng Tian soon drifted into slumber. Shortly after, Su Han entered the classroom. Team leader, you're here, Bai Yun greeted. Upon seeing Cheng Tian asleep, Su-han signaled for silence. She quietly took a seat beside him, contemplating the identity of the girl with him, but soon realized that she was merely a friend of Cheng Tian's. Just a friend, which rendered her a mere observer in whatever transpired between them. Feeling somewhat despondent, she closed her mouth and picked up a book, ostensibly reading, but her thoughts were consumed by the image of that girl. Time slipped by, and soon it was nearly the end of the class. Cheng Tian wondered why no one had called him. He glanced at Su-han, who was diligently taking notes, and an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him. He hastily retrieved his notebook to jot down some notes as well. In truth, while Su-han appeared focused, her mind was elsewhere, and only when she noticed Cheng Tian waking did she remember that she had forgotten to rouse him. Yet, when Cheng Tian looked her way, she felt too shy to speak. The entire morning passed in silence. Cheng Tian was uncertain why Su-han seemed somewhat aloof today, but he chose not to inquire further. As he began to gather his belongings to leave, a tall figure appeared at the entrance. It was Song Rongxue, waiting for him, garnering the attention of several onlookers. Cheng Tian inwardly lamented the situation. He had not anticipated her actually coming to the classroom to find him. To avoid causing a scene, he gestured discreetly at her and swiftly made his way towards the back door. Su-han opened her mouth to speak, but held back, watching Cheng Tian's retreating figure. In the end, she could not resist and quietly gathered her things to follow him. What is going on? Who is that girl at the entrance? Lin Lin inquired. I am uncertain, but it seems I came to find a Tian. What about Su-han? Lin Lin expressed her concern, reminding Bai Yun that the leader and a Tian are merely friends at present. However, Lin Lin wished to articulate further. Alas, it seems the leader has gone. Bai Yun reassured her the issue should not be significant. Outside the classroom, Cheng Tian spotted Song Rongxue and promptly turned to leave, yet she quickly caught up with him. Junior, why are you ignoring me? Song Rongxue asked in a sweet, almost lethal tone. You shouldn't loiter at the entrance of our classroom. It could lead to misunderstandings. Cheng Tian replied tersely. What misunderstandings? Are you afraid we might be a couple? Song Rongxue interjected playfully. Cheng Tian, at a loss for words, inquired. Then what do you want from me? With a radiant smile, Song Rongxue responded. How forgetful you are. We still have a duel to settle. Very well. Let us proceed to the gymnasium, Cheng Tian suggested. Hey, going to the gym is rather dull. Why not venture outside instead? Song Rongxue proposed. Where do you wish to go? There is a newly opened milk tea shop on Baishui Street. Let us go there. Upon arriving at the peculiar motorcycle parked at the school gate, Song Rongxue donned her helmet and exclaimed, Come on, hop on. Cheng Tian fastened his helmet, stating, I cannot allow you to drive. You sit behind while I take the wheel. Oh my, so the junior enjoys riding, Song Rongxue teased. What nonsense. I simply do not trust your driving, Cheng Tian retorted, a vein visibly throbbing on his forehead. Thus, the two mounted the motorcycle and set off. Observing this, Su-han hurried to her own vehicle, climbing in and instructing, Uncle Wong, follow that motorcycle ahead. Uncle Wong was taken aback. Miss, what did you say? Growing anxious, Su-han urged, just follow it, please. Though perplexed, Uncle Wong complied. Junior, you're driving rather slowly, Song Rongxue complained, noting that Cheng Tian's speed matched that of the nearby electric scooters. What do you know? I prioritize safety, Cheng Tian defended. Junior, I don't even know your name, Song Rongxue inquired. My name is Cheng Tian, and could you kindly remove your hand? Cheng Tian exclaimed. In response, Song Rongxue tightened her grip, stating, this is for safety as well. They traveled for over 10 minutes before arriving at Baishui Street. Upon disembarking, Song Rongxue continued to grumble, claiming she could have made it in under 5 minutes had she driven. This one do. I must inform the old master. Su-han trailed the pair from a distance, watching as Cheng Tian escorted the girl into the milk tea shop, her heart sinking at the sight. Hey, weren't we supposed to have a duel? Why are we drinking milk tea? Cheng Tian expressed his discontent at Song Rongxue's desire for tea. It's midday, and battling on an empty stomach is unwise. Let us have some milk tea first, Song Rongxue pouted. Fine. After we drink the milk tea, we will duel. Cheng Tian acquiesced. Yes, after we drink, we shall duel, Song Rongxue chirped happily. Chapter 53. What are you doing here? The two ordered their beverages, Cheng Tian opting for plain milk tea, while Song Rongxue chose pearl milk tea. Once the drinks arrived, they each took a sip. The flavor is delightful, Song Rongxue remarked, nodding in satisfaction. She wished to linger in the shop, but Cheng Tian would not grant her that opportunity. Having purchased bubble tea, they prepared to engage in battle. I want to finish my drink here first, one remarked. You can sip it during the match. All right then, sighed Song Rongxue. Her expression slightly miffed, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Cheng Tian could only shake his head in bemusement. What are you doing, acting cute like a big sister? Outside. Su-han hesitated, contemplating whether to enter, but upon seeing the two emerge, she quickly concealed herself. Once they had moved further away, she decided to follow. The battle arena was situated in the park adjacent to the bubble tea shop, shaded by trees, providing a refreshing respite from the heat. What are you doing? Cheng Tian inquired. Recording a video, Song Rongxue replied, her demeanor exuding nonchalance. You must know that battles need to be recorded, right? Cheng Tian was taken aback. He genuinely did not know. Each battle must be documented using the official league's recording system for it to count. Otherwise, what do you think you accomplished? Song Rongxue explained. Is it really necessary? Cheng Tian exclaimed, realizing the extent of his ignorance. You truly are clueless, Song Rongxue chuckled. I have a spare stand. Perhaps I should gift it to you, my junior. Cheng Tian nodded, deciding to focus on the battle first. With that, he launched the Poké Ball containing his Guagua Froggie. Guagua. The Froggie appeared on the field. During each match, trainers could select different battle formats, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or 6-on-6, among others, each affecting the ranking rewards differently. Cheng Tian opted for a 1-on-1 match. Oh my, what an adorable little creature. Song Rongxue exclaimed as she sent forth her Pokémon. WNWN. A chubby body, dark eye rings, and a leaf held in its mouth characterized her Pokémon, a mischievous panda. Its lower limbs were cloaked in deep gray fur, resembling trousers, while the fur on its belly formed a mountain-like pattern. Its tail was white and rounded like a small ball, and the leaf it carried served no practical purpose. Merely a means to appear cool. This Pokémon was quite playful, trailing behind its leader, the rogue panda, imitating it and learning its methods of combat and hunting, gradually becoming capable in its own right. In Cheng Tian's mind, the details of this Pokémon surfaced. Pokémon, mischievous panda gender, male nature, playful ability, unusual level, 13 inherited skills, delay, 4, quick defense, 4, arrogance, 3, personal skills, heavy push, 3, glare, 4, bullet punch, 5, tackle, 2, provocation, 5, body slam, 2, teach skills, concentration, 4, protect, 2, iron head, 3, deceit, 5. At this moment, Su-han, concealed among the flowers, exhaled in relief, realizing they were merely engaged in a battle. However, she felt a tinge of confusion. Why was she concerned about something so trivial when she and Cheng Tian were merely friends? Although her mischievous panda matched Guagua Froggie's level, Cheng Tian did not underestimate the situation. Guagua Froggie, start with water against the mischievous panda, use delay, then heavy push. Song Rongxue was quick to issue her orders, and the mischievous panda executed heavy push first. Although Cheng Tian's command wasn't given immediately, Guagua Froggie had already begun to gather water energy. Yet it seemed unable to unleash it in time, allowing the opponent to seize the initiative. This is a delayed skill effect, allowing the opponent to strike last. The mischievous panda charged forward, pushing toward the Guagua Pao frog with both hands, one forward, one backward. The Guagua Pao frog swiftly evaded, dodging all 4 powerful thrusts. Subsequently, it unleashed a straight slash. The mischievous panda braced itself against this straight slash and countered with a formidable force directed at the Guagua Pao frog. Quick, defend! Cheng Tian urgently commanded. The Guagua Pao frog promptly activated its defense, absorbing the deceptive attack, but the green energy shield exhibited a hairline fracture. Cheng Tian sighed in relief. Thankfully, it had managed to withstand it. The deceptive skill inflicts considerable damage, and if the opponent's skill possesses high power, it further amplifies its own strength, making the subsequent blow quite formidable. Fall back. The Guagua Pao frog hastily retreated. Oh dear, Junior, are you afraid? Song Rongxue chuckled. Cheng Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had just suffered a setback, as the mischievous panda seized the initiative with its delayed action. For now, retreat was the only option. Guagua Pao frog, use Shadow Clone, but stay still. The Guagua Pao frog employed Shadow Clone to enhance its speed without making any reckless moves. This was due to the mischievous panda's ability to discern the real Guagua Pao frog at a glance. Water gun was used to expend some energy. several water guns shot forth, heading straight for the mischievous panda. Iron head. The mischievous panda quickly lowered its head, its round cranium shimmering with a metallic sheen as it charged toward the Guagua Pow frog. The water gun struck, causing no harm whatsoever. Dodge and use ice punch. The Guagua Pow frog sidestepped the incoming panda, its other fist already encased in ice, aimed at the panda's back. Quickly defend and block. The forward-moving mischievous panda halted abruptly, raising its hands in a defensive stance akin to a martial artist, successfully blocking the ice punch. It then shifted into an offensive position, rapidly unleashing a flurry of punches. Though they lacked power, their speed was astonishing. The Guagua Pow frog had no time to evade, and a swirling vortex rose around it, providing protection. The rapid punches struck the vortex, inflicting no damage. Return the favor. The Guagua Pow frog unleashed the vortex, enveloping the mischievous panda. Wuan. The mischievous panda sustained continuous damage. Quickly, maintain your defense. Song Rongxue ordered urgently. Within the vortex, the mischievous panda immediately conjured a green energy shield to stave off the ongoing damage. Press the advantage, water pulse, Cheng Tian declared, seizing the moment while the mischievous panda was occupied, aiming to exploit the situation. The swirling water pulse followed up, causing the cracks in the protective shield to widen. Yet it did not shatter until the vortex dissipated, resulting in a dramatic rupture. I underestimated you slightly, Song Rongxue remarked, her playful smile replaced by a more serious demeanor. Mischievous panda, gather energy and use powerful push. The mischievous panda quickly concentrated its energy to enhance its attack, then thrust both hands forward toward the Guagua Pow frog with great force. Following this, a straight slash was executed. The Guagua Pow frog formed two water spikes, colliding with the powerful push. Bateau. At that moment, Song Rongxue suddenly issued a command. The mischievous panda swiftly embraced the Guagua Pow frog and flung it away. The Guagua Pow frog landed heavily on the ground, sustaining significant injuries. Guagua Pow frog. The skill Batua can bring the opponent's Pokémon to the forefront. And Cheng Tian had previously set aside Kecleon's Pokeball, preventing it from being summoned. Are you alright, Guagua Pow frog? Cheng Tian called out anxiously. The Guagua Pow frog slowly rose, signaling that it was unharmed. Quite resilient, aren't you? Mischievous panda, use Iron Head, Song Rongxue commanded. The mischievous panda charged forward again with an Iron Head attack. This time, neither the Guagua Pow frog nor Cheng Tian acted rashly, watching as the Iron Head drew nearer. Just as the impact was imminent, Cheng Tian suddenly gave an order, Guagua Pow frog, use Vine Whip. Two vines abruptly sprouted from beneath the mischievous panda's feet, swiftly intertwining to form a small knot, causing the running mischievous panda to trip and tumble right in front of the Guagua Pow frog. What? Song Rongxue exclaimed in surprise. I've been waiting for you. Water pulse. Cheng Tian decisively commanded. Guagua. A sphere of water pulse coalesced in his hands and came crashing down upon the mischievous panda's head. The tearing effect of the swirling sphere elicited a pained cry from the mischievous panda. Mischievous panda, get up quickly and counter with bullet punch, Song Rongxue urged, anxious that the mischievous panda might lose if this continued. Mischievous. The mischievous panda struggled to rise, but just as it attempted to throw a punch, the Guagua Pow frog's tongue had already reached its face, delivering a paralyzing effect that rendered the mischievous panda immobile. The Guagua Pow frog summoned another tidal whirl, this time enveloping the mischievous panda entirely. Mischievous panda. Cheng Tian could not let this opportunity slip away. Guagua Pow frog, finish it with ice punch. With icy crystals encasing its fist, the Guagua Pow frog struck out, and this time the mischievous panda fell to the ground, utterly unable to continue the battle. Guagua. The Guagua Pow frog triumphed over its opponent and appeared quite elated. Recently, it felt itself growing stronger. Well done, Guagua Pow frog. Cheng Tian ran over to embrace the Guagua Pow frog, and at that moment, the information panel indicated that the Guagua Pow frog's water pulse level had increased once more. I almost lost too, Cheng Tian remarked, just as his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a notification from the official World Pokémon League. Congratulations. You have won this one-on-one battle, and your world ranking has risen to 587, 221, 456. Keep up the good work. Cheng Tian stared at the screen in disbelief, counting the numbers for a long time. Over 500 million? How long will it take to climb this ladder? He couldn't help but grumble. Meanwhile, Song Rongxue had retrieved the phone positioned at the side of the arena to record the video. Don't worry, it is a world competition after all. With trainers from all around the globe participating, Song Rongxue reassured him. What is your world ranking? Cheng Tian inquired. Over 400 million. Cheng Tian was taken aback. The registration opened just yesterday, and you're already over 400 million. Song Rongxue playfully flicked Cheng Tian's forehead, exclaiming, silly. Each competition year automatically updates the previous rankings. The specific rules are matrix-based. For instance, if you find yourself ranked low among the 500 million participants and your position remains unchanged, you will inevitably drop further in the next competition year. Conversely, if you are ranked high this year, you won't start too far behind in the next. Upon hearing her explanation, Cheng Tian nodded in understanding. Well, the competition is over. Would you like to join me for a meal, senior? Song Rongxue beamed at Cheng Tian. One must admit, being charmed by such a captivating woman can easily sway any ordinary man. However, Cheng Tian was genuinely apprehensive of her reckless driving. She was notorious for her wild rides. To decline her invitation, he fabricated an excuse. My dad will pick me up after work. Oh, I see. That's unfortunate. Song Rongxue replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, as she handed him a neatly packed phone stand. Here, this is for you. Cheng Tian was about to refuse when she interjected, I have a spare. Take it. It will be convenient for your future matches. No way. Cheng Tian insisted. But she had already darted away. Honestly, Cheng Tian sighed, taking a sip of his milk tea, only to suddenly spit it out. Cough, cough. This woman did it on purpose. His milk tea was supposed to be original flavor, yet he had inadvertently sipped on the bubble tea that Song Rongxue had just enjoyed. He had seen her drink from that cup, and without hesitation, tossed it into the trash. That wicked woman must have switched them on purpose. He thought determinedly. As he pondered where to dine, Cheng Tian noticed a small head stealthily peeking from behind a bush. He mused, curious. Oh no, what if I'm spotted? Su-han had waited a long time, gathering her courage to peek out, only to find Cheng Tian had vanished. Where did he go? What are you doing here? Cheng Tian's voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Su-han. Her expression mirrored that of a caught rabbit. Blushing, she stammered, I was just here. Oh, I see, Cheng Tian replied, not overly suspicious. Do you need something? Just as Su-han was about to say she had nothing to share, she recalled how Song Rongxue had been so forward earlier. I was wondering, she said in a voice barely above a whisper. Would you like to go see a movie this Sunday? A movie? Cheng Tian blinked in surprise. Just as Su-han braced herself for rejection, he replied, sure. What movie shall we watch? Really? That is wonderful, she thought, her heart soaring. However, as they got into the car, a familiar face appeared. Ah, Cheng Tian. Fancy meeting you again, Uncle Wang said with a warm smile. Thank you for the trouble, Cheng Tian replied, feeling a bit awkward. No trouble at all. After all, Cheng Tian is a friend of the young lady. Uncle Wang waved dismissively. Now hop in. The car wound through the streets and soon delivered Cheng Tian to his doorstep. Before stepping out, he politely bid farewell. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Throughout the journey, Su-han engaged in a conversation with herself. Yet Cheng Tian could not shake the sensation that the driver ahead was subtly observing him through the rearview mirror. A feeling akin to being ensnared by the gaze of a serpent. Goodbye, Cheng Tian, Su-han said, rolling down the window to wave farewell. Take care on your journey. Chapter 54, The Initial Assessment. After a long wait, Cheng Tian finally had a meal. The three Pokémon at home had long finished their meal and were now off to one side, either playing or dozing off. People from Bingzhou are accustomed to their afternoon naps. Just as Cheng Tian lay down to rest, a notification chimed. Su, are you there? I'm here. Let us go watch a movie this week. This week? Cheng Tian pondered for a moment before swiftly typing on the screen. But next week is the initial assessment. We should focus on our studies this week and go next weekend. Okay. Though still among the 500 million, the battle frequency of his Froakie had notably increased, and several of its most frequently used skills had advanced by one level, with its overall level also rising. The current information panel for Froakie was as follows. Pokémon, Froakie, gender, male, nature, mischievous, ability, torrent, level, 15, inherited skills, Mind's Eye 1, boosted punch, 1, ice punch 4, personal skills, glare, 3, bubble, 6, round, 2, pound 4, growl 3, lick 4, water pulse 5, tot skills, water gun 4, leaf tornado 7, Grass Knot. 1. Protect. 2. Shadow Clone. 4. Hydro Pump. 3. The limit for the clones created by Shadow Clone had reached 6. And the potency of Water Pulse was steadily increasing. Arriving early at school, many classmates were engaged in discussions about the format of the upcoming initial assessment. "Ah, Tian, you're here," Bai Yun exclaimed upon seeing Cheng Tian, momentarily pausing her conversation with two other girls. The group had been discussing the initial assessment, but before long, a teacher entered the room. To everyone's surprise, it was not their homeroom teacher, Sun Yenling, but rather their physical education instructor, Teacher Zhou. "Everyone, quiet down," Teacher Zhou commanded. Although the noise diminished considerably, whispers persisted. Such is the nature of familiarity. "Bai Yun, what are you still chatting about with Cheng Tian?" Teacher Zhou called out directly. For some reason, ever since the last reward distribution, Teacher Zhou had taken a particular liking to calling out the names of these two boys. We won't speak anymore," the two boys quickly replied. Noticing that the class had indeed quieted, Teacher Zhou finally spoke. "This time, the initial assessment for our Pokémon class will primarily focus on battles, adopting a tournament-style format." "Huh, a tournament?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The arena has been set within the confines of a grand sports hall, featuring a total of 5 battle stages. Throughout the day, all students enrolled in the Pokémon curriculum are to engage in a series of matches, with their rankings determined by the frequency of their participation and the ratio of victories to defeats. One cannot help but admire the uniqueness of the Pokémon department. Even their preliminary assessments are conducted in such an extraordinary manner. "How many times can one challenge?" inquired a young man, raising his hand. "You may challenge as many times as you wish today," Mr. Zhou replied nonchalantly. "However, should you lack the requisite skill and continue to lose, your ranking will undoubtedly suffer." "Very well, let us proceed to the sports hall," he instructed. Upon hearing this, the students promptly gathered at the classroom entrance and formed a line towards the gymnasium. As they descended the stairs, they garnered envious glances from students of other disciplines, who longed for the opportunity to engage in battles rather than sitting for examinations in their classrooms. Their class was the last to arrive, as the other 4 had already settled in. Upon entering, Cheng Tian spotted Song Rongxue playfully waving at him from one of the teams. He chose to ignore her, yet his companion Su Han felt a twinge of discontent, although she could not quite comprehend the reason behind it. "Mr. Zhou, you've arrived," greeted the physical education teachers from the other classes upon spotting him. "Yes, shall we commence?" he responded, waiting for their agreement. With the consensus reached, Mr. Zhou stepped forward and released a Poké Ball, summoning a vibrant purple Noivern to the stage. Noivern possesses a unique internal mechanism capable of producing a variety of sounds through its body, utilizing its orifices to create a symphony of tones. It adeptly communicates with its partners through the modulation of sound frequency and volume. The spectators curiously examined the Noivern, wondering if it was Mr. Zhou's second Pokémon. As Mr. Zhou addressed the Noivern, his voice resonated loudly, prompting many to cover their ears. Embarrassed, he gently urged Noivern to lower its volume. With a roll of its eyes, Noivern complied and diminished its output. "Now, let us prepare to commence the preliminary battle tournament," Mr. Zhou announced. Each class is to designate a student as the first round's defending champion, after which challenges may be freely issued. It is not limited to challenging your own class. You may face the champions from other classes as well, he added with a smile. "Who shall our class nominate?" Mr. Zhou inquired. Yet, no one dared to volunteer another student. In such circumstances, frivolity could diminish one's standing, and unless one possessed exceptional prowess. The inherent wisdom of avoiding the spotlight was well understood. After all, to be eliminated in the first round would be quite embarrassing. Noticing the hesitance among the students, Mr. Zhou appeared somewhat exasperated. "Very well, I shall randomly select someone." Opening the roster, he pointed to a name. "First match, Lin Lin." Upon hearing her name called, Lin Lin's expression fell, her face displaying a mix of dismay. "What should I do, Yun? What if I get eliminated?" "Do not worry, if you do get eliminated. I will be there for you," Bai Yun reassured her. 5 classes each nominated a representative, and to Cheng Tian's surprise, Song Rongxue was chosen by Class 2. However, it was peculiar that the members of Class 2 seemed to take delight in this, while Song Rongxue herself remained silent. Cheng Tian furrowed his brow, pondering whether this young lady had been at odds with her classmates. Chapter 55. I will reiterate my previous statement. That year, I had my hands tucked in my pockets. "Very well, now everyone may challenge freely," announced Teacher Zhou. The participants swiftly approached their chosen platforms, but Cheng Tian and his companions did not rush. Instead, they focused on Lin Lin's battle. Over the past few days, Lin Lin's Pachirisu had made notable progress, reaching level 10, a commendable pace indeed. Among the 5 platforms, Lin Lin attracted a considerable number of challengers, perhaps due to the perception that a petite girl would be an easier opponent. Lin Lin's Pachirisu fought valiantly, securing 2 consecutive victories before being ultimately defeated by a Snivy, battered, and bruised. "Oh no, I lost, Ayun," Lin Lin lamented, feeling aggrieved. "It's all right. Winning 2 in a row is impressive. Now, watch me," Yun replied, stepping onto the stage with her Fire Monkey's Pokeball. The Fire Monkey had also improved, elevating its combat skills and level, executing a flurry of punches to bring down the Snivy with fluidity. "Let us go challenge as well," Suhan suggested. The 2 made their way towards another platform, where Suhan quickly selected Class 4's Arena, and her Fairy-type Pokémon swiftly claimed victory. Now at level 17, the Fairy-type boasted a robust skill set, establishing itself as a formidable contender among their novice ranks. "Is that irritating person still up there?" one girl remarked. "Not yet. But it's only a matter of time. The endurance match will surely wear her out. It's so frustrating to see her flaunting herself. It's obvious she's not a good person." Cheng Tian's brow furrowed at their words, realizing they were referring to Song Rongxue, who was indeed being targeted within their class. He had little patience for those who indulged in gossip, so he approached and stood behind them. "Excuse me, classmates. Could you please move aside?" The girls, startled by his sudden appearance, begrudgingly parted ways, grumbling under their breath. Walking without making a sound. "Who are you trying to scare? Why come this way so quickly? Are you blind?" Without acknowledging their remarks, Cheng Tian walked past them, coolly stating, "Ladies, be cautious when speaking ill of others behind their backs. You might find yourselves in a perilous situation in the afterlife." The girls immediately realized their conversation had been overheard, and, feeling embarrassed and enraged, they hurled insults at Cheng Tian. However, he paid no heed to their vitriol. They were merely a bunch of immature girls, and their words did not faze him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Song Rongxue was directing her battered Pandarite against a transformed Qingling. The state of her Pandarite was dire, as it remained vigilant, employing quick defensive maneuvers while surveying its surroundings. Song Rongxue gritted her teeth, feeling the fatigue from the prolonged battle weighing heavily upon her. She was keenly aware that some girls in her class held a grudge against her. They would rather squander their time than allow her a fair chance, employing underhanded tactics to evade confrontation and prolong the match. This strategy only served to make each victory for Song Rongxue a drawn-out affair, time that could have been better spent engaging in multiple battles. Their actions were undoubtedly self-destructive, wounding themselves as much as they hoped to hinder her. Just then, the concealed figure of Bien Yinlong emerged behind the mischievous panda, delivering a powerful strike to the back of its head. 1-1. The mischievous panda cried out in pain, collapsing unconscious. "Panda!" Song Rongxue exclaimed, her heart aching as she rushed over to lift the fallen creature, though she did not raise her gaze to confront her adversaries. Their triumphant expressions were unmistakable. Cradling the mischievous panda in her arms, Song Rongxue's eyes turned icy. One must strive to integrate into the larger community, lest they be deemed an outcast. Having struggled academically in her senior year, Song Rongxue had decided to repeat a year upon hearing that the second year would be divided into specialized tracks. Despite her lackluster performance in academic subjects, she possessed an exceptional talent for Pokémon battles, but her poor grades relegated her to Class 2. This development surprised and pleased both her and her family. Her father, once the proprietor of an underground fighting arena, had since turned his life around, becoming the esteemed leader of the evil-type gym in Binzhou, straddling both the underworld and legitimate circles. Song Rongxue yearned to fit in with her classmates, yet her striking beauty and vivacious demeanor quickly stirred jealousy among some girls. When they learned that she had repeated a year due to poor grades, their hostility only intensified. Her heart grew colder with each encounter. "If you insist on being ungracious, do not blame me for being ruthless." "Hey, are you all right?" A familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Looking up, she saw Cheng Tian's expressionless face. "Stop standing there. Hurry and get the mischievous panda treated." Cheng Tian glanced at the group of whispering girls. "I'll take care of them for you." Song Rongxue cast him a deep, appreciative look. "Be careful, then." With that, she took the mischievous panda off to receive treatment. Cheng Tian felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Though he knew he should not meddle, he couldn't overlook the kindness Song Rongshua had shown him, from buying bubble tea to giving him rides, albeit on a rather reckless motorcycle. Seeing her targeted stirred his displeasure. In his previous life, while at university, he had offended a girl who then reported him to the counselor, fabricating stories that tarnished his reputation among both classmates and faculty. Such individuals deserved a slap in the face. When the girls noticed a boy stepping in to defend Song Rongshua, their expressions shifted to one of hostility. TSK, this shameless girl must have found herself a fool. A girl whispered softly, yet Cheng Tian caught her words. He said nothing further, retrieving a Poké Ball containing his Froakie and releasing it. Class 1 of the Department of Pokémon Science, Cheng Tian, challenges you. The girl, adorned with heavy makeup, scoffed, "Humph, let us see what you can do." Froakie bubble. Cheng Tian commanded decisively, and Froakie launched a bubble attack that struck the opponent's hidden dragon, obscuring its vision. Shadow clone and slash. Taking advantage of the moment, Froakie pressed the attack, catching the girl off guard. She hastily instructed her hidden dragon to conceal itself. The hidden dragon shook off the bubble and vanished from sight. Froakie halted its advance, and its clones remained motionless. Suddenly, the hidden dragon appeared behind one of Froakie's clones, executing a surprise attack. However, the clone dissipated, revealing it was not the real Froakie. Water pulse. Froakie unleashed a torrent that targeted the hidden dragon, but it evaded the attack by disappearing once more. Indeed, quite troublesome. Cheng Tian observed every move intently. Abruptly, Froakie's shadow elongated, causing Cheng Tian's pupils to contract. Guard. A green energy shield materialized, blocking the hidden dragon's assault and rendering its sneak attack futile. "Humph, guarding won't save you," the girl ordered. "Hidden dragon, faint." The hidden dragon deftly raised its claws, aiming straight for Froakie's face, seemingly bypassing the shield. It hit. The girl thought, exhilarated. Yet Cheng Tian wore a triumphant smile. "Froakie, water gun." A fierce torrent enveloped the hidden dragon, inflicting damage. "What?" the girl gasped. "I can't let you off that easily." Cheng Tian, equipped with a system information panel, was well aware of his opponent's skills, including the feint that ignored defenses, thus he decided to play along. Once the hidden dragon was ensnared, Froakie swiftly executed a series of enhanced punches, landing blow after blow. Although the skill was of a lower level, its elemental advantage was palpable. The enhanced punches continued to strike, the damage accumulating. Froakie targeted the weaknesses, landing blows to the neck and abdomen. As the water pulse dissipated, the hidden dragon lay battered and barely conscious on the ground. Cheng Tian's gaze turned icy as he regarded the girls with discontent. "Continue," he said slowly. No one moved. Observing this, Cheng Tian addressed the onlookers. "I'll reiterate, that year I stood with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what it meant to have an opponent." Upon uttering this rather dramatic line, he challenged, "What? No one dares to step up? Are you all just here to gawk?" At his words, the crowd became restless. What is so impressive about defeating a girl? I'll take him on myself. A group clamored to challenge Cheng Tian, emboldened by the girl's earlier defeat. In an instant, Cheng Tian found himself at the center of a growing challenge. Looking at the throng before him, disdain filled Cheng Tian's eyes. At times, the onlookers can be more despicable than the bullies themselves. Despite their lack of direct involvement, they still feel compelled to offer their unsolicited commentary. Cheng Tian would typically avoid instigating conflict, yet the tormentors of Song Rongshua incited his ire, and it was fortuitous that Gua Gua Pao one needed some practice. Thus, he decided to intervene. Chapter 56. Break Through Your Limits. A few girls, who had previously hesitated to challenge, were the first to step forward. One of them approached the stage and tossed a Poké Ball, revealing a red and white sphere resembling a Pikachu. The girl regarded Gua Gua Pao with confidence, believing that her type advantage would secure her victory. Although the Pikachu had yet to learn self-destruct, she was certain that a few electric-type moves would suffice to defeat her opponent. Little did she know that her capabilities were transparent to Cheng Tian. Pikachu use rollout. The Pikachu rolled onto the field, its body enveloped in a dazzling electric aura, hurtling towards Gua Gua Pao with astonishing speed. The girl beamed with pride, eager to make a name for herself, unaware that she might soon meet her own downfall. Gua Gua Pao use grass knot. Cheng Tian's calm voice cut through the air, and suddenly, two vines emerged from the ground, skillfully ensnaring the rolling Pikachu. It crashed into them and was sent flying. Its rolling momentum abruptly halted. "What?" the girl gasped in shock. Gua Pow swiftly conjured a water pulse and directed it at the airborne Pikachu, sending it plummeting toward the ground. Simultaneously, a whirlpool surged upward, enveloping the descending Pikachu. Pikachu! Cheng Tian nodded in satisfaction. The grass knot technique had proven invaluable against fast-moving or rolling opponents. As the whirlpool dissipated, the battered Pikachu lay on the ground, still clinging to the remnants of its fighting spirit. The girl gritted her teeth, now relying on the hope that her adversary might let down their guard for just a moment, presenting her with a fleeting chance to retaliate. After all, this Pikachu possessed the hidden ability Self-destruct. Self-destruct, when reduced to a critically low health state, if the opponent makes contact, it will explode. Cheng Tian wore a sly smile. Gua Pow approach and use cut. Gua Pow formed a water spike and slowly advanced toward the Pikachu. The girl, filled with excitement yet hesitant to reveal it, urged her Pokémon closer. Just a little closer, just as Gua Pow was about to make contact with the Pikachu, Cheng Tian abruptly changed his command. Water pulse. Gua Pow unleashed the water pulse upon the Pikachu's face, the relentless assault rendering the Pikachu incapable of further combat. Observing the girl's despondent expression, Cheng Tian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. You wish to outsmart me? Perhaps a few more years of development will serve you better. Next, Cheng Tian continued, as a boy stepped forward, gazing at him with animosity. Brother, you're quite audacious, aren't you? Am I audacious? Why not come and test it for yourself? Cheng Tian replied coolly. His demeanor evidently incited the fury of his opponent. The adversary unleashed a Pokémon resembling a cactus, the spiky ball Pokémon, Cacturn. Cheng Tian felt a sense of challenge. Although Cacturn was only at level 11, which is not particularly high, it lacked inherited moves as a Pokémon, rendering the information panel devoid of any inherited skills. What made this encounter particularly daunting was Cacturn's ability, Water Absorb. This trait not only nullified damage from water-type attacks, but also restored its health. Cacturn's grass typing naturally countered Froakie, and with the Water Absorb ability, it was clear why this boy felt emboldened to confront him. Cheng Tian did not retreat. He understood that pressure would fuel Froakie's growth. Cacturn, use Root and Seed Bomb. The opponent initiated the battle by having Cacturn take root, then spread seed bombs around itself. Leaf Storm. A flurry of shimmering leaves materialized around Cacturn, swiftly shooting toward Froakie. Use Double Team to evade. 7 Froakies appeared on the battlefield, dispersing in various directions. The Leaf Storm pursued only one, which ultimately ventured into the center of the seed bombs, suffering a dual assault from both the leaves and the seeds. Unfortunately, it was not the real Froakie. The remaining Froakies unleashed their signature move, Cut, charging toward Cacturn. In response, Cacturn lifted a leg and stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble and destabilizing Froakie's stance. Earth-type move, Stomp. This was a skill specifically prepared for Cacturn by the boy. Struggling to maintain their footing, the Froakies found themselves vulnerable, prompting the boy to command, Cacturn, continue with Leaf Storm. Protect with Water Pulse. Froakie ran while conjuring a protective energy shield, successfully deflecting the damage from Leaf Storm, simultaneously gathering a swirling water pulse in its hands. The boy wore a triumphant smile. If Froakie dared to use water-type moves against Cacturn, it would only restore Cacturn's vitality. To everyone's surprise, Cheng Tian did not order Froakie to directly attack Cacturn. Instead, the water pulse glided across the ground, stirring up the scattered seed bombs. Cut. Froakie finally reached Cacturn, delivering a cut that struck Cacturn's body, eliciting a pained cry. Do not fear, use Thunder Punch. Cacturn's hand crackled with electricity as it struck at Froakie, who retaliated with Ice Punch, a move particularly effective against grass types. Both punches collided simultaneously. Froakie cried out in agony and was sent reeling, while Cacturn's roots, tethered to the ground, snapped due to the impact, interrupting its growth ability and sending it flying back as well. The two Pokémon struggled to rise, continuing to exchange blows with Thunder Punch and Ice Punch. Soon, both were gravely injured. Froakie's skin charred in patches, while Cacturn's verdant body was marred by shards of ice. The spectators, awaiting their turn to challenge, were captivated by the intensity of the match. These two combatants were nothing short of formidable, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. The Froakie, panting heavily, felt waves of numbness coursing through its body, leaving it in considerable discomfort. However, the Cacturn was equally beleaguered, with both Pokémon pushed to their limits. Another Thunder Punch struck, prompting Froakie to envelop itself in a swirling vortex. Despite water's conductive properties, it mitigated much of the punch's force. Gritting its teeth against the numbing sensation from the vortex, Froakie unleashed an ice punch, breaking through the water's surface and landing a powerful blow on Cacturn's face. This time, Cacturn could no longer endure and succumbed, losing its ability to fight. Froakie triumphed with a remarkable 3 consecutive victories. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and concern. Song Rongxue awaited the healing of her mischievous panda, her heart heavy with worry for Cheng Tian, who had stepped up to face the challenge. "Come on, Tian," a boy shouted fervently from the crowd, flanked by 2 girls who enthusiastically cheered for Cheng Tian on stage. "Who is that?" "He's incredible," someone murmured. "I think he's from class 1. Has he really won 4 times in a row?" Song Rongxue gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Around them, students from various classes gathered to witness the spectacle. The male competitor was undeniably impressive. Song Rongxue noticed the expressions of a few girls targeting her were now as sour as if they had bitten into a lemon. They had not anticipated Cheng Tian's strength. In his 4 matches, apart from the one against Cacturn, he had secured victories with minimal losses. At that moment, Froakie appeared somewhat battered, adorned with various wounds, its blue cheeks marred by bruises, clearly showing the toll of battle. Its current opponent was a furious Mankey, which had been provoked into a rage due to Froakie's critical hit. The enraged creature was recklessly swinging its fists at Froakie, exhausted from 4 consecutive battles. Froakie could no longer summon its vortex skill and was relegated to a defensive stance. Mankey's enhanced punches landed repeatedly on Froakie, and Cheng Tian was growing increasingly anxious. He knew he had to prevent Mankey from stacking its power further, or the situation would become perilous. As Froakie endured the frenzied onslaught of Mankey's punches, several strikes even landed on its own face, igniting a fire of fury within. "I have tolerated this for far too long," Froakie roared, abandoning its defense and launching itself at Mankey with a frigid punch. Caught off guard, Mankey felt the sting of pain, which only fueled its anger further. At that moment, Mankey resembled an irate villager, its temper inflating and provoking Froakie's ire in return. Froakie, seemingly oblivious to its own pain, unleashed a flurry of ice punches, striking Mankey's face with relentless fervor. "You've got a face like a pig. Just watch as I pound you into the ground today." At this moment, the Froakie was entirely consumed by the fervor of battle. Its consecutive victories were abruptly interrupted by the encounter with the Mankey, and in the face of the latter's wrath, Froakie, too, became irrational, recklessly pummeling the Mankey's face. The 2 frenzied Pokémon exchanged blows, each striving to outdo the other in ferocity, igniting the audience's adrenaline. Bai Yun, along with Song Rongxue and the others, rallied behind Froakie, and the ensuing commotion soon caught the attention of several physical education teachers. "Hey, Laozhou, doesn't that kid on the field belong to your class?" one teacher inquired. Upon closer inspection, Teacher Zhou realized, indeed, it appears to be one of ours. Named Cheng Tian. Meanwhile, Froakie's offensive grew increasingly fierce. Inexplicably, it felt a surge of vitality coursing within, invigorating its weary body with a gentle warmth. The Mankey, having recovered from its previous frenzy, no longer attacked with the same intensity. As it endured the pain of its injuries, a flicker of trepidation emerged in its fierce gaze. "Am I the Mankey, or are you the Mankey? How can you be so reckless? Do not let the battle cease." This confrontation was a visceral clash, and the audience's excitement transformed into palpable tension as both sides exerted their final reserves of strength, with each strike delivering significant damage. "Maintain this momentum. This is not your limit, Froakie," Cheng Tian shouted with fervor. "Defeat it. You shall grow stronger. You will become the mightiest ninja. Push beyond your limits, Froakie." Suddenly, as Froakie launched into a frenzied assault, a brilliant white light erupted from its body, reminiscent of ancient origins. The radiance captivated onlookers, as if they could witness the genesis and evolution of life, a symbol of hope and infinity. "I am the light of evolution," Teacher Zhou exclaimed, rising abruptly, his astonishment evident. Chapter 57, The Rise of Frogadier. Froakie had already reached level 15, on the brink of its first evolution. The consecutive battles had bestowed upon it a wealth of experience, while its fighting spirit soared to its zenith, enabling it to break through the threshold of level 16 and commence its first transformation. "I am evolving." Many spectators, witnessing the phenomenon of evolution for the first time, were awestruck. This radiant glow signified the reconfiguration of a Pokémon's genetic makeup, leading to a transformative brilliance. While Suhan and Song Rongxue appeared relatively composed, Bai Yun and Lin Lin were filled with curiosity and astonishment. Cheng Tian was exhilarated. After such a long wait, the moment of evolution had finally arrived. Some spectators even began recording videos, including all but Teacher Zhou, who had not witnessed such brilliance in ages. The miraculous light continued to radiate, and amidst the shimmering glow, Frokie's originally short limbs elongated, its height steadily increasing. The foam encircling its neck gradually diminished, yet the foam at the nape of its neck extended, gracefully trailing behind. As the brilliance began to fade, Frokie's transformed visage was unveiled. It could no longer be referred to as Froakie. It had now become Frogadier. The coloration of the Frogadier's back has deepened, and its physique has transformed into a tall and slender form. It boasts 2 elongated arms, with a prominent feature on its head and 2 white dots adorning its nose. The Frogadier possesses remarkable control, capable of striking a tin can from a distance of 30 meters. Its agility is unparalleled, and it is said to scale heights exceeding 600 meters in just a minute. Gua, Frogadier, you have arrived, exclaimed Cheng Tian with delight. Gua, Gua, the Frogadier, reveling in its newfound body, felt an overwhelming exhilaration. As its master had once remarked, evolution enhances one's strength, and indeed, it now felt as though it were brimming with limitless power. Upon glancing at the opposing Simisage, the latter trembled in fear, retreating frantically behind its trainer. This reaction indicated the Pokémon's loss of fighting spirit and capability. Thus, Frogadier achieved a triumphant 5 consecutive victories. Very well, I concede. Let the champion contest resume, Cheng Tian declared, choosing to forfeit the ensuing match as Frogadier had only just evolved, warranting a comprehensive examination. Approaching Frogadier, Cheng Tian found that he merely needed to bend slightly to pat its head. A typical Frogadier stands at approximately 0.6 meters. Yet Cheng Tian's companion was notably taller, by about 0.5 meters. Congratulations, Frogadier, Cheng Tian said, extending his hand to stroke its forehead, which felt somewhat rougher than before. After recalling Frogadier into its Poké Ball, Cheng Tian proceeded, as the onlookers parted to create a path. Bai Yun and her companions gathered around. Tian, you're incredible. 5 consecutive victories, Bai Yun exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, Cheng Tian. Your Froakie has also evolved. The 2 girls chimed in with their congratulations. Thank you, Cheng Tian replied with a smile. I must first attend to a checkup for Frogadier. How did your matches fare? Hee. I played 6 matches and won 4, Bai Yun reported. I played 5 and won 3, Lin Lin added. 7 matches, 6 victories, Suhan remarked with a gentle smile, as if recounting a mundane occurrence. Wow, team leader, you played 7 matches and won 6, Bai Yun exclaimed, astonished. The opponents were rather weak, Suhan replied with a smile. Cheng Tian couldn't help but smirk. It wasn't merely the weakness of the opponents, but rather his sister's exceptional prowess. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the gym, he encountered Song Rongxue waiting at the entrance. Hee, Junior, you were amazing. I heard you achieved 5 consecutive victories, Song Rongxue said with a playful smile. Cheng Tian gazed at her thoughtfully, pondering why they would target her. Oh dear, you won. Why bring up such mood-dampening remarks? Song Rongxue deflected, asking how she might properly express her gratitude. Cheng Tian, perceiving her intent, refrained from probing further. If she chose not to elaborate, so be it. This endeavor was merely a serendipitous success, culminating in Frokie's evolution. No need, senior. I must proceed to attend to Frogadier's medical examination, Cheng Tian declined. Oh, that senior sounded quite natural. Do say it again, Song Rongxue teased. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Cheng Tian stated, clearly unwilling to linger, and turned to depart. As Cheng Tian watched Song Rongxue leave, he remained momentarily stunned, despite having been smiling moments before. After a lengthy pause, he quietly murmured a soft thank you. Once he had conducted a thorough examination of his Froakie and confirmed that all was well, Cheng Tian felt reassured and led Froakie towards the gymnasium. By the time they returned, it was nearly noon, and the physical education teachers had called a halt to the tournament, instructing the students to assemble in orderly lines. All right, time's almost up. We will conclude this morning's tournament here and resume in the afternoon. Therefore, those who did not perform well should strive harder during the afternoon sessions, Mr. Zhou announced. Now, You may disperse. Hey, Cheng Tian, just a moment, Mr. Zhou's voice called out. I need to discuss something with you. Sure. Although Cheng Tian was uncertain about the matter, he agreed. You all can go ahead. There's no need to wait for me. The other three nodded and departed. Approaching Mr. Zhou, Cheng Tian inquired. Is there something you need, Mr. Zhou? Today, your Froakie evolved, didn't it? Mr. Zhou remarked. How long have you had it? Cheng Tian felt a bit bashful at the compliment, considering he had captured Froakie when it was already level 12. Ahem. The reason I asked you to stay is to discuss something important, Mr. Zhou said with a serious tone. Around mid-December, there will be a battle tournament organized for students like you in the new second-year Pokémon Studies program. I have high hopes for you. And if there are no issues, I would like you to participate. Me? Cheng Tian was taken aback. Yes, I watched your battles. Your command skills are quite impressive. The timing of your orders is crucial, and your choice of skills is very appropriate. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have developed some innovative ways to utilize your skills? Yes, Cheng Tian nodded. It was commendable for a novice to reach this level. In the coming time, focus on enhancing your abilities. If all goes well, I plan to reserve a spot for you in our class, Mr. Zhou stated. Is that agreeable? Cheng Tian nodded affirmatively, realizing that participating in the tournament would be highly beneficial, enriching his experience, and allowing him to engage in more battles to strengthen his Pokémon. Please keep this information confidential for now. As far as I know, the tournament will likely require participants to have 2 Pokémon, as you are newcomers. Cultivating 2 Pokémon in such a short span is quite exceptional. Chapter 58. Preparing for the school celebration, the afternoon battles continued with fervor, as everyone exerted themselves to achieve better rankings. Yet, with victories come defeats. Those who triumphed surged forward while those who lost sought to rise again, creating an atmosphere of fierce competition. It wasn't until nearly the end of the school day that Mr. Zhou called a halt. All right, enough fighting. Time is running out. This round of the tournament concludes here. We will compile the results and prepare a report card, Mr. Zhou said with a mischievous smile. Rest assured, it won't be sent to you. The school will directly deliver it to your homes. Am I the school a devil? No need for that, teacher. I regard you as a mentor, yet you seem to betray me. The crowd lamented and protested against the inhumane actions of the school. Nonetheless, such complaints were utterly futile. Teacher, there is still an hour until school ends. Should we just leave? Someone inquired. Please wait a moment. Although everyone was reluctant, they had no choice but to obediently head back to the classroom. Inside the classroom of Class 1 of the Elf Department, discussions about today's arena competition filled the air, creating a cacophony. Sun Yenling entered, striking the blackboard eraser against the podium. Everyone, quiet down. While there were fools in the class, there were still many wise individuals. Those with low emotional intelligence celebrated the school anniversary, while those with higher emotional intelligence lamented the encroachment on their holiday. Ahem. Upon hearing someone expose the school's intentions, Sun Yenling felt a bit awkward. In any case, what theme shall we adopt this time? How about a maid CAF? A boy immediately suggested. All the boys instantly applauded him. Yet they were met with fierce resistance from the girls. No way, you pervert. Why should we dress for your viewing pleasure? Sicko. The girls rejected vehemently, leaving the boy to begrudgingly close his mouth. Seeing that the crowd had been babbling for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, Sun Yenling decisively intervened. All right, enough of this back and forth. We are students of the Elf Department, and this time the theme must be related to Pokémon. Cheng Tian nodded in agreement. Activities for students of the Elf class must indeed revolve around Pokémon. After half an hour of discussion, they ultimately concluded that a Pokémon-themed restaurant seemed most feasible. With the theme decided, there was nothing more to discuss. Sun Yenling waved her hand grandly, allowing everyone to leave school. The 4 members of Group 3 chatted as they walked, but only Su-Han seemed a bit hesitant, merely gazing at Cheng Tian without uttering a word. Lin, noticing this, tugged at by Yuan, who was engrossed in a discussion about anime with Cheng Tian, signaling her with a glance. Upon seeing Su-Han's demeanor, Bai Yin suddenly understood. Tian, Lin and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first, Bai Yin stated. Huh, what matters? Cheng Tian queried, puzzled, as he noticed Su-Han's flushed face. Cheng Tian, this Sunday. Oh, I remember, we're going to watch a movie together. Cheng Tian nodded. I've already booked the tickets for Saturday at 5 in the afternoon, near the Guamao building. Son, have you just captured a new Pokémon? Cheng's mother curiously scrutinized Froakie. Oh dear, ignorant as always. This is the evolved form of Froakie. Cheng's father crouched down to examine Froakie with intrigue. Cheng's mother shot him a glare. Who are you calling ignorant? Ah, no, I meant myself, Cheng's father replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The electric dog curiously observed this creature before it, sniffing carefully to recognize it as Froakie. Kokorita had spent the entire day in the Poké Ball and was unaware that her older brother had evolved, her eyes glimmering with envy. Froakie felt quite uncomfortable under everyone's scrutiny. All right, stop dawdling. Showdown has spent the entire day battling in tournaments, and Guada Frog is hungry. Let's have dinner, suggested Father Cheng. Meanwhile, in a villa district in the city center, Bai Yun had just finished her bath and was watching television with Xiao Huahou. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, Bai Yun, what are you up to? Came Lin Lin's voice from the other end. I'm watching anime with Xiao Huahou. What's up? Oh, nothing much, Lin Lin replied, sounding a bit shy. I was thinking of going to the amusement park this weekend. Would you accompany me? How old are we now? And you still want to go to the amusement park? Bai Yun responded, slightly exasperated. I just want to take a look. It's been ages since we last went. Lin Lin whined, prompting Bai Yun to relent. Fine, I'll go with you. Hee, thank you, Bai Yun. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. All right, rest early. Lin Lin lay on the sofa, feeling a surge of excitement as she glanced at her phone. Just then, a notification chimed in. Sue, how did it go? Did he agree? Yes, he did. This tactic truly worked. Then I wish you both a splendid time. With joy, Lin Lin sprang to her feet, humming a tune, and headed to her bedroom to rummage through her wardrobe. What should I wear on Sunday? She pondered, trying on outfit after outfit, yet remaining unsatisfied. Despite this, her smile never waned. Pachirisu sat at the table, nibbling on chestnuts, watching her mistress with a perplexed expression. What a foolish girl, it mused. Chapter 59. The weekend time swiftly brought everyone to the cherished weekend, a time favored by all. On Saturday morning, the Cheng family had just risen when a knock echoed at the door. Coming. Who is it? Father Cheng, clad in pajamas and still half asleep, shuffled to the door. A delivery person stood there, exclaiming, Reverse Wind Express, mission accomplished. Here is your package, please sign for it. As the delivery person handed the parcel to Father Cheng, who was still in a daze from sleep, he glanced at the recipient address. Indeed, it was their home. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review. The delivery person made a heart gesture, leaving Father Cheng momentarily bewildered. Closing the door, Father Cheng remained puzzled. Coco Dora lay on the floor, using a cloth to wipe it clean. It gestured for Father Cheng to step aside. The Cheng family had not anticipated Coco Dora's proactive cleaning, but it couldn't stand the sight of dust settling on the spotless floor. This diligent behavior earned it the admiration of Mother Cheng, who even encouraged Father and Son Cheng to learn from Coco Dora. Father Cheng was astonished. You lived in a mine before. Wasn't that place dirtier than here? Coco Dora thought to itself. This place is so clean, a bit of dust is indeed an eyesore. Son, come over and take a look. What is this? Father Cheng placed the package on the table and called from the sofa. Cheng Tian, brushing his teeth with Guada Frog in the bathroom, replied with a mouthful. What is going on? Just lounging around? After finishing his dental routine, Cheng Tian emerged to discover a package on the table. Where did this come from? He pondered for a moment, then recalled, Oh, it seems the school mentioned they would send each student's report card home. Is your school really that affluent? Cheng Tian's father couldn't help but comment as he began to unwrap the package. Inside was indeed a report card, detailing Cheng Tian's academic performance. Wow, Xiao Tian, you're impressive. Second in the entire grade. Cheng Tian's father exclaimed with delight. Really? Is that true? Cheng Tian responded, astonished. Let me take a look. Cheng Tian's mother approached for a closer inspection, confirming that he was indeed in second place. It really is true, but I'm a bit puzzled. What do these victory counts mean? Don't they report your individual scores for each subject? She inquired. Mom, I'm in the Elven Studies. Cheng Tian replied with a hint of exasperation. Ah, I see. Your examination method must be through battles, his father explained. What? This is a ranking based on combat. Cheng Tian's mother's enthusiasm noticeably waned. Mom, I plan to go watch a movie with my classmates this afternoon, so there's no need to save dinner for me. Cheng Tian announced at the breakfast table. Which classmate are you going with? His mother asked. Is it that girl who gave you a necklace last time? Do you have enough money? Should I transfer some to you? His father chuckled. It's just a movie. I won't need that much, Cheng Tian replied. Well, that's not acceptable. Remember to treat that girl to something. We boys should be courteous, his father said, transferring 300 yuan to him. After breakfast, once his parents left for work, Cheng Tian remained at home doing homework and browsing on his phone. However, he recalled his plan to watch a movie with Su-han that afternoon, so he decided to check his messages. Orange peel. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Guimao Mall this afternoon. In almost an instant, Su-han had sent her message. Su-asu okay. To his surprise, he arrived thinking he was early, only to find that Su-han had arrived even earlier. At that moment, Su-han stood at a stall, enjoying a roasted sausage. The sausage was quite thick, and just as she was about to take a bite, she accidentally burned her lips upon contact. While munching on the sausage, she scanned the area for Cheng Tian. Beautiful girls tend to attract attention, and several passers-by were glancing her way. Cheng Tian approached from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. Why are you here so early? Ah, Su-han jumped in surprise, losing her grip on the sausage, which fell to the ground, leaving her looking a bit forlorn. I'm sorry, Cheng Tian said awkwardly. How come you walk so silently? Su-han puffed out her cheeks, questioning him. I didn't mean to. Let me buy you another one, Cheng Tian offered, picking up the fallen sausage with a napkin and tossing it into the trash. The two of them each held a sausage, and Su-han cheerfully devoured hers, clearly delighted. I was worried about not finding the place, so I came early. Since we still have time, would you like to stroll around a bit? Cheng Tian suggested. Sure. Su-han nodded in agreement. Two individuals meandered through the bustling area of Guimao, while concurrently, at the entrance of the villa district in the city center, Lin, somewhat displeased, tapped her foot impatiently. After glancing at her phone for the umpteenth time, she finally spotted Bai Yun hurrying towards her in a flurry. Bai Yun, you are terribly late, Lin remarked with a hint of annoyance. My sincerest apologies. I overslept, Bai Yun replied sheepishly. During her midday nap, she had found herself unable to drift off, so she resorted to reviewing some study materials, only to unexpectedly succumb to slumber until now. Lin twirled in place, her face alight with a playful smile. So what do you think? Today, Lin had meticulously prepared herself. By 5 p.m., the weather had pleasantly cooled. She wore a white sweatshirt paired with a cap, her black hair cascading freely rather than tied up, creating a striking contrast with her attire. Her cherubic visage resembled that of a youthful neighbor. Don't you wear sweatshirts every day? Bai Yun queried, puzzled. Humph, today is different, Lin retorted. What is so different about it? Isn't it just a change of color? And those pants are quite ordinary too, Bai Yun countered. Blushing, Lin hesitated, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Secretly, she had made an effort to look special today, but was at a loss for words. How shall we get there? Should we take my car? Bai Yun inquired. No, taking your car is too mundane. Let us ride the tram today, Lin suggested. Won't that make us late? Bai Yun responded. The amusement park closes at 9, and there's a fountain show at 8. Let's go and see, Lin insisted. All right then. On the tram. Lin gazed in bemusement at Bai Yun, who had fallen asleep with her head resting against the window. It was quite remarkable that this girl could sleep so soundly in such a setting. Bai Yun was in a deep slumber, her head bobbing slightly with the tram's gentle sways. After a moment of contemplation, Lin slowly extended her hand and gently rested Bai Yun's head on her shoulder. Feeling the weight on her shoulder, Lin's heart raced with excitement. She discreetly took out her phone and activated the selfie mode, aiming it at herself and the peacefully sleeping Bai Yun to capture a moment. In the photo, Bai Yun's serene profile leaned against Lin's shoulder, while Lin tilted her head slightly, drawing closer. Unable to suppress her joy upon viewing the picture, Lin broke into a smile, though she stifled her laughter for fear of waking Bai Yun. At that moment, Lin lifted her gaze and noticed a stunning girl with a mask, positioned slightly ahead on her right, observing them. The girl's arched brows and eyes twinkled with suppressed laughter. With pink hair, fair skin, and adorned with a headband featuring little devil horns, she was unmistakably reminiscent of a character from a popular anime. Even though Lin was not a frequent viewer of such shows, clearly having witnessed Lin's earlier antics, the girl tilted her head with a grin and gave a thumbs up. Lin's face flushed with embarrassment at being caught. It wasn't until they disembarked that Lin finally roused the slumbering Bai Yun. Awaken, Ayun. You have been asleep the entire journey, Lin gently tapped Bai Yun's face, rousing her from her slumber. Have we arrived? Bai Yun still appeared somewhat dazed. At that moment, a Pachirisu poked its head out from Lin's hat and playfully nuzzled Bai Yun's cheek, effectively bringing her to full awareness. Ah, stop it. I'm awake now, Bai Yun exclaimed hastily. The Pachirisu ceased its antics and nestled back into Linlin's hat, only its tiny head peeking out as it munched on a chestnut. The sun had begun its descent, casting a warm, golden hue over the landscape as a young man and woman strolled side by side, with the Pachirisu perched comfortably in Linlin's hat. "Ioun, I'm feeling a bit hungry. I wish to eat something," Linlin expressed. "Oh, what would you like to have?" Baiyun inquired. "I'm not sure. What about you?" Linlin replied. Baiyun scanned the nearby streets, and her eyes brightened as she spotted a transparent cart advertising beggar's chicken for 25 yuan each. "Uh-huh, this is it," she exclaimed. "What is this? Are you suggesting I eat a lump of dirt?" Linlin pouted in annoyance. "Ah, you wouldn't understand. This is a hidden delicacy of the world. A treasure I enjoyed with a Tian during our childhood," Baiyun feigned mystery. As the scion of the Bai family, Linlin had never encountered such a dish until an incident in elementary school when Cheng Tian pooled money together to buy a beggar's chicken, revealing the deliciousness concealed beneath its unassuming exterior. "Just watch," Baiyun proclaimed, lifting the lump of dirt and preparing to smash it on the ground. However, nothing happened upon impact. "Oh," Baiyun felt a bit embarrassed. "Wait a moment." She then picked up a brick from the roadside and struck the lump several times with great force. Yet it remained unscathed. Linlin stared intently. Suddenly, Baiyun smacked her forehead in realization. "How could I forget? I should have called upon Little Fire Monkey." She promptly tossed out the Poké Ball, commanding, "Little Fire Monkey, help me break open this lump." "Yaka." Little Fire Monkey appeared puzzled but obediently complied, summoning sparks of electricity as it struck the lump with its fist. "Hey, be careful. Don't damage what's inside," Baiyun cautioned, her heart racing. At that moment, the lump revealed a glimmering layer of tin foil. "What is this?" Linlin asked, intrigued. "Hee." Baiyun eagerly began to unwrap the foil, and an irresistible aroma of chicken wafted into the air. "Of course, it is a culinary delight, beggar's chicken." The chicken nestled within the foil was perfectly cooked, its enticing scent making Linlin, who had never tasted it before, swallow hard in anticipation. "Here." Baiyun tore off the largest chicken leg and offered it to Linlin. "You try it first." Linlin accepted the chicken leg, took a bite, and was instantly enveloped by the succulent flavor that burst forth, filling her mouth. She had scarcely savored it before swallowing it whole. "Ioun, this is so delicious." Linlin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Hee, as long as you enjoy it," Baiyun said, tearing off another chicken leg for Little Fire Monkey. "You should try it too." "Yaka." Little Fire Monkey took a bite and emitted a joyful sound, clearly pleased with the exquisite taste of the beggar's chicken. "As long as you are satisfied, I shall also indulge." Just as Baiyun was about to tear a piece of the beggar's chicken to savor, a sudden flash of white light darted from a nearby alley, heading straight for the dish in her hands. "What on earth is that?" Baiyun was startled. "Are you all right, Ayun?" Linlin inquired anxiously. "I'm fine," Baiyun responded, gazing at the creature confronting the Little Fire Monkey. It appeared to be a small dog, though its filthy appearance rendered it somewhat unrecognizable to her. Could it be a rockruff? Linlin speculated uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Baiyun scrutinized the creature more closely and indeed noticed a small collar of rocks around its neck. It was unmistakably a rockruff. This rockruff bore a coat of light brown fur, with pink inside its ears and brown tips atop them. Its neck was adorned with white fur and rocks, the latter being its distinctive feature, which allowed Baiyun to confirm its identity. The rockruff looked rather frail, its once white fur now obscured by dirt, yet there was an undeniable fierceness glinting in its eyes. "Woof woof." The rockruff barked at the Little Fire Monkey, which was clearly undeterred, its body shimmering with fighting energy as it prepared to unleash its power. At that moment, the rockruff suddenly lifted its front paw, sending a cloud of dust into the Little Fire Monkey's face. The latter instinctively shut its eyes, rubbing them furiously. Seizing the opportunity, the rockruff attempted to snatch the beggar's chicken and flee. However, Pachirisu, who had been nestled in Linlin's hat, immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning, intercepting the rockruff's path. The rockruff reacted swiftly, its feet stirring up small stones that began to float around it, launching them towards Pachirisu. In response, Pachirisu leaped down, employing its follow-me technique to draw the attack away, then struck the rockruff with a burst of electricity, simultaneously activating a green energy shield. "Ow!" The rockruff was struck by its own falling rocks, sustaining damage and dropping the beggar's chicken from its mouth. The Little Fire Monkey, quick on the uptake, snatched the chicken and, with flames flickering around its fist, delivered a powerful blow to the rockruff, sending it flying in agony. "Yaka!" Puzzy. The two little creatures proclaimed their claim over the chicken. The rockruff, struggling to rise, displayed a glimmer of humiliation and defiance in its eyes. Yun. It seems like it has been hungry for a long time, Lin Lin whispered, tugging at Bai Yun's sleeve. Bai Yun regarded the rockruff, its emaciated form evoking pity, with its ribs starkly visible due to starvation. Sighing, Bai Yun asked, "Have you eaten enough?" Lin Lin paused, then nodded. "Actually, I'm not that hungry." Upon hearing this, Bai Yun approached the little fire monkey, took the beggar's chicken from its hands, and gently patted the heads of the two little creatures. She then tossed the chicken towards the distant rockruff. Yaka, Puzzy. The little fire monkey and Pachirisu were momentarily stunned. Although the rockruff appeared somewhat dazed, it quickly recovered, grabbing the beggar's chicken and vanishing into the alley. Just as the little fire monkey intended to pursue, Bai Yun firmly held it back. "Don't chase it." The two little creatures tilted their heads in evident bewilderment as Bai Yun reached out to gently stroke their heads. It was not easy for her to roam outside, and there was no need for them to contend for the roasted chicken, she suggested. If they wished to eat it, she would simply buy another one. They could gift this one to it. Upon hearing Bai Yun's words, the two little ones nodded in agreement, expressing their disinterest in the roasted chicken. "Then let us depart," Bai Yun declared. "Yun, I've realized that at times, you can be quite gentle," Lin Lin remarked earnestly as she gazed at Bai Yun. "What do you mean by at times?" "I have always been gentle, you know," the latter replied, somewhat boastfully. As the two walked further away, they remained oblivious to the lurking presence of a rockruff in the shadowy alley, its azure eyes fixed on the departing figures, pondering unknown thoughts. After approximately half an hour, the duo finally arrived at the amusement park. Upon entering, Lin Lin appeared quite exhilarated. "Yun, I wish to ride the carousel." Bai Yun scoffed, rolling her eyes, remarking that they were no longer children and suggested a visit to the haunted house instead. They debated for quite some time, ultimately experiencing both attractions. Bai Yun, feeling bored on the carousel, distracted herself with her phone, while Lin Lin screamed in delight within the haunted house, clinging to Bai Yun, her shrieks prompting Pachirisu and Chimchar to cover their little ears. Once they emerged from the haunted house, Lin Lin felt an emptiness in her mouth. "Yun, I desire popcorn. Let us go buy some." "All right," Bai Yun acquiesced as they headed toward a stall dedicated to snacks, which offered a variety of beverages and treats, including popcorn. A queue had already formed in front of the stall. "This is your popcorn," the attendant said, filling a bucket with popcorn from the machine before handing it to the customer. The attendant's deft movements allowed for a rapid service, and soon it was Bai Yun and Lin Lin's turn. "What would you like to have?" the attendant inquired with a smile. "2 portions of popcorn and 2 cups of cola," Bai Yun replied, scanning to make the payment. "Sure thing," the attendant responded, picking up another popcorn bucket. At that moment, of the 3 popcorn machines, the other 2 had run out, leaving only the middle one full. Just as the attendant was about to scoop popcorn into the bucket, a small gray head suddenly emerged from the overflowing popcorn, biting down on the attendant's hand. "Ah!" the attendant yelped, quickly retracting her hand. "What is this?" "Pow me!" A gray foam squirrel poked its head out from the popcorn machine, glaring at the attendant as though it were offended by the interruption. "Get out!" the attendant exclaimed, putting on gloves to retrieve the foam squirrel. However, the creature leapt out on its own, kicking open the glass door that locked the popcorn machine, causing popcorn to spill out like a torrential flood. "Pow me!" The foam squirrel clutched popcorn in one hand while pulling down its eyelid with the other, making a silly face. The foam squirrel is presumed to be a rather fastidious Pokémon. However, for some inexplicable reason, this particular foam squirrel was comfortably nestled within a popcorn machine, sneaking bites of popcorn. At that moment, Pachirisu, peeking out from beneath a hat, curiously gazed at the foam squirrel before leaping down. The two little creatures exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity. "What are you doing, Pachirisu?" Lin Lin inquired. The foam squirrel tilted its little head, pondered for a moment, and offered the popcorn it clutched to Pachirisu. "Foam!" it exclaimed. "Patch!" Pachirisu joyfully accepted the popcorn and then extracted 2 chestnuts from its fluffy white tail to present to the foam squirrel. Observing the 2 critters exchanging food sparked intrigue in both Lin Lin and Bai Yun. Just then, an irate server approached. "You troublemaker! What are you doing here again?" Lin Lin interjected. "Excuse me, has this foam squirrel been here all along?" Upon hearing this, the server appeared exasperated. "Sigh. This foam squirrel has been causing mischief in the amusement park for quite some time, not just here, but at every food stall it encounters. It turned out this little rascal was a seasoned troublemaker. The server glanced apologetically at the two. I'm sorry, but I can't sell you any of this popcorn now. Would you like me to refund you? Unexpectedly, Lin looked at the foam squirrel and said, no need. I'll take those 2 servings of popcorn and 2 cups of soda as well. The server hesitated, but those are for these little ones. Lin pointed at the 2 Pokémon. Complying with her request, the server prepared 2 servings of popcorn and fetched 2 cups of soda. Here are your items. Enjoy your meal. With a bemused expression from Baiyun, Lin cheerfully handed 1 serving of popcorn to Pachirisu. Pachirisu, try this popcorn. Patch. Pachirisu happily accepted the popcorn and immediately began munching. The foam squirrel watched Pachirisu relishing the treat, unable to resist feeling a pang of envy. At that moment, Lin quickly offered the other serving of popcorn to the foam squirrel. You should try some too. Foam. The foam squirrel gleefully accepted the popcorn and began eating as well. Observing this, Lin discreetly retrieved a Pokeball from her waist, enlarged it, and gently pressed it against the foam squirrel's head, which was engrossed in its meal. Foam. In an instant, the foam squirrel transformed into a beam of red light and was drawn into the Pokeball. The ball shook 3 times before emitting a satisfying ding. Haha, I've captured the foam squirrel, Lin exclaimed triumphantly, waving the Pokeball in front of Baiyun's face. Wait, you captured it just like that? Baiyun was momentarily taken aback. What did you expect? Lin released the foam squirrel once more, and just as she reached out to pet the little creature, it angrily jumped up and bit her finger. Ouch, that hurts. Lin cried out in pain. Seeing this, Baiyun rushed over to help, and together they struggled greatly before managing to pry the foam squirrel off. That really hurt, Lin complained, nursing her finger. What's the matter with you, foam squirrel? Fool. Of course, you angered her by capturing her in such a manner, Baiyun remarked matter-of-factly. The foam squirrel, pouting in irritation, seemed to affirm Baiyun's words. Meanwhile, Pachirisu attempted to persuade the foam squirrel to become its companion. After much coaxing between the Pokémon and its trainer, the foam squirrel reluctantly agreed to join Pachirisu. With this little creature finally on their side, both individuals sighed in relief and continued to explore the amusement park. After indulging in a variety of attractions, Baiyun and Lin found themselves somewhat fatigued and decided to take a moment to rest. Sitting on a bench within the park, the sky had turned dark, and Lin held a fluffy cotton candy in her hand. Dear esteemed visitors, the highlight of today, the Fountain Gala, is about to commence. Please make your way to the viewing area, announced the broadcast. Here it comes. Let us hurry to see the fountain. Baiyun. Lin exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Baiyun. Hey, slow down. By the time they hurriedly arrived at the venue, the fountain show had already begun. In the grand pool, 2 masquerades were performing an enchanting dance, causing a cascade of water to fall from above. One by one, Psyduck emerged from the water, using telekinesis to shape the liquid into various forms. A group of goldfish Pokémon spouted water, transforming it into a heart shape under Psyduck's control, creating a breathtaking spectacle illuminated by surrounding lights. At that moment, a long, elegantly shaped Milotic with shimmering scales and creamy skin emerged from the depths of the artificial pool. With a graceful leap, it soared over the heart-shaped archway. Just as the audience anticipated its plunge into the water, the Psyduck enveloped it with telekinesis, allowing it to glide effortlessly in the air. The fountain performance elicited enthusiastic applause from the surrounding spectators, who praised the harmonious display put forth by the water-type Pokémon. Baiyun slightly turned to Lin, who was utterly captivated by the show, droplets of mist adorning her face, her joyful expression leaving Baiyun momentarily entranced. As the performance concluded, Lin exclaimed, Baiyun, that Milotic was so beautiful. The two continued their playful banter as they walked, but suddenly Lin halted. In the distance, a girl with striking pink hair was surrounded by a group of boys, seemingly posing for photographs. Lin recognized her instantly. That's the girl from the train. Meanwhile, Baiyun's gaze had become transfixed. Oh my, 02. My darling, she exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she rushed to join the photo. Lin, displeased, stamped her foot. You can't go. Why not? I just want to take a picture. Baiyun protested. Regardless, you are not allowed to go. No way. I haven't seen 02 in ages. I must go for a photo. With that, Baiyun dashed off. Baiyun snapped a quick picture with the charming girl, expressed her gratitude, and then made her way back. Lin's expression softened slightly upon witnessing the situation. A simple group photo to express her gratitude would suffice. There was no need for excessive words, as tradition dictated. Observing Bai Yun's hurried retreat to the restroom, Lin Lin pondered thoughtfully. It seemed that Yun was quite fond of it. Perhaps she should give it a try as well. However, who would she choose? Bai Yun rushed to the restroom, and upon reaching the urinal, she finally felt some relief. Just then, she unexpectedly noticed another person standing beside her. It was the very individual with whom she had just taken a photo. Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have walked into the wrong restroom. Bai Yun instinctively assumed she had entered the wrong place, but before she could leave, the other person spoke up. Hey, you haven't made a mistake. This is indeed the men's restroom. The voice, surprisingly feminine, belonged to a male. Bai Yun felt her entire demeanor shift in that instant. Actually, I'm a guy too, she replied, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Lin waited outside for what felt like an eternity before Bai Yun finally emerged, looking somewhat dazed. Why were you in there for so long? Lin Lin questioned, her expression one of curiosity. Bai Yun, what's wrong? Haha, I'm fine. Let us hurry and go. Bai Yun replied with a blank expression, eager to escape the situation. Who could explain to her why a girl could possess something larger than what she had? Chapter 62. This place is under surveillance. Inside the Guimao cinema, Cheng Tian and Su Han had already checked their tickets and entered the auditorium, where many seats remained unoccupied. Su Han chose a seat in the center, suitable for an enjoyable cinematic experience. With just 3 minutes to go before the film started, Cheng Tian suddenly stood up. Would you like something to eat? I'll go buy some. Now. Su Han glanced at the clock, realizing the movie was about to begin. This was an older foreign film that had been released quite some time ago. The cinema had decided to screen it for 2 weeks due to a lack of new releases, allowing their loyal patrons to indulge in nostalgia. They probably don't know. Cheng Tian suppressed a chuckle. The cinema had surveillance cameras, and they were of the infrared high-definition variety capable of zooming in and out. What? Su Han exclaimed, surprised to learn that cinemas had specialized cameras. Cheng Tian nodded affirmatively. If anyone gets a little too frisky in the cinema or tries to book the place for some risky fun, their antics tonight will be posted online by tomorrow. As the film commenced, it unfolded as a tragic tale, chronicling the lives of 2 patients afflicted with cystic fibrosis who became companions in the same hospital room. The girl fell in love with the boy, and he reciprocated her feelings. Yet their illnesses forbade them from being together. To prevent cross-infection, they could not even share the simplest embrace. They encouraged one another to persevere, undergo treatment, and seek a new lease on life. However, fate is often cruel. Despite the boy's unwavering commitment to treatment, his condition showed no signs of improvement. As time dwindled, the girl finally received news of a new lung. Yet upon realizing that the boy could no longer survive, she resolutely declined the surgery. You are the one I would wish to kiss even if I had to remove my oxygen mask. Upon reading this, Cheng Tian could not help but shed tears. While beside him, Su Han, though striving to suppress her emotions, was reduced to a weeping figure. As the film concluded, the cinema began to clear out. When they emerged, the night had fallen, and for safety's sake, Cheng Tian felt it prudent not to linger outdoors. Time was also of the essence. As he turned to Su Han, he noticed her eyes were slightly red from her recent tears. Her delicate appearance stirred a pang of compassion within him, causing him to forget what he intended to say. Under Cheng Tian's gaze, Su Han felt a twinge of embarrassment. Please, don't stare at me like that. Thus, they parted ways, concluding their cinematic journey for the day. Although the little one initially resisted, after consuming a few chestnuts, he reluctantly acquiesced to being carried by Lin Lin. The streets were relatively deserted at this hour, and Bai Yun took out her phone to check the time, discovering it was already 8 o'clock. Hurry, we've arrived. Just then, a Pokémon resembling a cat sprang forth from the shadows, snatching Bai Yun's phone in its mouth. Oh no, I have a dog. Bai Yun was startled. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was merely a thieving cat. Once it had secured the phone, the cat swiftly darted away. Stop right there. Bai Yun immediately gave chase, releasing her little fire monkey-esque Pokeball. The thieving cat, known for its cunning, zigzagged through the streets before vanishing the moment Bai Yun let her guard down. Under the streetlight, a suspicious man awaited something. After an indeterminate amount of time, the thieving cat emerged from the bushes, still clutching the phone. Wow, this phone seems to be of high quality, an Apple model no less. So new, it must fetch a good price, the man mused, revealing himself to be a local thief who typically sent his feline accomplice to pilfer phones and wallets. As the man delightedly examined the phone, Bai Yun, panting and exhausted, turned the corner from the street. Finally, I've caught up. The man was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you find me?" Bai Yun smirked disdainfully, pulling out another phone from her pocket. "I have 2 phones. Do you understand the concept of mutual location?" The man was momentarily at a loss for words. "What the hell? You must be joking. Carrying one phone to locate another? How idle can one be?" Bai Yun regarded him as if he were a fool, gesturing towards the nearby traffic light. "Are you blind? There's a massive surveillance camera right there." The man's heart raced at her words as he turned to look. Indeed, there was a red light, but no surveillance camera in sight. "Oh no, I've been tricked." Yet, in a fit of anger, the man growled, "I've been in this game for years and never been outsmarted by a child. You will hand over that phone." With that, he brandished a spring knife from his pocket. Bai Yun's expression shifted in alarm, realizing he was armed. "Little fire monkey, use flame punch," she commanded, directing her Pokémon to strike at the man's hand. However, the thieving cat suddenly reappeared, executing a surprise attack on Little Fire Monkey. Yeah, the waist of the Little Fire Monkey was struck, and despite the pain, it delivered a fiery punch to the head of the thieving cat, which yelped in agony but immediately engaged in combat with the Little Fire Monkey. "Huh, let's see how you evade this." The man spat, brandishing a glinting spring knife aimed directly at Bai Yun's face. Bai Yun swiftly turned her head to dodge, simultaneously delivering an elbow strike to the man's chin. Infuriated by the assault, the man seized Bai Yun's arm, and the spring knife was poised to descend. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged toward the man, knocking the knife from his grasp. Bai Yun, quick on her feet, snatched the spring knife. Upon closer inspection, a familiar figure stood before her, baring its teeth at the man. "Rockruff?" Bai Yun exclaimed in surprise. The Rockruff unleashed its rock slide ability, sending stones hurtling toward the man. The man, struck by the barrage, felt the sharp edges of the stones slice through his skin, leaving crimson trails. "Today is your lucky day. We're leaving, thieving cat," he shouted, attempting to flee. However, Rockruff was not about to grant him that opportunity. With a flicker of movement, Rockruff employed its shadow clone technique, creating 6 duplicates that swiftly pursued the man in an attempt to block his escape. "It's not over yet," shouted the fleeing man, barking orders. "Thieving cat, strike at their vital points." Just as the thieving cat prepared to ambush Rockruff, the Little Fire Monkey landed a thunderous punch to its abdomen, causing it to cry out in pain and lose consciousness. Ultimately, the man was subdued through the coordinated efforts of the 2 Pokémon. At that moment, police sirens blared in the distance. Bai Yun spotted Lin Lin and a throng of officers racing toward them. "Bai Yun, are you hurt?" Lin Lin inquired with concern. "I'm fine. I've caught this man," Bai Yun replied. The police swiftly placed handcuffs on the man and approached Bai Yun to express their gratitude. "Thank you for assisting in apprehending this thief. To be frank, he has committed numerous offenses in the vicinity." "It's nothing, officer. You must ensure he is imprisoned. Such individuals are utterly detestable," Bai Yun insisted. After gathering the necessary information, the police escorted the man away. As she watched them disappear into the distance, Bai Yun turned her gaze toward Rockruff, who was observing her, seemingly lost in thought. "Hey, little one," Bai Yun said as she approached and crouched down, gently stroking Rockruff's dirty head. "Thank you for your help just now." Rockruff, feeling the affection, instinctively wanted to snap at her, but quickly restrained itself, allowing her to continue petting it. "I ask you, would you like to come with me?" Bai Yun spoke earnestly. "Woof," Rockruff responded, as if pondering the hardships of wandering alone. "Come with me. I'll give you a home," Bai Yun's voice softened. "No more wandering. Let us grow stronger together." Rockruff's eyes displayed a struggle, but eventually, it gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Bai Yun wasted no time. She took out an empty Pokeball, enlarged it, and gently tapped it against Rockruff's forehead. Rockruff transformed into a beam of red light and entered the ball, which shook 3 times before emitting a confirming chime. "Success." Bai Yun gazed at the Pokeball in her hand. "I look forward to working with you, Rockruff." Chapter 63, The School Anniversary begins. The clamor of summer has finally subsided, and as the first leaf gradually turns yellow, Bingzhou has welcomed the arrival of autumn. On the morning of October 1st at 7 o'clock, what should have been a tranquil atmosphere at Bingzhou No. 1 High School was instead quite lively. Each class was busily preparing for the school anniversary, with students adorning their respective activity rooms. "Careful over there," Sun Yinling shouted anxiously in Class 1 of the Fairy Department. "If the balloons won't stick, let the Pokémon handle it. You can stack 2 chairs. Who's going to fall if not you? And over there, Be careful not to play with those kitchen knives. On the windowsill, Cheng Tian cautiously walked while holding a cloth. The Froakie was continuously spraying water onto the window while tossing some foam, and with a quick wipe from Cheng Tian, the window was spotless. Once Cheng Tian had finished cleaning, Suhan instructed the fairy Pokémon to extend a silk ribbon adorned with a Pikachu motif to hang on the wall. It was indeed a collaborative effort between the Pokémon and the students in setting up the venue. After everything was prepared, Sun Yinling nodded in satisfaction. Now we just need to wait for 8 o'clock to open the venue. Teacher, I have a question, a boy suddenly interjected. What is it? What are we going to cook? Sun Yinling responded, puzzled by his inquiry. Of course, we're going to cook. Isn't our theme a restaurant? I meant, what are we actually going to cook? He clarified. Whatever everyone can cook. Sun Yinling glanced at her classmates, noticing their evasive gazes, and suddenly realized a grave issue. You all, don't tell me no one knows how to cook. I can boil water. I can wash vegetables. I can carry pots. I can plate dishes. I can eat. I can too. I mean, who among you can actually cook? Sun Yinling exclaimed. An eerie silence ensued. Sun Yinling slapped her forehead. Having been so focused on the restaurant theme that she had forgotten there were no cooks. What shall we do now? Teacher, Lin Lin suddenly raised her hand. Why don't you cook for us, and we'll attract customers? Under the gaze of her peers, Sun Yinling felt an inexplicable blush creeping onto her cheeks. Actually, I can't cook either. Everyone, you're blushing like a banana. Cheng Tian couldn't help but smirk. Well, with nearly 50 individuals in one class, and each only knowing how to eat. Teacher, I have a suggestion. Bai Yin suddenly raised her hand. Let us hear it. However, something peculiar seemed to have infiltrated their gathering. At the entrance of Class 1 of the Fairy Department, the space was overflowing, and inside, tables were laden with a group of people enjoying barbecued delights. Hey, brother, are there any more lamb skewers? Give me 20. A man shouted hoarsely. Just a moment. Bai Yin replied while jotting down notes. Sorry, senior, we don't have beer, but we do have fruit beer. Would you like to try some? Suhan smiled sweetly. Fruit beer sounds good. Hey, brother, why isn't my kidney cooked yet? I've been waiting forever. Hurry up. After much bustling, they finally managed to temporarily satisfy the hungry patrons in the classroom. Cheng Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced over at Bai Yun, who was counting money. Impressive. How did you come up with the idea of selling barbecues? One can only say that the scion of the corporation truly possesses a sharp business acumen. At that moment, as a student carrying juice inadvertently stumbled past Lin Lin, fortunately, the Rockruff tugged at Lin Lin's pant leg, prompting her to step back, thereby avoiding a spill of juice upon her. Are you all right? Bai Yun inquired as she approached. Cheng Tian was already aware of Bai Yun and Lin Lin capturing new Pokémon, having reviewed the information on the two little creatures. Pokémon, Rockruff gender, male nature, cheerful ability, keen eye level, 12 inherited moves, tackle, 2, howl, 2, current moves, tackle, 5, leer, 5, sand attack, 4, quick attack, 4, shadow clone, 3, rock slide, 3, top moves, none. Pokémon, Bouncewheat gender, male nature, timid ability, technician level, 12 inherited moves, pound, 3, water gun, 2, top moves, none. Cheng Tian and Suhan naturally expressed their congratulations on the duo's new acquisitions. With the class no longer busy, Cheng Tian asked Bai Yun if they should venture out. She shook her head, replying, No, I must attend to business. Cheng Tian nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. With many classes hosting their own activities for the school celebration, it was indeed beneficial to take a break and explore. Seeing Cheng Tian depart, Suhan wished to follow but was still burdened with dishes to deliver. Each class had its unique theme. Some were quite audacious, adopting a made CAF concept. Others, unable to perform their themes within the classroom, relocated to outdoor spaces, and Cheng Tian was currently enjoying the outdoors. Win 3 consecutive Pokémon battles to claim a prize. Cheng Tian read aloud from a sign at a venue. A classmate, seemingly there to welcome guests, smiled and asked, Cheng Tian, would you like to try your hand at Pokémon battling? There are prizes to be won. Do you know me? Cheng Tian asked, slightly taken aback. Of course. 5 consecutive wins in the tournament. Many people recognize you now, the classmate replied. Cheng Tian felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had gained some notoriety. Well, I suppose I shall give it a try. Excellent. Please proceed to the back, the classmate directed. Cheng Tian made his way to the back of the tent, where the battleground was essentially just a yard, and at that moment, Two individuals were engaged in a match. Upon Cheng Tian's arrival, whispers circulated among the onlookers. Look, it's him, the one who won 5 consecutive matches in the tournament. I've been wanting to challenge him. I must defeat him this time. In a flurry, Su-Han dashed out of the classroom, only to find no trace of Cheng Tian. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she began to wander the hallways of the teaching building. As she approached the entrance of Class 4, a girl suddenly called out to her. Su-Han, do you remember me? Su-Han momentarily paused. May I ask who you are? Oh dear, you've forgotten me. I'm the one who battled Cheng Tian during the exam. Chu Jiao Jiao said with a smile. Oh, I recall now. My apologies, Su-Han quickly responded. Hee hee, Su-Han, would you like to try my divination? Chu Jiao Jiao smiled. Divination? What can it tell? Su-Han asked curiously. Academics, fortune, the future, Chu Jiao Jiao whispered, and love, of course. Love? Su-Han's face flushed slightly. Is it accurate? With confidence. Chu Jiao Jiao patted her shoulder. 10 yuan per reading, honest and reliable. Feeling somewhat tempted, Su-Han replied, well then, I'll give it a try. Chapter 64, Gifts and Intentions. The battles on the field continued, and soon it was Cheng Tian's turn. A classmate stood in the center, acting as a referee, and called out to the others, is anyone willing to challenge this student? I will. A boy quickly stepped forward. I've heard you're quite skilled. Today, I'll see for myself. Competitors, please send forth your Pokémon. The boy threw a Pokeball, and a water blue-haired cold water monkey appeared on the field. Then my Pokémon is this. Cheng Tian tossed a Pokeball, and Cocodora emerged. Cocodora had a rock type, while the water type cold water monkey had a double advantage over it. Yet Cheng Tian remained unfazed. The match begins. With the referee's command, he swiftly exited the arena. Cold water monkey, use water gun. The cold water monkey shot a stream of water while agilely approaching Cocodora. Cocodora planted its feet firmly, unleashing Rock Tomb to envelop both the advancing water gun and the cold water monkey. The water gun splashed harmlessly against the rocks, but the cold water monkey deftly climbed over the rocks and leapt above Cocodora, gathering water in its tail to strike down on Cocodora's head. Use Metal Claw? Cocodora quickly hardened its body, raising its forelimbs to intercept the airborne cold water monkey. Just as Cocodora prepared to make its next move, the boy suddenly shouted a command. Coexist peacefully. The cold water monkey abruptly halted, extending a hand to shake Cocodora's paw, appearing quite friendly. Cocodora was taken aback. But suddenly the cold water monkey lifted a foot and kicked at Cocodora. Cheng Tian immediately understood the opponent's intent. Protect. The cold water monkey's attack was thwarted. The boy shook his head in regret, explaining that the cold water monkey had used the move Trip, which inflicted greater damage based on the opponent's weight. Cocodora's ability, Heavy Metal, meant that the kick would deal significant damage, so Cheng Tian decisively called for Protect. Double-edged headbutt. Cocodora raised its head and brought it down forcefully upon the cold water monkey. With its metallic skull and considerable weight, Cocodora's strike sent the cold water monkey crashing to the ground. Although Cocodora also felt the repercussions of the double-edged headbutt, it quickly regained its composure. Then, it leapt into the air, executing a move that pinned the cold water monkey down, rendering it unable to continue fighting. First match, victory. Well done, Cocodora. Cocodora, the boy, somewhat disheartened, stepped down from the stage, and next, a girl wearing glasses approached. Please treat me kindly. Cheng Tian nodded, requesting guidance. The competition commenced. The girl threw out her Pokeball, revealing a bouncy Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff, use Meditate. The orb atop Jigglypuff's head glimmered, enhancing its special attack and special defense. Use Sealing. Jigglypuff's eyes glowed, and Kecleon suddenly felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Sealing. If the opponent has the same move, only they cannot utilize it. Rock Lock. A barrage of stones descended upon Jigglypuff, encasing it within solid rock. Psychic. Jigglypuff enveloped itself with psychic energy, effortlessly floating free from the rocky confinement. After a moment of forgetfulness, it employed Mind Hammer. If Jigglypuff could induce a flinching state in Kecleon, it would unleash a barrage of attacks to vanquish the opponent. This was the girl's strategy. Oh, you wish to contest whose head is tougher? Cheng Tian chuckled. Harden. Kecleon fortified its resilience just as Jigglypuff was about to strike. Dragon Dive. Cheng Tian commanded. Kecleon. A small dragon silhouette materialized around Kecleon, propelling it like a miniature tank towards the incoming Jigglypuff. What? The opponent gasped in astonishment. Jigglypuff's strength paled in comparison to Kecleon's, and the mind hammer failed to achieve the desired flinching state, instead placing it at a disadvantage. Metal Claw. The metallic claws struck Jigglypuff, which cried out in defeat, losing its combat capabilities. In the second round, victory was claimed. Meanwhile, Suhan was engaged in a divination session with Chu Jiao Jiao. Come, draw any tarot card. Chu Jiao Jiao picked up a stack of cards, and Suhan extended her hand, drawing one and handing it to her. Oh, Chu Jiao Jiao mused, flipping through a small booklet. You have feelings for a boy, don't you? Suhan nodded eagerly. Do you think he likes you? Chu Jiao Jiao inquired. Suhan paused, then shook her head with a hint of despondency. But do you believe you like him? I suppose I have feelings for him, Suhan replied. Yet, it seems to me that your feelings run deeper than mere affection, Chu Jiao Jiao remarked with a smile. How would you feel if you were chatting with a beautiful girl? Suhan instinctively envisioned Cheng Tian and Song Rongxue enjoying milk tea together. A wave of discomfort washing over her, which did not escape Chu Jiao Jiao's notice. I see. Chu Jiao Jiao nodded. If he expresses intimacy towards you, would you feel happy? Recalling how Cheng Tian had carried her when she sprained her ankle, Suhan's cheeks flushed. I would be very happy. Well then, that settles it. You clearly like him, Chu Jiao Jiao asserted. So, you must confess your feelings. Confess? Suhan was taken aback. That's too. Suhan, consider this, Chu Jiao Jiao urged earnestly. You are such a beautiful and exceptional girl. The boy you secretly admire must be equally remarkable, right? If you hesitate now, what if he is swept away by another girl? Missing this chance could lead to a lifetime of regret. Chu Jiao Jiao crossed her arms and asserted confidently. Suhan, with your experience, do you already have a boyfriend? Suhan inquired. Well. Chu Jiao Jiao hesitated. In any case, Suhan, you should hurry and pursue the boy you like. If you delay, it might be too late. As she spoke, she gently pushed Suhan away. All right, go on, Chu Jiao Jiao urged, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Of course, she had no partner and had never been in a relationship, but she was convinced of her prowess in matters of love, which was why she offered Suhan such advice. In truth, what Suhan wanted to say was that she hadn't even paid yet. Meanwhile, Cheng Tian had already achieved 3 consecutive victories, and Kikidora had leveled up. Congratulations. You can now choose a prize. The boy who was recruiting customers congratulated Cheng Tian. What prizes are available? Cheng Tian asked. The boy led him to a side area where various prizes, including jewelry, plush toys, and snack packs, were displayed for him to choose from. I want this Pikachu plush. Is that all right? Cheng Tian inquired. Of course, the boy replied with a smile. Chapter 65. Miss Suhan's confession. The campus was bustling with activity on the day of the school celebration, and the hallways were filled with noise and crowds. Excuse me, could you please make way? Suhan navigated through the throngs, searching for Cheng Tian. She had come to a clear understanding of her feelings. Her affection for Cheng Tian was far beyond mere friendship. The tenderness he showed when serving her food, the joy they shared during their outings, and the pang of jealousy she felt when she saw him with other girls, all of it confirmed her feelings. Suhan had fallen for Cheng Tian. As she continued to search the crowd without success, Suhan decided to take a moment to rest on the staircase. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if Cheng Tian didn't like her back? Love was a mutual affair, and while Suhan had acknowledged her feelings for him, what about Cheng Tian? He seemed to regard her merely as a friend. If she confessed her feelings and he rejected her, would they even be able to remain friends? What should she do? Perhaps she could find a way to keep Cheng Tian close to her? No. If she genuinely wanted to be with him, she couldn't resort to such tactics. Just then, a girl's voice broke through her thoughts. Suhan, what are you doing here? Do you know me? Suhan replied, slightly taken aback. Suhan is the most beautiful girl in the Elven department. Who wouldn't know her? Song Rongxue smiled and asked, Do you know where Cheng Tian is? Suhan felt a twinge of displeasure at the question, though she truly did not know Cheng Tian's whereabouts. I'm also looking for him. Oh, I see, Song Rongxue said. Then I'll take my leave. As Suhan noticed her intention to depart, she hesitated before asking, Do you like Cheng Tian? Song Rongxue appeared momentarily stunned. But upon seeing Suhan's expression, she grasped the situation. Yes. The moment those words escaped her lips, Suhan felt a wave of dismay wash over her. Her heart sinking. But not in that way, Song Rongxue clarified. What do you mean? Suhan asked, confused. Literally. Song Rongxue smiled and said, It's merely the fondness between friends. Upon hearing this, Suhan exhaled in relief, but Song Rongxue, with a playful grin, posed a question. Suhan, do you have feelings for Cheng Tian? Suhan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she nodded affirmatively. Yes, I do. I see. Then you must put in some effort. Song Rongxue replied before departing. However, no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of melancholy in her eyes as she walked away. It can be said that girls in love often lack discernment. Meanwhile, Suhan was preoccupied with thoughts on how to confess successfully. Cheng Tian, I like you. No. That sounds too kitsch. Cheng Tian, please go out with me. Ugh, why does that sound so cheesy? Man, 200,000 a month, be my boyfriend. Suhan pondered thoughtfully. That approach seemed plausible. Just as Suhan was rehearsing, a sudden voice interrupted her. Suhan, what are you doing here? Startled, she turned to find Cheng Tian standing before her. The unexpected appearance of the person she wished to confess sent her heart racing. I'm just getting some fresh air, Suhan stammered nervously. Oh, I see, Cheng Tian replied cheerfully, producing a Pikachu plushie from behind him. I won this in a competition, and it's for you. As he spoke, his demeanor was relaxed, and his sunny smile, accompanied by a gentle tone, rendered Suhan's fair earlobes aflame with warmth. What's wrong? Do you not like it? Cheng Tian inquired upon noticing her silence. No, Suhan exclaimed, extending her hand to joyfully accept the plushie. I love it, thank you. I'm glad to hear that, Cheng Tian said with a relieved smile. Initially, he had worried that Suhan might dismiss such a humble gift, but it seemed she genuinely appreciated it. At that moment, Suhan felt the timing was perfect to confess, though her words came out in a stutter. Cheng Tian, I like you. Tian, what are you doing here? Just then, Bai Yun ascended the stairs, calling out, Teacher Zhou is looking for you everywhere. Please wait a moment, I'll be right there. Cheng Tian looked at Suhan. Is there something you wanted to say? Suhan's desire to confess was abruptly interrupted. No, nothing. I should get going. The teacher is looking for me, she replied. After Cheng Tian finished speaking, he hurried after Bai Yun. Watching his retreating figure, Suhan felt a pang of regret. What is going on? Why did you suddenly call for me? Bai Yun asked. I don't know. It's Teacher Zhou looking for you, she replied. The two quickly arrived at the physical education teacher's office, which was crowded with instructors, yet the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Alas, can we not find someone who has captured 2 Pokémon to participate in the competition? It's challenging. The school year has just begun, and the number of individuals familiar with their first Pokémon is already scarce, let alone capturing a second, one of the teachers lamented. Report, came a voice from outside. Come in, Teacher Zhou responded. Upon seeing Cheng Tian and Bai Yun, his previously furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Here they are, the students from our class who have captured 2 Pokémon. Teacher Zhou introduced them to the other physical education teachers. Have they really captured a second so soon? A group of instructors exclaimed in astonishment. Is this really the case? Cheng Tian inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. To participate, we need a team of 5 along with 2 substitutes. What is going on, Teacher Zhou? Oh, let me explain, Teacher Zhou replied. The city is organizing a newcomer competition. But unfortunately, there are too few students in our grade who have captured a second Pokémon, making it difficult to form a viable team. Sigh. Are we really going to forfeit this year's competition? A physical education teacher expressed his frustration. Excuse me, what is this newcomer league? Bai Yun asked, intrigued. It's a competition organized by the city for students in the Pokémon Studies program. Participants must possess 2 Pokémon, Teacher Zhou clarified. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Bai Yun exclaimed, producing 2 Poké Balls. I happen to have 2 Pokémon. Really? Teacher Zhou replied with surprise. When did you catch them? Just recently, Bai Yun stated. Excellent news. Another participant has come forward, Teacher Zhou said with a hint of delight. What Pokémon did you capture? Bai Yun tossed out her 2 Poké Balls, and a Charmander and a Rockruff materialized in the office. Oh, impressive. They certainly qualify as effective combatants, Teacher Zhou remarked with satisfaction. Seeing this, Cheng Tian released his own Pokémon, a Froakie and a Corphish. The teachers were already familiar with Cheng Tian's prowess, as he was the only student in the Pokémon Studies program to have evolved his starter Pokémon. Corphish is also commendable. Unless faced with ground or fighting types, its resistances are quite formidable. The physical education teacher nodded approvingly. How many students now meet the requirements? Teacher Zhou inquired, turning to face the group. Only 1 in Class 3, but neither of their Pokémon is combat-oriented, and both are of low level. Class 4 has none. Class 5 has 1, but one of their Pokémon is currently a Metapod, making them essentially a sitting target. Class 2 has a female student who seems to struggle to fit in, a female physical education teacher reported. Regardless of her social compatibility. We need to find 5 participants willing to compete, another teacher interjected. Is that girl named Song Rongxue? Cheng Tian suddenly asked. Yes, that's her name. She seems to have repeated her senior year, the female physical education teacher confirmed. Cheng Tian was taken aback, surprised that Song Rongxue also had 2 Pokémon. Even if we include her and the student whose Pokémon are both still in their larval stage, that only brings us to 5 participants, Teacher Zhou frowned. Perhaps we could rent or borrow Pokémon. One of the physical education teachers suggested. That won't work. Not only would they be unable to command someone else's Pokémon, but such actions, if discovered, would lead to disqualification from the competition and a report to the authorities. Teacher Zhou swiftly dismissed the idea. Teacher, Lin from our class has also captured a second Pokémon, Yun interjected. She is one that can contribute effectively. That brings us to 6 participants. Although we are still 1 substitute short, it is barely enough to compete, Teacher Zhou said with a sense of resignation. With this lineup, we might struggle to survive beyond 3 matches. Please hold on a moment, Cheng Tian said as he pulled out his phone and opened a chat. Cheng Pai, are you there? Su. Yes, I'm here. Cheng Pi, although this is rather sudden, I have something to discuss with you. Su, I am willing. Cheng Pi, do you possess a second Pokémon? Meanwhile, Su-han gently patted her ample chest, nearly giving away her secret. Cheng Tian really ought to avoid such abrupt phrasing. Su. Yes, indeed, I have a Bakubi. Cheng Tian's eyes lit up, and he quickly informed Teacher Zhou. Teacher, Su-han from our class also has a second Pokémon. Oh, Yun exclaimed in surprise. How come I was unaware of this? Cheng Tian showed her the chat history. I only just learned about it myself. That's impressive, Lao Zhou. Your class now boasts 4 individuals who have captured a second Pokémon. The other physical education teachers were equally astonished. Naturally, Teacher Zhou was overjoyed, declaring, This is splendid news. Although the substitute strength is somewhat lacking, we have gathered our main fighting force. He turned to Cheng Tian and his companion. During the National Day holiday, you should work on enhancing your Pokémon's abilities. You few are the only ones we can rely on now. Make sure to meet up privately to familiarize yourselves with one another. When physical education classes resume next week, don't take a break. I shall personally train you. Teacher Zhou spoke earnestly. Chapter 66. The girl invites you over. Following the school anniversary, the official National Day holiday commenced. The day was resplendent with clear skies. And Cheng Tian initially intended to explore outside, hoping to encounter competitors from the tournament. However, an unexpected message disrupted his plans. Su, my father prepared a 6 discount card for the skill disc area at Suning Plaza. Shall we go together to purchase some skill discs? Kobayashi's adorable maid, 6% off? Wife Senshio, wow, the boss is generous. Chengpi, I'm going. Please. A 6% discount on skill discs? That's an extraordinary bargain, practically at factory price. What are you waiting for? Meanwhile, in the 3rd floor bedroom of the administrative building in Bingzhou City, Su-han couldn't help but beam with delight upon seeing Cheng Tian agree to join her. This card was something she had requested her father to prepare, solely to create an opportunity to invite Cheng Tian out. Bowie Fairy looked on helplessly as Su-han rolled around on the bed. A girl with firm intentions should not hesitate to pursue her affection. Thus, that morning at 8 o'clock, Cheng Tian boarded a bus destined for Suning Plaza in the city center. The weather had cooled significantly, prompting him to don a long-sleeved shirt. Adorned with the necklace Su-han had gifted him, he also retrieved an old black fisherman's hat. As he settled into his seat on the bus, Cheng Tian habitually put on his headphones, immersing himself in music, specifically the song. Lost in his own world, he silently gazed out at the passing scenery. With his naturally handsome features accentuated by a cool demeanor as he listened to music, he unwittingly attracted the attention of several girls, a few of whom discreetly took photos of him. The bus meandered along its route, and upon arriving, Cheng Tian made his way directly to Suning Plaza. However, it appeared he was the last of the 4 to arrive. Upon his arrival, he spotted the other 3 already waiting for him, Su-han, Yun, and Lin. Hello, everyone. Tian, why are you so late? Yun expressed her displeasure. Apologies for the delay, the bus was rather slow. If you had mentioned it earlier, I could have come to pick you up. Oh, it's not far. I can manage to take the bus myself. Now, without further ado, let us prepare to go shopping. Su-han exclaimed. Yay, just a moment, Su-han said, retrieving a Pokeball from her waist. "Come forth, Baki." A flash of red light revealed a plump Baki nestled within its shell. "Chachadui. Wow, how adorable." Lin Lin was instantly captivated by the charming Baki, extending her hand to playfully tease its little face, bringing forth joyous laughter from the creature. Pokémon, Baki gender, male nature, timid ability, serene grace level, 14 inherited moves, psychic transfer 3, psychic power 3, morning sun 3 personal moves, call 3, 3 pound. Sweet kiss 4, life do 2, charm 5, finger flick 5, top moves, protect 2. Helping hand 3. Cheng Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of the serene grace Baki, envisioning its evolution into a flying chubby creature wielding the King S certificate. Synergizing with its ability for doubled effects, and learning Air Slash to instill boundless fear in its foes. "Why didn't I see the leader release Baki before?" Bai Yin inquired. "It was too soon after its birth. It wasn't suitable for the outside world," Su-Han explained. "Well then, let us commence our shopping." Suning Plaza is one of the physical locations for purchasing skill discs. Since the 4 of them needed different types of skill discs, they decided to split into 2 groups. As for why they split into 2 rather than 4, well, those in the know understand. In any case, Su-Han, cradling Baki, was accompanied by Cheng Tian, both exuberantly moving forward, their excitement radiating vitality. "Here, Cheng Tian, try feeding Baki this." Su-Han handed a treat to Cheng Tian. "Is this how it works?" Cheng Tian carefully broke off a small piece and placed it in front of Baki. "Chachadui." Baki eagerly extended its tiny fingers, accepting the treat and displaying a blissful smile. Baki is said to bring good fortune, and witnessing its happiness melted the hearts of Su-Han and Cheng Tian. "Chachit." Baki curiously gazed at Cheng Tian's fisherman hat. "Do you want this?" Cheng Tian removed the hat and placed it atop Baki's head. The hat was slightly oversized, necessitating a little adjustment before it fit properly. "Cheng Tian, do you have anything in mind to purchase?" Su-Han inquired. "I want to buy some skill discs for the 2 little ones. We need to prepare for the Newcomer tournament, right?" Su-Han and Lin Lin were already aware of the Newcomer tournament and had both agreed to participate. "I'd like to browse the items at the item shop, if that's all right?" Su-Han asked, seeking approval. Of course. Cheng Tian had no objections. After all, the boss's wishes held precedence. The 2 made their way to the items section, where a proficient attendant approached them. "Welcome. We have just received a new batch of items. Come take a look. Do you have any soothing bells?" Su-Han inquired. "Yes, indeed. Please follow me." The attendant led them to a shelf adorned with a row of charming little bells. These are the soothing bells, priced at 2,755 each. Su-Han selected one and asked the attendant to wrap it up, evidently in preparation for evolving her Bakubi. "Is there anything else you would like to purchase?" The attendant inquired with a professionally polished smile. Su-Han pondered for a moment, then tilted her head to look at Cheng Tian. "Cheng Tian, is there anything you desire? Do you have any mysterious droplets?" Cheng Tian asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Such an inquiry pertained to a rare item. The mysterious droplet enhances the power of water-type Pokémon moves, boasting remarkable efficacy, yet it comes with a hefty price tag. Currently, we have only 2 available, priced at 13,000 each. How do you feel about that? "Forget it, Su-Han," Cheng Tian replied hastily. "It's too expensive. I would rather save my money for skill discs." "Never mind, I will gift it to you," Su-Han unexpectedly declared, causing the attendant to cast an envious glance at Cheng Tian. This fellow apparently had a wealthy girlfriend. "That won't do. Using your card for purchases is already taking advantage of you. How could I accept your gift as well?" Cheng Tian contemplated, then retrieved a dark purple gem from his pocket. "Do you accept this type of elemental gem?" This particular gem was a reward for completing a system task. A ghost-type gem that Cheng Tian had no use for. "Of course we do." The attendant's eyes lit up. Elemental gems are consumable items, and their demand in the market remains high. Ghost-type gems are priced at 7,900 each. "Would you like to sell it?" Cheng Tian nodded. "I will sell it." With this transaction, the mysterious droplets became considerably more affordable, discounted to a mere 60% of the original price, even cheaper than ordinary skill discs. Su-Han watched Cheng Tian sell the gem with a tinge of dissatisfaction. She had intended to gift it to him, but he had refused. Subsequently, Su-Han purchased a hard stone to give to Cheng Tian. The price of the hard stone was relatively moderate, just over 3,000. Although Cheng Tian felt somewhat embarrassed, he eventually acquiesced to Su-Han's insistence. "Honestly, just accept it," Su-Han pouted, her cheeks puffed like a steamed bun, making her appear irresistibly pinchable. The two then proceeded to the skill disc sales area, where Cheng Tian acquired a poison sting skill disc, a quick return skill disc, and a flying type skill disc, namely the Gale Return, all intended for his Frogadier to broaden its attack repertoire. He also purchased an ear-piercing cry skill disc and a ground-type skill disc, Stomp, for his Kakatora. Even with a 60% discount, Cheng Tian's wallet was significantly lighter after these purchases. The prices were as follows: Poison Sting at 4,700, Gale Return at 6,300, Quick Return at 6,900, Stomp at 6,700, Ear-piercing Cry at 5,000, and Electromagnetic Wave at 6,000. In total, even with the discount, he spent over 43,000. As for what skill discs Su-Han had acquired, Cheng Tian didn't inquire. He could always check the Pokémon's information, so it mattered little whether he asked or not. It is often said that shopping can relieve stress, and such was the state of the two. After wandering about for a while, they decided to take a break, as there was nothing else they particularly wished to buy. The two settled into chairs, with Bakubi perched on the table, as they playfully engaged with the little creature. Su-Han had already adorned the soothing bell upon Borkabi, who, with the slightest movement, would emit a delightful chime. It was evident that Borkabi cherished this gift. "Thank you for today, Su-Han," Cheng Tian remarked with a smile. "No worries, we are friends after all," she replied. Suddenly, Su-Han recalled that Cheng Tian's hat was still with her. Should I wash it before returning it? Holding the fisherman's hat, she felt an inexplicable compulsion to bury her face within, inhaling the scent that lingered inside. "Jiaji-dui?" Borkabi looked at Su-Han with a hint of confusion. "What are you doing?" Su-Han snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson. What had she just done? Thankfully, no one had witnessed her moment of folly. After all, Borkabi was just a child, oblivious to such matters. With a blush, she pressed the hat against her chest. "Well, it does need washing anyway," she reassured herself, but she couldn't help but lower her head to smell it once more. Su-Han herself bore a pleasant fragrance, which had imbued the hat with its allure. Caught in the intoxicating scent that belonged solely to Cheng Tian, she found herself unable to resist. Unbeknownst to her, a fairy spirit lay on the bed, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. What to do with a master like this? That evening, as Cheng Tian's parents surveyed a pile of packaging, they inquired about the skill discs he had purchased but said nothing further. At the dining table, the family engaged in conversation about the newcomer competition. Just then, Cheng Tian's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he discovered it was a video call from Su-Han. Sorry Cheng Tian, Borkabi took your hat," she explained, appearing on screen in a nightgown, her shoulders partially exposed. This was a charming tactic she had learned online, intended to enhance her appeal. "Oh, it's no problem," Cheng Tian replied, continuing his meal. However, neither of them anticipated the sudden interest from Cheng Tian's parents. Cheng Tian's mother promptly seized the phone, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su-Han. "What a lovely girl. What is your name?" "Auntie, Su-Han stammered, clearly taken aback by Cheng Tian's parents' presence. "I'm Su-Han, a classmate of Cheng Tian's." Cheng Tian's father leaned in closer, asking, "Dear girl, Cheng Tian isn't bullying you, is he?" "Oh dear, Mom and Dad, what are you doing?" Cheng Tian interjected anxiously. "No, not at all. Cheng Tian takes good care of me," Su-Han responded, her words faltering under the scrutiny. "Oh, I know that rascal well enough. You must be looking after him." Cheng Tian's mother laughed, her smile growing brighter. "Do come over to Annie's house sometime. I'll make you something delicious." "Is that really okay?" Su-Han asked, her eyes widening in delight. "Of course. If that rascal bothers you, I'll break his legs." As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, Cheng Tian hastily snatched back the phone. "Could you refrain from saying such strange things?" No, your uncle and aunt are just being friendly," Su-Han replied. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze from Cheng Tian. "I'll wash your hat for you and return it when school starts, all right?" "Certainly. I am glad to assist you." After disconnecting the video call, Cheng Tian stepped out of his room, where his father joyfully patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You rascal. You've managed to land such a beautiful girlfriend." "Dad, what are you talking about?" "She is merely an ordinary friend of mine," Cheng Tian replied, slightly embarrassed. "Fear not, my son, pursue her with confidence. The genes of the Cheng family are indeed formidable," his father reassured him. "Of course, you have matured and understand what actions are appropriate and what should be avoided. Just remember not to be reckless outside." Chapter 67, The 2v2 Battle. The following morning, Cheng Tian boarded the bus early, heading to the Pokémon Center to ensure his two companions learned the skill discs prepared for them. He then reserved a training room, allowing the two little ones to familiarize themselves with the skills and transform them into a state of mastery. Congratulations! You have been matched with an opponent of equal strength. Will you accept the challenge? Cheng Tian felt a surge of excitement. Having just learned new skills, he was eager to test them out. After swiftly confirming his acceptance, the map indicated the locations of both parties. They were 2 streets apart, a considerable distance indeed. Not daring to hesitate, he called out to his Pokémon, Frogadier, Cacnea. Are you ready for battle? Ribbit, Cacnea. The 2 little companions, brimming with confidence after mastering their skills, were ready to take on the challenge. As Cheng Tian exited the Pokémon Center, he moved steadily towards his opponent, who was also approaching from the opposite direction. Noticing a park on the map, he decided to wait there. To his surprise, his opponent had a similar idea and arrived at the park first. Where are you? Cheng Tian wondered as he scanned the area for his adversary. Are you my opponent? Suddenly, a male voice resonated from behind him. Cheng Tian turned to see a boy of similar age smiling at him. The boy approached and extended his hand. Hello, I am Wenjia, a student from No. 3 Middle School. Cheng Tian promptly shook his hand. Hello, I am Cheng Tian. After their brief introduction, Wenjia wasted no time and moved to an open area, suggesting, shall we engage in a 3v3 battle? Cheng Tian noticed 3 Poké Balls hanging from Wenjia's waist. I apologize, but I currently only have 2 Pokémon. He admitted, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, I see. Wenjia replied, slightly disappointed at first, but quickly regained his confident smile. That's fine, a 2v2 will suffice. Cheng Tian nodded in agreement. All right. After setting up his phone for recording, Wenjia sent out his Pokémon first. Scyther. A formidable Scyther emerged, its scythe-like arms slicing through the air. The sharpness of its blades was evident, producing a faint sound as it moved. Its determined gaze indicated impressive training. At level 15, Cheng Tian formulated a strategy in his mind. With a flash of red light, Cacnea appeared on the battlefield. Cacnea, Scyther, being a bug and flying-type Pokémon, was at a disadvantage against Cacnea, a rock-type, which had a 4-fold advantage. It seems I am at a disadvantage, Wenjia remarked, though his gentle smile remained. Shadow Clone and Quick Attack. Scyther. Several flying mantises swiftly emerged from the arena, crackling with electric energy as they charged towards Cocodora, their metallic claws hardened. Cocodora fortified its body, raising its metallic claws in defense. Just as it anticipated an incoming attack, the mantis flickered behind it, launching a series of slashes. However, the insect-type assault failed to inflict any significant damage on Cocodora. As Cocodora turned to retaliate, the mantis deftly evaded, continuing its relentless onslaught. Electromagnetic waves began to coalesce around Cocodora, but due to its inexperience with the newly learned technique, the mantis had already evaded the ensuing discharge. With no means to land a hit, Wenjia maintained his gentle smile. Indeed, Cocodora's sluggish speed allowed the mantis to toy with it at will. The mantis relentlessly executed its slashes, despite being at a disadvantage due to type effectiveness. The accumulated damage was becoming alarming, leaving numerous scars across Cocodora's metallic armor. At this moment, Rock Lock was deployed, yet the mantis had already retreated, leaving the effect to impact Heracross instead. Cheng Tian clenched his teeth. Wenjia proved to be quite formidable with his unique strategies for various situations. Now, with Heracross, a fighting-type Pokémon that exerted quadruple effectiveness against Cocodora, how could they possibly prevail? Heracross, Horn Attack. Heracross swiftly lowered its head, charging at Cocodora with its formidable horn. No choice left, Dragon Dive. Cocodora initiated a Dragon Dive towards Heracross. However, Heracross, known as the Bug King, possessed terrifying strength. When the 2 Pokémon collided, Heracross seemed to gain the upper hand. In a sudden move, Heracross lifted its horn, sending Cocodora soaring. Cocodora. It appeared quite flustered. Seizing the momentum, it executed Mountain Crush. Cheng Tian shouted. And Cocodora used its own weight and inertia to bear down on Heracross. Yet, Heracross simply raised its head, bracing itself against the attack. Earthquake. Heracross lifted Cocodora, leaping high before slamming it down onto the ground. Cocodora. It cried out in pain, the effective fighting move causing severe damage. As currents of electricity crackled around it, Cocodora, gritting its teeth against the agony, unleashed an electromagnetic wave, paralyzing Heracross. Simultaneously, It raised its head high and charged forcefully into the armor on Heracross's abdomen. Double-edged headbutt. If I cannot defeat you, you shall not escape unscathed. Heracross. The abdomen took a fierce hit, causing Heracross to cry out in distress, releasing its grip. Leaf Blade. Heracross retaliated with a swift strike towards Cocodora's head. Quick, use Protect. Cheng Tian anxiously called out, realizing that if Cocodola endured another consecutive hit from fighting-type skills, it might very well succumb to its battle capabilities. However, the Heracross possessed the ability Guts, which heightened its attack power while in a paralyzed state. Cocodola hastily conjured an energy shield, but after a powerful strike landed upon it, the once solid shield began to fracture. Clearly, this assault exceeded the limits of Cocodola's current stamina. With a crack, the energy shield shattered, and the blow struck Cocodola, rendering it unable to continue the fight. It appears I have emerged victorious in this round, Wenja remarked, adjusting his glasses while maintaining a gentle smile. Subsequently, Cheng Tian threw out a Super Ball, summoning Froakie onto the battlefield. Froakie, you must avenge Cocodola, Cheng Tian encouraged. Froakie gazed at the imposing Heracross across from it. Is this the culprit that bullied my little brother? Just wait, Big Brother will exact revenge. Such a spirited declaration, Wenja chuckled. Heracross, use horn attack. Heracross lowered its head, raising its horn and charging towards Froakie. Yet, Froakie revealed a mysterious smile. Another one with a tough exterior. As Heracross closed in, two vines burst forth from the ground, entwining to form a grass knot that tripped Heracross. Seizing the opportunity, Froakie unleashed a water pulse that struck Heracross squarely in the face. Ah, tripped. Wenja quickly commanded, get up and use Earthquake. Heracross rose and lunged at Froakie. Intent on executing Earthquake, Cheng Tian swiftly ordered, use Quick Attack. Just as Heracross was about to grasp Froakie, it dodged with remarkable agility, positioning itself behind Heracross, conjuring a water shuriken and delivering a fierce blow, inflicting significant damage upon Heracross. Heracross, it cried out in pain, leaving Wenja momentarily stunned. The constant tripping and evasion left him bewildered, as Froakie avoided direct confrontation. Seizing the moment, Froakie summoned a whirlpool that enveloped Heracross. Heracross, it struggled to escape. But no matter how it ran, the whirlpool followed relentlessly. Finally, when the whirlpool dissipated, Froakie executed another quick attack, delivering the finishing blow. With each battle Froakie engaged in, it became increasingly enamored with the thrill of defeating opponents with minimal losses. Witnessing the frustration of its adversary, who could not land a hit, was utterly exhilarating. How vexing, Wenja mused, still adorned with a gentle smile, betraying no hint of displeasure. Just as he reached for a Pokeball, Cheng Tian, with a mischievous grin, commanded, Toxic Spikes. Froakie swiftly scattered a flurry of spikes, and as the Scyther entered the fray, it stepped upon the spikes and suffered damage, evident by the purple hue on its face, indicating it had been poisoned. Wenja felt a surge of irritation. Is this how you play? Shadow Clone followed by Quick Attack. Despite being poisoned, Scyther reacted swiftly, launching Shadow Clones towards Froakie. I'll use Shadow Clone too. The frog Pokémon, known as Guatoad, launched itself towards the flying mantis with its Shadow Clones, simultaneously executing a move called One-Word Slash. The clones and the original began their fierce confrontation, with consecutive slashes rapidly accumulating. However, when the flying mantis retaliated with its own consecutive slashes, the accumulated damage severed the water cone aimed at Guatoad's body. Recognizing the impending danger, Guatoad resorted to its previous tactic, evading the attack and then launching a counter from behind. It conjured a swirling tide to ensnare the flying mantis. Yet, this time, the previously effective tidal strategy faltered as the flying mantis cleaved through the vortex effortlessly. Was the accumulation of damage the reason for this failure? Both Cheng Tian and Guatoad shared a strikingly similar realization. The tide no longer served its purpose. Whether attempting to trap the opponent or encase itself, the flying mantis could simply slice through. Thus, they decided to take a gamble. Cheng Tian and Guatoad narrowed their eyes, observing as the flying mantis's consecutive slash approached. It struck true, just as Wenja began to relax. Guatoad extended an energy shield that blocked the opponent's attack, swiftly extending its tongue to paralyze the foe. The flying mantis, caught off guard, succumbed to the paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Guatoad darted behind, channeling a rotating wave of water and slamming it into the flying mantis's waist. The flying mantis let out a pained cry as Guatoad swiftly followed up with an ice punch, striking the creature's head and incapacitating it entirely. Guatoad felt an exceptional synergy with the move Yanfan, allowing it to dodge behind the opponent for a surprise attack. "Well done, Guatoad," Cheng Tian exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, his phone vibrated, notifying both participants of a ranking change. Cheng Tian's rank surged forward, reaching over 53 million. That was quite the leap. Could it be due to the duel experience? Cheng Tian pondered. With the battle concluded, he prepared to take his leave. Wenjie remained silent, watching him depart until his figure faded from view, before finally murmuring, "What a troublesome fellow. I hope he refrains from participating in this newcomer competition." Chapter 68. Teacher Zhou's training. The National Day holiday always brings joy, as students are liberated from the confines of the classroom, no longer waiting idly, which can feel akin to a prison sentence. Some have even examined the daily schedules of inmates, rising at 6, dining at 7, engaging in labor throughout the morning, resting with a meal at noon, learning skills in the afternoon to facilitate their reintegration, and concluding the day with news broadcasts before lights out at 10. In contrast, students, aside from waking an hour earlier for morning reading, find their schedules eerily similar. This leads many to lament that school feels like incarceration, a sentiment stemming from both their disinterest in academics and the overwhelming structure of their time, which can feel stifling. The National Day holiday offers a reprieve, allowing them to unwind and preventing the development of aversion towards learning. However, a holiday is merely a holiday. School must resume, especially with exams on the horizon, correct? Thus, despite their reluctance, all high schools in Binzhou reopened on October 8th. "Good morning, Su-han," Cheng Tian greeted as he entered the classroom. "Good morning," Su-han replied, retrieving Cheng Tian's fisherman's hat from her backpack and handing it to him. "This is your hat. I've already washed it." As Cheng Tian accepted the hat, he caught a faint scent of roses emanating from it. Lowering his head to inhale the fragrance, he chuckled. "The detergent smells delightful." Su-han, blushing at his remark, merely nodded in silence. During the holiday, she had cuddled the hat to sleep each night, as if Cheng Tian were by her side, even though she had indeed washed it just the previous night. Watching Cheng Tian breathe in the scent of the hat sent a delightful shiver through her. The morning classes proceeded as usual, but during the break, Teacher Zhou summoned 4 students from Group 3 to the office. Although the reason was unclear, the prospect of skipping a session of physical exercise brought joy to everyone. Once gathered, Teacher Zhou took a sip of water and announced, "You are the candidates our school has selected to participate in the upcoming newcomer competition. Let us introduce ourselves." "I'll start," Bai Yun said with a bright smile. "My name is Bai Yun, and I'm a student in Class 1. My Pokémon are Chimchar and Rockruff. I am Cheng Tian, also from Class 1, with Froakie and Katani as my Pokémon. I'm Zhao Shimo, a student in Class 5, with Metapod and Kakuna." A boy of similar height to Cheng Tian spoke up. "I'm Song Rongxue, and my Pokémon are Pancham and Sandile." Upon hearing this, Cheng Tian pondered if she specialized in dark-type Pokémon. "I am Qin Ruru. My Pokémon are Oddish and Budu." A timid girl spoke softly, her voice barely audible. "Lin Lin. My Pokémon are Pachirisu and Bidoof." "Nice to meet you." Lin Lin cheerfully extended her hand in greeting, brimming with energy. "I'm Su-han, and my Pokémon are Sylveon and Togepi." Su-han greeted them with a warm smile. Teacher Zhou nodded. "So, we have 7 students, 4 girls and 3 boys. You are now the representatives for our school in the newcomer competition. Get to know each other a bit. This afternoon during P.E. class, follow me to the gym, and I'll provide you with some extra training." "Understood. You may leave now." As the 7 students exited the office, Teacher Zhou rubbed his temples, feeling a bit troubled. "Sigh, it won't be easy. I've heard that among the official competitors from the 3rd and 2nd schools, some possess 3 Pokémon." Teacher Zhou's concern was not unfounded. While having more Pokémon does not guarantee victory, it certainly increases the odds in a competition. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at it, quickly straightened his clothing, and pressed the answer button. A middle-aged man in a suit and rectangular glasses appeared on the screen. Teacher Zhou promptly greeted him. "Good day, Principal." The principal nodded and asked, "Teacher Zhou, how is the preparation for the newcomer competition coming along?" In response, Teacher Zhou confidently stated, "I have already finalized the participants. I will train these 7 individuals, ensuring that we achieve an excellent result for you." The principal nodded with satisfaction. Acknowledging Teacher Zhou as the backbone of the school, "I entrust this entirely to you. Do not let me lose face before the other old fellows. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. The principal pondered for a moment, then said, tell those youngsters that if they perform well in this competition, the school will offer them rewards. I understand. Upon hearing this, the other students felt a twinge of anxiety, as they were not particularly keen on the kind of rewards being hinted at. Seeing the students become more obedient, Teacher Zhou led 4 of them to the gymnasium. Old Zhou, I have brought these 3 students to you. I must attend my class now. Farewell. Another physical education teacher entered with 3 students, completing the group of 7 standing neatly before Teacher Zhou. The newcomer competition consists of 3 events: individual matches, team matches, and doubles. Among these, the team match is the one we must strive to excel in, while we encourage participation in the other 2 without compromising our focus on the team event. Teacher Zhou emphasized this, as the team match directly impacts the school's reputation. In the team match, 3 participants will compete, each with 1 Pokémon. Our next objective is to ensure you develop a strong synergy. As he spoke, Teacher Zhou threw a Poké Ball, and instantly a purple Exploud appeared on the field. With a mischievous smile, Teacher Zhou said, I won't make it too difficult for you. Each of you will send out 1 Pokémon, and your goal is to defeat this Exploud. The expressions of the group immediately soured, and Cheng Tian directly observed the information panel of the Exploud. A level 42 Exploud with the ability Soundproof. How can we possibly defeat it? Chapter 69, A Lackluster Team Battle. The group's spirits plummeted, and Song Rongxue, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, Teacher, our Pokémon are likely not even at level 20. How can we possibly compete against the Exploud? Remember, in the team battle, only 3 of you will compete, each with 1 Pokémon. With the 7 of you, can't you manage to defeat just 1 Pokémon? Teacher Zhou chuckled. Cheng Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was it really feasible to calculate based on level differences? All right, enough talk. Let's get started. Teacher Zhou waved his hand. Seeing this, Bai Yun was the first to send out her Chimchar. Well then, let us give it a try. The others, having no choice, also sent out their Pokémon. In an instant, Froakie, Sylveon, Chimchar, Pachirisu, Pancham, Metapod, and Flabby appeared on the field. Let the battle begin. Teacher Zhou nodded. Sylveon, use Swift. Pachirisu, Thunderbolt. The 2 girls launched their ranged attacks against the Exploud. Teacher Zhou remained unfazed, commanding, Supersonic. The Exploud opened its back ports wide and inhaled deeply, letting out a powerful roar. The ultrasonic waves were emitted almost tangibly, disturbing the surrounding air to the point of creating ripples. The high-speed electric shocks and swiftly moving stars were hindered by the ultrasonic waves, dissipating mid-air. 7 Pokémon displayed expressions of agony, for the noise was unbearable. What is the matter? Continue your assault, Teacher Zhou remarked with a smile. If you don't attack, it will be my turn. Exploud, empower yourself and unleash Psychic. With a roar, Exploud pounded its chest, completing its self-empowerment before raising its hand towards the 7 Pokémon, executing a feigned grasp. Instantly, a formidable psychic force surged towards the Pokémon. Spread out, Cheng Tian shouted. Froakie reacted swiftly, evading the psychic attack, while the other 6 Pokémon hesitated for a moment before dispersing. However, one remained motionless. The immobilized Kakuna stood like a sitting duck, watching the psychic force approach. Kakuna. The attack struck Kakuna, rendering it unable to battle, lying on the ground, motionless, becoming the first Pokémon to be knocked out. Chimchar, empower yourself and use Thunder Punch. Bai Yun, without further hesitation, commanded Chimchar to launch an attack. Just as Exploud was about to act, Song Rongxue suddenly ordered, delay. The mischievous Pancham employed its delay skill, forcibly slowing Exploud's speed. Chimchar seized the opportunity to dash in front of Exploud, its fists crackling with electricity, landing a blow on Exploud. However, this strike was merely a tickle for Exploud, as Chimchar's level was too low to inflict significant damage. No paralysis effect was even applied. With a disdainful smirk, Exploud raised its fist and simultaneously unleashed its own Thunder Punch. Despite being the same move, Exploud's power was evidently superior. Sparks of electricity crackled as the punch surged toward Chimchar. Pachirisu, come here and use Protect. The diminutive figure of Pachirisu appeared beside Chimchar, beckoning to Exploud and drawing the Thunder Punch towards itself while swiftly extending its protective shield. However, Pachirisu struggled to withstand the force of the Thunder Punch, the shield shattering. It quickly used Quick Attack to evade, narrowly avoiding the subsequent damage. Use water pulse after a bounce. Cheng Tian commanded. Froakie swiftly bounced behind Exploud, the swirling water pulse crashing against its back. Roar! Exploud bellowed in pain from the attack, raising its hand once more as the thunder punch barreled towards Froakie. Sensing the imminent danger, Froakie quickly activated its protective energy shield, yet it failed to withstand the thunder punch. The energy shield shattered, forcing Froakie to conjure a whirlpool in front of itself to mitigate the damage. Yet Teacher Zhou, grinning mischievously, declared, "Let the juniors see what a whirlpool truly is." With a fierce roar, Exploud unleashed an even larger whirlpool that enveloped Froakie. Froakie found itself ensnared, experiencing the sensation of being trapped with no escape. Quick! Save Froakie. Sylvian, use a sacrificial tackle followed by a double kick. The fairy sprite swiftly charged and collided with the Exploud, simultaneously delivering powerful kicks to its forehead, inflicting considerable damage due to the fighting type's effectiveness against the normal type. The Chimchar continued to unleash Thunder Punch upon the Exploud's body, while the mischievous panda rushed in, its head shimmering with a metallic sheen as it executed a headbutt directly into the Exploud's belly. Merely a tickle, really. Teacher Zhou remained composed, seemingly unfazed, indulging in slumber. The Exploud rolled its eyes and promptly lay down, commencing a deep sleep, complete with snoring and mumbling. The cacophony of its snores caused the nearby Pokémon to wince in agony, hastily covering their ears. As the Exploud snored, it began to mutter in its sleep, its body unexpectedly leaping up and landing with a force that stirred the Earth-type energy beneath. In its slumber, it inadvertently unleashed a stomp attack. Yakarta! Bui! The three little creatures closest to it suffered significant damage, collapsing to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. Frogadier, quickly use Ice Punch to freeze the whirlpool, commanded Frogadier, who was trapped in the vortex as it swung its arms, delivering punch after punch against the swirling walls, creating a cascade of ice crystals. Observing her friends in distress, Linlin appeared anxious, yet Pachirisu was ill-suited for close combat. Thus, she turned to Chinruru beside her. "You must lend a hand. We cannot merely stand by." "But my Flabby doesn't know any offensive moves," Chinruru exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Surely, it has at least one move for control," Linlin urged desperately. "I do have one," Chinruru replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, summoning her Flabby. "Flabby, use Solar Beam." From a distance, Flabby gently swayed its flower bud atop its head, beginning to absorb sunlight. Concurrently, Frogadier broke free from the vortex. However, the Exploud awakened as well. Once more, it swung its arm, employing Hammer Arm to send Frogadier flying. Frogadier landed on the ground, rendered incapable of battle. "Frogadier," Cheng Tian called out. This was an utter rout. The 7 Pokémon were no match for the Exploud. "Get up, mischievous panda. Use Heavy Slam," Song Rongshua urgently commanded. The fairy sprite, in turn, assisted the mischievous panda with a helping hand, followed by a double kick. The 2 Pokémon launched their fighting-type moves against the Exploud, which was vulnerable to their attacks. Bai Yun quickly ordered, "Chimchar, use Low Kick." This technique had been prepared during their previous visit to Suning Square, where Bai Yun had purchased numerous move discs, with Low Kick being just one of them. Fueled by the fairy sprite's enhancement, the Heavy Slam was evidently more ferocious. As Chimchar executed a sweeping kick aimed at the Exploud's feet, Teacher Zhou remained unperturbed, calmly uttering the name of a technique, Earthquake. With a roar, the Exploud's feet struck the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward towards the 3 Pokémon. The overwhelming pressure of its level and the terrifying power of the Earthquake attack inflicted devastating damage, rendering the 3 Pokémon incapacitated. In response, the Exploud's inhalation vents flared open once more. Cheng Tian inwardly lamented the dire situation and swiftly commanded a defensive move. Yet, before the trio could react, the assault from the sound-based Pokémon struck relentlessly. A standard-type move, Echoed Voice. The 3 Pokémon endeavored to establish their defense, but the Echoed Voice attack was already upon them. "Yaka! Bui! Wonkwan!" The trio of Pokémon cried out in anguish, succumbing to their incapacitation. Now, only Pachirisu and Hiding Bud remained on the battlefield. Linlin anxiously glanced at Chinruru, asking if the solar beam was ready. "Not yet," came the reply. Gritting her teeth, Linlin declared, "I'll buy you some time." "Pachirisu, use Quick Attack." Pachirisu swiftly maneuvered across the arena, exploiting its agility to continually harass the opponent. As the glow of the solar beam atop hiding Bud intensified, Teacher Zhou urgently commanded, "Sound-based Pokémon, summon rain." With a fierce roar, the sound-based Pokémon summoned dark clouds overhead, obscuring the sun's radiant light and initiating a gentle drizzle. Cheng Tian's pupils constricted in shock. The sound-based Pokémon could wield such a rare weather-altering move. The sunlight that hiding Bud was gathering was abruptly interrupted, and seizing the opportunity, the sound-based Pokémon delivered a thunder punch, sending Pachirisu off the field. Another echoed voice followed, rendering hiding Bud unable to continue fighting. Thus, the sound-based Pokémon triumphed over Cheng Tian and his companion 7 Pokémon. The group exchanged bitter glances. It was a complete rout with no chance of victory. Teacher Zhou observed them with a bemused expression, inquiring, "What do you believe is the most significant issue plaguing your team? A disparity in levels?" Bai Yun ventured. "Incorrect. It is your lack of teamwork." Teacher Zhou raised his voice emphatically. "You are a team, yet your recent battle resembled a ragtag group of individuals, devoid of coordination." Turning his gaze to Zhao Shimo, he continued, "Zhao Shimo, your predicament is the most severe. You failed to utilize a single move throughout the entire match and were eliminated swiftly. Yes, the armored cocoon is immobile, but you could have requested another Pokémon to assist it. Yet, you did not. Chin Ro Ro, upon entering the fray, you seemed utterly at a loss. Do not tell me hiding Bud lacks offensive moves. Every grass-type Pokémon can learn moves like Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, and Leech Seed. Utilize them to at least annoy the opponent, understood?" Chin Ro Ro's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head, unable to meet Teacher Zhou's gaze. Next, Teacher Zhou addressed the 2 young women. "Lin Lin, Pachirisu's role is to support and disrupt the opponent. However, aside from that initial assistance to Little Fire Monkey, you did not engage further and merely stood alongside hiding Bud. Song Rongxue, your timing for skill execution is commendable. Your delayed move forced the sound-based Pokémon to slow down, which deserves recognition. However, when you sense the tides turning, you should not have allowed mischievous Panda to remain in close proximity. You must seek an opportunity to evade, understood?" Song Rongxue stuck out her tongue, signaling her understanding. Teacher Zhou then turned his attention to Cheng Tian and Bai Yun. "Cheng Tian, your Frogadier previously excelled with the move Water Pulse, correct?" Cheng Tian nodded affirmatively. "And what about this time? Have you encountered the hardships of mastering skills?" Cheng Tian remained silent as Teacher Zhou continued. "A Pokémon cannot rely solely on 1 or 2 techniques. Specific skills can yield remarkable results against particular opponents. However, to think that a single move will suffice for all situations is sheer folly. And you, Bai Yun, I must commend your courage for directing the Little Fire Monkey to engage in close combat with the Loudred. Yet, much like Song Rongxue, your approach cannot be one of reckless aggression. When circumstances turn dire, retreat is paramount. Do you understand?" Next, Teacher Zhou turned his attention to Su Han, rubbing his temples in mild exasperation. "This young lady has quite the formidable background. Truth be told, I would prefer not to offend her. However, this matter pertains to the Newcomer competition, and I must voice my concerns." Su Han obediently nodded, acknowledging her shortcomings. Seeing her willingness to heed his advice, Teacher Zhou felt a sense of relief. After all, given her connections, he truly could not afford to make an enemy of her. In summary, your recent performance can be encapsulated in a single phrase, Teacher Zhou said, gazing at the silent group. "Your teamwork was atrocious." He continued, "Of course, this being your first collaboration, it is natural to be unfamiliar with one another. The objective of our forthcoming training will be to enhance your teamwork, striving to overcome the Loudred. Is that clear?" Teacher Zhou looked at everyone. "Now let us begin.